Everyone was shocked when the chess immortal said that nobody expected the chess immortal to defend Su Zimo so much after appearing and even say such harsh words, ignoring Meng Yao, the three great sword immortals and the other perfected immortal experts completely. Meng Yao and the others had ugly expressions. What's up with Su Zimo? He's just a heaven immortal who ascended from the lower worlds. How can he get the three great fairies to come down and protect him? It's not just the three great fairies. The conflict between the four great fairies today was all because of him. The surrounding cultivators started discussing as well. The eyes of many cultivators were still burning with the flames of gossip, as though they had discovered an incredible secret. Pfft! What the hell am I seeing today? Someone was filled with emotions and muttered. The four great fairies fell out and fought because of a man from the academy. Such explosive news will probably spread through the entire heavenly world in a few days. Why do you guys think the chess immortal helped Su Zimo? I reckon that it has nothing to do with Su Zimo. It's because of what Zhu Wuing said earlier on that enraged Fairy Jun Yu completely. That's right. Fairy Jun Yu loves to fight to begin with and wants to fight for injustice. Zhu Wuing even spouted nonsense, giving the chess immortal a reason to attack. Even Su Zimo was confused, let alone others. He was certain that he did not know Fairy Jun Yu, let alone have any relationship with her. Could it be, as the surrounding cultivators had discussed, the chess immortal loved to fight and was enraged by Zhu Wuing, so she made use of this excuse to fight? Yunju glared at Su Zimo with a strange expression. She was smart and would naturally not make wild guesses like the others. There was definitely no way chess immortal Jun Yu would be so domineering because she was enraged by a few sentences from Zhu Wuing. Furthermore, Jun Yu's words earlier on clearly meant that she wanted to protect Su Zimo. It was not as simple as being belligerent. Yunju knew that neither she nor Mo Qing had much of a relationship with chess immortal Jun Yu. Jun Yu's sudden appearance could not be because of them. There was only a single possibility. Su Zimo was definitely the reason why Jun Yu appeared. You look like you're usually honest and gentlemanly. How do you end up knowing everyone? Seems like you've gone around getting acquainted with all of us four great fairies. Yunju secretly sent a voice transmission to Su Zimo's spirit consciousness with a strange tone. Su Zimo had a lost and innocent expression. He truly did not know where chess immortal Jun Yu came from or why she would help him. Sword immortal Yu Hua coughed gently. Fairy Jun Yu, fellow Taoist Wuing's words earlier on were indeed a little inappropriate. Please don't take offense. Fellow Taoist, if you want to spar with me, I'll be waiting for you after this matter is over. Sword immortal Yu Hua was definitely one of the top 10 perfected immortals in the Divine Firmament immortal domain and was famous. But now, he was willing to bow down and show weakness. He had indeed given chess immortal Jun Yu enough face. The other few perfected immortals chimed in as well, unwilling to have a conflict with Jun Yu. Zhu Wuing's face was livid and he remained silent. Jun Yu glanced at sword immortal Yu Hua and asked, "Did you not understand what I said?" Fellow Taoist, you. Sword immortal Yu Hua frowned. Surveying her surroundings, Jun Yu said slowly, "I'll say it one more time. I'll kill anyone who dares lay a hand on him today." Unable to hold it in any longer, Zhu Wuing sneered. "Jun Yu, you're too arrogant and conceited. Do you think that you can defeat us perfected immortals single-handedly?" Zhu Wuing was one of the three great sword immortals after all. All of them were prominent figures. How could they endure being threatened and reprimanded by Jun Yu right now? Therefore, sword immortal Yu Hua and the others did not stop Zhu Wuing from going against Jun Yu. Zhu Wuing was right. The chess immortal was indeed strong in combat. However, could they not defeat a single chess immortal if they joined forces? Zhu Wuing sneered with a dark expression. "In fact, I've just stabbed him once. What can you do to me? I'll kill you first then." Jun Yu's gaze turned cold. The moment she said that, she flipped her hand and removed the chessboard behind her, smashing it towards Zhu Wuing's head. This was the chess immortal, someone who attacked and killed without hesitation. This time round, Zhu Wuing was long prepared. As an assassin, he did not intend to fight the chess immortal head-on and was prepared to avoid her sharpness. He wanted to join forces with the other perfected immortals and look for an opportunity to attack. However, when he moved, he realized that Jun Yu's square chessboard was still above his head. At his cultivation realm, he could flee thousands of kilometers away with a single thought. But now, no matter what divine powers or secret skills he released, he could not escape from Jun Yu's chessboard. Jun Yu's seemingly simple attack did not seem like she had used any divine powers or secret skills. However, in reality, her dermic Tao was contained in the astral chessboard in her hands. The astral chessboard had 19 horizontal and vertical lines intersecting evenly. There were a total of 361 intersection points, forming 324 squares. Every single inch-sized square seemed to be a world of its own. The entire chessboard formed an even wider starry sky that was boundless like the vast firmaments and endless lands. There was no distinct direction to the chessboard, and it converged as one. No matter how Zhu Wuying struggled, he could not escape from the range of the astral chessboard. He was like a chess piece that was sucked tightly by the astral chessboard and could not escape. Su Zimo, who was initially watching from the side, had a cold glint in his eyes. Opportunity. This was a rare opportunity. The perfected immortal level battle earlier on was earth-shaking and dizzying. Since his cultivation realm was not high enough, it was useless even if he joined the battle. Zhu Wuying did not appear, and he could not even find any traces of the latter. But now that Zhu Wuying was trapped by the astral chessboard and could not escape, it was the perfect opportunity for him to strike. Without hesitation, Su Zimo channeled his spirit consciousness and released a supreme divine power towards Zhu Wuying. Fleeting moment. Su Zimo did not care whether his opponent was a supreme assassin and one of the three great sword immortals. Since they wanted to kill him, he would not show them any mercy. He would take their lives while they were down. Furthermore, the reason why perfected Immortal Burial Knight was severely injured and died back then was also related to Zhu Wuying. In the eyes of others, Su Zimo's actions seemed extremely laughable. That was because the supreme divine powers of heaven immortals were of no threat to perfected immortals. A perfected immortal expert could defeat them with ease by condensing their true essences. Some perfected immortal experts with powerful physiques and bloodlines could even escape unscathed from the supreme divine powers of heaven immortals with their bodies alone. However, Zhu Wuying's expression changed starkly when he sensed Su Zimo's actions. In Songyun Mountain Range, he was injured by Su Zimo's supreme divine power and lost an entire 60,000 years of lifespan, causing him to decline from his peak. At that moment, the astral chessboard had already descended. Zhu Wuying could not be distracted at all and could only release all his blood qi. Condensing his true essence, he slashed in reverse and blocked the astral chessboard above his head for the time being. Eft! The shadowless sword collided with the astral chessboard and Zhu Wuying shuddered, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Right then, fleeting moment descended. Zhu Wuying was suppressed by the astral chessboard and could not move at all. He could only endure that supreme divine power head-on. His lifespan deteriorated rapidly. Crack, crack, crack. With the reduction of his lifespan coupled with the deterioration of his blood qi, Zhu Wuying's strength was also decreasing rapidly after he was injured. There was no way he could defend against the power of the astral chessboard. The astral chessboard smashed down and Zhu Wuying's body exploded instantly. His essence spirit was destroyed and he died on the spot. One of the three great sword immortals, Zhu Wuying, was dead. The cultivators in the Divine Firmament Hall were shocked. Even the death of Old Man Soul Collector in the hands of Book Immortal earlier on did not cause such a huge reaction. After all, Old Man Soul Collector was only an ordinary perfected immortal with some special skills. As for Zhu Wuying, he was from the Great Gene Immortal Kingdom and was one of the three great sword immortals. He had been famous for many years with unfathomable assassination methods, often shocking the entire 9 firmaments. To think that he would die on the spot today. Furthermore, in everyone's eyes, Zhu Wuying was killed by chess immortal Junyu in a single move and was almost completely helpless. In the entire Divine Firmament Hall, only a few people could tell that something was amiss. Junyu was directly involved and could sense it even more clearly. On the surface, Zhu Wuying died in her hands. However, in reality, given the power she released earlier on, it was difficult for her to kill Zhu Wuying within a single move. Both parties would have to be in a stalemate for a moment. In that short period of time, many variables could happen. For example, if Meng Yao, Sword Immortal Yuhua and the others attacked, Zhu Wuying would have a chance to escape. However, the moment they exchanged blows, Su Zimo released his supreme divine power and struck Zhu Wuying. Under normal circumstances, the supreme divine power of a heaven immortal could not threaten an expert of Zhu Wuying's level. However, while both parties were in a stalemate, Junyu could clearly sense that Zhu Wuying's lifespan was decreasing while the power within his body deteriorated as well. That was the reason why Zhu Wuying could not hold on any longer and his essence spirit was destroyed by her astral chessboard. As for Zhu Wuying, he died without a corpse left and no one knew about the changes that happened to him in that instant. Rather than saying that Zhu Wuying died in her hands, it would be more accurate to say that Su Zimo made use of her strength to trap and kill Zhu Wuying. Junyu glanced sideways at Su Zimo deeply. She was entrusted by someone to protect this disciple of the academy. However, she did not know much about this scholarly cultivator and had only heard a little about him. It was only now that Junyu realized that this person was indeed special. To be able to release a supreme divine power that could threaten a perfected immortal at the heaven immortal realm meant that this divine power had already touched the threshold of a peerless divine power. Even at the moment of his death, Zhu Wuying did not expect that he would die in the hands of a heaven immortal. Perhaps that was his fate. Back in Songyun Mountain, Zhu Wuying tried to assassinate Su Zimo and Su Zimo retaliated with fleeting moment. Unfortunately, Su Zimo failed to kill him. But now, Zhu Wuying had attacked Su Zimo for the second time. Su Zimo looked for an opportunity and counterattacked for the second time. Finally, he made use of Chess Immortal Junyu to trap and kill the latter. The Chess Immortal is way too domineering. That's right. Fairy Junyu scolded perfected Immortal Mu Feng the moment she appeared and now. She killed Zhu Wuying with a single move. Her combat strength. I don't think things will end well for both parties today. Fairy Meng Yao's side is also filled with perfected immortals who have been famous for a long time. They have the advantage in numbers and won't retreat so easily. Commotion broke out in the crowd. Fairy Junyu, aren't you being too ruthless? A perfected immortal of the great Jin Immortal Kingdom shouted with a dark expression. Among the perfected immortals of the great Jin Immortal Kingdom, Zhu Wuying had an extremely high status. He was equivalent to Sword Immortal Yuhua in Heaven and Earth Academy and Meng Yao in Flying Immortal Sect. Now that Zhu Wuying was dead, the perfected immortals of the great Jin Immortal Kingdom would definitely not let things go. A sharp glint gradually appeared in Sword Immortal Chuanfeng's eyes as he said slowly, Fairy Junyu, since you insist on protecting this outsider, don't blame us for being merciless. Sword Immortal Yuhua's aura intensified as he said in a deep voice, Chess Immortal Junyu, since you want to challenge me, I'll do as you wish today. Fufu. Yunju chuckled with a mocking gaze. She challenged you to a one-on-one battle and now, you're about to join forces with others? Don't you have any shame? That's right. Yun Ting added fuel to the fire and shouted, Sword Immortal Yuhua. If you even have any dignity left, fight the Chess Immortal one-on-one. Sword Immortal Yuhua's expression darkened and he remained silent. How would he dare to fight the Chess Immortal alone? If it was a one-on-one fight, there was no doubt about the outcome. Furthermore, the Chess Immortal was clearly someone who had no qualms. If this woman were to go crazy, she would even dare to kill him. In the hearts of many people, the Chess Immortal was a crazy woman who looked for people to fight everywhere. Everyone wanted to avoid her. Zing! Meng Yao plucked the zither strings and interrupted everyone's thoughts once more, attracting a lot of attention. Today's matter stems from the identity of Su Zimo of the Academy. Meng Yao said indifferently, anyone who isn't of our race will definitely harbor evil intentions. This lad infiltrated Heaven and Earth Academy and even wants to fight for the Heaven ranking. Due to his nefarious intentions, he is a common enemy of everyone. There's naturally no need for us to fight one-on-one against an outsider of another race. Meng Yao's statement resolved the awkwardness of Sword Immortal Yu Hua temporarily. That's right. Perfected Immortal Wu Feng shouted as well. Junyu, You can't protect him alone. Meng Yao and the others had planned this for a long time and had already launched an attack today. Now that things had come to this, it was like an arrow on a bow that had to be fired. Yunju smiled gently and declared, Wu Feng, don't forget that Sister Mo Qing and I are still here. Yes. Mo Qing did not say much but nodded vigorously. There's no need for the two of you to attack. Just protect him. Junyu glanced sideways and said to Yunju and Mo Qing. Thereafter, she turned around and swept her gaze across Meng Yao, Sword Immortal Yuhua and the others. You guys can be considered as top-tier perfected immortals in the Divine Firmament Immortal domain. Since we're all gathered today, it saves me the trouble of searching for you one by one. Let's fight. Junyu hollered and threw the astral chessboard in the direction of Meng Yao. The astral chessboard spun in midair and instantly, everyone seemed to be in the starry skies with millions of stars surrounding them in a bedazzling manner. In fact, everyone fell towards the astral chessboard uncontrollably. Swoosh! It was way too fast. In the blink of an eye, the astral chessboard arrived before Meng Yao. Meng Yao's expression changed starkly. Although she had yet to collide with the astral chessboard, the terrifying power contained by it made her feel suffocated and even had a strong sense of danger. So strong. Meng Yao did not have time to think and did not dare to fight the astral chessboard head-on as she fiddled with the zither with her fingers. A zither sound sounded. Immediately after, her figure seemed to have fused into the sound of the zither and vanished from the spot. This was an escape technique that she had cultivated and would not be released unless she had no other choice. She was under immense pressure from just a single attack of the chess immortal. Meng Yao managed to avoid the astral chessboard thanks to her escape technique. However, another perfected immortal of flying immortal sect stood behind her. Although Meng Yao was gone, the momentum of the astral chessboard was still strong. The perfected immortal could only watch as he had no time to react at all. Instantly, a blood mist spread as he was smashed into pieces by the astral chessboard. His essence spirit was destroyed and he died on the spot. Another perfected immortal was slain after Jun Yu attacked. That exchange triggered the entire battlefield as Sword Immortal Yuhua, Chunfeng Jian, perfected immortal Wu Feng, and the other experts entered the fray. The moment Jun Yu attacked, she wanted to take on dozens of perfected immortal experts single-handedly. Even Mo Qing and Yunju could not help but praise internally when they saw that. If one wanted to fight for the title of Supreme Perfected Immortal, they would have to possess extraordinary methods and shocking boldness. Junyu is indeed very powerful, but she's still slightly inferior to him. Suddenly, Mo Qing thought of someone and could not help but recall the scenes in Avicii in a daze. Immortal King Qingyang leaned against his seat and looked at everything calmly with a faint smile on his face without any intention of interfering. He wanted to see how today's matter would end. A battle at the perfected immortal realm was much more interesting to him than the divine firmament immortal meet. The central region of the divine firmament hall had already turned into a battlefield. The battle between the perfected immortals was terrifying and many divine weapons, divine powers and secret skills streaked through the battlefield. Every single collision was earth-shaking. The aftershock of the collision between the perfected immortals could kill many heaven immortals with ease, and the surrounding cultivators retreated repeatedly. This time round, Meng Yao fiddled with her fingers and the sound of the zither lingered. The dozens of ferocious beasts and living beings summoned by Mo Qing's painting book gradually could not hold on any longer. Their dermic Dao vanished and dissipated. Led by Sword Immortal Yuhua, Sword Immortal Chunfeng and perfected Immortal Wu Feng, the remaining dozens of perfected immortal experts released a torrential storm of attacks at Jun Yu. Astral chess pieces. Against such pressure, Jun Yu's fighting spirit intensified. She threw the chessboard in her hands in midair and released a unique supreme divine power. Swish, swish, swish. The chessboard spun slowly, and the 361 black and white chess pieces on it bounced up rapidly, shooting towards the dozens of perfected immortals in the surroundings. Every single chess piece on the astral chessboard looked like they were not much larger than a fingernail. However, in reality, Every single chess piece was refined continuously by a star and fused with the dermic Tao before condensing. Although they looked like chess pieces, they were actually stars. Otherwise, Jun Yu would not have been able to injure Zhu Wuying with the power of a single chess piece. The release of 361 chess pieces was equivalent to 361 stars charging out at the same time with an unstoppable might. The expressions of the dozens of perfected immortals changed starkly. Meng Yao had a grim expression as the halo released by the Dao fruit spread continuously. She strummed her zither with all 10 fingers and increasing precision. At the same time, the sound of the zither became more hurried and a murderous intent was triggered, as though it had materialized. Meng Yao had already pushed her zither skills to their limits and tried her best to help the other cultivators resolve the 361 black and white chess pieces that were charging over. The sound of the zither was bleak and endless. Ripples appeared in the void and collided against the 361 black and white chess pieces. In reality, if Meng Yao had not stepped in this time round and used her zither sound to defend against the collision of the many black and white chess pieces, more than half of the dozens of perfected immortals would have died. Even Zhu Wuying could not defend against it, let alone the other perfected immortals. Boom! 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 The 361 black and white chess pieces broke through the obstruction of the sound of the zither and collided against the divine weapons, divine powers and secret skills of the dozens of perfected immortals, letting out a series of deafening sounds. Sparks flew and light burst forth. Poof! 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 Even with the zither immortal's attack, she could not neutralize the full power of the black and white chess pieces. Half of the dozens of perfected immortals spat out blood and fell after being severely injured. There were also a few perfected immortals who were not strong enough and died on the spot after being struck by a few chess pieces. A series of exclamations sounded from the crowd. The chess immortal was so domineering that she could even gain the upper hand against so many people. Even the combined forces of the zither immortal, sword immortal Yuhua, sword immortal Chunfeng and perfected immortal Wufeng could not suppress the aura of the chess immortal. A few black and white chess pieces smashed towards Meng Yao. Clang! Clang! Meng Yao had a calm expression as she plucked the strings of the zither a few times. The sound of the ancient zither condensed into divine weapons that collided against the incoming chess pieces. With a series of crisp sounds, the divine weapons formed by the sound of the zither dissipated and the power of the black and white chess pieces was almost depleted. Meng Yao waved her robes and brushed away the chess pieces with ease. Sword immortal Yuhua, sword immortal Chunfeng and perfected immortal Wufeng used their respective methods to defend against Jun Yu's supreme divine power. That move alone was enough to tell the difference between the other perfected immortals and Meng Yao's group of 4. Jun Yu's attacks did not stop. After releasing the astral chess pieces, she leaped onto the chessboard and sped towards sword immortal Yuhua. Sword immortal Yuhua had just resolved the attack of the black and white chess pieces when Jun Yu stepped on the astral chessboard and closed in. Clang! Sword immortal Yuhua did not have time to think as he slashed in reverse against the astral chessboard. Immediately after, sword immortal Yuhua channeled his blood chi to its limits and released his bloodline phenomenon. At the same time, sword immortal Chunfeng, perfected immortal Wufeng and even zither immortal Meng Yao attacked. They released their bloodline phenomenons together and charged towards Jun Yu. Boom! Jun Yu did not hesitate either. Suddenly, a boundless starry sky appeared behind her, vast and mysterious. The starry skies seemed to be her chessboard. As for Jun Yu, she stood in the heaven essence position of the chessboard as though she was invincible and could rule over the starry skies and control their power. Boom! The bloodline phenomenons of both parties collided and devoured continuously in an earth-shaking manner. Break! Sword immortal Yu Hua and sword immortal Chunfeng released the unique sharpness and killing power of the sword Dao. The two of them joined forces and finally broke Jun Yu's starry skies into 2. Of course, the bloodline phenomenons of the 4 of them could no longer hold on and swayed. The 4 of them attacked once more. Sword immortal Chuanfeng's sword technique was incomparably delicate and relentless. His attacks came one after another, sealing the space around Junyu completely. Sword Immortal Yu Hua's edge was ferocious, and his sword technique was even sharper. Their sword techniques were one tough and gentle, one yang and one yin. Coupled with one another, their combat strength increased exponentially. As for perfected Immortal Wu Feng, he wielded his sword in his left hand and axe in his right. He joined forces with Meng Yao and coordinated with her, cutting off all of Jun Yu's escape routes. The four perfected immortals joined forces and released shocking combat strength. Even Yun Zhu and Mo Qing, the two bystanders, felt that something was amiss and frowned slightly. Suddenly, unhurriedly, Junyu suddenly took a step in a direction. This step was incomparably mysterious and imperceivable. However, with just a single step, she broke free from the encirclement of the four perfected immortals and withdrew herself. 9 palace subtle steps. When he saw Junyu's movement technique, Su Zimo's heart skipped a beat as he murmured softly. This footwork was released by a black-robed woman when the martial Tao prime body underwent the true martial 10th tribulation. Later on, he found out from Lin Luo that this footwork was called the 9 palace subtle steps and was imparted to her by Fairy Ling Long up till now. In Su Zimo's knowledge, Fairy Ling Long and Lin Luo were the only two people who knew the footwork. Even Lin Lei and the human monarch did not manage to learn it. Back then, by some freak coincidence, he released it once. However, in reality, he had not mastered the 9 palace subtle steps, and it was merely a flash of inspiration that was difficult to replicate in the future. To think that he would see this mysterious and strange footwork reappear on the chess immortal today. Of course, be it Lin Luo or chess immortal Junyu before him, none of the 9 palace subtle steps were as precise as the black-robed woman steps that the martial Tao prime body saw when he underwent tribulation transcendence. Just as Su Zimo was pondering, Junyu broke free from the encirclement of Meng Yao, Sword Immortal Yu Hua and the other three and counterattacked without stopping. Arriving before Meng Yao, Junyu raised her palm and slapped down on her face. Heaven Essence Strike. Junyu hollered. The center of the astral chessboard was the Heaven Essence position. This secret skill was equivalent to turning the entire battlefield into a chessboard. By occupying the Heaven Essence position, one could mobilize all the power of the entire chessboard and release their strongest attack. Meng Yao and the others attacked flawlessly, but Junyu managed to break free. With that, Meng Yao and the others were instantly disadvantaged. It felt as though both parties were playing chess. Junyu's single amazing move had turned the tides completely. The battlefield was a chess game and every single step was a gamble. Although Meng Yao had the advantage in numbers, she was merely Junyu's chess piece in this chess game. Meng Yao's heart skipped a beat as she retreated hurriedly. At the same time, she raised her ancient zither and condensed true essence to shield herself. Bang! Junyu's palm landed on the bottom of Meng Yao's zither with a dull sound of defeat. Meng Yao shuddered. Even with the ancient zither to defend and neutralize a lot of the power of the Heaven Essence Strike, Meng Yao could not defend against it. Her organs vibrated and she spat out a mouthful of blood. Buzz! Not only that, one of the strings on the zither was snapped by a single palm strike from Junyu. The string snapped so close that Meng Yao could not react in time. The snapped zither string was incomparably sharp and whipped Meng Yao's cheek, leaving a bloodied wound. Her peerless face that was initially devastatingly beautiful was now left with such a wound. Her flesh was overturned and she even looked a little menacing. Many cultivators were shocked when they saw that. Right now, Meng Yao was coughing blood and her long hair was scattered. She was in a sorry state and no one would associate her with the 4 great fairies. Of course, for a perfected immortal, such a wound on the face was superficial. With a little rest and recuperation, she would recover to her original state without any scars. However, this matter still dealt a huge blow and damage to Meng Yao. She loved the feeling of being the center of attention and being high and mighty. She was long used to countless cultivators surrounding her and kneeling beneath her skirt, revered by everyone. Right now, her wretched and menacing appearance was witnessed by millions of cultivators. This was an unprecedented blow for her. It would also have a huge negative impact on her reputation. Junyu! Meng Yao realized something and shrieked with hatred in her eyes. However, at that moment she was no longer in the mood to fight. She seized the opportunity to withdraw from the battlefield, wanting to heal the wound on her face right away. Junyu did not continue chasing. The moment she attacked Mengyao, she moved her feet and the astral chessboard spun rapidly, smashing towards perfected immortal Wu Feng on the other side. Perfected immortal Wu Feng's pupils constricted with a grim expression. At that moment, he felt as though a vast and mysterious starry sky was surging towards him. He had nowhere to hide. Kill! Perfected immortal Wu Feng roared and condensed his true essence. He slashed left and right at the starry skies before him. Boom! Sparks flew when the broad sword and gigantic axe collided against the astral chessboard. Perfected immortal Wu Feng felt a sharp pain in his hands. His palm was torn and the broad sword and gigantic axe flew from his hands. His arms were numb from the shock. Perfected immortal Wu Feng's expression changed starkly as he turned to flee without hesitation. At that moment, the Moon Essence Sword and Spring Wind Sword had already arrived before Junyu. The sword beams were cold and sharp. The sword Dao was the most lethal and Junyu did not dare to be careless. With a single thought, more than 10 black chess pieces sped over and landed on the body of the Spring Wind Sword. It was as though those chess pieces possessed a powerful demonic power that was attached to the Spring Wind Sword and could not be flung off. Sword Immortal Chuanfeng's sword Dao was exquisite, and it was pervasive like the wind. But now, there were more than 10 black chess pieces piled on the Spring Wind Sword. Suddenly, Sword Immortal Chunfeng felt that his Destiny Dermic sword was extremely heavy and could not release any exquisite sword moves. On the other side, more than 10 white chess pieces were attached to Sword Immortal Yu Hua's sword. The advantage of the Moon Essence Sword was in its speed. Sword Immortal Yu Hua pushed the speed of his sword Dao to its limits. That was the reason why he was able to gain his current reputation. However, there were more than 10 white chess pieces piled on the Moon Essence Sword and his sword moves became incomparably slow, losing their greatest threat. Any Heaven Immortal present would be able to dodge it, let alone Chess Immortal Junyu. What was even stranger was that there seemed to be a mysterious connection between the black and white chess pieces. Although the two Sword Immortals were attacking Junyu, their sword Dao trajectories had already deviated completely under the influence of the black and white chess pieces. They could not even touch the corner of Junyu's clothes. Even as Junyu fought against the 4 perfected immortals, she did not stop attacking the other perfected immortals. Those who were proficient in chess were extremely terrifying in the grand scheme of things. Once the dozens of perfected immortals attacked her, it would be equivalent to falling into her trap and everyone would be under her control. Poof! Poof! A perfected immortal expert from Flying Immortal Sect and the Great Gene Immortal Kingdom, respectively, was killed by Junyu's black and white chess pieces and died on the spot. Of the strongest 4 perfected immortals, Meng Yao and Wu Feng were forced to retreat while Yu Hua and Chunfeng could be severely injured at any moment. Even with the power of the 2 sword immortals, they were struggling to defend against Junyu's attacks. The other perfected immortals were crushed like chickens and dogs in Junyu's chess game. Not long after the fight, including Zhu Wuying, 10 perfected immortal experts died in Junyu's hands. The smile on the face of Immortal King Qingyang gradually disappeared as he frowned. Initially, he had no intention of interfering. He wanted to see how much of a mess this group of juniors could cause. However, the scene before him had already exceeded his expectations. Chess Immortal Junyu was even more domineering and decisive to kill than he had imagined. She did not have the slightest bit of gentleness a woman should possess and was fearless. In fact, Immortal King Qingyang suspected that if he did not stop her, Junyu might even be able to kill Meng Yao, Yu Hua, and the others. Just as Immortal King Qingyang was hesitating, his expression changed. Suddenly, he reached into the void and grabbed a messenger talisman. When Immortal King Qingyang saw the messenger talisman, he narrowed his eyes slightly and pondered for a moment before standing up. He released the might of an immortal king's spirit consciousness and descended on the divine firmament hall. Phew! The tremendous spirit consciousness pressure descended and both parties on the battlefield could no longer continue fighting. Sword Immortal Yu Hua and Sword Immortal Chunfeng were already drenched in sweat and looked pale. If Immortal King Qingyang was a half-step slower, even the both of them would have to flee. All right, today's matter will end here. The voice of immortal King Xianxia was neither fast nor slow, but it contained an invisible might. Everyone present, Chess Immortal Junyu included, did not persist in their actions. During this period of time, the wounds on Meng Yao's face had already healed. She looked at Su Zimo, who was safe and sound not far away, and finally felt indignant. She could not help but say, "Immortal King Xianxia, this lad has a suspicious identity. Senior, please take action and verify his true identity." "There's no need," Immortal King Xianxia said indifferently. "The sect master of the academy has just sent a letter, and it stated very clearly that this lad is not from the dragon race and has nothing to do with the dragon world." The sect master of the academy had stepped in. Upon hearing that, everyone realized that Su Zimo was completely out of danger. As for Meng Yao, Sword Immortal Yuhua, and the others who had just slandered him, they looked even more ridiculous now. I long knew that Su Zimo definitely had nothing to do with the dragon world. That's right, if he was from another race, wouldn't the sect master of the academy have discovered it long ago? How could he even join the sect? It seems like Heaven and Earth Academy thinks highly of Su Zimo to be able to get the sect master of the academy to step in and protect him. Among the cultivators who were discussing, many of them were shouting earlier on, wanting nothing more than to tear Su Zimo into pieces. But now, the speed at which their expressions changed was breathtaking. Sword Immortal Yu Hua's expression was terrible. They were on the brink of success today. He knew in his heart that it would be difficult for him to have another chance as such to attack Su Zimo in the future. Given the potential Su Zimo currently displayed, he would definitely be able to become a perfected immortal in the future. At that time, he would become a personal disciple of the sect master. Furthermore, given Su Zimo's foundation, this person might even threaten his status in the academy in the future. Right now, he could only rely on Yunting to kill Su Zimo in the fight for rank 1 on the heaven ranking. That was the only way he could resolve this matter. The sect master of the academy is truly unfathomable and can calculate everything. He even knows about what's going on in Divine Firmament Palace. Immortal King Xianxia murmured meaningfully. "Junior brother Su, you can rest assured now." Mo Qing heaved a sigh of relief. "The academy has always been fair and will definitely not let you suffer or be framed. Master has personally appeared to protect you this time round. Let's see who else dares to say anything." Mo Qing looked at Sword Immortal Yu Hua in disgust. Sword Immortal Yu Hua's behavior this time round had made her completely disappointed in this senior brother. To begin with, she did not have much feelings towards Sword Immortal Yu Hua. However, at the very least, she acknowledged him as her senior brother. From this day forth, she was not even willing to acknowledge his identity as senior brother Yu Hua. Su Zimo remained silent. He was naturally grateful that the sect master of the academy was willing to step in. However, he did not agree with Mo Qing's words of fairness. For someone like Sword Immortal Yu Hua who joined forces with outsiders to attack his fellow sect mate, he should be severely punished. At best, his cultivation should be crippled and he should be kicked out of the academy. Even if he was killed, it wouldn't be overboard. However, the sect master of the academy did not say anything. Of course, he might have some difficulties or it might be due to other reasons. Although Su Zimo was displeased, he would not mention it nor would he make use of the sect's power to suppress Sword Immortal Yu Hua. After today's matter, things were irreconcilable between them. Only one of them would be alive in the future and there was no room for negotiation. If he made use of the sect rules to punish Sword Immortal Yu Hua, it would be way too easy on the latter. One day, Su Zimo would settle him personally. Right then, Immortal King Xianxia raised his voice and said, "Due to the changes that occurred in the Divine Firmament Immortal Meet, the fight for the heaven ranking will be postponed for 3 days." No one had any objections to that. Firstly, the Divine Firmament Hall was already in a mess and needed to be repaired. This was originally a battlefield prepared for the heaven ranking battle. How could it withstand the killing power of dozens of perfected immortals? The entire battlefield had already turned into ruins with almost no place to settle down. Secondly, more than 10 perfected immortal experts died in the battle earlier on. Even Zhu Wuying, one of the 3 great sword immortals, was dead. This was considered a huge matter. Be it the Great Gene Immortal Kingdom or Flying Immortal Sect, they both required some time to deal with it. Of course, the 3 days would not amount to nothing for the many cultivators who were here for the Divine Firmament Immortal meet. In Divine Firmament Palace, there were various marketplaces where cultivators could exchange for treasures, and it was bustling. Every year, some cultivators would find treasures in these marketplaces. After saying that, Immortal King Qingyang left. Many cultivators in the Divine Firmament Hall discussed the battle of the perfected immortals excitedly and gradually retreated. Some of them wandered around Divine Firmament Palace. Some of them returned to their residences to recuperate and adjust their conditions, prepared to face the ranking battle of the heaven ranking 3 days later. Su Zimo, be honest. What's your relationship with my sister? Right then, Yun Ting's voice sounded in Su Zimo's mind with an unfriendly tone. We can be considered as friends. Su Zimo replied. Friends? Who are you kidding? What kind of a friend can make my sister fight with her life on the line? Yun Ting scoffed and said sourly, even if something happens to me, my sister might not be so nervous. He had long noticed that Yun Zhu's treatment of Su Zimo was unusual. Yun Zhu's behavior today confirmed his guess even more. Su Zimo, let me warn you, don't harbor designs on my sister. Yun Ting sent another voice transmission and said fiercely. Su Zimo was a little helpless. You've misunderstood. There's nothing between me and Yun Zhu. In his opinion, the reason why Yun Zhu was willing to stand out and help him was because he had once saved her life in Avicii. This matter involved the martial Dao prime body, and he would naturally not explain it in detail to Yun Ting. Hey! Right then, Yun Zhu suddenly sent a voice transmission to Su Zimo's spirit consciousness and asked in a seemingly casual manner, how do you know Junyu? Su Zimo said, I don't know her. Today is also the first time I'm seeing her. Naturally, Yun Zhu would not believe it. She sneered internally and pouted. You don't know her and yet she's so protective of you? I'm not too sure why either. Su Zimo could vaguely guess the reason, but he could not confirm it. Su Zimo, follow me. Right then, Junyu turned to Su Zimo and said, huh? Stunned for a moment, Su Zimo asked instinctively, where? My room, Junyu said before leading the way. Wah! Su Zimo hesitated for a moment. In order to verify his guess, he decided to follow. Gritting her teeth, Yun Zhu rolled her eyes at Su Zimo and thought to herself, how dare you say that you don't know Junyu? You're even going to her room now. Mo Qing had a calm expression and did not say anything. However, she followed behind Su Zimo. Sister Mo Qing. Yun Zhu held Mo Qing back hurriedly. Su Zimo was invited by Junyu. Let's not go over. How can that do? Mo Qing frowned slightly. What if those people refuse to give up and attack junior brother Su again in these 3 days? It's safer to follow them. That's true. Yun Zhu's eyes lit up as she nodded. Let's go take a look together. Su Zimo left the Divine Firmament Hall with Chess Immortal Junyu and headed towards the resting place of Mountain Sea Immortal Sect. Painting Immortal Mo Qing and Book Immortal Yun Zhu followed behind as well. Many cultivators dropped their jaws in shock when they saw that. Nobody knew the exact details and their imaginations were naturally running wild. At that moment, Su Zimo did not know that the gossip between him and the 3 fairies would spread through the 9 Firmament Immortal domain in less than 3 days. Furthermore, the commotion and impact caused by this matter far surpassed the Divine Firmament Immortal meet. Before long, Su Zimo followed Junyu to a quiet residence. After passing through a fake mountain and flowing water, Su Zimo and Junyu entered a room in a courtyard surrounded by greenery before closing the door. Yun Zhu and Mo Qing followed them all the way to the residence. When Su Zimo and Junyu entered the room, Mo Qing gradually stopped in her tracks. She stood in the courtyard and admired the flowers and plants around her, as though she had no intention of continuing into the room. Sister Mo Qing, why aren't you continuing? Yun Zhu blinked and asked. Mo Qing was surprised and asked, where to? Yunju pointed to a room not far away and whispered, "Sister, aren't you curious what the two of them are doing inside?" "No." Emoching shook her head gently. "The door is tightly shut, so it must be something important. Let's not disturb them. Furthermore, guarding here is enough to ensure junior brother Su's safety. There's no need for us to enter." Yunju stomped her feet gently and looked at the innocent Emoching exasperatedly, feeling both angry and amused. There were probably not many things in this world that could interest this sister Emoching of hers. Although Yunju was curious, Emoching was ambivalent. When Emoching saw that Yunju seemed to be troubled, she frowned and thought for a moment, as though she understood something. "Sister, are you worried that junior brother Su will be in danger inside?" Emoching smiled. "Don't worry. Given fellow Taoist Junyu's behavior earlier on, she shouldn't be here to harm junior brother Su." Yunju was speechless. Naturally, she could not voice her thoughts and could only stammer and stand outside with Emoching. In the room, the moment the door closed, Su Zimo could clearly sense that the entire room seemed to be shrouded by an invisible force that could block all senses and detection from the outside world. It was as though he had entered Junyu's chess game and could only be manipulated by the other party. "Fellow Taoist Junyu, thank you for standing up for me earlier." Su Zimo bowed slightly to Junyu and cupped his fists in thanks. "Have a seat." Junyu did not reply. Instead, she pointed to a cushion on the ground and invited Su Zimo to take a seat before kneeling on the opposite cushion. Su Zimo hesitated for a moment before arriving opposite Junyu. The two of them faced one another and were less than 2 arms apart. The moment Su Zimo sat down, Junyu spoke, "You don't have to thank me for today's matter. Instead, I should apologize to you." Junyu saved his life and she even wanted to apologize to him? Su Zimo was dumbfounded and almost bounced up from the cushion. He looked into Junyu's eyes carefully and after ensuring that the other party was not joking, he laughed bitterly and asked, "Fellow Taoist Junyu, well, how should I begin? I don't think we knew one another previously, right?" "Indeed, we don't." Junyu replied, "The reason why I'm here is because I was entrusted to do so." "Is it Immortal Queen Ling Long of the Green Firmament Immortal Domain?" Su Zimo probed. "Yes." Junyu nodded. Earlier on, when Junyu released the 9 palace subtle steps, Su Zimo had already guessed that possibility. Now that Junyu admitted it personally, he was certain. Fairy Ling Long had spent a lot of time with the human monarch and should know about the existence of the martial Tao prime body. Naturally, she could guess that desolate marshal who killed everyone in the Jade Firmament Immortal Domain was his martial Tao true body. That was the reason why Fairy Ling Long entrusted Chess Immortal Yu, who was in the Divine Firmament Immortal Domain, to come and save him. However, Su Zimo did not know what the relationship between Fairy Ling Long and Chess Immortal Junyu was, or how they knew one another. Junyu pondered for a moment. "I've known Immortal Queen Ling Long for a long time. Initially, I was the one who headed to the Green Firmament Immortal Domain to challenge Lin Lei. That was how I got to know Immortal Queen Ling Long. Later on, I heard that Immortal Queen Ling Long was also good at chess, so I stayed in the Green Firmament Immortal Domain and sparred with her." At that point, Junyu paused. Su Zimo lamented internally. It's said that Chess Immortal Junyu loves to fight and is obsessed with chess. Indeed, the reason why she got to know Lin Lei and Fairy Ling Long was because she went to challenge them and sparred in chess. Junyu continued, "I'm obsessed with chess. Before I met Immortal Queen Ling Long, I had never lost either." Su Zimo raised his brow slightly. In other words, Chess Immortal Junyu could not compare to Fairy Ling Long in terms of chess. Chess had nothing to do with the cultivation realms of both parties. It was entirely based on one's understanding of chess, comprehension and ability to control the entire situation. Therefore, Fairy Ling Long's victory over Junyu was not considered bullying. "What was the score between you and Immortal Queen Ling Long?" Su Zimo asked. Junyu replied, "I never won." "Su Zimo," Junyu said, "in terms of understanding and comprehension of chess, I'm similar to Immortal Queen Ling Long. However, in chess, Immortal Queen Ling Long's judgment and control of the situation are far superior to mine." When he heard that, Su Zimo's heart skipped a beat, and a look of realization flashed through his eyes. Fairy Ling Long's Dermic Dao was indeed extremely useful in chess, and she could seize the initiative in every aspect. To me, Immortal Queen Ling Long is like a teacher and a friend. Junyu sighed gently. Initially, I wished to acknowledge her as my master. However, she did not take me in because she was worried that I would be implicated due to the internal and external troubles of the Battle Kingdom. However, I benefited immensely every time I played against Immortal Queen Ling Long. 1,000 years ago, Immortal Queen Ling Long suddenly called me over and entrusted me with something. She wanted me to help take care of you if you encounter any danger in the Divine Firmament Immortal domain from then on. At that point, Su Zimo finally understood the entire situation. 1,000 years ago, the martial Dao Prime Body saved Lin Lei and Lin Luo. Fairy Ling Long was grateful and summoned Chess Immortal Junyu, entrusting her with this matter. It was not because Fairy Ling Long had accurately divined that he would encounter danger at the Divine Firmament Immortal meet 1,000 years later. Actually, I should have arrived early for this Divine Firmament Immortal meet, Junyu said. However, before we parted ways last time, Immortal Queen Ling Long gave me 9 different zugzwangs for me to break out from and comprehend. Immortal Queen Ling Long once said that some of her Dermic Dao is in the 9 zugzwangs. For the past 1,000 years, I've been trying to break out from the 9 Ling Long zugzwangs and had benefited from them. The 9 palace subtle steps that I used to break free from the encirclement of Meng Yao and the others in the Divine Firmament Hall previously was hidden in the 9 Ling Long zugzwangs. I see. Su Zimo was enlightened. It was no wonder why Junyu could release the 9 palace subtle steps. It was because Immortal Queen Ling Long was imparting the Dao through chess. From that, it could be seen how much Immortal Queen Ling Long liked and valued Junyu. Junyu said apologetically, I was lost in the zugzwangs and forgot about the Divine Firmament Immortal meet. That was why I was late and nearly caused a huge mistake to happen. Fellow Taoist, there's no need for that. No matter what, I was only spared because you arrived in time. Su Zimo expressed his thanks once more. Let's play a chess game. Suddenly, Junyu said. Ha! Su Zimo was stunned for a moment before shaking his head. I don't know how to play chess and I've never played with anyone before. He had only come into contact with the Tao of chess when he was young and studying. However, he was not interested in this aspect and did not study it. When he started cultivating thereafter, he was even less interested in it. Do you know the rules? Junyu asked again. I only know a little, Su Zimo replied. He was puzzled as to why Junyu would suddenly want to play chess with him. What Su Zimo did not know was that Junyu was even more puzzled. Back when Fairy Ling Long imparted the 9 Ling Long zugzwangs to her, she once told Junyu that if the latter had a chance, she should show them to Su Zimo. Fairy Ling Long even said that the two of them could communicate with one another if there was anything they did not understand. Initially, Junyu thought that since Fairy Ling Long said that Su Zimo would definitely be proficient in chess. However, she did not expect that Su Zimo only knew a little about chess and had never played before. That's a little strange. Junyu frowned slightly. No matter what, since Fairy Ling Long was the one who asked her to do it, she did not think too much about it. Let me teach you. Since she wanted to show Su Zimo the Ling Long zugzwangs, she first had to teach him the rules. It was not difficult for Su Zimo to get started at chess. Junyu merely explained a few things casually. Given his talent, Su Zimo had already mastered it in less than 10 minutes. Junyu placed the astral chessboard between the two of them before waving her robes. White and black chess pieces fell onto the chessboard, taking place on each side to form a zugzwang. This is the first Ling Long zugzwang. If you're black, how do you get out of this? Initially, Junyu wanted to spar with Su Zimo for a few rounds. However, she lost interest when she saw that he did not know much about chess and was just inducted into it today. After she explained the rules of the game to Su Zimo, she set out the Ling Long zugzwang for Su Zimo to read and figure out. Regardless of whether Su Zimo could resolve it, she had to complete Fairy Ling Long's request. Su Zimo looked at the chessboard before him and fell into deep thought. Rather than calling it a zugzwang, it was more like checkmate. The black chess pieces he was controlling were restricted everywhere on the chessboard and were surrounded by white chess pieces. There were obstacles stacked upon one another continuously. This was a dead end without any chance of survival. Su Zimo pinched a black chess piece with his fingertips and stared at the astral chessboard for a long time without placing it down. That was because no matter how he thought about it, he could not find a solution. He had nowhere out no matter where he placed the black piece. The Tao of chess was unpredictable and every single move would lead to countless changes. That was an extremely high requirement for one's mental strength. An hour passed and he sat there motionlessly. The more he calculated, the more chaotic his mind became. His chest felt vexed and he had a splitting headache. Su Zimo closed his eyes hurriedly and composed himself, panting slightly. Junyu was not surprised at all and merely smiled faintly. The Tao of chess was easy to learn but difficult to master. In a game of chess, there were many mysterious dermic Taos. A single essence can create duality. Duality creates 4 phenomenons which then splits into 8 trigrams. Everything within heaven and earth that's encompassed by the heavenly cycle can all be reflected in this chessboard that was 2 feet square. The chessboard was heaven and earth, the starry skies and the universe. It was all-encompassing and could accommodate anything. Su Zimo had just learned how to play chess. How could he know how to resolve such an exquisite Ling-Long Zugzwang? The 9 Ling-Long Zugzwangs were one more complicated and mysterious than the other towards the end. She had cultivated the Tao of chess for many years but had only lost to Fairy Ling-Long. Even with her comprehension of chess, it took her an entire day to resolve the first Ling-Long Zugzwang. Right then, Su Zimo's breathing had already stabilized. However, he did not open his eyes. Holding the black chess piece between 2 fingers, he placed it on a spot on the astral chessboard. Thereafter, Su Zimo opened his eyes and looked at the Ling-Long Zugzwang before him. He heaved a sigh of relief and smiled. Eh? On the other end, Junyu could not help but exclaim softly in surprise when she saw Su Zimo's move. That was because this move was the key to resolving the first Ling-Long Zugzwang. Although that move seemed like it killed a portion of his black chess pieces, it actually opened up the board by capturing the opponent's pieces as well. It was a mysterious move that allowed him to seek life within death itself. How is that possible? Frowning slightly, Junyu instinctively thought that Su Zimo had merely done it by accident. She did not say much and continued playing with the white chess piece in her hands. After Su Zimo's seemingly suicidal move with his black chess piece, the situation changed drastically. The space on his board was vast and he could move freely without any restraints, killing his way out. Given Su Zimo's talent, it did not take long for him to break out of the encirclement after playing the critical move. He formed a standoff with the white chess pieces and dispelled the Ling-Long Zugzwang perfectly. Junyu knew that it was meaningless to continue with the game and retracted the black and white chess pieces. She looked at Su Zimo in surprise. Fellow Taoist Su, you have a strong talent and comprehension in chess that's truly rare indeed. Although she said that, she still had immense doubts towards Su Zimo. She still felt that Su Zimo's move earlier on was merely a lucky hit. Furthermore, it took her an entire day to resolve this situation. As a beginner, Su Zimo only took slightly more than an hour. How was that possible? In reality, under normal circumstances, even if Su Zimo racked his brains and gave it his all, he would not be able to dispel the Ling-Long Zugzwang. However, just as he closed his eyes and gradually composed himself, a thought flashed through his mind. A black-robed woman who wielded a horsetail whip and utilized a strange footwork appeared. The black-robed woman was the phantom that the martial Tao Prime body saw during the 10th tribulation. At that moment, a strange feeling rose in Su Zimo's heart. As though she was on the astral chessboard, the black-robed woman transformed into a black chess piece in his hands and was in a dead end, facing attacks from all directions. However, the black-robed woman was not flustered at all and took a shocking step forward, breaking out of the situation instantly. Pursuing that feeling, Su Zimo placed the black chess piece. The spot where he placed the chess piece was where the black-robed woman took a step forward. Thereafter, Su Zimo opened his eyes and looked over. By then, the situation of the Ling-Long Zugzwang had already changed. A path of survival had opened up for the black chess pieces. Su Zimo was a little excited. He recalled the Ling Long Zugzwang earlier on and compared it to the footwork displayed by the black-robed woman. Gradually, a realization flashed through his mind as though he had understood something. The footwork displayed by the black-robed woman was actually the 9 palace subtle steps. However, Su Zimo had only seen the form and process of the black-robed woman's footwork. It was almost impossible for him to truly comprehend that footwork. But now, Fairy Ling Long had infused the dermic Tao of the 9 palace subtle steps into the Ling Long Zugzwang. On the surface, it looked like she was making them resolve the Zugzwang. However, in reality, she was making use of it to impart the dermic Tao. Unconvinced, Junyu waved her robes and scattered another 100-odd pieces on the astral chessboard, setting the second Ling Long Zugzwang. All these years, she had been focused on resolving the Ling Long Zugzwangs. Therefore, she had long memorized all 9 Ling Long Zugzwangs. Su Zimo had just resolved 1 Ling Long Zugzwang and was in high spirits. When he saw Junyu set up the second set, he did not hesitate and observed the chessboard immediately. For the second Ling Long Zugzwang, although the situation of the black chess pieces was completely different from the previous game, it was still a hopeless situation. First, Su Zimo tried to resolve it himself. 2 hours later, although he had some clues, he was still unsure and did not make a move for a long time. He closed his eyes once more and imagined himself as a black piece in the Ling Long Zugzwang. How was he going to break free from such a group attack? The black-robed woman's figure appeared in his mind once more. Su Zimo looked at the black-robed woman's footsteps and verified it against the Ling Long Zugzwang continuously. A moment later, Su Zimo's heart skipped a beat and he finally placed his piece. Piak! The black chess piece landed steadily on a spot on the astral chessboard. Junyu raised her brow slightly. That move was the key to resolving the second Ling Long Zugzwang. Without batting an eyelid, Junyu placed a white chess piece and played against Su Zimo. The second Ling Long Zugzwang was much more complicated than the first. Although he had taken the first move, he was not out of the dead end yet. During this period of time, there were still many traps and countless tribulations awaiting Su Zimo. Before long, Su Zimo made his second move. This time round, Junyu's heart skipped a beat as she looked at Su Zimo deeply. If Su Zimo's first time was an accident and his second time was a coincidence, there was no way this third time could be one of those as well. Fellow Taoist Su, you were just pretending earlier on, right? Junyu asked with a fake smile. At that moment, Su Zimo's mind was completely immersed in the Ling Long Zugzwang. He verified it against the black-robed woman's footwork and comprehended the dermic Tao of the Zugzwang, ignoring Junyu's words. The two of them continued to play for dozens of rounds with Junyu taking the white side and she gradually gained the upper hand. However, Junyu knew in her heart that in reality, Su Zimo had already resolved the second Ling Long Zugzwang with 2 amazing moves he made in succession. Back then, it took her an entire 7 days to resolve the second Ling Long Zugzwang. Without another word, Junyu scattered the black and white chess pieces once more and set up the third Ling Long Zugzwang. Taking a deep breath of air, Su Zimo immersed himself in it once more. Yunju and Mo Qing stood guard outside. In the blink of an eye, an entire day and night had passed. Yunju squatted on the stone step and held an ancient book in both hands, as though she was focused on reading. However, in reality, the ancient book she opened had been on the same page for a few hours. Yunju carried many books in her storage bag. Initially, she intended to read casually here. After all, 3 days was fleeting. However, it did not take long for her to give up on reading. It was not because the book was bad, but because her mind was not calm. Although her gaze was fixed on the words in the ancient book, her mind was long already on the room and her imagination was running wild. Realizing her state, Yunju sighed gently and put away the ancient book in her hands, looking not far away. On the other side, a woman stood quietly. She was gentle and elegant, holding a brush and drawing the flowers, trees, rocks and water in the courtyard on a piece of paper. The woman fused with the mountains and rivers in the courtyard. Her existence was like the most beautiful painting in the world. Yunju smiled gently. For this innocent sister Mo Qing, it would not be a problem for her to draw here for another 3 or 30 years, let alone 3 days and nights. Yunju stood up and came to Mo Qing's side, waving gently. Sister Yunju, what's wrong? Mo Qing turned and asked. Yunju pointed in the direction of Jun Yu's room. The two of them went in for so long and haven't come out for an entire day and night. There's no activity either. Yes. Mo Qing nodded. Indeed. It's a little strange. Yunju said mysteriously. Do you want to go in and take a look to see what the two of them are doing? Will that be a little abrupt? Mo Qing frowned slightly with a hesitant expression. Nothing much. Yunju said. We're just here to pay a visit. It's not like we're going to barge in directly. All right? Mo Qing nodded in agreement. Yunju and Mo Qing arrived at Jun Yu's room. Yunju went forward and said loudly, I'm Yunju, fellow Taoist Jun Yu. I'm here with Mo Qing to pay you a visit. Please open the door. After a while, there was no response from the room. Yunju said in a low voice, There's a seal in this room that blocks spirit consciousness and sound. I'll head up and try knocking. As she said that, Yunju walked forward and knocked on the door gently. After knocking a few times, a gap appeared in the door. The door was unlocked. Yunju pushed the door open softly and saw Su Zimo and Junyu kneeling opposite one another on cushions in the room with a game of chess in between them. The two of them were playing chess intensely. Yunju's mouth was slightly agape and she was dumbfounded. She had thought of countless images, but this scene before her was the only one she did not expect. Mo Qing was surprised as well when she saw that. Come in, both of you. Close the door. Jun Yu's voice sounded. Yunju and Mo Qing entered the room and turned to close the door. Su Zimo seemed to be immersed in the chess game and did not even notice Yunju and Mo Qing's arrival. The two of you played chess for an entire day and night? Yunju asked in disbelief. Yes. Junyu nodded and looked at Su Zimo with a conflicted expression. In just a day and night, this beginner in chess had resolved 6 Ling-Long zugzwangs in succession. This was completely beyond her imagination. Back then, she took a day to resolve the first Ling-Long zugzwang. It took her 7 days to resolve the second. The third took her an entire month. By the time she resolved the 6th zugzwang, it was a full 100 years. In that 100 years, she did not cultivate at all and spent all her time and energy on resolving the Ling-Long zugzwangs. That torment was still fresh in her memories. She had spent more than 100 years to resolve the first 6 Ling-Long zugzwangs. However, this disciple of the academy before her only took a day and night. Right now, Su Zimo was already attempting to resolve the 7th Ling-Long zugzwang. Back then, it took her even more time to resolve the 7th Ling-Long zugzwang, almost 500 years. Junyu did not dare to guess how much time Su Zimo would take to resolve the 7th Ling-Long zugzwang. However, at that moment, she finally understood why Fairy Ling-Long wanted the two of them to communicate. This beginner in chess was indeed qualified to interact with her. In reality, the reason why Fairy Ling-Long could make that judgment was because Lin Luo had told her that Su Zimo seemed to have released the 9 palace subtle steps by accident. Fairy Ling-Long was extremely surprised by that. She guessed that Su Zimo might have come into contact with the 9 palace subtle steps, but he had not truly mastered it. That was the reason why Fairy Ling-Long hid the Dermic Tao of the 9 palace subtle steps in the 9 Ling-Long zugzwangs. She wanted to make use of them to impart the Dermic Tao through chess in return for desolate Marshal saving Lin Lei and his sister. As expected of the chess immortal, Yunju chuckled. Junyu was obsessed with chess and actually dragged Su Zimo to play chess in the room for an entire day and night. Ordinary people would not be able to do something like that. Mo Qing looked at the chessboard on the astral chessboard and asked curiously, Junior brother Su is also proficient in chess such that he's able to play against you, fellow Taoist? Junyu had a conflicted expression. Fellow Taoist Su's talent in chess is truly yes. It's indescribable. In terms of chess strength alone, Su Zimo was far inferior to her in terms of the layout of chess, formations, strategies, plans, and other technicalities. After all, Su Zimo had just learned the rules of chess and could only be considered as a beginner. However, in the game of chess, the talent, comprehension, psychology, play, spirit, and determination displayed by Su Zimo were comparable to hers. In fact, in some aspects, he might even be above her. Furthermore, Su Zimo was often able to come up with earth-shaking moves such as fighting to survive in the face of death, breaking through absolute stalemates. Yunju was surprised as well. She had dabbled in chess as well and was rather skilled. However, she was defeated in multiple games against Junyu back then. To think that Su Zimo would receive such a high evaluation from Junyu in terms of chess. Right now, the chessboard looks a little. Yunju merely swept her gaze across the astral chessboard. When she caught sight of the chessboard, she frowned and wanted to speak but stopped. Given her skills in chess, there was no way she could survive if she was on the side of black. Or rather, this chess game was a dead end. Junyu did not hide things from Yunju and Mo Qing either. I've prepared 9 zugzwangs. Fellow Taoist Su has already cleared 6 in succession. Right now, the two of you are looking at the 7th. The Ling Long zugzwangs were incomparably profound and unpredictable. Even if Junyu and Mo Qing watched from the side, they could not make out anything. Mo Qing was not interested in chess. She merely found a cushion not far away from Su Zimo and assumed a lotus position. Yunju stood at the side and glared at the zugzwang, wanting to find a way to resolve it. However, even after half a day, Su Zimo did not manage to make a move and Yunju had no clue either. Not only that, she stared at the Ling Long zugzwang for a long time and expended a lot of mental energy. It was even more exhausting than fighting for a long time. Yunju shook her head gently and closed her eyes, gradually calming down. Fellow Taoist, how long did it take you to resolve this zugzwang? After resting for a while, Yunju opened her eyes and asked Junyu. Since Junyu laid out this zugzwang, she definitely had a way of resolving it. Nearly 500 years. Junyu did not hide anything and gave a figure. Yunju was secretly speechless. Even with Junyu's skills and understanding of chess, it took her 500 years to resolve this zugzwang. She no longer intended to continue trying. Given her chess skills, she might not be able to resolve this zugzwang even after 5,000 or 50,000 years. Yunju's heart skipped a beat as she suddenly asked, Fellow Taoist, how long did you take to clear the 6th zugzwang? After a moment of silence, Junyu replied, More than 100 years. Yunju smirked and a smile flashed through her eyes. She did not continue asking. Junyu had just mentioned that Su Zimo had cleared 6 zugzwangs in a day and night. This meant that Su Zimo took less than a day and night to clear the 6th zugzwang. At the very least, Junyu had already lost to Su Zimo in this aspect. Yunju was extremely interested when she discovered this. However, she did not highlight it as a form of respect for Junyu. The 7th Ling Long zugzwang gave Yunju a headache. She did not continue to try and resolve it. Instead, she gave up and casually found a cushion to sit on. Yunju had read a lot of books and had a broad perspective and a carefree nature. She understood that there were many things in this world that could not be accomplished even if she exhausted her entire life's efforts. Since that was the case, why force and make things difficult for herself? Giving up at the right time was also a form of wisdom. There were things that others might be able to do, but so what? In this world, humans were different to begin with. Indeed, Junyu was superior to her in terms of chess. However, her understanding of the history of the upper world and the past of many experts was far inferior to the chess immortal. Su Zimo closed his eyes and recalled the scene of the black-robed woman releasing the 9 palaces' subtle steps repeatedly. He compared it with the 7th Ling Long zugzwang before him. The reason why he was able to resolve the first 6 Ling Long zugzwangs in a single day and night was because of this technique. However, towards the end, the Ling Long zugzwangs became more complicated and were filled with countless possibilities. The number of steps that had to be calculated and the control of the situation required had far surpassed Su Zimo's imagination. He spent half a day deducing. Not only did he fail to resolve the zugzwang, his mind was in extreme chaos. After pondering for a moment, Su Zimo suddenly took out a seed from his storage bag and held it in his palm. The moment he held the seed, his mind regained clarity and the complicated clues gradually sorted out. That seed was the Bodhi seed he snatched from the jade firmament immortal domain. The Bodhi seed was extremely beneficial to his cultivation. The improvement to cultivation speed itself was secondary. Most importantly, holding the Bodhi seed could greatly increase a cultivator's comprehension ability and maintain their clarity of mind and sharpness. The Bodhi seed originated from one of the 3 sacred trees of the Buddhist monasteries, the Bodhi tree. Legend has it that at the start of the upper world, Buddha meditated for 7 days and nights under the Bodhi tree and defeated the temptation of countless evil demons. When daybreak arrived, he gained great comprehension and became the Buddha. The 3 sacred trees of the Buddhist monasteries had their own origins and were all related to Buddha. Legend has it that Buddha was born beneath the Ashoka tree and attained the Tao beneath the Bodhi tree, undergoing nirvana beneath the Sal tree. Because of that, the 3 trees obtained the Tao of Buddha and eventually became the 3 sacred trees that protected the pure land of bliss. Su Zimo held the Bodhi seed and recalled the process of the black-robed woman releasing the 9 palace subtle steps once more. He did not let go of every single detail and verified them against the Zugzwang. Unknowingly, the sun set and night descended. Su Zimo held the Bodhi seed in one hand and the black chess piece in the other. He had a focused expression and maintained his posture motionlessly. Finally, at daybreak with a bang, Su Zimo took over the black side and made his move on the chessboard. He's finally made his move. Yun Zhu was invigorated and looked over hurriedly. Jun Yu's eyes lit up at the sight of that move. That move was the key to resolving the 7th Ling Long Zugzwang. However, that move by itself was far from enough to resolve the Ling Long Zugzwang completely. After that, there were at least 6 more moves Su Zimo had to make, without any mistakes no less, before he could resolve the Zugzwang. Jun Yu remained silent and placed a white chess piece. Su Zimo's second move was extremely fast and he did not think at all, as though everything was already planned. Jun Yu was expressionless. Su Zimo's second move was not wrong either. She continued playing. Su Zimo replied swiftly and placed his piece for the 3rd time. The 2 of them continued playing and within a few breaths, each of them placed 7 pieces in succession. Yun Zhu watched from the side in a daze and could not even keep up with their thoughts. However, after the 2 of them placed their pieces respectively, she looked at the chessboard and realized that the black chess pieces had already broken free from the encirclement of the white chess pieces. From then on, the outlook was promising. Putting away the chess pieces on the chessboard, Jun Yu looked at Su Zimo who was opposite her. She put away her initial contempt and said in a deep voice, "There are 2 more Zugzwangs left. I've comprehended the 8th Zugzwang for more than 500 years, but I still have no clue. Fellow Taoist Su, please guide me without holding back." "You flatter me." Su Zimo waved it off hurriedly. He knew his own limits. If he had not seen the black-robed woman's footwork and did not have the help of the Bodhi seed, he would not have been able to resolve the 7 Ling Long Zugzwangs. In the past 2 days and nights, Su Zimo had benefited immensely and had already comprehended the essence of the 9 palace subtle steps. Waving her robes, Jun Yu scattered more than 200 pieces on the astral chessboard. This game was almost over. However, the situation on the chessboard was even more complicated and profound, far surpassing the 7th Ling Long Zugzwang. Su Zimo held the Bodhi seed in his hands and recalled the black-robed woman's footsteps. He verified them against the chessboard but could not find a way to resolve it. On the 3rd day, even when night fell, he had no clue. "This Zugzwang is way too complicated and has already surpassed my understanding." Su Zimo frowned slightly and shook his head. Jun Yu sighed gently as well. "I spent more than 500 years deducing this Zugzwang, but I couldn't continue after taking a few steps." As she said that, Jun Yu laid out the situation of her chess pieces and suggested some solutions to discuss with Su Zimo. However, after 2 hours, the 2 of them still gained nothing from the 8th Ling Long Zugzwang. "Let me think about it again," Su Zimo said and closed his eyes. A moment later, he opened his eyes once more and his pupils that were initially clear transformed into 2 strange purple flames. Spirit consonance art, the ability to convey what he saw. Although the martial Tao prime body was in Avicii, He made use of the power of the spirit consonance art and looked through the eyes of the green lotus true body to see the 8th Linglong Zugzwang. The martial Tao prime body was in seclusion, and Su Zimo initially had no intention of alarming him. However, on second thought, Su Zimo felt that the Linglong Zugzwangs were extremely mysterious and might be able to give the martial Tao prime body some inspiration and help him perfect the martial Tao. The changes in Su Zimo's body were not obvious. If one did not pay attention, almost no one would notice the abnormality in his eyes. Jun Yu's senses were sharp. As though she sensed something, she raised her head and glanced at Su Zimo, frowning slightly. Su Zimo was still a grade 8 heaven immortal. Apart from the strange look in his eyes, there did not seem to be any changes to his body. However, there was an indescribable feeling in Jun Yu's heart. Su Zimo seemed to have changed. For some unknown reason, Jun Yu felt an unprecedented pressure as she knelt in front of Su Zimo. The pressure even made her uneasy. How could this be? Jun Yu shook her head gently in confusion. Under normal circumstances, she would not feel this way even against an immortal king. At the side, Yunju noticed the change in Su Zimo's eyes as well. She knew of the existence of the martial Tao prime body. She did not know what was happening to Su Zimo's body at the moment. However, she guessed that the person before her had probably changed to desolate marshal of the fiend domain. Mo Qing was drawing quietly at the side and did not notice the commotion. Naturally, she did not notice the change in Su Zimo. Su Zimo's eyes burned with 2 purple flames as he fused the dermic Tao and divine charm of the astral chessboard into the martial Tao furnace to refine it. In order to perfect the martial Tao, the prime body had browsed through countless cultivation techniques and secret skills, and summarized countless dermic arts and true meanings. The judgment and experience of the martial Tao prime body far surpassed the green lotus true body who was still at the heaven essence realm. In the eyes of the martial Tao prime body, the astral chessboard was another world. There were 19 horizontal and vertical lines. In reality, the board was formed by the endless extension of 9 square grids. At that moment, under the gaze of the martial Tao prime body, the black-robed woman seemed to have turned into a chess piece and walked around the Linglong Zugzwang. Every single step of the black-robed woman was unexpected. However, upon closer inspection, one could tell that every single step of the black-robed woman had a deeper meaning. Towards the end, the black-robed woman actually took a step in the void beside the chessboard. Although that step seemed like it landed nowhere, Su Zimo shuddered. "I see," Su Zimo murmured softly. "Fellow Taoist Su, have you found a way to resolve it?" Junyu asked with a frown, unable to believe it. Su Zimo did not reply and merely placed a black chess piece. Junyu pondered for a moment before she took on the side of the white chess pieces to go against him on the astral chessboard. Towards the end, Junyu's speed slowed down. Often, she would have to think for a long time for every step she took. However, Su Zimo's moves became faster and faster. Finally, at daybreak, the 8th Linglong Zugzwang was over and Su Zimo had already resolved it perfectly. "Fellow Taoist, please guide me." Junyu did not dare to be negligent. She stood up first and cupped her fists before asking sincerely. This Zugzwang was indeed complicated, and its intent is even more transcendent. Su Zimo's tone was calm. The 8th Zugzwang describes the power of space. The 9 palace subtle steps does not only exist in a single level. It can traverse in all directions. With that, we can think of it as the creation of an alternate path to carve a way of survival. At that moment, although the person sitting opposite Junyu was Su Zimo, in reality, the martial Tao prime body had yet to leave. Therefore, there was a hint of coldness in his tone. A look of realization flashed through Junyu's eyes as she lamented internally. So, the way to break out of this situation lies in the dimension of space. It was no wonder why I had no clue at all. In reality, even if they comprehended the 9 palace subtle steps of this level, Junyu and Su Zimo would not be able to release it given their cultivation realms. The 9 palace subtle steps of this level required a cultivator to reach the immortal king realm and open up a grotto heaven. "Where's the 9th? Su Zimo asked. Without hesitation, Junyu set up the 9th Zugzwang. Su Zimo's eyes burned with purple flames as he deduced the ninth Ling Long Zugzwang together with the martial Tao prime body. Right then, when Mo Qing heard the conversation at the side, she could sense something odd about Su Zimo's tone and turned back instinctively. She happened to see the two purple flames in Su Zimo's eyes. MMM? Mo Qing opened her mouth slightly and froze on the spot. For some unknown reason, when she saw Su Zimo's eyes burning with flames, the image of the man in purple robes and silver mask suddenly flashed through her mind. Back in Avicii, the purple flames appeared in Desolate Marshall's eyes as well. Their eyes were way too similar. Mo Qing was well versed in the Tao of painting and was meticulous in her observation of things. Her judgment was even more brilliant than Yunju and Junyu. She had even drawn a portrait of Desolate Marshall personally. Because Desolate Marshall wore a silver mask, Mo Qing spent the most effort on Desolate Marshall's eyes in that portrait. It could be said that Desolate Marshall's eyes were already imprinted in her mind. Therefore, when she saw Su Zimo's eyes, Mo Qing immediately thought of Desolate Marshall of the Fiend Domain. Both of them must have mastered the same visual technique secret skill, right? Mo Qing was puzzled and thought to herself. Right then, hurried footsteps sounded from outside, as though someone was about to barge in. Yun Ting's face was livid as he arrived at Jun Yu's room in a huff. Just as he was about to barge in, he seemed to have thought of something and hesitated. For the past 3 days, there were all sorts of rumors about Su Zimo and the four great fairies. Furthermore, they got more exaggerated and ridiculous. Initially, Yun Ting scoffed at such rumors and thought nothing of them. However, for the past 3 days, many cultivators described it with such vividness that even he was starting to believe them. After 3 days had passed in Junyu, Yunju, Mo Qing and Su Zimo were nowhere to be seen. Yun Ting could not hold it in any longer as he rushed here, prepared to ask the truth face to face. Her sister was a princess of an immortal kingdom after all. How could she do such a ridiculous thing? My sister must have fallen into Su Zimo's trap. Yun Ting grit his teeth in hatred and spat. Stupid gigolo of the academy. However, even if his sister had lost her mind, what was up with the chess and painting immortals? Those 3 fairies were all messing around with Su Zimo? They spent an entire 3 days and nights in the room? Yun Ting was initially furious. However, he hesitated when he rushed to the door of the room. Naturally, if he caught sight of an indescribable scene upon rushing in, he would not let Su Zimo off. But what about his sister? After all, something like this could not be exposed. Yun Ting paced left and right at the entrance of the room. He could not make up his mind the entire time. However, no matter how he thought about it, the battle for the heaven ranking was about to begin and he had to inform everyone in the room regardless. At that thought, Yun Ting knocked gently on the door. The door was not locked and he only knocked a few times before a crack appeared. Yun Ting took a deep breath and pushed the door open. There were 4 people in the room, 3 women and a man. They were Book Immortal Yunju, Painting Immortal Mo Qing, Chess Immortal Junyu and Su Zimo. The 4 of them gathered together. Yunju, Mo Qing and Su Zimo stared at a chess game while Mo Qing looked at Su Zimo in a daze. This scene had completely exceeded Yun Ting's expectations. He was dumbfounded and looked at everything in disbelief. Stunned on the spot, his mind was a little blurry and he could not react for a moment. When they sensed the activity at the entrance, Su Zimo and the 3 fairies snapped out of their stupor. The purple flames in Su Zimo's eyes faded gradually and eventually vanished. Even with the capabilities of the martial Tao prime body, he could not resolve the 9th Ling Long Zugzwang within a short period of time. He could only memorize the situation of the Zugzwang and deduce it slowly after he returned. When Mo Qing saw that Su Zimo's eyes had returned to normal, she retracted her gaze and lowered her head slightly in deep thought. Junyu put away the astral chessboard as well as the black and white chess pieces. Yunju turned to look at Yun Ting at the entrance and asked, "Little brother, what are you doing here?" Yun Ting was speechless and did not know what to say. Junyu said indifferently, 3 days have passed. The battle for the heaven ranking will officially begin today. He must be here to inform us of that. Why, yes. Yun Ting nodded instinctively. Thereafter, he was still worried and could not help but ask, "Sister, what were the four of you, doing here?" The two of them were playing chess while I was observing from the side with Sister Mo Qing. Yunju replied casually. Yun Ting took a few deep breaths and tried his best to compose himself. He asked with difficulty, "The four of you spent 3 days and nights surrounding a chessboard in this room?" Yunju nodded. "More or less." Yun Ting rolled his eyes. When Yunju saw Yun Ting's strange expression, she frowned slightly and asked, "What else do you think we were doing?" "It's not just me." Yun Ting pointed outside the door and said bitterly, "You guys hid here in seclusion. Do you have any idea how many rumors are spreading outside? Rumors stop at wise men." Jun Yu's expression was calm and nonchalant. "The innocent are self-righteous." Mo Qing's tone was indifferent. Because of Meng Yao's slander at the Immortal sex selection, there had been many rumors about her over the years and she could not be bothered. "Is that so?" Yunju smiled gently. "I'm curious what rumors they are spreading." Yunju was even more relaxed. Yun Ting had a helpless expression. His gaze shifted to Su Zimo, who was silent at the side. His hunger that had just subsided rose again as he shouted, "Su Zimo! MMM!" Su Zimo was recalling the previous 8 Ling Long Zugzwangs when he heard Yun Ting's shout and jolted awake. He looked at the enraged Yun Ting and was puzzled, not knowing why the young prince was angry. "Fellow Taoist Yun Ting, what can I do for you?" Su Zimo asked. "You." Yun Ting hesitated. He wanted to reprimand Su Zimo but suddenly realized that he could not say anything. Su Zimo merely watched over the 3 great fairies and played chess for 3 days and nights. What was wrong with that? Yun Ting thought for a long time but could not come up with anything. He could only glare at Su Zimo angrily and scold, "You're an animal." With that said, Yun Ting turned to leave. Su Zimo was utterly confused and did not know why he was scolded by Yun Ting. Yunju said, "Who knows what's wrong with him again? Zimo, don't bother. Let's go. The battle for the heaven ranking is about to begin." Junyu said. The 3 fairies stood up and headed to the Divine Firmament Hall with Su Zimo. Divine Firmament Hall. In less than 3 days, the ruins caused by the battle between the perfected immortals had already returned to normal. Millions of cultivators were gathered here in a dense crowd. Almost all the cultivators of the 4 immortal kingdoms and 3 immortal sects were present as well. Only a few people had yet to arrive at the hall. The chess immortal, book immortal, and painting immortal have yet to arrive? You don't know yet? Another cultivator said, 3 days ago, after the perfected immortal battle ended, the 3 fairies and Su Zimo gathered together. Huh? For real now? It's absolutely true. Someone witnessed it personally, the person said with a delighted expression. Furthermore, the 3 fairies stayed in the same room as Su Zimo for an entire 3 days and nights without leaving. Heavens! Could the 4 of them have been? Many cultivators' eyes lit up. Is there even a need to think? If it was you and I guarding the 3 fairies for 3 days and nights, would we still be able to sit there idly? Another person said. To think that although the 3 fairies look unattainable, they would end up getting together with a heaven immortal of the academy. What's so good about Su Zimo? He's just someone who ascended from the lower worlds and can't compare to others in terms of cultivation realm as well. The 3 fairies are truly blind. Hee hee. A cultivator with a sleazy expression gave a strange laugh. Su Zimo must be outstanding in some way. 3 days and nights, TSK. Flying Immortal Sect and Zither Immortal Meng Yao were secretly delighted when they heard the discussions in the crowd. Of the 4 great fairies, 3 of them were now rumored to be involved with someone and were no longer unattainable. Her status would definitely rise once more and surpass the other 3 fairies. In that case, Zither Immortal Meng Yao is probably the only one who can truly be described as pure and divinely among the 4 great fairies. A cultivator sighed. Of course not. Another person whispered, "Let me tell you, Zither Immortal Meng Yao is also involved with Su Zimo like the 3 fairies." Huh? For real? Of course. Otherwise, why would Fairy Meng Yao suddenly attack Su Zimo this time round and cause the 3 fairies to step in? That's right. Since she couldn't get her hands on Su Zimo, she decided to destroy him instead. The Zither Immortal's love turned into hatred in a twist of fate. At that point, Meng Yao was so angry that she trembled with a livid expression. What a load of nonsense! Enraged, Meng Yao spun around and soared into the air. She looked in the direction of the voices and twiddled her fingers in the void a few times. The sound of the zither sounded endlessly and suppressed the discussions of many cultivators before long. Who was spouting nonsense earlier on? Meng Yao looked at the crowd with an icy expression and questioned loudly. Her tone was cold and filled with killing intent. There were too many cultivators in the Divine Firmament Hall, and there were tens of millions of them. At a glance, it was a black patch. Meng Yao could only determine the approximate location of the discussions earlier on, but she did not know who were the ones gossiping. When they saw Meng Yao's murderous aura, which of the few people who spoke earlier on dared to stand out and die? Everyone kept mum out of fear and did not dare to say anything. Good. Meng Yao was so angry that she laughed instead. It's fine if you don't come out. At most, I'll just kill a few more. She would rather kill the wrong people than let them off. Buzz. Meng Yao's fingertip moved and the essence qi in the void condensed into a zither string beneath her finger, causing the sound of the zither to echo once more. However, this time round, the sound of the zither contained an extremely murderous intent. The few cultivators on the other side could not defend against it, and their eyes bulged with blood in shock. Immediately after, the bodies of the few cultivators exploded into blood mists and their essence spirits were destroyed, dying on the spot. Some cultivators with higher cultivation realms and stronger physiques in the surroundings were severely injured as well. Buzz. A second zither sound sounded. Some cultivators were already severely injured after withstanding the first sound of the zither. Before they could catch their breaths, the second sound of the zither descended. Instantly, more than 10 cultivators died. Many cultivators were shocked. Nobody expected Zither Immortal Meng Yao to start a massacre and even kill the innocent in public just because someone discussed her in private. It was clear that some of the cultivators who had just died had suffered an undeserved calamity. Many cultivators were enraged. However, they did not dare to say anything because of the Zither Immortal's reputation and combat strength, afraid that they would get themselves killed. What a temper! When Yun Ting arrived at the Divine Firmament Hall and saw that, he could not help but sneer. The dignified Zither Immortal is actually someone who bullies the weak. Meng Yao glared at Yun Ting and said coldly, "This is none of your business. Don't be a busybody." "Why? You even want to attack me?" Yun Ting sneered again fearlessly. Meng Yao's eyes flashed coldly. Yun Ting had a noble status and she had her reservations. Although she could not kill him in front of everyone, she could teach Yun Ting a lesson. "Meng Yao, if you want to attack, I'll join you." Right then, another voice sounded. Not far away, the three fairies arrived side by side and arrived at the Divine Firmament Hall in the blink of an eye. The person who spoke was Book Immortal Yunju. When the three fairies approached, everyone realized that there was someone behind them. It was Su Zimo of the Academy. When Meng Yao saw the four of them appear at the same time, she suddenly smiled. "I'm afraid the three of you don't know the various rumors about you guys over the past few days, right? They were truly entertaining." Meng Yao praised and clapped with a smile. Jun Yu's expression was calm. "Rumors stop at wise men. The innocent have nothing to fear." Mo Qing's tone was indifferent. The two of them repeated their statements with the same nonchalant expression. The fact that the two fairies were so calm caused many cultivators to start doubting the rumors about the three fairies. In fact, the two fairies could not even be bothered to argue against the rumors. However, Meng Yao seemed to have been agitated and was even willing to kill. The difference in behavior between both parties was obvious. Yunju said with a fake smile, "Since it's a rumor, why bother?" "Fellow Taoist Meng Yao, are you so nervous because the rumors involving you are true?" "Of course they're fake," Meng Yao said hurriedly. Yunju's question was extremely powerful and struck Meng Yao's weakness instantly. I've long felt that the matter between the three fairies and Su Zimo was way too ridiculous and impossible. That's right. Back when it spread, I didn't believe that the three great fairies would fancy an intersect disciple of the Academy given their status and nobleness. Given Meng Yao's strong reaction, do you guys think that the portion about her and Su Zimo is true? Meng Yao's younger brother, Prince Yuanzhua, died in Su Zimo's hands after all, and there's a blood feud between the two of them. Meng Yao realized that she won't be able to be with Su Zimo in this lifetime, and that's why hatred turned into love. There's a high chance. The crowd began to whisper again. Many cultivators looked at Meng Yao with pity in their eyes. Sensing the gazes around her and hearing the discussions in the crowd, Meng Yao was about to explode from anger and wanted nothing more than to kill all of them. Right then, Divine Firmament Palace's immortal King Qingyang appeared once more with a group of Divine Firmament Palace cultivators and descended above the hall. Everyone has arrived. Very good. Immortal King Qingyang nodded slightly. There's no need to explain the rules since everyone knows about it. I'll now announce the official start of the Heaven Ranking Battle. The moment he said that, Immortal King Qingyang waved his robes and heaven and earth essence chi surged. Suddenly, 10 gigantic rocks rose from the empty space in the middle of the Divine Firmament Hall as the battlefield for the Heaven Ranking. At that time, 10 ranking battles could be held at the same time. Boom! On the gigantic rock in the middle, a figure descended from the skies with a loud bang, creating layers of dust. The person stood up slowly and his aura rose continuously. It was Prince Yun Ting. Yun Ting could not hold it in any longer and looked forward to this moment. Su Zimo, come on up, Yun Ting shouted. For you and me, the rules of the ranking battle are just for show. Among the heaven immortals of the Divine Firmament Immortal Domain, you're the only one worthy of being my opponent. In Yun Ting's heart, there was an additional declaration. Su Zimo, I'm going to crush you and teach you an unforgettable lesson so that you can keep your distance from my sister in the future. The challenge between the two of them was arranged long ago. Su Zimo did not hesitate and arrived at the gigantic stone battlefield in a flash. In reality, their actions were equivalent to breaking the rules of the heaven ranking. However, Immortal King Qingyang did not say anything or have any intention of stopping them. Zhong Feiyu and Qin Gu did not express anything right away either. Both of them had their own plans. They would watch from the sidelines as Su Zimo and Yun Ting fought fiercely. In a fight between two tigers, one would definitely be injured. No matter who was injured, it would be beneficial to them. It would be best if Su Zimo and Yun Ting suffered an internecine outcome. That way, the two of them would have a chance to benefit and fight for rank 1 of the heaven ranking. Who do you think will win? Jun Yu glanced sideways at Yun Zhu beside her and suddenly asked. I don't know. Yun Zhu shook her head gently and looked at the two people on the gigantic stone battlefield, sighing gently. It did not matter to her who won between the two of them. She only hoped that the two of them would be safe and not fight to the death. However, she did not say that to Yun Ting or Su Zimo. That was because it was difficult for both parties to control their strength at the peak of a fight of this level. No matter who she instructed to show mercy, it was unfair to the other. Come on! Yun Ting hollered and lightning flashed in his eyes. His voice rumbled like the explosion of thunder and was filled with endless might. Not only did Yun Ting possess the Sword Dao, he also had extremely deep attainments in the Thunder Dao. The surrounding heaven and earth essence chi was surging wildly into Yun Ting's body. His aura was rising rapidly. No matter what, Yun Ting was a grade 9 heaven immortal after all and was a realm above Su Zimo. Su Zimo did not dare to underestimate his opponent and did not hold back either. He released his innate divine power, the 6-tusk divine strength. 6 sharp white elephant tusks grew rapidly behind him and his body was filled with the power of divine powers. His physique, essence spirit and bloodline powers increased exponentially as well. Although Su Zimo was a grade 8 heaven immortal, he was no weaker than Yun Ting in terms of strength. Fight! Both of them attacked at almost the same time. Moon-striking comet, sun-piercing white rainbow, relying on his immensely condensed resentment. Yun Ting released 2 supreme divine powers of the Sword Dao in the blink of an eye. A streak of flames and a white streak of light split into different directions and stabbed towards Su Zimo. They were extremely sharp, as though they could penetrate everything in the world. Those 2 divine powers of the Sword Dao were extremely lethal. Yun Ting's comprehension of the Sword Dao augmented the power of the 2 supreme divine powers exponentially when they were released. Thunder Prison. The moment the 2 supreme divine powers were released, Yun Ting's 3rd supreme divine power descended as well. Crack. Unknowingly, dark clouds filled the skies above the gigantic stone battlefield and lightning flashed. A thick thunderbolt descended from the skies and circled around Su Zimo continuously, forming a gigantic thunder prison that wanted to trap him within. Su Zimo's reaction was even faster. As he released the 6-tusk divine strength behind him, he summoned his ethereal wings, Zephyr Thunder wings, and Rock wings. When the 3 different wings were stacked together, Su Zimo's speed increased exponentially, and he transformed into a golden streak of light, disappearing from the spot. With a boom, 9 divine thunderbolts descended, but Su Zimo was no longer in the thunder prison. However, the 2 sword divine powers did not disappear because of that. Yun Ting had long locked onto Su Zimo's aura. Although Su Zimo's movement technique was shocking, he could not unleash its greatest effect within the limited radius of the gigantic stone battlefield. The flames and white rainbow in midair tracked Su Zimo and changed directions, chasing after him at an even faster speed. Spirit Turtle Shield. Su Zimo no longer retreated and channeled his essence spirit, releasing another innate divine power. He had to get rid of Yun Ting's 2 sword divine powers. Otherwise, it would be like gangrene that followed him like a shadow and was difficult to remove. It would pose an immense threat to his future actions. Because he had cultivated the secret skill of the Hell Suppression Tripod, Su Zimo had a new understanding of the Spirit Turtle Shield. The defense of that innate divine power had already exceeded its original limits. Su Zimo had cultivated the mystic classic of the 12 demon kings of the great wilderness before. However, as his cultivation realm increased continuously and he cultivated a few taboo mystic classics over the years, he had some personal comprehensions and insights towards its dermic Tao. He had already begun to gradually surpass the mystic classic of the 12 demon kings of the great wilderness. The power of divine powers gathered continuously, forming a gigantic turtle shell that blocked in front of Su Zimo. The back of the turtle shell was filled with mysterious and complicated patterns that shone brightly. Not only that, there was even a water barrier that was extremely heavy wrapped around the turtle shell, as though it was flowing continuously with a faint black light. Shing! 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 The flames formed by Moonstriking Comet were the first to descend and let out a strange sound when they struck the Spirit Turtle Shield. The power of fire and water collided and green smoke billowed. Clang! At the same time, the white rainbow descended and pierced the turtle shell through the green smoke. Creak! Su Zimo shuddered and heard cracking sounds. His Spirit Turtle Shield that had an even stronger dermic Tao was now destroyed by Yun Ting's 2 sword divine powers. Although the Spirit Turtle Shield blocked the 2 supreme divine powers almost perfectly, Su Zimo could still sense the extreme sharpness behind it. Given Su Zimo's current cultivation and powerful essence spirit, even if 10 or 100 grade 9 heaven immortals released supreme divine powers at the same time, they might not be able to break his Spirit Turtle Shield. But now, Yun Ting's 2 supreme divine powers had broken through his strongest defensive divine power. Although he had been improving rapidly all these years, Yun Ting did not stop either. Both of them were stronger and more terrifying than they were thousands of years ago in the Emperor's tomb. Great 5 Elements Sword. Yun Ting did not stop attacking and released a second wave of attacks before long. Many years ago, there was a powerful sword immortal among the Sword Dao cultivators of the heavenly world. He specialized in the 5 Elements Sword Dao and eventually entered the Emperor realm. He dominated the Trichiliocosm and was rarely matched. In this generation, Yun Ting was the successor of the 5 Elements Sword Dao. That information was recorded in the Heaven Ranking Prediction. Yun Ting alone had obtained more than 10 different Sword Dao inheritances. Even the weakest progenitors of those Sword Dao inheritances in the past were immortal kings. Among them, many were emperor experts of the sword Dao in the past. Yun Ting conjured a finger sword with both hands and pointed it in Su Zimo's direction. Buzz! The sound of swords unsheathing echoed around Su Zimo and the void trembled slightly. Immediately after, endless divine powers gathered around Su Zimo, transforming into 5 swords of different colors. Every single sword represented different dermic daos and covered metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. They circled around Su Zimo rapidly, and the sharpness of their tips locked onto him. The power of the 5 elements sealed and strangled him. Yun Ting was the #1 sword Dao expert in the heavenly world for many years. The sword Dao represented the limits of killing. The spirit turtle shield earlier on was destroyed by Yun Ting's 2 supreme divine powers. There was no way Su Zimo could deal with Yun Ting's relentless attacks just by defending passively. Since that was the case, he would counterattack with offense. At that thought, Su Zimo channeled his essence spirit and conjured hand seals repeatedly, releasing 6 completely different but related divine powers. Heavenly Dao, Human Dao, Azura Dao, Hungry Ghost Dao, Beast Dao, and Hell Dao. 6 paths of reincarnation. Condense, with a powerful essence spirit that far surpassed a grade 9 heaven immortal. Su Zimo gathered the 6 Daos together and released a gigantic vortex that spun continuously, as though it could devour and refine everything in the world. The 6 paths of reincarnation was originally a peerless divine power. However, for some unknown reason, after many eras, no one could comprehend the true meaning of 6 paths of reincarnation. As time passed by, that peerless divine power gradually turned into a supreme divine power. Even so, the might of the 6 paths of reincarnation was still a top-tier existence among supreme divine powers. The great 5 elements sword spun continuously, wanting to kill Su Zimo. As for the gigantic vortex formed by the 6 paths of reincarnation, it pulled the 5 gigantic swords continuously. 2 completely different divine powers collided continuously and devoured one another. The 5 gigantic swords were gradually devoured by the 6 paths of reincarnation. At the same time, the gigantic vortex could not withstand the sharpness of the great 5 elements sword and dissipated as well. Paramitha Bridge. This time round, Su Zimo attacked first and released a supreme divine power. An endless stream of heaven and earth essence chi gathered beneath his feet and formed an ancient bridge that shone with a golden light in the blink of an eye. It extended continuously and smashed towards Yun Ting. The ancient bridge was filled with runes that condensed Su Zimo's dermic Dao and reached the other side. Wind summoning. Countless sword chi intertwined and buzzed endlessly in Yun Ting's palms. He gathered his hands and the 2 balls of sword chi suddenly collided, producing a huge reaction, forming a storm that connected heaven and earth that swept towards the Paramitha Bridge. This was not a simple cyclone. Instead, the sharpness of the sword chi condensed from countless sword chi was enough to mince all living beings and destroy all life. Clang! Clang! After defending against the sword chi storm, the ancient bridge could not continue forward and the divine powers of both parties collided rapidly. The dermic Dao runes on the ancient bridge flickered. As for the sword chi storm, it swayed continuously and could collapse at any moment. Without waiting for any outcome from the 2 supreme divine powers, Yun Ting conjured hand seals with both hands once more and pointed at Su Zimo from afar, shouting softly, "Rain summoning!" A heavy downpour poured down. Before the rain landed on his body, Su Zimo felt a faint pain on his head. He raised his head slightly and narrowed his gaze. Every single drop of rain was sharp as needles and swords. This was no ordinary rain. It was a terrifying sword rain. When released by Yun Ting, that divine power had long transformed and its power was at its limits. It was no exaggeration to say that every single drop of rain was enough to kill a grade 9 heaven immortal. The sword rain enveloped the entire vicinity of the gigantic stone battlefield. Against this terrifying divine power, one would not even have the chance to dodge. Many cultivators were shocked. Everyone had long guessed that this battle between the paragons would definitely be earth-shaking. However, they had not expected such terrifying attacks to be released the moment they exchanged blows. neither of them held back at all. One after another, top-tier killing supreme divine powers were released by the two of them without any pauses or rest. The requirement for the strength of an essence spirit to release consecutive divine powers without any intervals was extremely high. If the essence spirit was not condensed enough and could not withstand the pressure, it would collapse on the spot. Zhong Feiyu smirked and thought to himself, "Fight! Fight! The fiercer the fight between the two of you, the better. It's best if both parties end up in an internecine outcome." There were also many cultivators in the crowd with worried expressions. The moment the two sides exchanged blows, it became so intense that any single misstep would result in serious injuries or even death. On the gigantic stone battlefield, against Yun Ting's heavenly encompassing sword rain, Su Zimo was fearless. He conjured hand seals with both hands and suddenly took a step forward. With that step, a gigantic green lotus flower appeared beneath his feet. The lotus flower blossomed and shone with a resplendent glow, enveloping Su Zimo within it in an incomparably divine manner. Each time Su Zimo took a step forward, a lotus flower would appear beneath his feet. The supreme divine power, lotus with every step. Every single step was a pure land. The green glow released by the lotus flowers collided repeatedly against the dense sword rain that descended from midair. This supreme divine power was rare in the 9-firmament immortal domain. Lotus with every step was a divine power of the Buddhist monasteries. Only those who were proficient in Buddhism could comprehend that supreme divine power. Even in the Buddhist monasteries, Lotus with every step was a top-tier divine power and was not disadvantaged against Yun Ting's terrifying sword rain. Su Zimo walked towards Yun Ting and conjured hand seals. Phew! Suddenly, four balls of flames of different colors appeared beside him. Under his guidance, the ball of flames gathered rapidly and formed an even larger fireball. It was like a blazing sun and emitted a shuddering heat. That's the secret skill. In the crowd of the great Jin Immortal Kingdom, a heaven immortal exclaimed. This person had once escaped death in Absolute Thunder City and witnessed the might of that flame's secret skill with his own eyes. It could destroy the world. The heaven immortal seemed to have recalled a scene from the past, and his body trembled uncontrollably. This secret skill was the one that burned Absolute Thunder City to ashes. Everyone was buried in the sea of flames, and their essence spirits were destroyed. In the Yen-Yang Immortal Kingdom side, Rank 5 of the heaven ranking prediction, Lai Xian, was secretly speechless. He had faced that secret skill before and even how terrifying it was. Back then, he relied on that secret skill to comprehend the Great Sun Sutra to its limits. If he or anyone else was in that same position, they would not be able to hold on any longer at the moment. After the gigantic fireball in front of Su Zimo was formed, even the sword rain that fell from the skies evaporated instantly. Go! Su Zimo pushed the fireball in his hands in Yun Ting's direction. At the same time, a spirit consciousness flame entered the fireball. Pankati Dao fire. Boom! When the fireball arrived before Yun Ting, it exploded instantly, and the gigantic stone battlefield was surrounded by flames that surged into the skies. The temperature of the entire divine firmament hall was rising rapidly. Quadruple phenomenon's sword formation. In the flames, Yun Ting shouted. Immediately after, for blinding sword chi gathered rapidly in the flames and transformed into 4 sacred beasts that guarded the surroundings. The azure dragon sacred beast caused rain to pour. The white tiger sacred beast had a torrential killing intent. The vermilion bird sacred beast was born from flames. The black tortoise sacred beast overturned rivers and seas. The 4 sacred beasts released completely different powers to suppress the Pankati Dao fire. Even so, the Pankati Dao fire could not be extinguished. Splash! The sound of a tsunami echoed from Yun Ting's body. Under the pressure of the powerful flames, Yun Ting could not defend against it and channeled his blood chi first. He was like an unsheathed sword with a sharp edge. Yun Ting's blood chi was way too strong. Every single drop of bloodline contained a destructive sword intent. Yun Ting merely stood on the spot motionlessly. The surging sword blood in his body coupled with the quadruple phenomenon sword formation could suppress the Pankati Dao fire completely. Although the Pankati Dao fire was not completely extinguished on the gigantic stone battlefield, it could no longer pose any threat to Yun Ting. Good, good, good. Su Zimo nodded slightly and praised repeatedly. There was no doubt about Yun Ting's strength. To think that he could defend against the Pankati Dao fire's attack single-handedly. Furthermore, Su Zimo could clearly sense that Yun Ting's sword blood was even more ferocious and powerful than thousands of years ago. You're not bad either. The fighting spirit in Yun Ting's eyes did not weaken at all and intensified, coupled with the power of sword blood. A torrential killing intent and an unstoppable terrifying sword intent burst forth from his body, as though it wanted to tear through the world and sever the void. Yun Ting's aura was still rising. Against that sword intent, the world was about to overturn. When that sword intent burst forth, it was not only on the gigantic stone battlefield. Even the sword cultivators in the divine firmament hall felt their heart of the sword suffer a strong shock and impact. The swords of the sword cultivators began trembling with the intention of submission. The human-slaying sword art. In the world, only the human-slaying sword intent could release such a terrifying killing intent that could overturn the world. I can't defeat him. Lai Xian had a grim expression as he whispered. I can't even defend against that sword intent alone. Yun Ting is indeed the number one of the heavenly world's sword Dao. Even in the sword world, there might be no one who can match his talent. Brother Su has the heaven and earth-slaying sword arts. He should be able to defend against it, right? Xianxia was not confident either. I'm afraid the heaven and earth-slaying sword arts alone won't be enough. Lai Xian shook his head gently. Mountain Sea Immortal Sex Qin Gu's expression changed as he said softly. The human-slaying sword art is Yun Ting's strongest technique. Seems like victory is about to be decided. Even the surrounding cultivators felt the unstoppable might of the human-slaying sword art. Nobody could imagine the sort of pressure Su Zimo was facing as he stood opposite Yun Ting. When the heaven's killing intent is released, the stars are shifted out of alignment. When the earth's killing intent is released, the dragon snake shall rise. Without hesitation, Su Zimo released the heaven and earth-slaying sword arts. The dragon and snake attacked together, forming a heaven and earth killing combination. When the human's killing intent is released, heaven and earth shall topple. Yun Ting's voice sounded. However, his figure had already vanished, and in his place was a long sword that was about to tear the world apart. The three great sword arts were all at the limits of killing. However, the human-slaying sword art contained an unyielding will that rose against the tide and fought against heaven and earth. In terms of intent, the human-slaying sword art suppressed the heaven and earth-slaying sword arts firmly. Boom! The human-slaying sword art collided against the heaven and earth-slaying sword arts, creating a deafening bang as sword chi surged in all directions endlessly. Instantly, the entire gigantic stone battlefield was filled with extremely sharp sword chi. Any grade 9 heaven immortal that entered would be minced to death by the sword chi. After a momentary stalemate, the dragon snake formed by the heaven and earth-slaying swords collapsed and died. As for the human-slaying sword that Yun Ting had transformed into, it stood upright in the world, emitting a torrential killing intent and endless sharpness. The human-slaying sword continued slashing down. Su Zimo's expression was unchanged, and he was extremely calm. He wrote a word rapidly in midair with his fingertip. Kill. Supreme divine power, killing word art. Under normal circumstances, that supreme divine power could not defend against the human-slaying sword art. However, at that moment, the killing intent on the gigantic stone battlefield had already reached its peak with the release of the heaven, earth, and human-slaying sword arts. Making use of the surrounding killing intent, Su Zimo released the killing word art and pushed the power of the supreme divine power to its limits instantly. Not only did the killing word art hide the killing intent of the heaven and earth-slaying sword arts, it even absorbed the killing intent of the human-slaying sword art. The gigantic kill word turned incomparably scarlet in midair, as though it was stained with blood. Even Book Immortal Yunju, who specialized in divine powers, had never seen such a terrifying killing word art. How smart! Even immortal King Qingyong, who was in the middle of the hall, could not help but praise when he saw that. If this killing word art was released in advance, it would definitely not be able to reach its current power. Although it seemed like the difference was merely in its time of release, the power produced was completely different. This was a manifestation of one's combat talent. Boom! The human-slaying sword and killing word art collided without relenting. Even with the might of the human-slaying sword art, it could not dispel the killing word art. Ha 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 ha! Suddenly, Yun Ting's laughter sounded in the gigantic stone battlefield. Great, great! Yun Ting shouted, Su Zimo, you're really something. To think that you would think of such a method to dispel my human-slaying sword art. The moment he said that, the human-slaying sword and killing word art collapsed. In the vast killing intent, Yun Ting's figure flashed and he charged towards Su Zimo. As for Su Zimo, he stomped on the ground and soared into the air, charging towards Yun Ting as well. Both of them chose to engage in melee combat at almost the same time. In my impression, Yun Ting seems to have other trump cards that he has yet to use. Furthermore, he's the successor of the Extreme and Heart Sword Das. Could he be holding back? Su Zimo should have some trump cards left as well. For example, there's that divine power that can reduce one's lifespan he used in the Azura battlefield back then to kill the number 1 Heaven Execution Guard instantly. What do you guys know? Another cultivator sneered. How many divine powers and secret skills did the two of them release just now? Furthermore, every single divine power and secret skill were top-tier killing techniques and takes a huge toll on the essence spirit. The reason why the two of them did not continue to release their trump cards is because the power of their essence spirits has depleted and they are extremely weak. Pausing for a moment, he continued, the two of them can't even release essence spirit secret skills anymore, let alone divine powers and secret skills. Zhong Feiyu's judgment was similar to this person. If that was not the case, Su Zimo and Yun Ting would not have changed from a fight between divine powers and secret skills to melee combat. What a pity! Zhong Feiyu looked slightly disappointed. Ever since he was scared off by Su Zimo in the Azura battlefield back then, he had obtained a dermic treasure that could protect his essence spirit from his master. He was prepared to use it to deal with Su Zimo's reverse scale secret skill. From the looks of it, there should be no need for that. On the battlefield, in the blink of an eye, both parties had already closed in. Yun Ting conjured his finger swords with both hands and sword blood coiled around his body, emitting a sharp aura as he stabbed towards Su Zimo's glabella. At the same time, a cold aura rose in his eyes and his pupils constricted. Thereafter, 2 cold sword lights burst forth and the surrounding temperature dipped. Visual technique, Ice Soul Sword Eye. Enveloped by the 2 sword lights, Su Zimo's bloodline was about to freeze. If he could channel his blood chi, the cold chi would not be a threat to the Green Lotus true body. But now, Su Zimo could only fight with visual techniques. Illumination Eye. Without hesitation, a blinding beam of light burst forth from Su Zimo's right eye and collided against the 2 incoming sword lights. His left eye was still shrouded by a mysterious power of darkness, and he could not release the nether glow eye. As for Yun Ting's Ice Soul Sword Eye, it was extremely powerful. Back in the Emperor's tomb, it suppressed the Illumination Eye. Today, the visual techniques of both parties clashed once more. Illumination Eye was still unable to defend against the Ice Soul Sword Eye. Although the searing heat of Illumination Eye neutralized the sword intent in the Ice Soul Sword Eye, it could not defend against the coldness of the visual technique. Instantly, Su Zimo's body was covered by a layer of frost and his movements were restricted. At that moment, Yun Ting's finger sword had already closed in and was less than a foot away from his glabella. A smile appeared on Yun Ting's face. The slight suppression of his visual technique allowed him to seize the opening and secure victory with a single strike. Right then, Su Zimo suddenly opened his mouth and let out a roar that shocked all living beings. Instantly, the world went silent. That roar contained a supreme will and a powerful might that even caused the cultivators present to shudder. The Dragon Roar secret skill was released. When Yun Ting saw Su Zimo open his mouth, He realized what was about to happen and hurriedly released his sound domain technique. Slash! Yun Ting shouted, and a long sword formed from sound appeared in midair. His voice converged into a sword. However, the moment the sword was formed, it was shattered by Su Zimo's dragon roar secret skill. Cracks appeared on the sword and it dissipated rapidly. Yun Ting was superior to Su Zimo in terms of visual technique. However, he was no match for Su Zimo in terms of sound domain secret skills. This dragon roar secret skill had long surpassed the original sound domain secret skill of the dragon race. It was fused with many dermic daos, including the sound of thunder, the roar of the dragon phoenix and azure dragon. Even true dragons could not defend against Su Zimo's dragon roar secret skill. Of course, the dragon roar secret skill could not hurt Yun Ting either. Yun Ting's physique was strong and his sword blood was ferocious. Even without releasing his sound sword, the dragon roar secret skill alone could not injure him. However, the dragon roar secret skill still caused a momentary pause for Yun Ting's actions. That momentary pause was more than enough for Su Zimo. Me! He took half a step back and opened up the space slightly, chanting Sanskrit. He conjured a dermic seal of the Buddhist monasteries rapidly and smashed it towards Yun Ting's finger sword. Bang! The fist and finger collided. Yun Ting's finger sword could even penetrate perfect heaven-grade dermic treasures. Only top Khanate heaven-grade dermic treasures could take it head-on. What was even more frightening was that Yun Ting's finger sword contained an extremely sharp and terrifying power of his sword blood. However, when Yun Ting's finger stabbed Su Zimo's fist, it was as though it had struck an immovable and incomparably tough mountain peak. Yun Ting's attack that was accumulated with strength suffered a setback. He felt a sharp pain on his finger sword, as though it was about to be snapped. Pust! Yun Ting took a deep breath and a look of shock flashed through his eyes. His finger sword could break everything. What body of flesh and blood could defend against it? Back in the Emperor's tomb, after he released his blood chi, Su Zimo had to avoid it and suffered minor injuries continuously. Back then, Su Zimo could only barely fight him with his powerful regeneration capabilities. To think that Su Zimo would be able to take him head-on in melee combat today with just his physique and even gain a slight advantage. Things were long different from the past. Yun Ting had grown continuously over the years, forging a sword body and condensing sword blood. As for Su Zimo's Green Lotus True Body, its potential was even greater and had already grown to grade 11, almost at its peak. Furthermore, the Green Lotus True Body cultivated the body tempering section of the Jade Pure Jade Manual, which was from the 3 Pure Ones Jade Manual and was a taboo mystic classic. There were also many powerful cultivation techniques, such as the Divine Elephant Breathing Technique and Void Thunder Manual. Even without using his blood chi, the physique of the Green Lotus True Body was unprecedented. Furthermore, when Su Zimo released the Six-Tusk Divine Strength, his physique strength increased exponentially once more. Earlier on, he made use of the Dragon Roar secret skill to turn the tides. Thereafter, he released Sanskrit of the Buddhist monasteries along with a supreme dermic seal, the Great Vajra Will Seal. The Great Vajra Will Seal was unshakable and indestructible. In just a short exchange, Su Zimo had already released many powerful trump cards to seize the upper hand. Yun Ting felt a sharp pain from his finger sword and sword blood surged. Instantly, the pain was resolved. However, the moment his mind wavered, Su Zimo caught it right away. Immediately after, he spoke again and released another Sanskrit sound. Ham! At the same time, Su Zimo's hands conjured hand seals once more and released the Great Mount Meru seal, suppressing Yun Ting's head fiercely. Bang! Boom! Right in front of many cultivators, an incomparably majestic mountain peak was formed in midair. It was even taller and more majestic than Divine Firmament Palace with a torrential aura. Great Mount Meru? When Immortal King Xianxia saw the mountain peak, he narrowed his eyes slightly and his heart skipped a beat. This lad's attainments in Buddhism have already reached such an extent. To think that he can conjure the sacred mountain of the pure land of bliss. Immortal King Xianxia was extremely interested in Su Zimo's identity and background. In fact, he even suspected if Su Zimo was from the pure land of bliss. Gasps could be heard from the surroundings of the divine firmament hall as well. Many cultivators felt suffocated when they saw such a majestic mountain descending with a shocking might. How could any living being in the world withstand such a mountain? Lai Xian had a conflicted expression when he saw the phantom of Great Mount Meru. Back in the Azura battlefield, he was suppressed by Su Zimo's 2 Buddhist dermic seals, and was defeated right away. At that time, Su Zimo had just fought a fierce battle and was only a grade 7 heaven immortal. Right now, this Great Mount Meru was even stronger than the one he faced on the Azura battlefield. With the augmentation of the Prajna Nirvana Sutra, the power of any Buddhist dermic Tao would increase exponentially. Great Mount Meru seemed to have enveloped the entire divine firmament hall. Yun Ting, who was on the gigantic stone battlefield, had nowhere to hide and could only endure it head-on. Bang! Boom! Countless rocks rolled down and a large shadow shrouded down, covering the skies with a terrifying might. Boom! Yun Ting raised one hand and the sword blood in his body buzzed. It was as though countless sharp swords were piercing out of his body to defend against the descending Great Mount Meru. Beneath Great Mount Meru, there was only a seemingly tiny figure with a single arm that towered into the skies. His body was as straight as a sword and he did not move at all. Prince Yun Ting. The many cultivators of the Xian Immortal Kingdom were emotional and their blood boiled as they shouted. This was Yun Ting. Even Great Mount Meru could not suppress him or conceal his sharpness. If Yun Ting's sword blood was allowed to continue attacking, Great Mount Meru would be destroyed before long. However, Su Zimo did not give Yun Ting any breathing room and attacked once more. His fist was like a seal, his palm was like a saber, his finger was like a sword, and his elbow was like a spear. Every single part of his body, including his fist, palm, finger, claw, elbow, knee and shoulder, could release unparalleled attacks. As for Yun Ting, his melee combat strength was extremely terrifying as well. Sword blood flowed through his body. His sword Tao had already fused into every single inch of his flesh and bones and was cultivated to every single corner of his body. Even his brows and every single hair on his head and body were killing weapons. Against Su Zimo's attacks, Yun Ting supported Great Mount Meru with one hand and fought Su Zimo with the other in an intense battle. The surrounding cultivators watched fixedly without daring to blink. Melee combat was extremely dangerous and victory could be decided instantly. No one dared to be distracted. Initially, both parties could still fight back and forth. However, as time passed by, Yun Ting was gradually disadvantaged and his counterattacks decreased. He fell into a passive defensive situation and was completely suppressed by Su Zimo. Apart from the mystic classic of the 12 demon kings of the Great Wilderness, Su Zimo's melee combat skills were fused with the fighting techniques of the dragon race and were honed through countless life and death battles. They were all killing techniques. In reality, Yun Ting's offensive skills were not weak. In fact, it was comparable to Su Zimo. However, he was fighting with one hand after all. It was already rare for him to last till now. Yun Ting is going to lose, Xianxia murmured softly. Many cultivators could tell that Yun Ting would definitely lose if the situation was allowed to develop. Not necessarily. Lai Xian shook his head gently. Yun Ting's methods are definitely not limited to this. Lai Xian had a conflicted expression. As a reincarnated perfected immortal, he had the chance to cultivate once more. To think that he would encounter peerless monster incarnates like Yun Ting and Su Zimo in this generation. Back in the Azura battlefield, he was defeated by Su Zimo's 2 Buddhist dermic seals. As for Yun Ting, he supported Great Mount Meru with one hand and could even fight Su Zimo with the other until now. The difference between him and Yun Ting was obvious. On the gigantic stone battlefield, Yun Ting also realized that the situation was grim. Sword light surged in his eyes as he channeled the blood chi in his body to its limits, breaking through the limit of tsunami blood. Suddenly, a gigantic blood-colored sword appeared behind Yun Ting, emitting an extremely sharp killing intent. That blood-colored sword was even more terrifying than the human-slaying sword intent. Back in the Emperor's tomb, when Yun Ting released his bloodline phenomenon, Su Zimo already felt a strong sense of danger. That blood-colored sword could definitely threaten him. It was the same today. Yun Ting no longer held back and released his bloodline phenomenon. Xing. The blood-colored sword tore through the air and sliced Great Mount Meru into two from the middle. Even the majestic and thick Great Mount Meru could not defend against the sharpness of the blood-colored sword. Su Zimo narrowed his eyes slightly and his hairs stood on end. Even after thousands of years, the blood-colored sword still sent chills down his spine, as though a calamity was about to descend the next moment. Back in the Emperor's tomb, Su Zimo resolved Yun Ting's bloodline phenomenon by releasing Essence Spirit secret skills in succession to deal a strong blow to Yun Ting's Essence Spirit. He only managed to defeat Yun Ting because he did not allow the latter to condense his bloodline phenomenon. In today's fight for rank 1 of the Heaven ranking, Su Zimo had no intention of using his Essence Spirit secret skills. It was clear that Yun Ting had the same thoughts. The two of them had never mentioned this matter before. However, this was a unique chemistry between them. Furthermore, back in the Emperor's tomb, Yun Ting had also said that he had yet to master the bloodline phenomenon completely and could not condense it right away. But now, Yun Ting clearly had control of the blood-colored sword. Su Zimo. Right then, Yun Ting's voice sounded in Su Zimo's mind. Do you know what happens when the heaven, earth, and human-slaying sword arts become one? I think it will become a peerless divine power. Su Zimo said. That's right. Yun Ting sent a voice transmission with his spirit consciousness and continued. When the three great sword arts are combined, they will become a peerless divine power, the immortal vanquishing sword. You! At that point, Su Zimo's heart skipped a beat as he glared at the blood-colored sword behind Yun Ting. Seemingly enlightened, Yun Ting nodded. You're not wrong. My bloodline phenomenon is the immortal vanquishing sword. Back in the Emperor's tomb, I only cultivated the embryonic form of the immortal vanquishing sword and had yet to master it completely. Over the years, I've deduced and perfected the immortal vanquishing sword myself. Although it hasn't reached the actual level of a peerless divine power, I've already touched the threshold of a peerless divine power. Amazing! Su Zimo could not help but praise internally. Indeed, Yun Ting's talent in the sword Dao was unparalleled. Without the complete set of the heaven, earth, and human-slaying sword arts, he could cultivate the embryonic form of the immortal vanquishing sword art with just a single human-slaying sword art. Furthermore, he completed the immortal vanquishing sword through his own deduction over the years. Only, without the heaven and earth-slaying arts, Yun Ting's immortal vanquishing sword was still not perfect at the end of the day and was not at the level of a peerless divine power. As long as it was not a peerless divine power, Su Zimo still stood a chance. The moment Yun Ting summoned the immortal vanquishing sword bloodline phenomenon, all the cultivators present felt their hearts skip a beat. Many cultivators even felt chills run down their spines, as though a sharp blade was hanging on their necks and could slice them off at any moment. Immortal vanquishing sword. Immortal King Qingyang murmured softly with a hint of fear in his eyes. On the gigantic stone battlefield, carrying the immortal vanquishing sword on his back, Yun Ting reversed the momentum of the situation instantly and strode towards Su Zimo, shouting, Su Zimo, come on, let me see what else you have. Su Zimo had a calm expression as he conjured hand seals repeatedly with both hands. Suddenly, a vast star region appeared above his head. The star region could roughly be subdivided into 7 smaller regions. Only one of them was dim, but 6 of them were already lit up. Millions of stars shone with resplendent starlight and scattered down, gushing into Su Zimo's apertures. The mystic spirit Big Dipper diagram. Su Zimo could not use his bloodline right in front of everyone, let alone the bloodline phenomenon of his creation Green Lotus. The only thing he could release was the mystic spirit Big Dipper diagram. Su Zimo had already cultivated this secret skill to greater mastery and lit up 6-star regions. With the help of the power of millions of stars, its might was comparable to a bloodline phenomenon once released. When he saw that, Yun Ting shook his head gently. That's not enough. Yun Ting willed and the immortal vanquishing sword behind him slashed gently. Xing. In the firmaments, the vast starry skies were split into two by the immortal vanquishing sword. Instantly, countless stars fell, and the mystic spirit Big Dipper diagram was destroyed by the immortal vanquishing sword. Star-plucking hand. Su Zimo made use of the mystic spirit Big Dipper diagram's boundless star region to release a supreme divine power. Under the envelopment of the mystic spirit Big Dipper diagram, Star-plucking hand condensed endless starlight and its power increased exponentially. Too weak. Yun Ting shook his head once more, and the immortal vanquishing sword behind him moved, slicing the star-plucking hand into two instantly. Everywhere the sharpness of the immortal vanquishing sword passed, it slashed and destroyed everything. Su Zimo, you can admit defeat now. Yun Ting had his hands behind his back and a haughty expression. The immortal vanquishing sword hovered in front of him and could slash down at any moment. Su Zimo raised his brow slightly without saying anything. Yun Ting said, I know that you might feel indignant or dissatisfied, but this is the reality. It's not embarrassing to lose to the immortal vanquishing sword. Of course, even if I win today, I won't look down on you. In the same cultivation realm, you're the only one I value. It's because of you that I became even stronger. If you want to challenge me in the future, you're welcome to do so at any time. I hope that you won't fall too far behind me after entering the perfected one realm. Relying on his bloodline phenomenon, the immortal vanquishing sword, Yun Ting stood on the gigantic stone battlefield and raised his head slightly, speaking with assurance like a victor. However, those words sounded logical to the cultivators present. It was not embarrassing to lose to Yun Ting. Qin Gu and Zhong Feiyu were both smiling. Although Yun Ting and Su Zimo did not end up in an internecine outcome, both of them had already released most of their trump cards. Once this battle was over, their chance would arrive. Suddenly, Su Zimo laughed and looked at Yun Ting, who was confident of victory. Who gave you the confidence to think that you can suppress me with just an incomplete bloodline phenomenon? Humph! Yun Ting was a little displeased when he saw that Su Zimo refused to admit defeat. He was giving Su Zimo a way out on account of his sister. To think that Su Zimo would be so tactless. Since that was the case, he was going to teach Su Zimo a lesson instead. Slash! Yun Ting's spirit consciousness moved, and he pointed in Su Zimo's direction. The immortal vanquishing sword behind him transformed into a blood beam and slashed forward. Su Zimo's expression was calm. He did not dodge or avoid, and his hands shifted continuously. Everything is impermanent. This is the law of arising and passing away. Su Zimo murmured a few obscure sutras and released an incomparably divine dermic seal that was filled with Buddhist light. It was one of the 3 secret skills of the taboo mystic classic, Prajna Nirvana Sutra, Impermanence Seal. Everything in the world was impermanent and cycled through life, residency, dissonance, and destruction. Be it the divine powers, secret skills, or bloodline phenomenon released by Yun Ting, they were categorized under everything. Everything was impermanent. The moment the impermanence seal collided with Yun Ting's bloodline phenomenon, the life and death of the immortal vanquishing sword could be decided with a single thought. The impermanence seal came from a true taboo mystic classic and was one of the 3 major dermic seals of the Buddhist monasteries. There were also records of the remaining 2 dermic seals of the Buddhist monasteries, the Prajna Nirvana Sutra. However, given Su Zimo's current cultivation realm and comprehension of Buddhism, he could not comprehend it even with the Bodhi seed. The remaining 2 dermic seals were of a higher level, and he could not come into contact with them yet. Phew! The immortal vanquishing sword slashed down and collided with the impermanence seal. Under countless gazes, the blood-colored sword dissipated instantly and disappeared before long. The entire divine firmament hall was in an uproar. Yun Ting's bloodline phenomenon had just destroyed 2 of Su Zimo's divine powers and secret skills with such dominance and ease. To think that it would be resolved by a mysterious dermic seal. Yun Zhu's expression changed in deep thought. She knew that Su Zimo had once obtained the Hell Suppression Tripod and cultivated the Prajna Nirvana Sutra. She also knew that there were 3 major dermic seals of the Buddhist monasteries in the taboo mystic classic. This should be the impermanence seal. as expected of a taboo mystic classic. Yunju nodded to herself. If Yun Ting's bloodline phenomenon had reached the level of an actual peerless divine power, it would be difficult for the impermanence seal to dispel it. Unfortunately, Yun Ting had not seen the heaven and earth-slaying sword arts. That bloodline phenomenon merely touched the threshold of a peerless divine power, but it was still not an actual peerless divine power at the end of the day. On the gigantic stone battlefield, Yun Ting frowned. Back in the fight for the Earth ranking, he had seen Su Zimo release this dermic seal of the Buddhist monasteries to neutralize Feng Yin's divine power. However, he did not take it to heart. To think that this dermic seal of the Buddhist monasteries could neutralize his bloodline phenomenon. Yun Ting was enraged. He had just said a lot of things because he thought that victory was within his grasp. To think that the situation would change in the blink of an eye, and he felt his face heat up. Good. Yun Ting harumphed coldly and grit his teeth. Since you refuse to admit defeat, I won't hold back either. I'll let you witness my true trump card. Buzz. Yun Ting's spirit consciousness moved, and a long sword that flashed with lightning appeared in his palm. The sword was surrounded by lightning, but it could not conceal the sharpness it emitted. It was extremely sharp, and as it buzzed and trembled, Su Zimo felt a slight pain on his face. The name of this sword is Divine Firmament. It has followed me for many years and has never tasted defeat. Yun Ting named his personal sword Divine Firmament. It was enough to see his ambition and boldness. Divine Firmament. Back then, I accidentally entered an ancient ruin and barged into a sea of lightning. I obtained a divine stone and smelted it for 49 years before obtaining this sword. Su Zimo focused his gaze. There were a few faint lightning burn marks on the Divine Firmament sword that were extremely similar to the sentient dermic treasures used by perfected immortal experts. Under normal circumstances, only when cultivators advance to the perfected one realm and attract the perfected one heavenly tribulation to refine their dermic treasures could nurture sentience and intelligence, transforming into sentient dermic treasures. There would also be a few lightning burn marks on the sentient dermic treasures. If a 9 of 9 heavenly tribulation was attracted and the dermic treasure did not shatter even after experiencing it, it would be called a 9 tribulations spirit treasure, also known as a pure yang spirit treasure. Yun Ting's sword was nurtured in the sea of lightning to begin with. When the Divine Firmament sword attained greater mastery, it carried burn marks and possessed spirit consciousness that was comparable to sentient dermic treasures. That was also the reason why the Green Lotus True Body could feel a sharpness and a faint pain before he even made contact with the Divine Firmament sword. The Divine Firmament sword was indeed a rare divine weapon, and even the Green Lotus True Body could not take it head-on with his body. However, Su Zimo had a calm expression. He had many dermic treasures on him as well, and they were definitely not weaker than the Divine Firmament sword. You should understand that my greatest reliance is the sword Dao. Yun Ting wielded the Divine Firmament sword, and his finger sword landed gently on the sword's spine. Rubbing it slowly, he said proudly, "Initially, I did not want to summon the Divine Firmament sword. However, since you and I have fought to this point, fine. I'll let you have a taste of the sharpness of the Divine Firmament sword." The moment he said that, Yun Ting flicked his sword gently. Clang! Clang! The Divine Firmament sword buzzed and trembled. Sword chi intensified and its body shone with crackling electric arcs. Instantly, it vanished from the spot and stabbed towards Su Zimo. The speed of the Divine Firmament sword was so fast that it was difficult to see with the naked eye. Apart from killing, the speed of the sword Dao was also top tier among the many dermic Daos. On the Divine Firmament sword, there was the speed of the sword Dao as well as the augmentation of the thunder Dao. With the might of thunder, it became even faster. The moment the sword hum sounded, the Divine Firmament sword had already arrived before Su Zimo. Yun Ting's figure seemed to have vanished. Even most of the cultivators watching could not catch sight of Yun Ting, let alone Su Zimo who was standing opposite him. Yun Ting had already fused perfectly with the Divine Firmament sword. He followed the sword and became one with it. Even spirit consciousnesses would have difficulty detecting Yun Ting, let alone the naked eye. Yun Ting's sword Dao was indeed terrifying. If it was anyone else, they would not have been able to defend against that sword strike. However, Su Zimo's reaction was extremely fast. He blocked his five senses and retracted his spirit consciousness immediately, merely relying on his spirit perception to sense where the danger was. Clang! Suddenly, a green glow flew out from Su Zimo's glabella. An auspicious jade flew out and did not clash head-on with the sharpness of the divine firmament sword. Instead, it struck the spine of the divine firmament sword with extreme precision, creating a crisp sound. The divine firmament sword shuddered. Under normal circumstances, the Trinity auspicious jade could disperse the essence chi on divine weapons, dermic treasures, and spirit consciousnesses. Any dermic treasure that collided with it would be brushed away. As for Yunting, he was fused with the divine firmament sword. Coupled with the lightning surrounding the divine firmament sword, the collision of the Trinity auspicious jade did not knock the divine firmament sword down. Even so, the divine firmament sword paused slightly in midair and revealed an opening. Su Zimo's gaze intensified. Unknowingly, a horsetail whip had already appeared in his hands, and he moved his wrist gently. With a whoosh, 3,000 silver-white threads tore through the air and surged towards the divine firmament sword and Yunting with a terrifying might, as though they had transformed into a galaxy. Yunting frowned slightly. He could naturally tll that Su Zimo's horsetail whip was not easy to deal with. The 3,000 threads were not much of a threat to him. However, if he were to fall into the galaxy conjured by the 3,000 silver threads, he would definitely sink deeper and his movement technique would be restricted, preventing him from unleashing the true might of the sword Dao. In melee combat, it was extremely important to seize the initiative. Yunting did not want to fall into a passive position. At that thought, Yunting swayed slightly and suddenly turned blurry. His figure faded as though he had escaped into the unknown void and was no longer in this world. It was the top movement technique secret skill of the upper world, Void Cruising Sword. The reason why this movement technique was so powerful was because Void Cruising Sword had already come into contact with the dermic Tao of space. One could cruise through the void to avoid danger and break free from their predicaments. The galaxy formed by the 3,000 silver threads washed past Yunting's direction. However, Yunting and the divine firmament sword strangely vanished. It was not teleportation. Instead, he vanished into thin air on the battlefield and escaped into the void. That move was extremely stunning. When the 3,000 threads were exhausted and the galaxy was weak, Yunting would suddenly appear with the divine firmament sword and retaliate against Su Zimo. Right then, a strange look flashed through Su Zimo's eyes. In his mind, the mysterious Ling Long Zugzwangs surfaced one after another. Chessboards flashed before his eyes one by one before finally stopping at the 8th Ling Long Zugzwang. The key to resolving the 8th Ling Long Zugzwang was the dermic Tao of space. Right at that moment, Su Zimo made use of the spirit consonance art and together with the power of the martial Tao prime body, resolved the 8th Ling Long Zugzwang. Although he could not control that power yet, the method to break out of the situation had long been imprinted in his mind. Right in front of everyone, Yunting had already made use of the sword Dao to escape into the void and disappear. However, under Su Zimo's gaze, the gigantic stone battlefield where the two of them were located became a chessboard with a Ling Long Zugzwang. Yunting's location was clearly visible and there was nowhere to hide. Yunting entered the void and was ready to retaliate. However, in the void, he suddenly realized that Su Zimo was staring at him fixedly. Those eyes seemed to be able to penetrate the void and see where he was. How is that possible? Yunting felt uncomfortable under Su Zimo's gaze. He used his movement technique once more and escaped into another part of the void. However, before he could steady himself, Su Zimo's gaze shifted over as well, still staring at him with a strange expression and a fake smile. What's going on? Yunting felt chills run down his spine from Su Zimo's gaze. He released his movement technique consecutively and escaped into the void. However, Su Zimo's gaze followed him like a shadow, fixed on his back. Instantly, Yunting felt like a monkey that was being teased as he jumped around. Suddenly, A silver spear suddenly tore through the void and arrived before him instantly, piercing towards the back of his head. It was only at that moment that Yun Ting truly believed that Su Zimo could see through his tracks. He slashed in reverse and collided against the incoming spear. Clang! The sword and spear collided and metal clashed with sparks flying. The spear was shattered into silver-white threads by his sword. The so-called spear was formed from the 3,000 threads of the primordial unity horsetail whip. The offensive methods of the primordial unity horsetail whip were treacherous and varied. Could be tough or gentle, fusing yin and yang. When it was tough, the threads would form a spear that was indestructible. When it was gentle, the threads would be like water and were endlessly flexible. Although the incoming spear was dispersed, Yun Ting was also knocked out of the void by the ferocious power contained in the spear and landed on the gigantic stone battlefield once more. The fight between the two of them seemed long. However, to the many cultivators watching, it only took a few breaths. Suddenly, Yun Ting vanished. Thereafter, Su Zimo glared at the void of the gigantic stone battlefield and took a few glances. Suddenly, he waved his horsetail whip and forced Yun Ting out of the unknown void. Before Yun Ting could stand still, the Trinity Auspicious Jade descended from the skies. Yun Ting raised his sword hurriedly to defend. Clang! Although the Trinity Auspicious Jade was sent flying, Yun Ting's body trembled slightly as well. The power of thunder on the divine firmament sword dissipated significantly as well and condensed again before long. Splash! Immediately after, the 3,000 threads transformed into a galaxy with raging tides that surged and drowned Yun Ting instantly. Break! Yun Ting's voice sounded in the galaxy. Immediately after, an extremely sharp beam surged into the skies and split the galaxy into two. Swoosh! Yun Ting reappeared and stood on the galaxy with a torrential aura. The Trinity Auspicious Jade smashed down once more. Clang! The sharpness of the thunder on the divine firmament sword was dispersed by the Trinity Auspicious Jade the moment they started converging. Even if Yun Ting possessed an unmatched sword Dao, he could not release it. The moment his sword Dao was released, it was shattered by the Trinity Auspicious Jade and the primordial unity horsetail whip. 3 heads, 6 arms. Immediately after, Su Zimo released his supreme divine power. Wielding the primordial unity horsetail whip in one hand, Trinity Auspicious Jade in another and the 7 tails phoenix feather fan in the last one, he charged towards Yun Ting. Clang! 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 Su Zimo's body spun continuously as the primordial unity horsetail whip, Trinity Auspicious Jade and 7 tails phoenix feather fan took turns attacking Yun Ting. Not only that, Su Zimo's remaining 3 arms that were free attacked Yun Ting as well in the form of punches, slaps and finger thrusts. Yun Ting's sword Dao was already shattered by the primordial unity horsetail whip and Trinity Auspicious Jade. Right now, he even had to face the 7 tails phoenix feather fan and Su Zimo's 3 arms in melee combat. There was an ancient saying that 2 fists were no match for 4 hands. Right now, Yun Ting was facing 6 arms. In that series of attacks, Su Zimo's fists, divine weapons and dermic treasures filled his entire peripheral vision. He could not even catch his breath. For Yun Ting, 3 heads 6 arms was not a divine power that was difficult to cultivate. However, he had never cultivated it before and was disdainful towards it. In his eyes, the sword in his hands was enough to deal with all strong foes and kill all living beings. He had not expected to encounter Su Zimo's unreasonable fighting style today. Su Zimo did not use any special moves at all. He merely smashed towards Yun Ting fiercely with the primordial unity horsetail whip and Trinity Auspicious Jade, and the latter was completely stunned. In the blink of an eye, the two of them exchanged hundreds of blows. Yun Ting was drenched in sweat and was forced to retreat in defeat in shock and anger. He was suppressed by Su Zimo and did not even have the chance to curse. The scene before him was equivalent to 3 Su Zimos attacking Yun Ting at the same time. No matter how strong Yun Ting's sword technique was, he could not withstand it. As for Su Zimo, he could not take down Yun Ting after attacking for a long time. When he saw that Yun Ting was still gritting his teeth and holding on, he could not help but smirk with a strange smile. Suddenly, a jade manual flew out from his glabella. Immediately after, the Jade Manual transformed into a figure at the side. Jade Pure, Jade Manual, Primeval Body. Fuck! When Yun Ting saw that, his vision, and he almost fainted from anger. Yun Ting was merely supported by a single sword, but he was assaulted relentlessly by Su Zimo's 3 heads, 6 arms. Gradually, he could not withstand it and was struggling. To think that Su Zimo would summon another primeval body. This time round, it was equivalent to Yun Ting facing 4 Su Zimos. That's way too much. Yun Ting's face darkened as he cursed internally. At that moment, there was only a single thought in his mind. After today, he would definitely cultivate the supreme divine power, 3 heads, 6 arms. When the primeval body was condensed, it took on the form of the taboo dragon phoenix and attacked Yun Ting as well together with Su Zimo's 3 heads, 6 arms. The pressure on Yun Ting increased significantly. Although there were no divine weapons in the hands of the taboo dragon phoenix, it was the primeval body condensed by the Jade Pure Jade Manual after all and was extremely strong. Any kick or punch would cause considerable damage to Yun Ting. However, he gritted his teeth and refused to admit defeat. The toll on Su Zimo must be immense for him to release such ferocious attacks using 3 heads, 6 arms. He would not be able to sustain it for long. That was the saying that one would definitely decline at their peak. Relying on his strong physique and strong sword blood, Yun Ting grit his teeth and endured. He was looking forward to launching a counterattack once Su Zimo's strength was depleted. However, as time passed by, Yun Ting felt increasingly despaired. After an entire 5 minutes, Su Zimo's attacks did not weaken. Instead, they turned increasingly ferocious and his aura intensified as his strength grew. Yun Ting was merely defending passively, but he felt like he could not hold on any longer. His head spun and his vision darkened. There was no way Yun Ting knew that the strongest thing about the Green Lotus True Body was its endurance capabilities. He could even hold out for dozens of minutes, let alone just 5. Isn't that way too tragic? After all, it's 1 against 4. 2 fists are no match for 8 hands. It's not Yun Ting's fault. Why does it feel like a junior is being disciplined? The 1,000 cultivators in the Divine Firmament Hall were dumbfounded when they saw that. Nobody expected this to be the situation at the end of the battle. Rank 1 on the Heaven ranking prediction. Yun Ting was cornered by Su Zimo in the gigantic stone battlefield and beaten badly, without any chance to retaliate. In the direction of the Xianxia Immortal Kingdom, Yun Zhu suddenly burst into laughter. When Mo Qing saw that Yun Ting was bound to lose, she was worried about Yun Zhu and looked over from time to time. "Sister, are you all right?" At that moment, when she saw Yun Zhu smiling, as though she was in a good mood, she was puzzled and asked worriedly, "Yeah, I'm very well." Yun Zhu smiled and nodded. Pausing for a moment, she said, "It's good for Yun Ting to lose as well. It can be considered a lesson for him to know that there's always someone better out there." "Yes." Mo Qing nodded slightly as well. "Actually, it's quite an unfair victory for junior brother Su. He has 3 heads, 6 arms, and a clone. It's pretty much like bullying." Those words were naturally just pleasantries to console Yun Zhu. However, many cultivators of the Xianxia Immortal Kingdom nodded repeatedly when they heard that. Some cultivators had indignant expressions and were unwilling to accept the fact that Prince Yun Ting was defeated. So they said, "That's right. If it's a one-on-one fight, Prince Yun Ting will definitely be able to defeat Su Zimo." Yun Zhu said indifferently, "Be it 3 heads, 6 arms, or the primeval body, they are the trump cards of his. Naturally, he can release them as he pleases. If Yun Ting was capable enough, he could have summoned hundreds of clones as well." When they heard that, although everyone from the Xianxia Immortal Kingdom was unwilling to accept it, they did not dare to complain anymore. Yun Zhu looked at the 2 people on the gigantic stone battlefield with a relaxed expression. The reason why she was so happy was not because the outcome of the battle between the 2 people on the gigantic stone battlefield was about to be decided. She could accept the outcome of this battle between the 2 paragons no matter who won. Her only worry was that the 2 of them would be injured or even die because of this. It was only now that she was relieved. That was because she realized that the 2 of them had held back in this battle and did not fight to the death. The two of them had an extremely tacit understanding and did not use their essence spirit secret skills. Furthermore, be it Su Zimo or Yun Ting, both of them exercised restraint. Otherwise, Yun Ting would have lost a long time ago. Unlike the cultivators of Heaven and Earth Academy and Zixian Immortal Kingdom, Qin Gu of Mountain Sea Immortal Sect and Zhong Feiyu of Flying Immortal Sect were secretly delighted. The longer the two of them fought, the more energy they would expend and the more advantageous it would be for them. On the gigantic stone battlefield. No more, no more. In the corner, Yun Ting, who had been beaten up by Su Zimo for 5 minutes, finally could not hold on any longer and shouted while panting. When Su Zimo heard Yun Ting speak, he did not continue pounding and retreated in a flash. Yun Ting was drenched in sweat. He did not care how many people were watching and collapsed to the ground, panting heavily. He did not have any injuries on his body. However, his body ached and he was exhausted from Su Zimo's 3 heads, 6 arms, and primeval body. Yun Ting took out a handful of immortal pills from his storage bag and swallowed them all, trying his best to absorb and refine them. The primeval body could not withstand it either and gradually dissipated. The pure jade manual transformed into a streak of green light and returned to Su Zimo's consciousness. 3 heads, 6 arms dissipated as well. In reality, Su Zimo could no longer maintain his supreme divine power. Without the 6-tusk divine strength and 3 heads 6 heads arms, his strength would be much weaker as well. However, Yun Ting truly could not hold on any longer. Furthermore, he could tell that if Su Zimo was willing to attack with his full strength, he would not have been able to last till now. On the gigantic stone battlefield, one of them wore green robes and had a rosy complexion, looking calm and composed. The other sat limply on the ground, sweating and panting. Victory was decided. He won. In the Yen-Yang Immortal Kingdom, Xianxia clenched his fists and said excitedly, "Brother Su will become rank 1 of the heaven ranking this time round." He was truly happy for Su Zimo. Lai Xian had a calm expression as he shook his head gently. Su Zimo did defeat Yun Ting, but he might not be rank 1 of the heaven ranking. "Why do you say that?" Xianxia asked with a frown. Lai Xian's gaze swept past the eager Qin Gu and Zhong Feiyu not far away. The two of them over there will definitely not give up. They are still intending to challenge Brother Su? Xianxia's heart sank. Brother Su has expended too much energy in this battle and has used up all his trump cards. What's up with the two of them? They're trying to take advantage of the situation. Lai Xian was extremely calm as he analyzed. The fight between Su Zimo and Yun Ting was a fight that went beyond the rules to begin with. Although Divine Firmament Palace acknowledged it, they did not express their support explicitly. According to the rules, the rank 1 of the heaven ranking has to engage in multiple ranking battles and convince the masses. If Qin Gu and Zhong Feiyu insist on this, Divine Firmament Palace won't be able to say anything. We can't abolish the heaven ranking rules of many years just because of Su Zimo and Yun Ting. Xianxia frowned and asked, "Is there any way to resolve it?" Lai Xian shook his head and sighed gently. Although there's an outcome for the battle between the two of them, others will benefit from it. Sigh. Benefit from it? Right then, Xieling suddenly spoke with a deep meaning. "I'm afraid it's not going to be easy for them to gain this benefit." Mountain Sea Immortal Sect. Qin Gu looked at the two people on the gigantic stone battlefield and narrowed his eyes slightly. "What are you doing?" Just as Qin Gu was about to stand up, Chess Immortal Junyu seemed to have sensed something and suddenly spoke. Junyu did not turn back and merely glanced sideways. As though she could read Qin Gu's mind, she asked indifferently, "You want to take advantage of them?" Her tone was calm, but there was a hint of sternness. "Aye." Qin Gu hesitated slightly. If it was an ordinary heaven immortal, they would most likely not dare to have any other thoughts in the face of the chess immortal's question. However, Qin Gu was a reincarnated perfected immortal after all. Back when he reincarnated, chess immortal Junyu had yet to rise. From that perspective, Junyu was merely a junior to him. Qin Gu pondered for a moment before saying slowly, "You're wrong. According to the rules of the heaven ranking, I'm qualified to challenge them to begin with." This can't be considered as taking advantage of them. It was their choice to fight till this point. It has nothing to do with me. The reason why I want to be rank 1 of the heaven ranking is not only for myself, but also for the glory of the sect. Qin Gu's words were extremely powerful as well. Not only did he resolve Jun Yu's question, he even rose a level and correlated the position as rank 1 of the heaven ranking with the glory of the sect. Chess Immortal Jun Yu was someone from Mountain Sea Immortal sect after all. Qin Gu was certain that even if she wanted to stop him, she could not say anything more. A mocking look flashed through Jun Yu's eyes, as though she had already read Qin Gu's mind. Up to you. Good luck. At the same time, on the side of Flying Immortal sect, Zhong Feiyu glared at Su Zimo, who was on the gigantic stone battlefield with a murderous aura, prepared to get up. Meng Yao, I'll definitely kill this lad and take revenge for you. Relying on his status as a reincarnated perfected immortal, Zhong Feiyu called Meng Yao by her name without the use of titles such as senior sister. Thank you for your kind intentions, Brother Zhong. Meng Yao nodded slightly and reminded, however, Brother Zhong, you have to be careful. Don't be careless. That Su Zimo might still have something up his sleeves. Don't worry. Zhong Feiyu smirked sinisterly. I'm long prepared. On the gigantic stone battlefield, Yun Ting took a few breaths and swallowed many immortal pills. His breathing gradually stabilized as he looked at Su Zimo with a conflicted expression. You won this time round, but I'm indignant. Oh! Su Zimo could tell that Yun Ting was implying something and could not help but raise his brow. Just as Yun Ting was about to speak, 2 people stood out from the crowd on both sides below. It was Qin Gu of Mountain Sea Immortal Sect and Zhong Feiyu of Flying Immortal Sect. The 2 of them glared at them with burning gazes and torrential auras, filled with fighting spirit. Yun Ting's expression darkened. Suddenly, he stood up and looked at Qin Gu and Zhong Feiyu, asking slowly, "What are the 2 of you trying to do?" "Nothing much," Qin Gu said in a deep voice. "There are naturally rules for the heaven ranking. The position of rank 1 isn't something that can be decided just by the outcome of the 2 of you." "That's right." Zhong Feiyu glared at Su Zimo with evil intentions and laughed evilly. "If you want to be rank 1 of the heaven ranking, you'll have to ask my flying fish sword first." Bullshit. Yun Ting had just been enraged by Su Zimo and had nowhere to vent it. When he saw how shameless Zhong Feiyu and Qin Gu were, he could not help but curse. He spat at the 2 of them. "Under normal circumstances, even if the 2 of you attack together, you won't be able to defend against my divine firmament sword." "Humph!" Zhong Feiyu sneered. "Rules are of paramount importance for the fight for the heaven ranking. You can't blame others for your reckless behavior. If you want to be rank 1 of the heaven ranking, you'll have to convince the masses. What has the outcome of the fight between the 2 of you got to do with us?" Pausing for a moment, Zhong Feiyu surveyed his surroundings and declared, "We're not the only ones. Among the paragons present, there are many who don't agree as well." In reality, everyone could tell that Su Zimo was truly the rank 1 of the heaven ranking since he defeated Yun Ting. However, many cultivators did not mind escalating the situation. Now that Qin Gu and Zhong Feiyu stood out, another commotion broke out. Immediately, someone echoed and shouted that they were indignant. Instantly, the crowd chimed in with a deafening commotion. On the gigantic stone battlefield, Yun Ting's expression darkened and his eyes were filled with killing intent. On the other hand, Su Zimo had a calm expression and remained silent. "Ha ha ha ha!" Zhong Feiyu burst into laughter and suppressed the surrounding commotion. "Su Zimo, you saw it too, right? That's the thought of all the cultivators. If you want to be rank 1 of the heaven ranking, you have to convince the masses." Qin Gu nodded as well. He looked at Immortal King Qinyang and said, "According to the rules of the heaven ranking, the 2 of us will definitely go against Su Zimo and Yun Ting given our rankings. It's well within reason." "Yes," Immortal King Qinyang said in a deep voice. "Indeed. How shameless." On the side of Heaven and Earth Academy, many Academy disciples were indignant. Mo Qing frowned slightly as well and said softly with a worried expression, "Should we get junior brother Su to retreat and give up on fighting for rank 1 of the heaven ranking? Yes. Yang Ruoxu nodded. That's indeed safer. In fact, in everyone's hearts, Brother Su is already rank 1 of the heaven ranking. There's no need for him to fight for that empty title. Yunju had a calm expression as she smiled gently. She held Mo Qing's small hand gently and consoled her. Don't worry. The two of them will sort it out themselves, on the gigantic stone battlefield. Turning around, Yunting looked at Su Zimo at the side and suddenly asked, How are you? Can you still fight? Of course. Su Zimo nodded. All right. Yunting's eyes lit up. Let's each choose an opponent and see who wins first. Actually, he still had some trump cards that he had yet to use in the fight earlier on. Those trump cards were all powerful killing moves. Once released, even he could not control them and it would result in either death or serious injuries. Yunting wanted to defeat Su Zimo. However, in the depths of his heart, he did not want to kill Su Zimo. Furthermore, he could vaguely sense that Su Zimo and his sister were very close. Even on account of Yunju, he was unwilling to harm Su Zimo's life. That was the reason why he said that he was indignant although Su Zimo won this time round. And now, both of them could choose an opponent without holding back and could fight freely. From that perspective, the fight between the two of them was not over. Yunting wanted to use this method to display his powerful trump cards to Su Zimo so that he could compete with the latter. Sure. Naturally, Su Zimo could read Yunting's mind and agreed without hesitation. Take your pick first. I'm fine with anything. On the battlefield, the conversation between the two of them was not hidden either. The 1,000 cultivators in the Divine Firmament Hall, Qin Gu and Zhong Feiyu included, heard everything clearly. The cultivators were dumbfounded. What were the two of them doing? Instead of being worried, they were choosing their opponents? This was no longer looking down on Qin Gu and Zhong Feiyu. This was complete disregard. The two reincarnated perfected immortals, Qin Gu and Zhong Feiyu, were like fish on a chopping board in the conversation between Su Zimo and Yunting. The two butchers were merely discussing who could kill faster. Yunting pondered for a moment. I'll leave Zhong Feiyu to you. I'll settle Qin Gu. Zhong Feiyu was from Flying Immortal sect. Thanks to Zither Immortal Mengyao, things between him and Su Zimo were irreconcilable. Furthermore, the two of them had offended one another in the Azura battlefield. Yunting's choice conveniently allowed Su Zimo a chance to settle the grudges between him and Zhong Feiyu. As for Qin Gu of Mountain Sea Immortal sect, he did not have any deep feud with Su Zimo. The reason why he stood out this time round was because he wanted to challenge the rank 1 of the heaven ranking. However, if Qin Gu could not even defeat Yunting, he was even less qualified to challenge Su Zimo. Su Zimo and Yunting discussed and chose their opponents on the gigantic stone battlefield as though no one was around. Qin Gu and Zhong Feiyu had ugly expressions. This was a complete humiliation for them. Cut the crap. Zhong Feiyu retracted his smile and glared at Su Zimo coldly with a dark expression. Hurry up if you want to fight. Are you trying to buy time? The reason why Zhong Feiyu dared to challenge Su Zimo was because Su Zimo and Yunting had expended a lot of energy in the battle and had used up all their trump cards. If Su Zimo was given enough time to recover to half of his peak condition, Zhong Feiyu would not dare to stand out, let alone if he was in his peak condition. Since that's the case, let the two fights take place at the same time. Immortal King Qingyang stood up and waved his robes. Another gigantic rock rose rapidly in the middle of the hall, forming a battlefield. Yunting glanced at Su Zimo and raised his head slightly with a provocative expression. Thereafter, he arrived at the second battlefield in a flash. Qin Gu entered the second battlefield later on as well. Zhong Feiyu arrived at the first battlefield to confront Su Zimo. The top 4 paragons and monster incarnates of the heaven ranking prediction were about to fight and their rankings would be decided soon. Extreme. Yunting bit the tip of his tongue gently and spat out a mouthful of essence blood, scattering it on the divine firmament sword. Lightning flashed and sword chi intensified. Yunting had just fought a huge battle and had expended a lot of energy. However, at that moment he was invigorated and his aura rose rapidly. he actually recovered rapidly and was even stronger than when he fought Su Zimo. That was the extreme sword Dao. In exchange for burning his essence blood, he could release his immense potential in a short period of time and unleash the speed, killing power and everything else about the sword Dao to its limits. When he fought Su Zimo, Yun Ting did not use this trump card. That was because once released, the extreme sword Dao could only advance and not retreat. Unless the other party was defeated and bled, his attacks would not stop until his essence blood was burned up. There was no way out for the extreme sword Dao. Even if they had to die together, he had to press forward. Yun Ting did not want to fight Su Zimo to that extent. However, he had no such reservations against Qin Gu. Swoosh! Yun Ting followed the sword and vanished. He was connected to the bloodline of the Divine Firmament Sword and became one completely. The Divine Firmament Sword arrived before Qin Gu and launched a flurry of attacks. Qin Gu had a grim expression and did not dare to be careless. He was extremely nervous and summoned his Destiny Dermic treasure, holding an ancient bell in his hands to defend with all his might. Clang! 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 The sound of metal clashing echoed like rain when the Divine Firmament Sword struck the ancient bell. Right in front of everyone, Yun Ting's figure had already vanished completely, leaving only a sharp Divine Firmament Sword that flashed with lightning in midair, attacking Qin Gu fiercely. Qin Gu did not retaliate the entire time. It was not that he did not want to, but he did not have the chance at all. Yun Ting's attacks were way too ferocious. The killing power and speed of the sword Dao had already reached their limits, and he did not have any chance to catch his breath or retaliate. If he wanted to retaliate, he would definitely be severely injured by the Divine Firmament Sword and might even die on the spot. That was the might of the extreme sword Dao. Of course, Qin Gu did not give up. As a reincarnated perfected immortal, he was experienced and knowledgeable. Naturally, he could tell that the extreme sword Dao was not without weaknesses. It came at the cost of burning one's essence blood. As long as he could defend and wait for Yun Ting's essence blood to burn up, Yun Ting would definitely be the one defeated and die without him even retaliating. On the first battlefield, Zhong Feiyu summoned his flying fish sword and glared at Su Zimo. Grinning, he released his essence spirit secret skill without hesitation. His judgment was simple. Su Zimo had released so many divine powers and secret skills in the battle with Yun Ting. The essence spirit must have expended a lot of energy. He had just witnessed Su Zimo's melee combat strength personally, and even Yun Ting was not his match. He did not want to be dragged into melee combat and add unnecessary variables. He wanted to find Su Zimo's weakness and kill him with a single strike. Zhong Feiyu's spirit consciousness gathered and transformed into a sword qi that burst forth. Su Zimo had a calm expression and did not dodge or avoid. In fact, he did not even fight head-on with his essence spirit secret skill. The sword qi entered Su Zimo's glabella and was immediately shattered by the green lotus sword conjured by the green lotus seeds. The green lotus essence spirit was completely unharmed. Immediately after, a dragon scale flew out from Su Zimo's glabella. Essence spirit secret skill, reverse scale. This scene was extremely similar to the fight between the two of them in the Azura battlefield. This time round, Zhong Feiyu was long prepared. When he saw Su Zimo summon the reverse scale, he did not panic and released a second essence spirit secret skill as well. His spirit consciousness transformed into a white silver fish that charged towards the reverse scale. The two spirit consciousnesses collided. Zhong Feiyu's expression changed starkly. An almost destructive power suddenly descended in his consciousness and acted on his essence spirit. Thankfully, he was prepared and obtained a defensive essence spirit dermic treasure from his master. Even so, his essence spirit was shaken. Furthermore, cracks appeared on his essence spirit dermic treasure and its glow dimmed. In a single exchange of essence spirit secret skills, the essence spirit dermic treasure was completely crippled. In the Azura battlefield, Su Zimo was only a grade 7 heaven immortal at that time. Right now, his cultivation realm was at the grade 8 heaven immortal realm. Even without the 6-tusk divine strength, his essence spirit realm far surpassed the grade 9 heaven immortal realm. With the augmentation of the 6-tusk divine strength, The power of his essence spirit had already touched the threshold of the perfected One realm. Such a situation was rare throughout history. There was an unimaginable and insurmountable gap between the Heaven Essence realm and the perfected One realm. At the peak of the Heaven Essence realm, one had to undergo the perfected One heavenly tribulation to have a chance of condensing their Tao fruit. Once they advanced to the perfected One realm, their strength would increase tremendously. As for Su Zimo's essence spirit, he used the taboo mystic classic, the Prajna Nirvana Sutra, as his foundation. He fused the Green Lotus and Dragon Phoenix essence spirits together, and possessed the innate divine power of the six-tusked divine strength to make up for the huge difference between the two major cultivation realms. Su Zimo guessed that once he cultivated to become a grade 9 heaven immortal, there was a chance that his essence spirit realm would cross the heaven essence realm and reach the strength of a perfected One convergence realm. One could imagine the lethality of the reverse scale released with the strength of a spirit consciousness as such. If Zhong Feiyu did not have that defensive essence spirit dermic treasure, he would have been killed by a single move from the reverse scale. Zhong Feiyu's heart skipped a beat as his face turned pale with a sense of trepidation. How was that possible? Even after fighting with Yun Ting for so long, this person could still release an essence spirit secret skill? Furthermore, it was an essence spirit secret skill with such terrifying power? In reality, Zhong Feiyu and many cultivators had far underestimated Su Zimo and Yun Ting. Indeed, their essence spirits had expended a lot of energy after the exchange. However, it was not at the point where they could not release their essence spirit secret skills, divine powers or secret skills. The two of them did not use any essence spirit secret skills in their fight. That was a tacit understanding between the two of them. A deep fear flashed through the depths of Zhong Feiyu's eyes as he felt a sense of trepidation and wanted to retreat. He realized that he could not read Su Zimo at all. Now that his essence spirit was shaken, although he was not injured, it was inconvenient for him to continue fighting. Unfortunately, although Zhong Feiyu wanted to leave, Su Zimo had no intention of letting him off. Before Zhong Feiyu could snap out of his stupor and make up his mind, Su Zimo's attack descended once more. Supreme divine power. Fleeting moment. Without even testing the waters, he released his strongest killing move. Most cultivators had only heard that Su Zimo specialized in a divine power secret skill that reduced one's lifespan. However, no one knew how powerful that divine power secret skill was. In fact, not many people knew that even the Shadowless Sword, one of the three great sword immortals, died indirectly to Su Zimo's supreme divine power. Zhong Feiyu did not dare to be careless and put aside the thought of escaping for the time being. He hurriedly condensed his spirit consciousness and released another supreme divine power to fight head-on. The moment the two supreme divine powers collided, Zhong Feiyu heard a strange drumbeat that was dull and filled with an aura of death. Zhong Feiyu's expression changed. He could clearly sense his lifespan decreasing rapidly. This is bad. Zhong Feiyu was shocked and released various divine powers, secret skills and his bloodline phenomenon to defend against that strange power. If it was just fleeting moment, it would naturally not be a threat to Zhong Feiyu. However, fleeting moment was mixed with the dermic Tao of the Twilight Drum. Even though the two dermic Taos had yet to synthesize perfectly, this supreme divine power had already touched the threshold of peerless divine powers. It was no exaggeration to say that the current fleeting moment was an existence comparable to Yun Ting's condensed bloodline phenomenon, the immortal vanquishing sword. Finally, after releasing many divine powers and secret skills in succession, the crisis of lifespan reduction gradually dissipated. At that moment, Zhong Feiyu felt a sensation of weakness from his essence spirit. After clashing head-on with the reverse scale, his essence spirit suffered some shocks. And now, he released so many divine powers and secret skills in a short period of time forcefully. That was a huge toll on his essence spirit. Even his bloodline phenomenon could not withstand it and flickered. Right then, a warning flashed in his heart. Without hesitation, Zhong Feiyu wanted to make use of his movement technique to escape from the spot. Roar! Suddenly, an earth-shaking tiger roar burst forth and reverberated through the world. It was deafening and filled with endless might, causing one's heart to tremble. Immediately after, a gigantic white tiger with a strong malevolent aura appeared in midair to the west of Zhong Feiyu. The tiger was covered in white fur without any impurities. Its bell-like eyes were incomparably bloodshot and emitted a chilling killing intent. White tiger sacred beast. Although it was only a phantom formed from malevolent qi, the cultivator's presence still felt their bloodlines being suppressed. It was a pressure that came from the depths of their soul and was unstoppable. Zhong Feiyu's bloodline phenomenon was already on the verge of collapse to begin with. However, after the white tiger's sacred beast descended, his bloodline phenomenon dissipated instantly. The white tiger's eyes were bloodshot. The moment it appeared, it locked onto Zhong Feiyu, who was not far away, and lunged over with its mouth wide open. The roar of the white tiger's sacred beast caused Zhong Feiyu to shudder, and he looked dazed for a moment. That momentary daze was enough for him to die in the white tiger's mouth. The white tiger chomped down on Zhong Feiyu in a single mouthful, and its sharp teeth left rows of bloodied holes on his body. Fresh blood gushed out. When the malevolent qi entered his body, Zhong Feiyu's life force was severed. Before his essence spirit could escape, it was completely destroyed by the malevolent qi in the white tiger's mouth and died. Pest! When the cultivators saw that, they gasped in shock. Although the entire process sounded long, it happened within a few breaths. After the essence spirit fight, Su Zimo released a supreme divine power followed by that terrifying killing secret skill. A murderous white tiger appeared from the west. Accompanied by a roar, it devoured Zhong Feiyu and bit him to death. The white tiger stood in the west with a corpse in its mouth. It exuded a torrential malevolent qi and was like a god of killing that ruled over the world, causing all living beings to prostrate. This was the unparalleled killing secret skill recorded on the Hell Suppression Tripod, White Tiger Corpse Collection. Back in the Azura battlefield, Su Zimo was able to kill Song Su in a single move after releasing White Tiger Corpse Collection, because he made use of the power of the malevolent blood lake. Now that Su Zimo's cultivation was at the grade 8 heaven immortal realm, the power of this secret skill was even more ferocious. Furthermore, the impact and exhaustion caused by the reverse scale and fleeting moment earlier on made Zhong Feiyu completely defenseless against White Tiger Corpse Collection. The entire process seemed simple. However, in reality, the reverse scale, fleeting moment, and White Tiger Corpse Collection were all Su Zimo's strongest killing techniques. When he fought with Yun Ting earlier on, he was afraid of harming the latter's life and did not release it. Now that all three killing moves were thrown at Zhong Feiyu, it would be a miracle if Zhong Feiyu could survive. What happened? Zhong Feiyu was killed instantly? That secret skill should be the one that Su Zimo used to kill Song Su instantly in the Azura battlefield. How savage! Rank 4 of the Heaven ranking prediction. Zhong Feiyu could not survive more than 3 moves against Su Zimo. Not only that, don't forget, Su Zimo has just fought a fierce battle with Yun Ting and has expended a lot of energy. After a momentary silence, a commotion broke out in the Divine Firmament Hall. The crowd was in an uproar. Many cultivators thought that Zhong Feiyu was at his peak and Su Zimo was weak after using up all his trump cards. Both parties would definitely be embroiled in a bitter battle. However, none of them expected that Zhong Feiyu would die on the spot without a chance to escape within a few breaths. He won. Many cultivators of Heaven and Earth Academy stood up one after another and cheered excitedly. Mo Qing, Yang Ruoxu, and the others heaved a sigh of relief as well. Yunju was not surprised by this scene and had a faint smile on her face. The cultivators of Flying Immortal Sect had ugly expressions as though they had lost their parents. Zither Immortal Meng Yao's expression was even colder as she pursed her lips in silence. She had not expected that Zhong Feiyu would be killed by Su Zimo in 3 moves. If she had known earlier, she would not have sent Zhong Feiyu up to die. Her plan had failed completely. This scholar who looked frail but was actually like a ferocious tiger had grown way too quickly. In fact, she was starting to feel flustered. Gazing at the green-robed cultivator with his hands behind his back on the gigantic stone battlefield, Meng Yao realized that she might not have a chance to get rid of this person in the future. Zhong Feiyu's death caused a huge shock to the remaining cultivators of the heaven ranking prediction. Even Zhong Feiyu, rank 4 of the heaven ranking prediction, could not defend against Su Zimo's attacks. Some of the cultivators who were initially restless now had to reconsider their actions. They did not know if they could return alive if they went forth to challenge him. On the second battlefield, sensing that the combat on Su Zimo's side had ended, Yun Ting's attacks became even fiercer and faster. Qin Gu's face was pale as he grit his teeth and defended with all his might. Victory was about to be decided in this battle. If Yun Ting could not take down Qin Gu within a short period of time, even if he won in the end, he would have expended a lot of essence blood. That would cause immense damage to himself and might even affect his future cultivation. Clang, clang, clang. The sound of metal clashing was as dense as rain. In everyone's eyes, even the divine firmament sword seemed to have vanished, let alone Yun Ting. The only thing left around Qin Gu was a sword beam that was surrounded by lightning that circled and galloped. Heart sword. Suddenly, Yun Ting's voice sounded once more. That was his other trump card. The heart sword was invisible and once released, it would target the other party's Dao heart. This was a killing technique targeted at the Dao heart. With his Dao heart destroyed, Qin Gu would definitely lose this battle. If he could not repair his Dao heart, Qin Gu might have no hope of advancing to the perfected one realm for the rest of his life. The strength of that secret skill was closely related to the strength of one's Dao heart. If one's Dao heart was not strong enough and the other party's Dao heart was indestructible without any flaws, they would suffer a backlash and their Dao heart would be damaged if they released the heart sword targeted at their opponent. The heart sword secret skill was a double-edged sword. If one's Dao heart was not strong enough and was not as strong as the other party, they would suffer the consequences of their actions. The reason why Yun Ting was able to cultivate the heart sword secret skill successfully was all thanks to the crushing defeat Su Zimo gave him in the Emperor's tomb thousands of years ago. That defeat woke Yun Ting up from a dream. Instead of crushing him, that defeat made his Dao heart even stronger and sharper, allowing him to eventually comprehend the heart sword Dao. In the battle with Su Zimo earlier on, Yun Ting had actually considered using the heart sword secret skill as well. However, he hesitated for a moment and did not summon it. He was worried that if this secret skill was released, Su Zimo's Dao heart would be damaged and he would lose a powerful opponent. At that moment, Yun Ting did not know yet. His choice of giving up had indirectly saved himself. If he had released his heart sword secret skill on Su Zimo, the battle between the two of them would have ended a long time ago. On the second battlefield, against the invisible heart sword, Qin Gu did not have any divine powers or secret skills that could defend against it. He could only defend with his Dao heart and hold his ground. As long as he was one with his Dao heart and there were no flaws in it, Yun Ting's heart sword would return fruitless. To be fair, Qin Gu's Dao heart was indeed strong enough. Even for perfected immortal experts, the conditions were extremely stringent if they wanted to be reborn. It was 1 in a million. The first requirement for the reincarnation of a perfected immortal was for his soul to be intact. If the essence spirit was severely injured and his soul was destroyed, he would not be able to be reborn no matter how many supreme experts protected him. Before the soul entered reincarnation, an immortal king-level expert had to release a dermic art to protect it and leave an imprint on it. Everything in the early stages was still within the control of humans. Once one entered reincarnation, everything would be decided by fate. In the 6 paths of reincarnation, anything could happen and there was a high chance that the imprint left on the soul would be washed away. Once the imprint disappeared, it was uncertain if he could reincarnate successfully or would end up as any random living being. Even after his reincarnation, the former perfected immortal would become a new living being that had nothing to do with his previous life. Without an imprint, experts of his previous life would naturally not be able to guide him back and keep him in the sect. It could be said that all the perfected immortals who could reincarnate successfully were lucky people blessed by the heavens. Furthermore, Qin Gu had reincarnated and cultivated for 2 lifetimes. There was naturally no need to elaborate on how strong his Dao heart was. However, at the same time, his 2 lifetimes of cultivation also meant that he had failed in his previous life. In this battle, he did not dare to challenge Yun Ting when the latter was in his peak condition. He only wanted to take advantage while Yun Ting was down. That was also proof of his failure in this generation. It could be said that the moment he stood out to challenge Yun Ting, his Dao heart had already left a fatal flaw. He lost. Chess Immortal Junyu looked at Qin Gu on the battlefield and shook her head gently, merely saying 2 words. Back then, she had the intention to stop Qin Gu because she could see through the flaw in his Dao heart. Unfortunately, Qin Gu was stubborn and was forced to this point. On the second battlefield, Qin Gu stood on the spot with widened eyes and sweat pouring down his forehead. His expression changed and flickered. Suddenly, Qin Gu opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood. Thud, thud, thud. His face was ashen as he retreated continuously. Relying on his last bit of strength, he fell from the gigantic stone battlefield. Thud. Qin Gu fell to the ground, covered in mud and looking wretched with a dark expression. His Dao heart was damaged and he no longer had the strength to fight. It was already extremely fortunate that he could survive. The cultivators of Mountain Sea Immortal sect hurried forward and helped Qin Gu up, returning to their seats. Yun Ting stood on the gigantic stone with his sword in hand. The color on his face had lessened significantly as well. He took out a handful of immortal pills and swallowed them all. Panting slightly, he did not continue chasing after Qin Gu. Firstly, he had expended a lot of essence blood in this battle and needed to rest. Secondly, Qin Gu failed in his previous life. Now that he was reborn, he suffered such a blow in this generation. Although he managed to survive today, his accomplishments would be limited in the future as well. At this point of the battle, there was already an outcome for the battles between the top 4 of the heaven ranking prediction. Under normal circumstances, Su Zimo and Yun Ting would be rank 1 and 2 respectively. Given Qin Gu and Zhong Feiyu's capabilities, they would definitely occupy rank 3 and 4. But now, one of them was dead and the other was injured. They did not even have the chance to be on the heaven ranking. Many cultivators sighed internally. Initially, Qin Gu and Zhong Feiyu wanted to take advantage of the situation and reap the rewards. To think that they would end up with 1 dead and 1 injured. One could not help but lament the irony of fate. On the second battlefield, Yun Ting looked at Su Zimo from afar and grinned. Su Zimo, you won. He was convinced of his defeat in this battle. It was not only because Su Zimo won before him. More than that, Yun Ting knew in his heart that it would be difficult for him to defend against Su Zimo's 3 killing moves. However, Yun Ting changed the topic and declared, "Just because I lost this battle doesn't mean that you can always defeat me. There's still a long way to go. One day, I'll beat you once." Su Zimo smiled without saying anything. If Yun Ting could not defeat him this time round, his chances of winning in the future would be even smaller. The difference between the 2 of them would only increase. Who else wants to challenge? Yun Ting wielded the Divine Firmament Sword. Although he expended a lot of energy, his body was still sharp as he surveyed his surroundings like lightning. The cultivators who were cheering for Qin Gu and Zhong Feiyu earlier on no longer spoke. If even Qin Gu and Zhong Feiyu were dead and injured, which other cultivator on the heaven ranking prediction would dare to challenge these 2? Who knew if the 2 of them had any other tricks up their sleeves? A moment later, no one dared to step forward. Yun Ting turned around and looked at Immortal King Qin in the middle of the hall, declaring, "Immortal King Qin, you can announce the rank 1 and 2 of the heaven ranking this time round." Immortal King Qin smiled gently and nodded. "That's good as well. Rank 1 of the heaven ranking has to convince the masses. Since nobody has any objections, I'll announce now that the rank 1 of the heaven ranking this time round is Su Zimo of Heaven and Earth Academy. Rank 2 is Yun Ting of the Zixien Immortal Kingdom. The other battles for the heaven ranking shall proceed as per normal." Su Zimo and Yun Ting walked down the gigantic stone battlefield. Yun Ting flipped his palm and took out a withered yellow ancient scroll, tossing it in Su Zimo's direction. Su Zimo swept his gaze and recognized it right away. This ancient scroll was made from the same materials as the manuals of the heaven and earth-slaying sword arts in his storage bag. Furthermore, although the ancient scroll looked calm, it was actually extremely sharp. The human-slaying sword art. Su Zimo reached out and received the ancient scroll. One of the most important goals for them to challenge one another was to fuse the three great sword arts into one. This was what Yun Ting had to offer if he lost to Su Zimo. It was the same for the other way round. Given Yun Ting's character, there was naturally no way he would break his promise. After receiving the human-slaying sword art, Su Zimo pondered for a moment and took out two other withered yellow ancient scrolls from his storage bag, tossing them to Yun Ting. Su Zimo said, "These are the heaven and earth-slaying sword arts." Ever since he ascended, Yun Ting was one of the few cultivators he had befriended and acknowledged in his heart. Although the two of them had fought twice, there was no deep feud. Su Zimo admired Yun Ting's pride, honesty, and integrity. Furthermore, Yun Ting was Yun Zhu's younger brother. Since Yun Ting was willing to hand the human-slaying sword art to him, he did not want to take advantage of Yun Ting either. He handed the heaven and earth-slaying sword arts to Yun Ting. Many cultivators were moved when they saw that. If it was anyone else, they would not show supreme cultivation techniques such as the heaven and earth-slaying sword arts casually, even to those closest to them. To think that the 1,000 cultivators would be lucky enough to witness such a scene at the divine firmament Immortal meet today. But soon, an even more shocking scene happened. After Yun Ting received the heaven and earth-slaying sword arts, he threw them back to Su Zimo without even looking at them and shook his head. "I don't need them anymore." "Why?" Su Zimo frowned slightly in confusion. Yun Ting had never seen the heaven and earth-slaying sword arts before. With just a single human-slaying sword art, he cultivated the bloodline phenomenon of the incomplete immortal vanquishing sword. Given his talent, if he had seen the heaven and earth-slaying sword arts, he would definitely be able to cultivate his bloodline phenomenon into a true peerless divine power. Furthermore, Su Zimo believed that Yun Ting would definitely comprehend the immortal vanquishing sword before him. "Prince Yun Ting, accept it." "That's right. Don't be rash, Prince." Many cultivators of the Xianxia Immortal Kingdom persuaded. The peerless divine power was within reach, but Yun Ting rejected it. A defeat is a defeat. Yun Ting shook his head gently. In his opinion, Su Zimo giving him the two sword arts was a form of pity and charity. He would not accept it. Yun Ting looked into the distance with a moving glint in his eyes as he said slowly, "The three great sword arts were also created by humans. One day, I'll create my own sword Dao." At that moment, Su Zimo understood. Since Yun Ting was defeated, he would not accept the heaven and earth-slaying sword arts. This was Yun Ting's pride. In the eyes of everyone, a peerless divine power might be a tremendous opportunity. However, Yun Ting was indifferent. His sword Dao was indomitable. At that moment, Su Zimo vaguely realized that Yun Ting's future accomplishments were truly unimaginable. In the future, Yun Ting would definitely be one of the supreme experts of the upper world. How much determination and boldness did one need to abandon a peerless divine power that was within reach? "Su Zimo, I'm leaving." Yun Ting looked at Su Zimo and suddenly smiled. "Where to?" Su Zimo asked. "I don't know." Yun Ting shook his head. "I might take a spin around the other immortal domains, Fiend Domain or other worlds. Perhaps, I'll travel through the Trichiliocosm and see a wider world. I'll fight against even more experts and forge my heart of the sword while tempering my sword Dao. Su Zimo, you have to be careful. The moment I return, I'll still challenge you. I hope that you won't lose too badly at that time." Although Yun Ting was smiling, there was a hint of sadness and melancholy in his tone. "Are you leaving now?" Su Zimo asked with a frown. "Yes." Yun Ting nodded. Under normal circumstances, the rank 2 of the heaven ranking would receive the rewards of Divine Firmament Palace. However, that was no longer important to Yun Ting. Given his pride, since he was already defeated, why should he linger here? "I'm leaving." Yun Ting waved at Su Zimo and shifted his gaze to Yun Zhu, who was in the crowd of the Xianxia Immortal Kingdom cultivators. Although there were 1,000 cultivators in the Divine Firmament Hall, there were only 2 people worthy of him bidding farewell to. One was Su Zimo and the other was his sister, Book Immortal Yun Zhu. Unknowingly, Yun Zhu had already stood up and was looking at Yun Ting, who was not far away. Yun Zhu did not say anything, but there was a hint of worry and reluctance in the depths of her eyes. She was usually strict with this younger brother of hers and often scolded him to trigger him. However, at that moment, when she realized that Yun-Ting was about to leave the divine firmament immortal domain and travel far away, she still felt a sense of sadness. "Sister, I'm leaving," Yun-Ting said softly. "Yes." Yun-Ju did not say anything and merely replied softly. She lowered her head, not wanting anyone to see her gradually reddened eyes as she said gently, "Be careful when you're out there and don't forget to come back." When he heard that, Yun-Ting felt a lump in his throat. He shrugged his head, as though he wanted to shake off the sadness in his heart. Taking a deep breath of air, he suddenly turned around and glared at Su Zimo fiercely. Su Zimo was confused by Yun-Ting's fixed gaze. "Su Zimo, let me warn you, don't let my sister down. Otherwise, if I return and find out that you've abandoned her, I'll definitely kill you." Su Zimo was stunned on the spot, not understanding Yun-Ting's random outburst. After saying that, Yun-Ting leaped up and transformed into a sword beam, speeding into the distance and disappearing from everyone's line of sight in the blink of an eye. Yun-Ting left in a carefree manner without turning back. Even though he was defeated this time round, it did not deal any blow to his Dao heart. Instead, it triggered an even stronger fighting spirit. In fact, he even wanted to leave the divine firmament immortal domain and the heavenly world to roam everywhere to temper his sword Dao. He knew that that was the only way he could surpass Su Zimo. Under normal circumstances, one could travel through the vast starry skies after cultivating to the heaven immortal realm. However, the starry skies between worlds were filled with countless dangers and unknowns. It was almost certain death for heaven immortals to cross the starry skies. They would most likely be buried under the boundless starry skies before they arrived at another world. One could only protect themselves while roaming the starry skies if they cultivated to the perfected immortal realm. That was the reason why Yun-Ju was so worried when Yun-Ting made that decision. However, Yun-Ju did not stop him. She knew that this was the path Yun-Ting had chosen. He had abandoned all notions of life and death to press forward. This was Yun-Ting's sword Dao. How carefree! Xianxia could not help but praise. Although Yun-Ting lost this battle, in the hearts of many cultivators, he was still the #1 sword immortal of divine firmament. The righteousness of the sword Dao could only be seen from Yun-Ting. He would rather break than bend and perish together with fearless and indomitable spirit. He did not care about fame. His fight with Su Zimo was merely for the sake of the heaven and earth-slaying sword arts and his intent to beat the latter. He did not care about the rewards of the divine firmament immortal domain either. After the battle was over, he turned to leave, unwilling to stay here for a moment longer. Su Zimo returned to the seats of Heaven and Earth Academy. Many disciples of the academy stood up excitedly. "Senior Brother Su, you're way too strong. Congratulations, Senior Brother Su." Everyone congratulated Su Zimo for his achievement as rank 1 of the heaven ranking. They felt proud and honored as well. At the very least, for the next 100,000 years, Heaven and Earth Academy would definitely be ranked above the other 3 immortal sects and immortal kingdoms in the divine firmament immortal domain. "Congratulations, Junior Brother Su." Sword Immortal Yu Hua looked at the victorious Su Zimo and said indifferently with a calm expression, "Yu Hua, sorry to disappoint you." Su Zimo smiled gently and retaliated. He had no intention of feigning civility with Sword Immortal Yu Hua. In fact, he did not even bother to address him as senior brother. The two of them had some conflicts in the academy previously. However, they were both disciples of the academy after all and could maintain a superficial relationship. This time round, Sword Immortal Yu Hua actually joined forces with outsiders to attack him at the Divine Firmament Immortal meet. If Chess Immortal Jun Yu had not arrived, he might have died here. Since they had already fallen out, there was no need for Su Zimo to show restraint. Yang Ruoxu frowned slightly in disapproval. He could naturally understand Su Zimo's anger. However, Sword Immortal Yu Hua was the #1 legacy disciple of Heaven and Earth Academy after all. If Su Zimo openly offended him, Su Zimo would face even more trouble in the academy in the future. Yang Ruoxu sent a voice transmission secretly. Brother Su, why don't you endure it? Once you break through to the perfected One realm and become a legacy disciple, you can fall out with Sword Immortal Yuhua at that time. Su Zimo was silent. Since he dared to rebut Sword Immortal Yuhua, he had naturally made up his mind. Junior brother Su, watch your words. Perfected Immortal Chun Xian hollered with a sharp expression. Sword Immortal Yuhua waved his hand gently to stop Chun Xian from continuing with his threat and said indifferently, Junior brother Su, you're still young, so I won't blame your brashness. However, the road ahead is long. You're far from being able to challenge me. If I don't give up the position of the #1 legacy disciple of Heaven and Earth Academy, no one will be able to take it away, including you. The road ahead is long? Heh! Suddenly Su Zimo laughed. I've just divined things for you. Your days are numbered. Sword Immortal Yuhua and Zither Immortal Meng Yao's actions today had already triggered his killing intent completely. It was impolite not to reciprocate. Since these people joined forces to attack him, he no longer had to hold back. At the 9 Firmament meet, he would get the Martial Dao Prime Body to come out and give them a huge gift. Be it Zither Immortal Meng Yao or Sword Immortal Yuhua, these people were way too much of a threat to him. Although he was spared this time round, there would be even greater trouble in the future. It was better for the Martial Dao Prime Body to attack at the 9 Firmament meet to settle things once and for all. He'll resort to drastic measures and kill them until the entire world was overturned. Of course, the 9 Firmament meet would not only be filled with Paragon experts from the 9 Firmament Immortal domain. There would also be many accomplished monks of the Pure Land of Bliss. At that time, there would also be immortal kings and heavenly kings presiding over things. Given the current strength of the Martial Dao Prime Body, he could not fight immortal kings head-on. It was both extremely dangerous and difficult if he wanted to cause trouble at the 9 Firmament meet. Naturally, Sword Immortal Yuhua did not take Su Zimo's threat to heart. Notwithstanding the fact that Su Zimo was only a Grade 8 Heaven Immortal right now, even if he cultivated to become a Grade 9 Heaven Immortal or even advance to the perfected One realm, there was no way Su Zimo could threaten him. Sword Immortal Yuhua smiled indifferently. Junior brother Su, you'll only become a joke if you speak without thinking. Pausing for a moment, he changed the topic. No matter what, the fact that you obtained rank 1 of both the Earth and Heaven rankings is indeed celebratory news. All these years, the only other person with such accomplishments should be Feng Cantillon from hundreds of thousands of years ago. Coincidentally, the two of you are from the lower worlds and seem to know one another. Feng Cantillon has already established himself in the Fiend domain. I wonder if you're still in contact with him, Junior brother Su. When she heard that, Yunju frowned slightly. Those words were meant to kill. Many cultivators felt their hearts skip a beat. The expression of Immortal King Qin changed as he looked at Su Zimo. Although Sword Immortal Yuhua seemed like he was congratulating Su Zimo, his words were filled with killing intent. The fact that Su Zimo was mentioned together with Feng Cantillon was also a reminder to Divine Firmament Palace that Su Zimo might be the second Feng Cantillon. Junior brother Su, come sit with me. Before Su Zimo could speak, Mo Qing suddenly beckoned to him. Although Mo Qing did not say anything, her actions were clearly to protect Su Zimo. Instantly, Sword Immortal Yuhua was filled with immense jealousy. Initially, Mo Qing was sitting with Yunju. After Su Zimo walked over, Mo Qing turned slightly and made way. Su Zimo sat in the middle of the two fairies and attracted another series of envious gazes. Ranks 1 and 2 of the Heaven ranking were already decided, but the battles for the Heaven ranking were not over yet. A few gigantic stone battlefields rose and cultivators on the Heaven ranking prediction entered one after another, including Lai Xian of the Yen Yang Immortal Kingdom, as well as Yen Bingying of Heaven and Earth Academy. After a series of ranking battles, the Heaven ranking was gradually decided. The ranking battles were extremely intense. Among them, Lai Xian's Rising 9 Suns, the bloodline phenomenon of the Yen Yang Great Sun Sutra, was even more eye-catching. After Zhong Feiyu's death and Qin Gu's serious injuries, he ascended to rank 3 with utter dominance. However, with the 3 fights between Su Zimo, Yun Ting, Qin Gu and Zhong Feiyu taking place first, the ranking battles later on seemed much more boring. In less than a day, the heaven ranking of this generation was out. Eventually, the heaven ranking was displayed in the firmaments with the titles of paragons displayed. Among them, the most striking was rank 1 of the heaven ranking. Every single word shone with a golden light that illuminated the entire world. Heaven and Earth Academy, Su Zimo. Furthermore, he obtained rank 1 of the heaven ranking as a grade 8 heaven immortal. This was an unprecedented situation. The discussions in the Divine Firmament Hall did not stop. Too many things had happened at the Divine Firmament Immortal meet this time round. The gathering of the 3 great sword immortals and 4 great fairies was an unprecedented grand occasion. What was even more shocking was that these perfected immortal experts fought because of a heaven immortal of the Academy. In fact, many perfected immortals died in the Divine Firmament Hall. This had never happened at the Divine Firmament Immortal meet in the past. Immortal King Qingyang pressed his hands against the air and exuded a tremendous might, suppressing the discussions of many cultivators before saying slowly, "No matter the ranking, the 100 cultivators on the heaven ranking are the strongest and most outstanding heaven immortals of the Divine Firmament Immortal domain in this generation. I hope that everyone on the heaven ranking can advance courageously and strive to break through to the perfected 1 realm as soon as possible. Condense your Tao fruits to become perfected immortals. As a reward for being on the heaven ranking, everyone shall first receive a cup of fragrant tea." Immortal King Qingyang waved his hand. The 100 beautiful maidservants that were initially standing behind him each carried a table with a steaming cup of fragrant tea on it and sent it to the cultivators of the heaven ranking one after another. That scene instantly attracted the envy of countless cultivators. Su Zimo received the fragrant tea and looked inside. A plum floated in the tea, emitting a unique fragrance mixed with the scorching water of the spirit spring. "This is the Mystic Frost Plum Tea," Yun Zhu explained. "There's an immortal tree in the Divine Firmament Immortal domain called the Mystic Frost Plum Tree. The plums in the tea are from the Mystic Frost Plum Tree." Back in the Jade Firmament Immortal domain, Lin Luo had told him that in the 9 Firmament Immortal domain, every immortal domain had their own unique immortal tree to absorb a large amount of heaven and earth essence chi. It was also the center of the various immortal domains. In the Jade Firmament Immortal domain was the Peach Immortal Tree. In the Green Firmament Immortal domain, where the human monarch, Lin Luo, and the others were located, was an Immortal Willow. As for the Divine Firmament Immortal domain, it was a Mystic Frost Plum Tree. "What's the use of the Mystic Frost Plum Tea?" Su Zimo asked. Yun Zhu said, "The Mystic Frost Plum Tea can help cultivators dispel the barrier of their bottlenecks. Right now, you're a grade 8 heaven immortal. If you cultivate to the peak of a grade 8 heaven immortal and have sufficient heaven and earth essence chi in your body, you can break through directly without looking for another opportunity. The Mystic Frost Plum Tea is the best opportunity for breakthroughs. Of course, only the top 10 of the heaven ranking can drink the Mystic Frost Plum Tea. The remaining 90 cultivators drink the Mystic Frost Plum Leaf Tea. Although the difference is only a single word, the effect is worlds apart." Su Zimo nodded and drank the Mystic Frost Plum Tea in 1 gulp without hesitation. He did not even waste the plum in the tea and swallowed it. The spirit chi in the tea was rich and spewed out. As the scorching tea entered his stomach, a strange power surged into his spirit platform, invigorating Su Zimo. He had just recovered more than half of the energy he had expended after the 2 battles with Yun Ting and Zhong Feiyu. Immediately after, a chilling intent exploded in his stomach. Su Zimo's expression changed slightly. The chill came from the plum in the tea. Although it was engulfed by boiling tea, the plum contained a shocking coldness that could not be melted and spread rapidly within Su Zimo's body. In the blink of an eye, a layer of ice formed on the surface of Su Zimo's body. Even his hair and brows turned white and turned into frost. If he channeled his blood chi, he could naturally neutralize the coldness with ease. However, Su Zimo was wary and did not act rashly. Instead, he absorbed and refined it slowly with his body. A moment later, his body returned to normal. It was a pity that he had just broken through to become a grade 8 heaven immortal. Even after drinking this cup of mystic frost plum tea, he could not break through immediately. As though she could read Su Zimo's mind, Yunju smiled. Don't worry. There will be more rewards and opportunities later on. Right then, when Immortal King Xianxia saw that everyone on the heaven ranking had already drunk their immortal tea, he continued, Everyone on the heaven ranking, prepare yourself and follow me to a sacred cultivation ground in Divine Firmament Palace. As for how long you can cultivate inside, that will depend on your luck and capabilities. Immortal King Xianxia waved his robes and tore the void apart. A cold wind gusted within and led to an unknown place. Su Zimo and the other 100 heaven-ranking cultivators stood up and followed Immortal King Xianxia into the void. Before long, everyone descended. Snow covered the entire place and everything was frozen. Pest! It was as though everyone had arrived at a frozen world. The weather was cold and the surroundings were filled with a chilling intent. Everyone could not help but shudder. More than 10 cultivators could no longer hold on and shivered in fear. Relying on the powerful physique of the Green Lotus True Body, Su Zimo could still endure the coldness. He was shocked to discover that the heaven and earth essence chi in the frozen world was terrifyingly rich. The surrounding cold chi seeped into his body through every pore and was filled with rich heaven and earth essence chi. If he refined it, his cultivation would definitely advance by leaps and bounds. I believe everyone has noticed it. Immortal King Xianxia said, Although the environment here is cruel and harsh, if you can persevere here, it will be extremely beneficial to your cultivation. There's a talisman here. If you can't hold on, all you have to do is tear it apart and you can leave this place at any moment. As he said that, Immortal King Xianxia waved his robes and sent the 100 talismans to the cultivators. Immortal King Xianxia continued, There's one more thing I have to remind you guys. It's best not to wander around casually here. The degree of coldness in every region is different. If you go too far, you might even die here, let alone cultivate. All the cultivators nodded hurriedly. In a flash, Immortal King Xianxia tore through the void and vanished. Many cultivators assumed a lotus position hurriedly and channeled their blood chi, trying their best to absorb and refine the cold chi in their bodies to defend against the bone-chilling coldness. Su Zimo stood on the spot motionlessly and did not cultivate right away. Although the surrounding coldness was strong, it posed no threat to him. He pondered in silence and looked in a direction in the frozen world. For some unknown reason, he had a feeling that there was something in that direction that was extremely attractive to his Green Lotus True Body. Right then, in less than 10 breaths, some cultivators could not hold on any longer and tore their talismans apart, leaving the place. Su Zimo hesitated slightly and walked slowly in that direction. Senior brother Su, you? When Yan Bingying saw that, she was alarmed and called out hurriedly. It's fine, I'll go take a look. Su Zimo said casually and continued forward. As he ventured deeper, he could clearly feel the coldness around him intensifying. A cold wind howled, sweeping up snowflakes that blew towards him. After walking for a long time, Su Zimo finally stopped when he felt his bloodline showing signs of freezing up. Through the heavy snowstorm, he could vaguely see a gigantic ancient tree standing in the distance ahead. It was snow-white and had lush leaves. Every single leaf was crystal clear with fruits hanging on them. The mystic frost plum tree. Su Zimo pondered for a moment and was tempted. Naturally, his cultivation speed would be much faster cultivating in this frozen world. However, he would have to resort to some unorthodox means if he wanted to cultivate to the peak of a grade 8 heaven immortal in a short period of time. The crystalline plums on the mystic frost plum tree were the best tonic for Su Zimo. Of course, this was a little rash. However, Immortal King Xianxia did not mention this matter, nor did he say explicitly that cultivators who entered this place were not allowed to pluck the mystic frost plums. In reality, it was not because Immortal King Xianxia was careless. Throughout history, it was already the limit for any heaven immortal that entered this place to cultivate while defending against the surrounding cold. Even if some cultivators mustered their courage and wandered around, they would not be able to walk far. The reason why Su Zimo could arrive here was entirely because of the physique of the Green Lotus True Body. Although the mystic frost plum tree was an immortal tree of the divine firmament immortal domain and had lived for countless years, it was still a florotype living being. All those living beings had to bow down in the face of the creation green lotus. Now that he had a plan in mind, Su Zimo no longer hesitated. He took a deep breath and strode in the direction of the mystic frost plum tree. Since he had decided on this matter, he could not hesitate. Once this matter was exposed, someone would definitely step in to stop him. Before long, Su Zimo arrived beneath the mystic frost plum tree. His entire body was covered by a layer of frost, and there were ice crystals on his hair and brows. Every single breath he took was filled with white fog. Su Zimo circulated his blood chi slowly to defend against the surrounding coldness. Thereafter, he leaped onto a branch and reached out to pluck the plum on it, stuffing it into his mouth. Before the plum was completely chewed, he had already plucked a second plum and placed it into his mouth. In just a few breaths, Su Zimo had already eaten more than 10 plums in succession and was swallowing them heartily. Divine Firmament Hall. Many cultivators had yet to disperse and were waiting for the heaven-ranking cultivators to return from the secret ground. Before long, heaven-ranking cultivators appeared one after another and returned to the Divine Firmament Hall from the secret ground. Although everyone was severely frozen, their bodies were filled with spirit chi and their mental states were at their peak. As long as there was a suitable opportunity, there was a chance for them to break through. Everyone is back, right? Immortal King Qingyang swept his gaze and asked casually. Su Zimo of the Academy has yet to return. Many disciples of the Academy said hurriedly. MMM? Immortal King Qingyang frowned slightly and murmured. He stayed inside for so long? Immediately after, as though he sensed something, Immortal King Qingyang was shocked and tore through the void to leave. Before long, he whisked Su Zimo back from the secret ground and threw the ladder into the Divine Firmament Hall with a terrible expression. What's going on? Everyone from Heaven and Earth Academy stood up. Humph! Immortal King Qingyang had a terrible expression. Su Zimo, how dare you pluck the mystic frost plums on your own and eat them directly? Even after Su Zimo was whisked out, he was still chewing something. His cheeks were puffed up and it was unknown how much he had eaten. However, before long, a layer of ice appeared on Su Zimo's body and grew thicker. In the blink of an eye, he transformed into a gigantic ice cocoon. Su Zimo was frozen within and did not move at all. Even his life force did not fluctuate. Junior brother Su. Mo Qing's expression changed slightly, and she wanted to knock open the ice cocoon to save Su Zimo. Yunju had a grim expression as she pulled Mo Qing back hurriedly and said in a deep voice, "Don't be rash. If we go up and shatter this ice cocoon now, even Zimo will be shattered." That's right. Immortal King Qingyang sneered. Su Zimo is extremely audacious. He ate dozens of mystic frost plums and will definitely die. At that point, Sword Immortal Yu Hua, Meng Yao, perfected Immortal Wu Feng, and the others were truly surprised and delighted. They racked their brains but could not kill Su Zimo. To think that this person ended up killing himself. Immortal King Qingyang continued. The coldness contained in the mystic frost plums is way too strong. One can only gradually digest it after cultivating to the perfected immortal realm and condensing a Tao fruit. This lad is only a grade 8 heaven immortal. He truly has a death wish for devouring dozens of mystic frost plums in one go. Sword Immortal Yu Hua laughed internally, but there was a look of pity on his face. Sai, junior brother Su, is young and impetuous. He doesn't know his limits and can only blame himself for landing in such a state. Only perfected immortals can digest it? Yang Ruoxu frowned. Didn't junior brother Su and the others drink a cup of mystic frost plum tea previously? There was a mystic frost plum in it. Immortal King Qingyang sneered. The reason why heaven immortals can drink the mystic frost plum tea is because the water used to brew the tea is a hot spring in Divine Firmament Palace to begin with. It can neutralize the coldness in the mystic frost plum tea. This lad is way too greedy and chose to eat the mystic frost plums directly. That's the reason why he ended up in such a state. Mo Qing was at a loss. Yunju frowned with disbelief in her eyes. She still could not believe it. Chess Immortal June, you sighed gently. Even the many disciples of Heaven and Earth Academy were stunned on the spot. Su Zimo had just obtained rank 1 of the Heaven ranking. To think that he would end up in such a state. The huge fluctuations between joy and sadness was too great for everyone, and they could not recover for a moment. Ha ha! On the side of the great Gene Immortal Kingdom, a cultivator could not hold it in any longer and burst into laughter. What a joke! To think that the rank 1 of the Heaven ranking would die to his own greed. Throughout history, this is probably the only rank 1 of the Heaven ranking with such a short lifespan, right? How ironic! The rank 1 of the Heaven ranking actually committed suicide in public. Cultivators from sects and factions that had bad ties with Su Zimo, such as the Great Gene Immortal Kingdom and Flying Immortal sect, stood out and mocked before long. Creak. Right then, a strange sound came from the motionless ice cocoon in the Divine Firmament Hall, as though something had cracked. Instantly, the discussions around them turned hushed. Everyone looked over and their expressions changed. A thin crack appeared on the ice cocoon. Under countless gazes, the crack expanded and extended continuously, covering the entire ice cocoon before long. Wah! Many cultivators widened their eyes. The expression of Immortal King Xianxia turned bewildered as well. Through the cracks of the ice cocoon, he could vaguely sense a wisp of life force fluctuation. Furthermore, the fluctuation was getting more obvious. How was that possible? Could that lad be alive still? Boom! After a momentary silence, accompanied by a deafening bang, the ice cocoon suddenly exploded and a figure broke free, emitting an extremely powerful aura. Steam rose from Su Zimo's body, and every single breath he took was filled with rich Heaven and Earth essence chi. His entire body was enveloped by Heaven and Earth essence chi and nourished continuously. Everyone swept their spirit consciousnesses and could not help but gasp. A grade 9 Heaven Immortal, relying on dozens of mystic frost plums. Su Zimo broke through from the realm of a grade 8 Heaven Immortal to become a grade 9 Heaven Immortal in less than 2 hours. Even though they saw it personally, everyone still felt that it was surreal. Could this be considered a miracle? For the Heaven Immortals present, even if they were geniuses, it would take them thousands or tens of thousands of years to advance from a grade 8 Heaven Immortal to a grade 9 Heaven Immortal. The person before them took less than 2 hours. Furthermore, even if many cultivators knew of this method, they would not dare to attempt it. Mystic frost plums that could only be absorbed and refined by perfected immortals. Who would dare to eat them even if they were asked to? Furthermore, he had consumed dozens of them in one go. Immortal King Xianxia looked at Su Zimo and frowned with a bewildered expression. Even with his knowledge and experience, he could not figure out the reason for it right away. Under normal circumstances, Heaven Immortals were indeed unable to absorb and refine the mystic frost plums. As Immortal King Xianxia said, the mystic frost plums could only be consumed by Heaven Immortals after they were soaked in the hot spring water, nurtured, within Divine Firmament Palace to expel their coldness. In reality, the bloodline of the Green Lotus True Body replaced the use of Divine Firmament Palace's hot spring. To be precise, the bloodline of the Green Lotus True Body was even stronger than Divine Firmament Palace's hot spring. That was the reason why Su Zimo was able to consume dozens of mystic frost plums and refine the energy within safely. At the same time, the mystic frost plum tea resolved his bottleneck, allowing him to break through and advance to become a grade 9 Heaven Immortal. The excitement and joy that soared Immortal Yuhua, Meng Yao and the others felt vanished instantly. All of them had grim expressions and remained silent. Many cultivators of Heaven and Earth Academy shouted. The 3 fairies heaved a sigh of relief. Su Zimo broke free and bowed slightly in the direction of Immortal King Xianxia. He cupped his fists. It's all thanks to the blessings of Divine Firmament Palace and Immortal King Xianxia that I was able to obtain this opportunity. When she heard that, Yunju pursed her lips and smiled, thinking to herself that he was smart. Given the status of Divine Firmament Palace and Immortal King Xianxia, it was naturally inappropriate for them to seek accountability from Su Zimo. After all, there had never been a precedent for something like this. Prior to this, There were no rules that prohibited cultivators who entered the secret ground from plucking the mystic frost plums. Indeed, when Immortal King Xianxia heard that, he could not make things difficult and could only suppress the anger in his heart. He harumphed coldly and grit his teeth. It's good that you know. Never forget this opportunity given to you by Divine Firmament Palace. Of course. Su Zimo nodded. Immortal King Xianxia took another deep breath and said, Cultivators on the heaven ranking, follow me to the enlightenment field of Divine Firmament Palace to browse through the Dharmic Tao experiences left behind by the predecessors of Divine Firmament Palace. In the enlightenment field of Divine Firmament Palace, there were many Dharmic Tao experiences left behind by perfected immortals of Divine Firmament Palace. Almost all the heaven immortals on the heaven ranking were at the peak of grade 9. They had just drunk immortal tea and cultivated in the secret ground. If they browsed through the Dharmic Taos left behind by the predecessors, there was a high chance that they could find an opportunity to break through and condense a Tao fruit to advance to the perfected immortal realm. Ever since the establishment of the heaven ranking in every generation, there would always be heaven immortals who made use of the series of rewards to become perfected immortals. Su Zimo had just broken through to become a grade 9 heaven immortal and had yet to cultivate to the peak, so he was unable to attempt to break through to the perfected one realm. However, the many Dharmic Tao experiences left behind by Divine Firmament Palace's predecessors would still be of great help to him. After all, the path taken by the Martial Tao Prime Body was completely different from the path taken by the Green Lotus True Body. The Martial Tao Prime Body condensed the true Martial Tao Body. He was not of much help to the Green Lotus True Body when it came to condensing a Tao fruit and breaking through to the perfected one realm. At that moment, twilight was approaching. Many cultivators followed their respective sects and factions and gradually dispersed, returning to their residences to rest. The Divine Firmament Immortal Meet would continue for a few more days, and it would be convenient for many cultivators to trade and exchange their insights on Dharmic Das. However, for many cultivators, the Divine Firmament Immortal Meet was no longer lively. Su Zimo was in no hurry to follow behind everyone from the heaven ranking. Instead, he came to Imo Qing's side and took out 2 mystic frost plums from his storage bag, stuffing them into her hands secretly. Thank you for everything, senior sister, Su Zimo said softly. Thereafter, he came to Yunju's side and took out 2 mystic frost plums as well. He secretly handed them over and expressed his thanks. Immediately after, he gave Junyu another 2 mystic frost plums. Earlier on in the secret ground, the sudden appearance of Immortal King Xianxia gave him no time to pluck more. He could only grab a handful casually and hide them in his storage bag. Coincidentally, there were 6 of them. Now that everyone had left, he distributed the 6 mystic frost plums to the 3 fairies. The reason why he could survive the Divine Firmament Immortal Meet this time round was because the 3 fairies stepped in. It was naturally nothing much for him to give away the 6 mystic frost plums. However, the 3 fairies had different thoughts after obtaining 2 mystic frost plums each. With an indifferent expression, Junyu did not think too much about it and merely expressed her thanks. Imo Qing lowered her head slightly and looked at the 2 mystic frost plums in her palm in deep thought. Yunju witnessed Su Zimo's actions. When she saw him stuffing the plums to her stealthily while thanking her with utmost sincerity, she felt both angry and amused. However, she could not say anything explicitly. After doing that, Su Zimo caught up to everyone on the heaven ranking and headed to the enlightenment field of Divine Firmament Palace together. Large steels were erected one after another in the enlightenment ground. Every single steel was etched with dense words. At the end of the words were the names of the predecessors. Su Zimo chose a random steel and read through its contents before nodding to himself. A perfected immortal named Dao Qing recorded in detail on the steel how he condensed his Dao fruit, how he broke through to the perfected one realm, and even the process of tribulation transcendence. Most of the time, Su Zimo felt nothing when he looked at them. However, some of the explanations were extremely beneficial to him. This time round, Su Zimo did not alarm the Martial Tao Prime Body. The contents recorded on the steel were how to condense the Tao fruit and attain the Dharmic Tao of a perfected immortal. It was useless for the Martial Tao Prime Body. Su Zimo secretly held the Bodhi seed in his hands as he browsed through everything. Although he could not break through right now, the Dharmic Tao experiences were etched in his mind and would be extremely important for his future breakthrough to the perfected One realm. Su Zimo knew his situation. Under normal circumstances, cultivators would usually have their own inclinations towards a certain Dharmic Tao direction. For example, Yun Ting specialized in the sword Tao. Mo Qing was obsessed with the painting Tao. Jun Yu specialized in the chess Tao. However, Su Zimo's situation was extremely special. His body and bloodline belonged to the creation Green Lotus. In terms of the Dharmic Tao he cultivated, he possessed a taboo mystic classic of the Buddhist monasteries, the Prajna Nirvana Sutra, as well as other taboo mystic classics of the immortal sects such as the Pure Jade Manual, the Void Thunder Manual, and the Three Great Sword Arts. In recent years, he had even cultivated a taboo mystic classic of the Fiend sects, the Heaven Burial Sutra. In fact, in the demonic Tao, he even cultivated the mystic classic of the 12 demon kings of the great wilderness that Dai Yu created for him. Right now, many powerful divine powers he relied on came from that supreme demon classic. Therefore, it was extremely difficult and complicated for him to condense a Tao fruit. The divine firmament immortal meat would last for a month. However, after the ranking battle of the heaven ranking, the divine firmament immortal meat did not have much of a stir for the next period of time and was relatively calm. Before the divine firmament immortal meat ended, many cultivators dispersed and returned to their sections. This divine firmament immortal meat caused a huge stir in the entire 9 firmament immortal domain. The fight between the 4 great fairies was secondary. Yun Ting's defeat was enough to shock countless cultivators as well. However, the gossip that truly attracted countless cultivators to discuss fervently was the various rumors about the 4 great fairies and the rank 1 of the heaven ranking. In the enlightenment field of divine firmament palace, Su Zimo browsed through the Dharmic Tao experiences left behind by the predecessors before returning to Heaven and Earth Academy to continue his seclusion. Another month passed. This day, Yang Ruoxu and Princess Scarlet Rainbow arrived hand in hand. Tao Yao and Lu Ping welcomed the 2 of them into the cave abode. Brother Yang, Scarlet Rainbow. Su Zimo came out of seclusion and invited the 2 of them to take a seat. Yang Ruoxu asked, "The 9 firmament meet is in a few days. How are your preparations, Brother Su?" "There's nothing for me to prepare." Su Zimo smiled. The 9 firmament meet is an event catered for perfected immortal experts. Right now, I'm only a heaven immortal. I'm just tagging along with the academy to join the crowd. The 9 firmament meet was a grand event held by the 9 firmament immortal domain and pure land of bliss. At this grand event, the perfected immortal and arhat rankings would be listed to determine the supreme perfected immortal of the 9 firmament immortal domain and the supreme arhat of the pure land of bliss. The reason why Su Zimo was qualified to tag along with the academy was mainly because he was rank 1 of the heaven ranking in this generation in the divine firmament immortal domain. To be precise, the 100 heaven immortals on the heaven ranking were all qualified to follow their sects and factions to the 9 firmament meet and participate in this rare event of the heavenly world. However, in reality, perfected immortal experts of the major sects and factions were the absolute protagonists of this event. "Don't be careless," Princess Scarlet Rainbow said with a fake smile. "After the divine firmament immortal meet, there were all sorts of rumors about you and the 4 great fairies. Right now, you've already become the target of many cultivators of the 9 firmament immortal domain." "How is that possible?" Su Zimo burst into laughter. Princess Scarlet Rainbow smiled. "Of course, in the hearts of the cultivators, the 4 great fairies are high and mighty existences that can't be sullied. But now, not only are you involved with them, you took on 4 of them at one go. Who could endure that?" Su Zimo shook his head helplessly. "That's not true. Those are just groundless rumors. Rumors spread like wildfire. The more they spread, the more people will naturally believe them," Princess Scarlet Rainbow said. Yang Ruoxu pondered for a moment. "Even without that reason, there's a chance that some people will come and challenge you. Since it's called the 9 firmament immortal domain, it means that there will be 9 rank 1s of the heaven rankings. All of them are paragons and monster incarnates who are prideful. It's inevitable that there will be conflicts and fights. In any case, you have to be mentally prepared and not be careless. Su Zimo nodded. Two figures flashed through his mind. Back in the Jade Firmament Immortal domain, he encountered Prince Ingtian and Princess Lang Xianxia. There was a high chance that he would encounter these two at the Nine Firmament meet this time round. Yang Ruoxu continued. In addition, the Nine Firmament meet this time round is a little different from the past. After all, there has been constant turmoil in the fiend domain in recent years. The reappearance of two peerless fiends in the heavenly world and a supreme monster incarnate like Desolate Marshal have attracted the attention of the Nine Firmament Immortal domain and Pure Land of Bliss. From what I know, at the Nine Firmament meet this time round, every immortal domain will have at least a supreme immortal king holding down the fort. It should be the same for the Pure Land of Bliss. Under normal circumstances, the major sects would only send a single immortal king to lead their factions at the Nine Firmament meet. After all, the Nine Firmament meet was mainly a fight between perfected immortal experts. But now, because of the commotion from the Fiend domain, the Nine Firmament Immortal domain and Pure Land of Bliss were on guard and even sent supreme immortal kings to hold down the fort. Su Zimo was silent. That way, it would be even more dangerous for the Martial Dao Prime Body to cause a stir at the Nine Firmament meet. If there were too many Immortal King experts or Supreme Immortal Kings holding down the fort, he might not be able to escape unscathed even with the help of the Hell Suppression Tripod. During this period of time, Su Zimo did not disturb the Martial Dao Prime Body. The Martial Dao Prime Body cultivated in seclusion in Avicii to deduce his cultivation technique. He had already cultivated to the most critical point. If he could comprehend it, there was a high chance he could unlock the future Dao of the Martial Dao Prime Body and see the other end of the road. Su Zimo asked, "Which immortal king will be leading the academy?" It's said that the sect master asked the Grand Elder to lead the group. Yang Ruoxu said, "Although the Grand Elder is old, his cultivation realm is still present, and he's also a supreme immortal king. With that, if anything happens to Heaven and Earth Academy, we can deal with it with ease. I heard that Immortal King Qingyang of Divine Firmament Palace will be leading the cultivators of the 4 immortal sects and 3 immortal kingdoms this time round. Immortal King Qingyang was also a supreme immortal king." Su Zimo remained silent. According to Yang Ruoxu, every immortal domain would have a supreme immortal king holding down the fort. And now, there were 2 alone from the Divine Firmament Immortal domain, Immortal King Qingyang and the Grand Elder of the Academy. In other words, there would be at least 10 supreme immortal kings in the 9 Firmament Immortal domain and even more ordinary immortal kings. On the side of the Pure Land of Bliss, there were 4 continents. Purvavidaha in the east, Jambudvipa in the south, Aparagodania in the west and Uttarakuru in the north. If nothing went wrong, every continent would send out supreme heavenly kings as well. There were at least 10 supreme immortal kings alone. To think that so many Grotto Heaven Realm experts would be attracted to this 9 Firmament meet. Unless an emperor descended, no one would be able to cause trouble at the 9 Firmament meet. Even if an emperor appeared, he might not be able to cause much trouble. There was a high chance that there were some emperor-level immortal and Buddha experts in the darkness of the 9 Firmament meet paying attention to this event to prevent any accidents. Even so, Su Zimo had high hopes for the 9 Firmament meet. He did not know if the human monarch and immortal Queen Ling Long of the Battle Kingdom of the Green Firmament Immortal domain would appear or if the human monarch's injuries were healed. If he had the chance to meet immortal Queen Ling Long this time round, he would definitely thank her for her life-saving grace. Perhaps, he might be able to obtain some clues about the assassination attempt when he ascended from immortal Queen Ling Long. He did not know if he would have the chance to meet some other old friends of Tianhuang mainland as well at this 9 Firmament meet. 3 days later, a few bells sounded in succession from Heaven and Earth Academy. The 9 Firmament meet was about to begin. It was the bell to gather the legacy disciples of the Academy. Many legacy disciples came out of seclusion one after another and galloped through the Academy, turning into streaks of light. Under the envious gazes of countless inner and outer sect disciples, they gathered at the entrance of the sect. Su Zimo walked out of his cave abode and sped over as well. He had no intention of bringing Lu Ping and Tao Yao along this time round. Tao Yao had appeared in the Jade Firmament Immortal domain before after all. If he was recognized at the 9 Firmament meet this time round, it was inevitable that there would be unnecessary trouble. The Grand Elder was leading the group for Heaven and Earth Academy this time round. Of the hundreds of legacy disciples, Sword Immortal Yuhua was naturally the leader. Mo Qing did not choose to enter seclusion in her cave abode either and was prepared to follow the academy to the 9 Firmament meet. The moment Su Zimo arrived at the entrance of the academy, Mo Qing caught sight of him and beckoned to him. Many disciples of the academy had different expressions when they saw Fairy Mo Qing call Su Zimo over. The disciples of the academy could long tell that Mo Qing clearly treated Su Zimo different from her fellow sect mates. However, it did not seem like there was any more intimate relationship between Fairy Mo Qing and Su Zimo. It seemed like Fairy Mo Qing was merely taking better care of Su Zimo. At the very least, the two of them had never shown any intimate actions. However, the fact that painting Immortal Mo Qing was willing to give him special treatment was enviable enough. Most legacy disciples of the academy knew their limits. Although they had admired Mo Qing for a long time, they had never harbored any improper thoughts. However, it was different for Sword Immortal Yuhua. All the disciples of the academy knew that Sword Immortal Yuhua had courted Fairy Mo Qing painstakingly for many years. Fairy Mo Qing's attitude towards Sword Immortal Yuhua had always been neutral. Ever since the Divine Firmament Immortal meet, Fairy Mo Qing did not even greet Sword Immortal Yuhua when she saw him. Everyone could tell that there was no longer any possibility between the two of them. Right now, they were merely maintaining a relationship as fellow sect mates. Sword Immortal Yuhua did not seem to have seen Mo Qing and Su Zimo walking together. He looked into the distance with a cold expression and remained silent. Senior sister, your cultivation. Arriving before Mo Qing, Su Zimo swept his spirit consciousness and could vaguely sense that senior sister Mo Qing seemed to be different from back when she was at the Divine Firmament Immortal meet. He was already a grade 9 Heaven Immortal. Even without using the 6-tusk divine strength, the strength of his spirit consciousness had already touched the threshold of the perfected One realm, and he could naturally sense the slight changes in Mo Qing. Yes, Mo Qing nodded. My cultivation has improved, and I've already cultivated to the Paradise Void realm of the perfected One realm. Pausing for a moment, she continued, the 2 mystic frost plums you gave me were quite useful. Thank you. It's fine, it's nothing much. Su Zimo smiled. The perfected One realm was divided into Convergence, Celestial Being, Hollow Nether, and Paradise Void. Apart from the 2 mystic frost plums that Su Zimo gave her, the reason why Mo Qing was able to cultivate to the Paradise Void realm was because she had another breakthrough in her comprehension of the Divine Ghost Immortal Fiend diagram. Previously, she had only comprehended the God figure of the Divine Ghost Immortal Fiend diagram. But now, she had comprehended another of them, the Fiend figure. There was a reason why Mo Qing chose to skip the Ghost and Immortal figures to comprehend the Fiend figure first. However, the 9 Firmament meet was about to begin, and she did not have the time or opportunity to verify her thoughts. Before long, hundreds of perfected immortals from the academy were already gathered in front of the sect. Apart from some perfected immortals who were at a critical juncture of their cultivation and could not leave, most of the legacy disciples were prepared to head to the 9 Firmament meet. Most of them were not qualified to fight for the perfected immortal ranking. However, the fight between top experts for the perfected immortal ranking was a grand event that could not be missed for everyone. They would definitely learn something by watching the fights between the top perfected immortals and verifying it against their own learnings. Let's go! The Grand Elder of the Academy waved his hand and arrived at Divine Firmament Palace first through the Academy's teleportation formation to gather with the other sects and factions. For the 9 Firmament meet, representatives of the immortal domains would usually meet to head there together. Apart from the 3 immortal kingdoms and 4 immortal sects, there were also some aristocratic families of the immortal Dao, sect masters of Earthgrade sects, experts at the elder level and itinerant perfected immortal cultivators gathered in Divine Firmament Palace. Divine Firmament Palace itself had 1,000 perfected immortal followers. There were close to 10,000 perfected immortals gathered in Divine Firmament Palace this time round, and it was a massive commotion. Indeed, only immortal kings could suppress such a massive group. Apart from Immortal King Xianxia and the Grand Elder of the Academy, the other heaven-grade sects were only represented by ordinary immortal kings. Coupled with the 4 ordinary immortal kings sent by Divine Firmament Palace, there were 2 supreme immortal kings, 10 ordinary immortal kings, and close to 10,000 perfected immortal experts this time round. Coupled with the heaven immortals of the heaven ranking, as well as the personal disciples of some perfected immortals and immortal kings, the Divine Firmament Palace group had already exceeded 10,000 people. When Immortal King Xianxia saw that the various factions had gathered, he led everyone onto the teleportation formation and disappeared from Divine Firmament Palace. Builder Tree Mountain Range. The Builder Tree was a divine tree of the heavenly world and was located in the center. It was connected to the 9 firmament immortal domain, the pure land of bliss, and the fiend domain. It was precisely because of the existence of the Builder Tree that it could absorb the heaven and earth essence chi in the vast starry skies, making the heavenly world suitable for various living beings to cultivate and grow. For example, the dragon abyss star that Su Zimo first descended on was located in the starry skies outside the heavenly world. It did not have any immortal trees or spirit items. Therefore, the heaven and earth essence chi was thin and was not suitable for cultivating. The Builder Tree Mountain Range was a mountain range closest to the Builder Tree on the side of the 9 firmament immortal domain. It was semicircular, as though it wanted to surround the Builder Tree. The 9 firmament meet that was held once every 100,000 years was held on the Builder Tree Mountain Range. Recently, the Builder Tree Mountain Range had suddenly become lively. Cultivators from all over the 9 firmament immortal domain were gathered here. Initially, there were all sorts of living beings and beasts in the mountain range. During this period of time, they had long hidden themselves and did not dare to appear. At the peak of the Builder Tree Mountain Range on a teleportation formation, accompanied by a blinding light, many cultivators suddenly descended. There were more than 10,000 of them. Their leader had a terrifying aura and emitted a shuddering might. Immortal King Xianxia and the group of people from Divine Firmament Palace had arrived at the Builder Tree Mountain Range. Standing on the peak of the Builder Tree, Su Zimo looked in the direction of the Builder Tree instinctively. Although he was long prepared, he was still shocked. On the distant horizon, an ancient tree rose from the ground. Its thick trunk penetrated the clouds, as though it had already extended to the boundless starry skies outside. The ancient tree was like an ancient totem that pierced through the world. The gigantic leaves were dense and covered the skies. The ancient tree connected heaven and earth and stood deep underground. Countless roots connected to the heavenly world, and its trunk stood in the clouds above the firmaments, looking down on all living beings. Any living being would feel incomparably tiny in the face of the towering ancient tree. This scene was way too shocking. Even perfected immortal experts and supreme immortal kings like Immortal King Xianxia would feel insignificant in the face of the heavenly world's Builder Tree, let alone Su Zimo. This ancient tree had witnessed too much history. It had experienced countless flames of war and the sands of time. The masters of the heavenly world had changed time and again, but it was the only one that stood upright like an ancient totem. At least half of the tens of thousands of cultivators from Divine Firmament Palace this time round were seeing the Builder Tree for the first time. The cultivators were shocked and knelt down uncontrollably against the might of the Builder Tree, prostrating. This was also a mystical aspect of the Builder Tree. Almost all living beings would kneel down the first time they saw the Builder Tree. Only emperors could defend against the massive might of the Builder Tree that was consolidated from the sands of time. Among the 10,000 cultivators of Divine Firmament Palace, be it perfected immortals or heaven immortals, as long as they were seeing the Builder Tree for the first time, their minds would suffer a powerful blow. Their Tao hearts would be shocked and they could not help but kneel down. In the blink of an eye, more than half of the 10,000 cultivators of Divine Firmament Palace knelt. Among them, Immortal King Xianxia, the Grand Elder of the Academy, Sword Immortal Yuhua, Zither Immortal Meng Yao, and the others stood on the spot with calm expressions. They had seen the Builder Tree before. Although they could still sense the impact of the Builder Tree, they would not kneel. The feeling was more like a deterrence and awe for many living beings from the Builder Tree. The Builder Tree seemed to possess sentience. As long as it was the first time a living being was seeing it, they would have to express sufficient respect. Among the four great fairies, Chess Immortal Junyu, Book Immortal Yunju, and Zither Immortal Meng Yao had seen the Builder Tree before and were naturally not affected much. As for Mo Qing, she cultivated in the academy all year round. This was also the first time she had seen the Builder Tree. She was shocked and could not help but kneel down. Sword Immortal Yuhua, Meng Yao and the others looked at the surrounding cultivators kneeling with faint smiles. Those cultivators were not kneeling to them. However, they still felt a strange sense of superiority. Right then, Sword Immortal Yuhua, Meng Yao and the others noticed someone at almost the same time. Someone who should have knelt on the ground stood upright on the spot and glared at the Builder Tree fixedly in deep thought. Su Zimo, why did he not kneel down? Sword Immortal Yuhua frowned. The divine firmament immortal domain was far away from the Builder Tree mountain range. There was no way Su Zimo could come into contact with the Builder Tree before he became an Earth Immortal. After he cultivated to the Earth Immortal realm, he joined Heaven and Earth Academy and had been cultivating in the Academy. When did he come into contact with the Builder Tree? The fact that Su Zimo did not kneel down made Sword Immortal Yu Hua a little displeased. However, he did not think too much about it and merely instinctively thought that Su Zimo had seen the Builder Tree before. After all, even Immortal King experts would have to kneel and pay their respects when they first saw the Builder Tree, let alone Su Zimo, who was only a grade 9 Heaven Immortal. Sword Immortal Yu Hua did not know that in reality, this was indeed Su Zimo's first time seeing the Builder Tree. The moment he saw the Builder Tree, the shock in his heart indeed made him feel like prostrating. However, immediately after, a strong reaction was triggered in his Green Lotus true body. If he had not suppressed it tightly, the bloodline phenomenon of the Green Lotus true body would have burst forth against the might of the Builder Tree. Su Zimo was secretly speechless. The creation Green Lotus that was known to be the only one in the world was indeed terrifying. Even against the ancient Builder Tree, he was unwilling to submit and even had the intention of challenging and suppressing the other party. Of course, given the current cultivation realm of the Green Lotus true body, there was no way he could fight against the Builder Tree. However, it was impossible for the Builder Tree to make the Green Lotus true body submit as well. However, the strange thing was that the Builder Tree did not react to the Green Lotus true body's resistance. According to the rumors, the Builder Tree had a spirit and should have some special reaction when it sensed the provocation of the Green Lotus true body. Zimo, when did you come to see the Builder Tree? Right then, Yunju's voice sounded from behind. Ah! Su Zimo was slightly stunned, but he reacted quickly and lied casually. I once entered this place by mistake and took a look from afar. Everyone says that the Builder Tree has a spirit. Is that true? Su Zimo's heart skipped a beat as he suddenly asked. Yunju was a learned person and knew everything about history. Her understanding of the Builder Tree was definitely far superior to others. She would definitely be able to provide an answer regarding this matter. Yunju nodded and said, of course it's true. The Builder Tree is indestructible and even emperors can't break it. The Builder Tree is awake most of the time. Although the heaven and earth essence chi around it is extremely rich, no living being can approach it, let alone cultivate in the vicinity. That was also one of Su Zimo's questions. Since the Builder Tree was the core of the heavenly world and was the key to absorbing heaven and earth essence chi, wouldn't it be much easier to cultivate in the vicinity of the Builder Tree? One's cultivation speed could increase by 100, 1,000 times, or even more. Yunju continued, however, the Builder Tree will sleep for a period of time every 100,000 years, ranging from a month to a few years. When the Builder Tree is asleep, living beings won't be attacked by it when they approach. Su Zimo was enlightened. In that case, the reason why the 9 firmament meet is held here every 100,000 years is because of this as well. Exactly. Yunju nodded. For example, the perfected immortals on the perfected immortal ranking and arhats on the arhat ranking have the chance to cultivate beneath the Builder Tree. Even if they only get to cultivate for a month, it's equivalent to 10,000 years of effort. In that case, it could explain why the Builder Tree did not react to the provocation of the Green Lotus true body earlier on. It was because the Builder Tree was in a deep sleep right now. Su Zimo narrowed his eyes slightly and looked at the builder tree not far away in silence. A glint gradually flashed through his eyes. Although he could not brazenly head down to the builder tree to cultivate in front of everyone, however, with the green lotus true body, he could also slowly absorb and refine the life force energy in the body of the builder tree true body if he stood on the peak of the builder tree. He could steal the life force of the builder tree. That thought was truly audacious. Even Su Zimo was shocked when he realized what he was thinking about. However, he calmed down before long. This was a rare opportunity. He had just broken through to become a grade 9 heaven immortal, and it would take him at least 1,000 years to cultivate to the peak of a grade 9 heaven immortal. Now that the 9 firmament meet was held and everyone's attention was focused on the fight for the perfected immortal ranking and the Arhat ranking, he could secretly absorb and refine the builder tree. Even a trickle of life force from the builder tree would be enough for him to cultivate to the peak of a grade 9 heaven immortal. If he seized this opportunity, he might be able to touch the barrier of the perfected one realm. What are you thinking about? Why is your heart beating so quickly? Yunju glanced sideways at Su Zimo with a strange expression. And nothing. Su Zimo chuckled embarrassedly and changed the topic. There should be some candidates who are more or less confirmed to be the top 10 of the perfected immortal ranking and Arhat ranking at the 9 firmament meet this time round, right? Yunju could tell that Su Zimo was hiding something but did not ask further. She merely rolled her eyes at him. There are only 10 spots on the perfected immortal ranking and Arhat ranking respectively. Take the perfected immortal ranking for example. Typically, a supreme monster incarnate will appear in each of the 9 immortal domains and occupy a spot. Just like that, 9 of the 10 spots are gone. There will be 1 remaining spot to fight for. However, the perfected immortal ranking this time round is a little special. At that point, Yunju paused for a moment and looked at Su Zimo with a fake smile. Most of the perfected immortals of the Jade Firmament Immortal Domain have been killed by a certain somebody, so they should not be able to fight for the perfected immortal ranking. The certain somebody Yunju was referring to was naturally the Martial Dao Prime body. Su Zimo coughed gently and did not reply. Right then, a woman in the crowd walked over. Before she arrived, she called out softly, "Su Zimo." The woman did not have any makeup on and was extremely beautiful. Her long hair was tied into a bun and she wore a wide Taoist robe, but it could not conceal her graceful figure. A gigantic square chessboard hung on the woman's back. Although it looked a little strange, it formed a unique aura with the woman. Chess Immortal Junyu. People like the 4 great fairies were the center of attention no matter where they went. Now that painting Immortal Mo Qing, book Immortal Yunju, Chess Immortal Junyu and Su Zimo were gathered together, they attracted countless gazes. When Yunju saw Junyu walking over, she smiled and greeted her. Mo Qing nodded slightly to Junyu as well. Although the 3 of them did not have much of a relationship previously, they fought side by side at the Divine Firmament Immortal meet. That experience reduced the distance between the 3 of them and increased their trust. How are your preparations, fellow Taoist? Yunju said, from what I know, the perfected immortal ranking competition this time round will be extremely intense. Apart from you, Qin Su of the Grand Firmament Immortal Domain, Lin Lei of the Green Firmament Immortal Domain, and Zhuo Wuchen of the White Firmament Immortal Domain are not easy to deal with. Initially, Song Xian of the Jade Firmament Immortal Domain was not to be underestimated as well. However, he was killed by Desolate Marshal of the Fiend Domain. Junyu replied indifferently, if it was 1,000 years ago, I'm confident that I would be ranked top 3 on the perfected immortal ranking. But now, I'm going to fight for the title of the Supreme Perfected Immortal with all my might. Amazing! Yunju praised sincerely. Her confidence and boldness were far superior to others. The reason why Junyu dared to say that was because 1,000 years ago, Immortal Queen Linglong imparted to her the 9 Linglong Zugzwangs and she had benefited immensely. Furthermore, during the Divine Firmament Immortal meet, Su Zimo resolved the 8th Linglong Zugzwang. She witnessed the entire process personally and gained some insights, causing her combat strength to increase once more. Fellow Taoist Junyu, were you calling for me earlier on? Su Zimo asked. Junyu nodded and removed the astral chessboard from her back. Come, the 9 firmament meet has yet to begin. Let's play a few rounds. Suzimo was a little helpless. It was no wonder why Junyu was the chess immortal. Before the 9 firmament meet, most perfected immortals were conserving their energy. However, this person even wanted to play chess against him. The 9 firmament meet had yet to begin, and there were many people in the vicinity. It was not appropriate for Suzimo to absorb and refine the builder tree secretly. Since he had nothing on right now, he agreed to it. He played chess with Junyu while paying attention to the movements of the other immortal domains and the pure land of bliss. Apart from the divine firmament immortal domain, cultivators of the verdant firmament and elixir firmament immortal domains had already arrived. There were also more than 10,000 cultivators from the 2 immortal domains. As Yang Ruoxu had said, the Jade Firmament and Elixir Firmament Immortal domains also had supreme immortal kings leading their groups, and there were more than 10 ordinary immortal kings. Among the 2 immortal domains, 2 women were rather eye-catching. Both of them were at the perfected 1 realm and were peerless beauties, comparable to the 4 great fairies. Yunju said, Fairy Jialan of the Verdant Firmament Immortal Domain and Fairy Ling Huang of the Elixir Firmament Immortal Domain are both popular candidates for the perfected immortal ranking. Junyu said as she played chess with Suzimo, Jialan's methods are not weak. I've fought her before, and it's not a problem for her to be ranked on the perfected immortal ranking. However, it's hard to say for Ling Huang. Pausing for a moment, Junyu looked at Yunju. If you're willing to fight for the perfected immortal ranking with all your might, you'll definitely be above Ling Huang. We'll see. Yunju smiled gently. She was not interested in being on the perfected immortal ranking. Immediately after, the green firmament immortal domain arrived. Suzimo looked up and searched the crowd of the green firmament immortal domain. Junyu stopped playing and looked over as well. Before long, Suzimo caught sight of Lin Lei and Lin Luo. Not far away from the 2 of them stood a dignified and beautiful middle-aged woman. The moment Suzimo caught sight of the beautiful middle-aged woman, the latter seemed to have sensed something and looked over as well. Their gazes met in midair. Instantly, a thought flashed through Suzimo's mind. This must be Fairy Ling Long of Tianhuang Mainland, who was also Immortal Queen Ling Long of the Green Firmament Immortal Domain and Battle Kingdom right now. He had never seen the true appearance of Immortal Queen Ling Long before. Back when he ascended, he hid in the Hell Suppression Tripod and did not have the chance to witness it either. However, the moment he saw the dignified beauty, Suzimo was certain that this was Immortal Queen Ling Long. At the same time, Immortal Queen Ling Long recognized Suzimo. Initially, Immortal Queen Ling Long exuded a pressure unique to immortal kings. However, her gaze suddenly softened when she saw Suzimo. Just as Suzimo was about to get up, the voice of Immortal Queen Ling Long sounded in his mind. There's no need for us to acknowledge one another now. Don't be in a hurry to return to the sect after the 9 firmament meet is over. At that time, I'll come and look for you. Ling Long Immortal King seemed to be wary and did not acknowledge Suzimo or interact much. She retracted her gaze after sending a voice transmission with her spirit consciousness. On the other hand, Lin Luo was delighted when she saw Suzimo. She raised her arm and beckoned over passionately. Suzimo nodded with a smile. When Lin Lei saw that, he looked a little displeased. He pulled Lin Luo and walked a few steps faster, squeezing into the crowd and disappearing. Thereafter, the Vantage Firmament Immortal Domain and Purple Firmament Immortal Domain arrived. Yunju casually mentioned the popular candidates of these 2 immortal domains for the perfected immortal ranking. In the Purple Firmament Immortal Domain, Suzimo even caught sight of someone familiar. Prince Ingtian. At that moment, Suzimo and the 3 great fairies were gathered together and were extremely striking on the side of the divine firmament immortal domain. Ingtian noticed Suzimo quickly and his gaze turned cold. He raised his head slightly towards Suzimo with a provocative gaze. Suzimo was unmoved and continued playing chess, as though he had not seen anything. After that was the white firmament immortal domain. Yunju said, among the perfected immortals of the white firmament immortal domain, Zhuo Wuchen should be the strongest. His sword Dao is even above sword Immortal Yu Hua. Apart from him, Yun Mubai of the White Firmament Immortal Domain's Yun Country is also one of the popular candidates this time round. When he heard that, Su Zimo's heart skipped a beat. Yun Country of the White Firmament Immortal Domain. He did not know if there was any connection between the Yun Country and King Yun Yu. Similarly, there was someone he was familiar with in the White Firmament Immortal Domain. Princess Lang Xianxia, a Grade 9 Heaven Immortal. Although she was not as provocative as Prince Xianxia, she exuded a fighting spirit as well when she caught sight of Su Zimo. Su Zimo had no doubt that Lang Xianxia would definitely challenge him if she had the chance. Back in the Pure Jade Manual, the combat strength of Prince Xianxia and Princess Lang Xianxia were restricted. They were indignant that they were suppressed by Su Zimo. In fact, the two of them were too embarrassed to mention such disgraces to outsiders. Now that they saw Su Zimo at the Nine Firmament meet, the two of them would naturally want to get payback. As time passed by, 7 of the 9 immortal domains arrived. A moment later, the Grand Firmament Immortal Domain cultivators arrived. Suddenly, a warning flashed in Su Zimo's mind. There was a strong hostility from the Grand Firmament Immortal Domain that even triggered his spirit perception. Su Zimo looked up expressionlessly. In the crowd of the Grand Firmament Immortal Domain, a black-robed man stood at the front of the many perfected immortals behind the Immortal King experts. He was tall and mighty, emitting a violent and savage aura. The black-robed man glared at Su Zimo with a burning gaze. Suddenly, he grinned and did not conceal the hostility in his eyes. This person looked unfamiliar and was at the perfected one realm. Su Zimo had never seen this person before in his memories. Logically speaking, he should not have any grudges with the perfected immortals of the other immortal domains. Who is that? Su Zimo asked. Yunju seemed to have sensed the black-robed man's hostility towards Su Zimo as well. That's Qin Su. His strength is unfathomable, and he's a popular candidate for the Supreme Perfected Immortal this time round. Do you remember I mentioned something to you about the Grand Pure Jade Manual in the 3 Pure Ones Jade Manual? Su Zimo nodded. You said that the Grand Pure Jade Manual once landed in the hands of a Heaven Immortal in the Grand Firmament Immortal Domain. At that point, Su Zimo seemed to have understood something as he murmured, "Could it be?" Yunju said, "The Grand Pure Jade Manual fell into Qin Su's hands. However, that was tens of thousands of years ago. At that time, he was only a Heaven Immortal." Junyu said, "The reason why Qin Su was able to cultivate with such a terrifying speed to become a Paradise Void Perfected Immortal in tens of thousands of years was because of the Grand Pure Jade Manual. Of course, he's a prince to begin with and has a noble status with sufficient cultivation resources. Qin Su was even a prince." Su Zimo frowned slightly. It was no wonder why this person was so domineering. Even though he knew that Su Zimo was from Heaven and Earth Academy, he did not conceal the hostility in his heart. Su Zimo had no doubt that if he was just an itinerant cultivator, this Prince Qin Su would even dare to snatch his Pure Jade Manual in broad daylight in front of everyone. In the upper world, without the backing of a powerful faction, it was extremely difficult for one to survive, let alone cultivate. A long time after the Grand Firmament Immortal Domain arrived, the Jade Firmament Immortal Domain arrived. Unlike the other 8 immortal domains, although the Jade Firmament Immortal Domain also had Supreme Immortal Kings and Ordinary Immortal Kings leading the group this time round, there were clearly much less perfected immortals. The entire group added up to less than 10,000 people. Furthermore, it was clear that there was a lack of top-tier perfected immortal experts in the Jade Firmament Immortal Domain. Most of them were at the Convergence or Celestial Being realm. It's really way too tragic for the Jade Firmament Immortal Domain this time round. There's definitely no hope of them contending for the Perfected Immortal ranking. Notwithstanding the Perfected Immortal ranking, it's already extremely fortunate if any Perfected Immortal of the Jade Firmament Immortal Domain can be ranked in the top 100 this time round. After all, in that battle back then, Desolate Marshal of the Fiend Domain was way too domineering and violent. He killed thousands of perfected immortals and the masters of the 5 immortal cities single-handedly. dealing a severe impact to the perfected immortal circle of the Jade Firmament Immortal domain. From the looks of it, they might not be able to recover without 100,000 years at the very least. Song Xian and the others brought it upon themselves by kidnapping a Dao child of Desolate Marshal, who knew that Desolate Marshal would be so domineering that he would disregard everything and barge into the Jade Firmament Immortal domain alone to start a massacre in Langfeng City. The moment the Jade Firmament Immortal domain descended, the crowd discussed. The immortal kings of the Jade Firmament Immortal domain had ugly expressions. They surveyed their surroundings and harumphed coldly, emitting a powerful might to stifle the discussions around them. After all the 9 immortal domains of the 9 Firmament Immortal domain arrived, tens of thousands of monks from the 4 continents of the Pure Land of Bliss arrived at the same time. Did the Pure Land of Bliss produce any incredible monks this time round? Su Zimo asked. Yunju said, the most noteworthy person from the Pure Land of Bliss is an Arhat named Shi Wunyan. Most of the other Arhat experts are from the 4 continents. However, Shi Wunyan is from Mount Meru of the Pure Land of Bliss. It's said that he has already obtained the supreme true inheritance of Buddhism. If nothing goes wrong, Shi Wunyan should be this year's supreme Arhat. Following Yunju's direction, Su Zimo's gaze landed on a monk in the crowd. The monk was young and held one palm upright in front of him with a string of prayer beads hanging on it. He followed behind a heavenly king of the Buddhist monasteries with a lowered head. From afar, Shi Wunyan was no different from the other monks and was one of the types that were difficult to discover in a crowd. However, the moment Su Zimo's gaze landed on that person, Shi Wunyan suddenly raised his head. A bedazzling divine light burst forth from his eyes as he looked towards Su Zimo. What keen senses! Su Zimo's heart skipped a beat. What was even stranger was that after the monks of the Pure Land of Bliss descended, countless gazes lingered on Shi Wunyan. Shi Wunyan was unmoved by all of them. When Su Zimo looked at him, he sensed something and turned back. Just as Su Zimo was puzzled, an unfamiliar voice sounded in Su Zimo's ears. It was warm, moderate, and extremely pleasant, like Sanskrit of the Buddhist monasteries, causing one to unconsciously feel reverence. Patron, you have an affinity with the Buddhist monasteries, and the aura of Buddhism around you is extremely pure. I hope that I will have the chance to discuss Buddhism with you. Su Zimo looked at Shi Wunyan, who was among the monks in the distance. Shi Wunyan smiled benevolently and nodded in his direction. What a terrifying monk! Shi Wunyan's gaze was warm and his tone seemed extremely polite. However, Su Zimo felt his scalp tingle and a chill run down his spine. He finally realized why Shi Wunyan noticed him. That was because Shi Wunyan could sense the aura of Buddhism from him with just a single gaze and could tell that he was different. Although Shi Wunyan phrased it nicely, in reality, he wanted to probe Su Zimo's secrets. Although this person might not have guessed that he had cultivated the taboo mystic classic of the Buddhist monasteries, the Prajna Nirvana Sutra, Su Zimo was clearly targeted by him. This monk, who had the potential to become the supreme Arhat, indeed possessed phenomenal abilities. Before the 9 firmament meet began, Su Zimo was already targeted by many cultivators, including heaven immortals and perfected immortals. They were all hostile. Su Zimo had a calm expression. Given his current cultivation realm, he could sweep through all other experts of the heaven immortal realm. It did not matter if they were princes or princesses, everyone would be suppressed by him. If perfected immortal experts like Qin Su and Shi Wunyan were to come knocking, Su Zimo would naturally not be able to defeat them. However, it was not as though he had no way of dealing with them. The martial Tao prime body was still in seclusion in Avicii and was at an important juncture of deducing the martial Tao. As long as the martial Tao prime body came out of seclusion, he could resolve all the dangers he was facing. The 9 firmament immortal domain and Pure Land of Bliss factions were all present. Together, there were more than 100,000 cultivators gathered on the Builder Tree Mountain range with a massive might. Most of those cultivators were experts at the perfected immortal realm. On the side of the 9 firmament immortal domain, there were 13 supreme immortal kings and more than 100 ordinary immortal kings. For the Pure Land of Bliss, 10 supreme heavenly kings and dozens of ordinary heavenly kings arrived as well. This was an unprecedented sight. It was clear how much the nine-firmament immortal domain and pure land of bliss valued this nine-firmament meat. The reason why there were so many Immortal King experts holding down the fort was to ensure that the nine-firmament meat could proceed smoothly without any sudden variables appearing. As the various factions gathered, the nine-firmament meet officially began. An Immortal King from the nine-firmament immortal domain arrived in midair. A heavenly king from the pure land of bliss appeared as well, and the two of them stood side by side. The Tao title of the Immortal King from the nine-firmament immortal domain was Pu Xian, and the Tao title for the heavenly king of the pure land of bliss was Hui Wen. Although the two experts were only at the minor grotto heaven realm and were ordinary immortal kings, they had already hosted many nine-firmament meets and were experienced. The two of them first exchanged pleasantries and introduced the rules and precautions of the nine-firmament meet. Su Zimo was not interested and merely wanted the perfected immortal ranking and Arhat ranking to begin as soon as possible so that he could secretly absorb and refine the life force of the builder tree. After a while, Immortal King Pu Xian coughed gently and said, "The heaven immortals who can take part in the nine-firmament meet are all paragons of the various immortal domains. Before the two-ranking list competition begins, heaven immortals can also spar and interact with one another." This was also the custom of every nine-firmament meet. The main event of the nine-firmament meet was the fight for the perfected immortal ranking and Arhat ranking. Prior to this, the sparring between heaven immortals could only be considered as an appetizer to build excitement for the two ranking lists later on. There were no specific rules for the spar between heaven immortals. Every heaven immortal could stand out and challenge any opponents. Of course, the other party could also reject the challenge. If this was in private, it would naturally not matter if anyone rejected the challenges. However, this was the nine-firmament meet where experts of both domains were gathered. If anyone rejected a challenge, it would have a huge impact on his reputation and even that of his sect. Furthermore, those who could take part in the nine-firmament meet were all somebodies on the heaven rankings of the various immortal domains. None of them could afford to lose face like this. The moment Immortal King Pu Xian said that, more than 10 cultivators from the other 8 immortal domains stood out. 3 of them were even the rank ones of the heaven ranking of the Verdant Firmament Immortal Domain, Vantage Firmament Immortal Domain, and Jade Firmament Immortal Domain. I heard that rank 1 of the heaven ranking in the Divine Firmament Immortal Domain, Su Zimo, is extremely powerful. Since this is a rare gathering, I'd like to spar with him. A grade 9 heaven immortal from the Green Firmament Immortal Domain said in a deep voice. Rank 1 of the Green Firmament Immortal Domain's heaven ranking was Lin Luo of the Battle Kingdom. The combat strength of this grade 9 heaven immortal was not weak either. He was rank 3 of the Green Firmament Immortal Domain's heaven ranking this time round. I want to challenge the Divine Firmament Immortal Domain's Su Zimo as well. A grade 9 heaven immortal of the Elixir Firmament Immortal Domain stood out and shouted. What a coincidence! Rank 1 of the Verdant Firmament Immortal Domain's heaven ranking smiled. The person I want to challenge is also the Divine Firmament's Su Zimo. It was not only the other 8 immortal domains. Even a few monks from the pure land of bliss stood out. Zen Master Hui Wen smiled gently and teased. Young friends, are you all going to challenge Su Zimo of the Divine Firmament Immortal Domain? Yes. Me too. The few cultivators who had just stood out nodded one after another. Although the others did not say anything, they acknowledged it silently. Initially, Zen Master Hui Wen was merely asking casually. To think that cultivators of the various immortal domains and even monks of the Pure Land of Bliss wanted to challenge the rank 1 of the Divine Firmament Immortal Domain's heaven ranking. Instantly, Su Zimo became the focus of the 9 firmament meet. Those cultivators did not know Su Zimo at all. However, the rumors of Su Zimo and the 4 great fairies at the Divine Firmament Immortal Meet spread through the heavenly world, attracting the hostility of many cultivators. Fufu, Sword Immortal Zhua Wuchen of the White Firmament Immortal Domain smirked with a mocking expression. The tallest tree in the forest will be destroyed by the wind. If a young man is too showy, he will naturally be taught a lesson by others. Lin Lei said in a low voice, Sister, don't be fooled by Su Zimo's refined appearance. He's a big flirt. Look, there's even rumors of him and the four great fairies. Don't get too close to him. Brother, you believe such rumors? Lin Luo rolled her eyes at Lin Lei helplessly. Fairy Jialan of the verdant firmament immortal domain looked at Su Zimo curiously and said softly, "So, he's Su Zimo. He looks ordinary and there's nothing special about him. I wonder why the four great fairies would get involved with him given their stature." Another perfected immortal said, "No matter what, there are so many heaven immortal experts challenging Su Zimo, the rank ones of the heaven rankings in the other immortal domains included. It'll probably be difficult for that lad to tide through this." Unlike the excited discussions of the cultivators of the other immortal domains and the pure land of bliss, the divine firmament immortal domain was extremely quiet. Even sword immortal Yu Hua, perfected immortal Wu Feng, Meng Yao and the others who had grudges with Su Zimo had calm expressions and did not make any sarcastic remarks. It was not that they did not want to, but they had witnessed Su Zimo's methods at the divine firmament immortal meet personally. They knew very well that the so-called paragons of the various immortal domains who had just stood out were no match for Su Zimo. Even if the group of them attacked together, they might not be able to threaten Su Zimo. Sword immortal Yu Hua and the others did not bear much hope and naturally reacted indifferently. Right then, on the side of the purple firmament immortal domain, a grade 9 heaven immortal stood up slowly and walked out of the crowd, exuding a unique might as he said slowly, "All of you, retreat. Don't fight with me." It was the rank 1 of the purple firmament immortal domain's heaven ranking, Prince Ingtian. Ingtian wants to challenge Su Zimo as well? This is going to be interesting. I reckon that Ingtian wants to suppress Su Zimo's limelight as well. Given his emperor bloodline, Su Zimo will definitely lose. Another commotion broke out in the crowd. None of the cultivators knew that the reason why Ingtian wanted to challenge Su Zimo was because he had suffered a huge loss in Su Zimo's hands. The two of them had a feud of a severed arm. Furthermore, back in the secret ground of the pure magnificence heaven, he did not gain any advantage against Su Zimo. Even the pure jade manual was taken away by Su Zimo. That was an unacceptable humiliation for Ingtian. As the son of an emperor, he had never encountered such a huge setback up till this point of his cultivation. When Sword Immortal Yu Hua saw Prince Ingtian appear, his expression changed and he was slightly interested. Ingtian was different from the rank ones of the heaven rankings in the other immortal domains. If there was anyone of the same cultivation realm who could suppress Su Zimo, Ingtian should be the one with the highest chance. The cultivators who had just stood out to challenge Su Zimo retreated in fear when they saw Ingtian appear. Even the rank ones of the 3 immortal domains did not persist. Ingtian was a prince after all with a noble status. Everyone had to give him some face and there was no need to offend him just because of Su Zimo. Against the challenge of a group of heaven immortal experts, Su Zimo had a calm expression and was in deep thought. He did not take the so-called paragons before him seriously at all. He did not even care about Prince Ingtian. His thoughts had always been on absorbing and refining the builder tree. I have to resolve this matter as soon as possible and let the competition for the 2 ranking lists begin as soon as possible. Su Zimo lamented internally. Only when the perfected immortal ranking and Arhat ranking began and attracted the attention of most cultivators could he seize the opportunity to secretly absorb and refine the life force of the builder tree. Initially, Su Zimo was pondering how troublesome it would be to deal with the challenges of so many cultivators. Now that Prince Ingtian came knocking, it was exactly what he wanted. He could take it out on the prince and intimidate everyone else. Su Zimo of the divine firmament immortal domain, do you dare to come out and accept the challenge? Say something. Could he be afraid? Is this the level of the divine firmament immortal domain's heaven ranking? If he's so useless, you guys should replace him as soon as possible. A series of shouts sounded from the crowd and many cultivators hollered loudly, worried that Su Zimo would be afraid of fighting Ingtian. On the peak of the Builder Tree mountain range, venues and platforms for cultivators to spar were set up. Ingtian had already stood on them. Su Zimo smiled indifferently and rose. Stepping through the air, he arrived at the Sword Discourse Arena before long. On the side of the Grand Firmament Immortal Domain, an imperceptible figure appeared behind the number 1 perfected immortal, Qin Su. At that moment, he said in a low voice, "Young master, if Ingtian kills Su Zimo, the pure jade manual will probably fall into the hands of Ingtian as well. It won't be easy to get it back. There's no hurry. Let the two of them exhaust themselves first." Qin Su replied indifferently, "Someone who possesses the pure jade manual and can defeat Yun Ting won't die so easily." On the sword discourse arena, Su Zimo and Ingtian stood facing one another. Immortal King Pu Xian said, "If the two of you are ready, let's begin." On the side of the divine firmament immortal domain, Immortal King Qingyang seemed to have thought of something and suddenly said loudly, "The point of sparring is not for you guys to fight to the death. It's best for the two of you to restrain yourselves." Ingtian said indifferently, "Senior Qingyang, you're right. However, we're all top-tier heaven immortals and our strengths are similar. Once we fight, it'll be difficult for us to know our limits. Whether he can survive depends on his fate." Although Ingtian said it politely, in reality, he rejected the suggestion of Immortal King Qingyang. "Idiot!" Immortal King Qingyang cursed internally. "Do you think I was reminding you earlier on? I was reminding Su Zimo to spare your life." When Immortal King Qingyang saw Ingtian's reaction, he smiled faintly and did not say anything more. On the sword discourse arena, Ingtian glared at Su Zimo with a murderous aura and said coldly, "Su Zimo, I've waited for this day for too long." When he recalled the humiliation he experienced in the secret ground of the pure magnificence heaven, the killing intent in Ingtian's heart had already accumulated to its peak. He had to retrieve everything he lost back then today. Su Zimo did not waste his breath on him. He only wanted to resolve this matter as soon as possible. Before Ingtian could finish his sentence, Su Zimo moved and transformed into a golden streak of light. Instantly, he crossed the entire sword discourse arena and arrived before Ingtian. It was way too fast. Even the cultivators watching below the stage were shocked. Some heaven immortals who wanted to stand out and challenge Su Zimo earlier on had grim expressions and were secretly alarmed. The speed of that movement technique alone had already surpassed everyone's imagination. If they were in Ingtian's position, it would be difficult for them to react and they might be suppressed by Su Zimo within a short period of time. "How dare you!" Ingtian's pupils constricted and he reacted extremely quickly. With a shout, he chose to release his bloodline phenomenon without hesitation. Even a lion uses its full strength to fight a rabbit. Ingtian had witnessed Su Zimo's melee combat methods before and knew how powerful he was. He did not dare to be careless. However, the moment his bloodline phenomenon appeared, before it was condensed, Su Zimo suddenly opened his mouth and let out a deafening roar. It was like a dragon's roar and a phoenix's cry mixed with the explosion of thunder. It penetrated metal and cracked rocks in a deafening manner. Dragon Roar Secret Skill. Ingtian released his sound domain secret skill hurriedly as well, wanting to defend. However, Su Zimo had already released his innate divine power, the six-tusk divine strength, a step earlier in midair while he was charging over. The power of his body and essence spirit increased exponentially, and even the power of his sound domain secret skill rose to its peak. Back when Su Zimo was a grade 8 heaven immortal, even Yun Ting could not defend against the impact of the Dragon Roar secret skill in melee combat. Now that Su Zimo had cultivated to become a grade 9 heaven immortal, the Dragon Roar secret skill caused a huge impact on Ingtian. Ingtian's eyes widened and he shuddered. Before his bloodline phenomenon was formed, it was dispersed by a single roar of the Dragon Roar secret skill. If not for the protection of the incomplete bloodline phenomenon earlier on, his body might have been severely injured. At that distance, many divine powers and secret skills could not be released in time. Only instantaneous secret skills could cause damage to the opponent. Ingtian released his visual technique and was prepared to counterattack. At the same time, a blinding beam of light burst forth from Su Zimo's right eye and destroyed Ingtian's visual technique instantly. The remaining beam of light entered Ingtian's eye socket. "Ah!" Ingtian shrieked tragically and one of his eyes went blind on the spot. If not for the protection of the defensive dermic treasure in his consciousness, The visual technique might have even injured his essence spirit. Su Zimo seized the opportunity to advance. He extended both hands and flicked out 10 sharp fingernails that were like sabers and swords, gripping Ing Tian's shoulders instantly. At the same time, he stretched his body and thrust his knees forward, charging forth like a divine steed. You! Ing Tian was enraged. Back in the secret ground of pure magnificence heaven, Su Zimo used this same move to injure him severely in melee combat. To think that Su Zimo would do the same today. Furthermore, he was even more ferocious and savage than before. Ing Tian lost the initiative against Su Zimo's sound domain secret skill and visual technique and could not defend against Su Zimo's attacks at all. Crack! His chest caved in deeply with the jarring sound of bones cracking. Shing! Fresh blood spewed in midair. Under countless gazes, Su Zimo tore off Ing Tian's arms with his tendons and bones. It was a shocking sight. It was not over yet. Before Ing Tian's figure was sent flying, Su Zimo reached out once more and slapped the top of Ing Tian's head. Show mercy! Stop! Instantly, 2 voices sounded. Most of the cultivators below the platform were in shock and had yet to recover. Immortal King Pu Xian and Zen Master Hui Wen, who were at the side, reacted right away. They shouted and released the might of immortal kings to suppress Su Zimo's figure while saving Ing Tian. Cough, cough. Although Ing Tian was saved, he looked dispirited and coughed out large mouthfuls of blood. The broken bones in his chest pierced his heart like a short spear. His blood chi deteriorated rapidly and he no longer had the strength to fight. Wah! The cultivators were shocked and their faces were filled with disbelief. In less than 3 breaths, the battle was over. There was only a single person left on the sword discourse arena. It was rank 1 of the Divine Firmament Immortal Domain's Heaven ranking, Su Zimo of Heaven and Earth Academy. Although Sword Immortal Yuhua, Meng Yao and the others knew that Su Zimo's methods were powerful, they had not expected Ing Tian to lose so quickly and not even last 3 breaths. What happened earlier stunned many Heaven Immortals present. It was not only because of Su Zimo's series of powerful methods earlier on. More than that, it was because the killing intent that Su Zimo had just displayed was shuddering. Everyone could clearly see that if the 2 immortal kings had not saved him, Prince Ing Tian would have been a dead man. Su Zimo even dared to kill the son of an emperor. Who's next? Standing on the sword discourse arena, Su Zimo surveyed his surroundings with a burning gaze and a shuddering aura as he asked slowly. The Heaven Immortals below did not dare to meet his gaze and averted it. The rank 1s of the 3 immortal domains who stood out earlier on fell silent as well with wary expressions and did not say anything. Initially, Princess Lang Xianxia wanted to find an opportunity to fight Su Zimo once more, but now she put that thought aside. Even Ing Tian nearly died. Who could guarantee that he could survive the battle? Even if she managed to survive in the same manner as Ing Tian, she would have lost all face and the losses outweighed the gains. Su Zimo was very satisfied with the reactions of the crowd below. This was the effect he wanted when he attacked so ferociously earlier on. Otherwise, it would be too troublesome if so many cultivators came to challenge him one after another. Furthermore, before he attacked, he had already expected that someone would save Ing Tian. Ing Tian's identity was special after all. Immortal King Pu Xian and Zen Master Hui Wen were hosting the 9 Firmament meet, and there was no way they would let the prince die in front of them. Qin Su of the Grand Firmament Immortal Domain glanced sideways. Shadow go? Understood. An imperceptible figure behind Qin Su hesitated for a moment before agreeing to it. He had no name. Everything he had was given to him by Qin Su. Even his life did not belong to him, and he was prepared to sacrifice himself for Qin Su at any moment. He was merely Qin Su's shadow. When Su Zimo saw that no one was going to fight, he was about to leave when a figure entered the sword discourse arena. Many cultivators were invigorated. Su Zimo frowned slightly. There's still someone who dares to come? The person's face was covered and his body swayed slightly, as though he was one with the void around the sword discourse arena. His entire body seemed hazy and blurry. After Shadow went on stage, he attacked Su Zimo without saying anything. Suddenly, he vanished. When he reappeared, He was already beside Su Zimo and stabbed towards the back of the latter's head. Shing! The sword chi tore through the void and let out a sharp sound. Su Zimo's expression was calm and unmoved. In fact, he did not even attempt to dodge. Before the sword chi even landed on Su Zimo, it dissipated rapidly and vanished. Shadow's attack earlier on was merely a feint. Even that seemingly corporeal sword chi was merely an illusion. Shing! Shadow appeared once more. This time round, he arrived beside Su Zimo and slashed through the air with a murderous intent. Su Zimo did not even look at him and was still motionless. The figure dissipated once more and vanished. Shadow cultivated many dermic Daos, including the Dao of concealment, assassination, and illusion. The current scene was the result of those dermic Daos combined together. Although Su Zimo had never dabbled in those dermic Daos before, he relied on his spirit perception and was not disturbed at all. Shadow's 2 attacks earlier on did not make him feel threatened. Even after a few probing attempts, Shadow did not truly attack. Swoosh! Shadow appeared once more. Die! This time round, Shadow released an Essence Spirit secret skill at Su Zimo while shifting between illusion and reality. What was initially a feint turned into a true assassination attempt instantly. Su Zimo's expression turned cold. Shadow was not here to spar at all. In a dermic art fight between cultivators, he released his Essence Spirit secret skill right away. It was clear he was out to kill. If he was not wrong, this person was ordered by Qin Su to kill him and snatch the Pure Jade Manual. Humph! Su Zimo was a decisive person to begin with. Once he realized that there was no way he would hold back, he ignored Shadow's Essence Spirit secret skill and conjured a dermic seal, smashing it towards the latter's head. Ham! At the same time, Su Zimo chanted Sanskrit. Instantly, the dermic seal in his hands seemed to have transformed into a thick, majestic, and unattainable mountain peak that crushed down with a shocking might. Oh! In the direction of the pure land of bliss, the eyes of some heavenly kings of the Buddhist monasteries lit up when they saw the mountain peak. The glint in Shi Wunyan's eyes intensified as he murmured, "To think that it's the secret skill of the Buddhist monasteries, the great Mount Meru seal. This lad indeed has the inheritance of the Buddhist monasteries. The great Mount Meru seal." It was a one-sided defeat. The great Mount Meru seal was heavy, steady, and simple. It was the most effective against the illusory dermic Dao techniques Shadow utilized. Back at the divine firmament Immortal meet, even Yun Ting could not dispel that dermic seal right away and was disadvantaged. It was even worse for Shadow. Creak! Shadow's sword was shattered by the great Mount Meru seal. Poof! Although more than half of the power was dissipated, the great Mount Meru seal still caused Shadow to spit out blood and he was sent flying. Su Zimo's hand seals changed once more. Before Shadow's figure landed, a massive white tiger appeared to the west of him. It roared and opened its bloody mouth, biting Shadow. That bite and roar of the white tiger had already killed Shadow. It was one of Su Zimo's strongest killing techniques, White Tiger Corpse Collection. Qin Su's Shadow died on the spot, and his essence spirit was destroyed. Amitba! Zen Master Hui when chanted a Buddhist proclamation softly with a look of pity. This time round, neither Immortal King Puxian nor he stood in to save Shadow. After all, Shadow was just a servant under Qin Su's lead. His status was worlds apart from the prince and was not worthy of the two of them making a move. Beneath the sword discourse arena, the crowd was in an uproar. Su Zimo's counterattack was so ferocious that Qin Su's Shadow was killed on the spot after 2 dermic arts. At the same time, many cultivators felt relieved. Thankfully, they did not head to the sword discourse arena rashly earlier on. Otherwise, the corpse up there right now might have been one of them. Qin Su's expression darkened and his eyes shone with a cold glint. Interesting. Suddenly, Qin Su smiled and clapped his hands, saying meaningfully, "Su Zimo, you're very good. The road ahead is long. I'm sure we'll get to interact again." Everyone could hear the threat in Qin Su's words. Qin Su was a prince and had the potential of contending for the supreme perfected immortal title. He possessed the inheritance of the Grand Pure Jade Manual, and was definitely bent on getting his hands on the pure jade manual. Su Zimo ignored Qin's threat and merely pointed at Shadow's corpse, saying coldly, "Take him away." Next. Instantly, the discussions in the surrounding quietened down. Su Zimo defeated 2 Grade 9 Heaven Immortals in succession, and even Prince Ingtian nearly died. Who would dare to head up and die? Earlier on, a group of Heaven Immortals were eager to challenge Su Zimo. But now, when Su Zimo stood on the Sword Discourse Arena and challenged the Heaven Immortal experts of the 9 Firmament Immortal Domain and Pure Land of Bliss, none of them dared to accept the challenge. Fufu. Su Zimo chuckled and leaped down from the Sword Discourse Arena, returning to the Divine Firmament Immortal Domain. The Grand Elder of the Academy was all smiles and looked satisfied. In the 2 battles earlier on, not only did Su Zimo make a supreme reputation for himself and shock the crowd, the reputation of Heaven and Earth Academy benefited indirectly as well. After this, there were some Heaven Immortals who went onto the arena to spar. However, everything seemed much blander compared to Su Zimo's battles earlier on. The spar between the Heaven Immortals did not cause much of a stir and ended quickly. Next was the main event of the 9 Firmament meet, the fight for the Perfected Immortal ranking and Arhat ranking. The terrain of the Builder Tree mountain range was semicircular. Using the mountain range as the main focus, in the valley below, 2 gigantic ceiling immortal formations were set up, and they were known as the Builder Tree battlefields. The Perfected Immortals of the 9 Firmament Immortal Domain and the Arhats of the Pure Land of Bliss competed in their respective regions. They were independent and did not interfere with one another. The elimination round in the Builder Tree battlefield was open to every Perfected Immortal. Participating Perfected Immortals would obtain a badge called the Builder Tree Badge. Once injected with true essence, the Builder Tree Badge would activate a defensive barrier that was connected to the Immortal formation. No matter what danger they encountered, they would survive. An expert at the Perfected Immortal realm was an irreplaceable support for any sect or faction. There was no way they would allow Perfected Immortals to kill one another and fight with their lives for the sake of the Perfected Immortal ranking. That would be a self-destructive action for both the 9 Firmament Immortal Domain and Pure Land of Bliss. That was the reason for the existence of the Builder Tree Badge. On the other hand, the Builder Tree Badge was also closely related to the final ranking. In the 2 Builder Tree battlefields, the top 100 Perfected Immortals who obtained the most Builder Tree Badges would enter the final battle. There have been many competition formats for the 9 Firmament meet. However, after many attempts, this was the most fair and reasonable one. Su Zimo listened for a while. This model was similar to when he took part in the Immortal Sect selection back then. The 2 Builder Tree battlefields were long prepared. On the side of the Divine Firmament Immortal Domain, a group of Perfected Immortal experts stood up one after another. Renowned experts such as Sword Immortal Yuhua, Zither Immortal Meng Yao, Perfected Immortal Wu Feng, and Chunfeng Jian would naturally not miss this opportunity. Even Yang Ruoxu was prepared to undergo a baptism of killing in the Builder Tree battlefield. The improvement of watching from the sidelines was never as great as experiencing it personally. "Sister, aren't you taking part?" When Yunju saw that Mo Qing did not stand up the entire time, she could not help but ask. "I." Mo Qing hesitated. In the depths of her heart, she was not willing to participate in such a fight. Yunju smiled gently and persuaded, "Sister, you don't have to be so resistant. It's just a participation. It'll be best if you can be ranked in the top 100. If you can't, it's fine. There's nothing to lose." There were only 10 spots on the Perfected Immortal ranking. However, if one could be ranked in the top 100 of the Builder Tree battlefield, they could also obtain a chance to cultivate beneath the Builder Tree. In other words, at the 9 Firmament meet, only 200 Perfected Immortals were qualified to cultivate beneath the Builder Tree. This was an irresistible temptation for many Perfected Immortals. Even if one only managed to cultivate beneath the Builder Tree for a month, it would be equivalent to 10,000 years of effort. Furthermore, the Builder Tree only slept once every 100,000 years. This was a rare opportunity that could not be missed. "All right," Mo Qing nodded. Before long, thousands of Perfected Immortals from the Divine Firmament Immortal Domain, including the 4 Great Fairies, entered the fray. Apart from some perfected immortals whose cultivation realms were too low and thought that they had no hope, most of them intended to fight in the Builder Tree battlefield. On the side of the 9-firmament immortal domain, tens of thousands of perfected immortals entered the fray. The situation on the side of the pure land of bliss was not much different. The perfected immortals and arhats wielded their Builder Tree badges, and were randomly teleported to various parts of the Builder Tree battlefields. A massive battle between perfected immortals had officially begun. Su Zimo took a rough look. Chess Immortal Jun Yu of the Divine Firmament Immortal Domain, Qin Su of the Grand Firmament Immortal Domain, Lin Lei of the Green Firmament Immortal Domain, Fairy Jialan of the Verdant Firmament Immortal Domain, Zhuo Wuchen and Yun Mubai of the White Firmament Immortal Domain. All of these hot candidates on the perfected immortal ranking were extremely domineering. The moment the battle royale began, they did not choose to form a team with others. Instead, they pushed forth alone and no one could stop them. Among the 4 great fairies, apart from Chess Immortal Jun Yu, Zither Immortal Meng Yao and Book Immortal Yun Zhu relied on their own methods as well to snatch the Builder Tree badges continuously and smoothly. Mo Qing did not like to fight, nor did she take the initiative to look for opponents. Under normal circumstances, it would be difficult for her to obtain enough Builder Tree badges if she participated in this battle royale. However, there were always perfected immortals who thought that painting immortal Mo Qing was the weakest among the 4 great fairies and took the initiative to attack her. News of Mo Qing tearing the painting book at the Divine Firmament Immortal Meet had long spread through the 9-firmament immortal domain. Many perfected immortals instinctively felt that Mo Qing's combat strength had decreased after losing the painting book and was not much of a threat. However, none of them expected that Mo Qing would advance in her cultivation realm with the help of the Divine Ghost Immortal Fiend diagram and gain new insights into the Tao of painting. Even without the painting book, Mo Qing's combat strength was top tier among perfected immortals. It was just that she rarely fought against others, creating the misconception that the painting immortal was weak. With the perfected immortals that came knocking on her door, the number of Builder Tree badges on Mo Qing's body increased continuously. Yang Ruoxu was only a convergence perfected immortal after all. It did not take long for him to be defeated by a hollow nether perfected immortal within and was unfortunately eliminated. Be it the 9-firmament immortal domain or the pure land of bliss, almost all the cultivators' attention was focused on the 2 Builder Tree battlefields below. As the battle progressed, everyone discussed and commented. Su Zimo merely looked at it for a while before calming down. He secretly extended the connection of his green lotus true body underground. Su Zimo's spirit consciousness followed the thick roots and gradually arrived at the true form of the Builder Tree. At that moment, it was as though he had transformed into a creation green lotus and took root here. His roots intertwined with the roots of the Builder Tree and began to absorb the life force of the latter. Su Zimo did not dare to absorb it too quickly. Firstly, he was worried that he would alarm the Builder Tree. Secondly, he was afraid of attracting attention. Apart from a group of perfected immortal experts, there were also many immortal kings holding down the fort at the 9-firmament meet after all. All of these immortal kings had sharp senses. If anything happened, there was a high chance that some of them would be suspicious. As time passed by, the combat on the Builder Tree battlefield below intensified. A series of exclamations sounded from the crowd from time to time. Su Zimo did not care, nor was he interested. He continued to absorb and refine the Builder Tree in secret to strengthen the Green Lotus True Body. In just a day, he could clearly sense that the Green Lotus True Body had received an extremely obvious improvement. If he were to cultivate at this speed, the Green Lotus True Body might be able to grow to the peak of grade 11 within a few days. As the Green Lotus True Body grew, his cultivation realm would increase as well, and he would reach the peak of a grade 9 heaven immortal. Su Zimo cultivated in silence and absorbed and refined the life force energy of the Builder Tree. Although he had been suppressing it the entire time, he could not help but emit a unique aura that belonged to the Flora race. This aura was mixed with the Builder Tree and Creation Green Lotus. Although perfected immortals might not be able to sense it, it could not be hidden from some Immortal King experts. The expression of Immortal King Qing Yang changed, as though he sensed something. At the same time, on the side of the green firmament immortal domain, immortal Queen Linglong sensed something unusual about Su Zimo. She hurriedly conjured a secret skill through the endless void in secret, creating a concealment that could hide the heavenly secrets around Su Zimo. Immortal King Qingyang glanced sideways and surveyed Su Zimo's side. When he did not find anything, he frowned and retracted his gaze. 5 days later, the elimination round of the 2 Builder Tree battlefields was almost over. On the side of the Divine Firmament Immortal domain, Chess Immortal Junyu was far in the lead and had the second most number of Builder Tree badges. Next was Sword Immortal Yu Hua. Yun Zhu, Mo Qing and Meng Yao were all in the top 100. There were only 8 perfected immortals from the Divine Firmament Immortal domain in the top 100. Half of them were the 4 great fairies alone. Fairy Jialan, Zhuo Wuchen and the other popular candidates mentioned previously were among the top 100 as well. Prince Qin Su of the Grand Firmament Immortal domain was the one with the most number of Builder Tree badges. The competition for the perfected immortal ranking this time round is way too intense. By the looks of it, there are at least 3 people who have a chance of obtaining the title of Supreme Perfected Immortal. Divine Firmament Immortal Domains Chess Immortal Junyu, Grand Firmament Immortal Domains Qin Su and Green Firmament Immortal Domains Lin Lei. In my opinion, Zhuo Wuchen of the White Firmament Immortal domain has a chance as well and is not much weaker than the 3 of them. These top-tier experts must have definitely held back with their trump cards in the elimination round. It's hard to say who will win the final competition. For the past few days, many cultivators on the peak of the Builder Tree discussed. Even some immortal kings conversed with one another and commented on the perfected immortals who were participating in the battle below. Compared to the 9 Firmament Immortal domain, there was evidently no ambiguity about the elimination round at the side of the Pure Land of Bliss. The rank 1 of the elimination round was Shi Wunyan. He was far ahead of others in the number of Builder Tree badges obtained. For the past 5 days, Su Zimo did not watch the battle much. He absorbed and refined the life force energy of the Builder Tree and cultivated continuously. The Green Lotus true body was growing rapidly and his cultivation realm advanced by leaps and bounds. He was close to the peak of a Grade 9 Heaven Immortal. Of course, even if he cultivated to the peak of a Grade 9 Heaven Immortal here and touched the barrier of the Perfected One realm, Su Zimo would not be able to break through here. The advancement of the Green Lotus true body to the Perfected One realm was no small matter. This was not merely an increase in his cultivation realm with the condensation of a Tao fruit to become a perfected immortal. At the same time, it meant that the Green Lotus true body would grow to Grade 12. The creation Green Lotus would ripen completely and would be at its peak. At that time, nobody knew what changes would happen. Right now, there were many immortal kings surrounding him. If Su Zimo broke through here, the bloodline of the creation Green Lotus would definitely be exposed. It would be equivalent to committing suicide. There were so many immortal king experts from various sects and factions that even the sect master of the academy might not be able to protect him. Furthermore, the dermic Tao cultivated by the Green Lotus true body was complex. He had cultivated the taboo mystic classics of the immortal, Buddhist, and fiend Taos. There was also a powerful cultivation technique from the demon Tao such as the mystic classic of the 12 demon kings of the great wilderness. Under such circumstances, it would become extremely difficult and complicated to condense a Tao fruit and break through. Without a good opportunity, it would be difficult to break through. After the elimination round was over, the cultivators returned to their sects and rested for the night. The final ranking battle would be held the next day to determine the 10 spots on the Perfected Immortal and Arhat rankings. Avicii, the martial Tao prime body, opened his eyes and the purple Tao fire in them gradually retracted. He snapped out of his endless deduction of the dermic Tao and exhaled gently. He had benefited immensely from his deduction this time round. He had already comprehended the crux of the martial Tao dermic formulation for the next realm. However, there were still some details that he could not figure out yet. Furthermore, the fog ahead had already dissipated gradually and the martial Tao prime body could vaguely see the future. The dermic Tao of the human race was passed down through the immortal, fiend, and Buddhist Taos. Demons had the demon Tao. There were 10,000 dermic Taos in the 10,000 races. However, at the end of the day, all Dermic Daos would converge into one and lead to the same goal. It might be the same for the martial Dao. The end of the Dao was always similar. No matter what Dermic Dao one cultivated, they would eventually head to the same shore. He could not confirm the next realm of the martial Dao for the time being. However, in this seclusion, a sudden thought flashed through the mind of the martial Dao prime body. It was an extremely bold thought that might even result in a slim chance of survival. However, once he succeeded with that inspiration, he might be able to create a Dao unique to him that no one could surpass or replicate. To a certain extent, the Dermic Dao of the martial Dao was no different from the immortal, Buddhist and fiend Daos and did not exceed the restraints of this world. However, his existence was a variable to begin with, and he was the founder of the martial Dao. His body smelted thousands of divine powers and secret skills and nurtured all sutras. That was the reason why the martial Dao could release such terrifying combat strength in his hands. His disciples, Baiming Shui and Carefree, were not the only ones who could cultivate the martial Dao. All living beings in the world could and ascend to become immortals. The martial Dao did not belong to him alone. However, if he could verify this thought of his and synthesize the fact that he was a variable together with the foundation of the martial Dao, he might be able to break through some sort of restriction of the laws and step into an unknown, unfathomable, and untouchable world. From the beginning, the martial Dao prime body had been trying to surpass everything. He did not only want to surpass others, but also himself. During this period of seclusion cultivation, the martial Dao prime body cultivated his Dao body while deducing the Dermic Dao. The true martial Dao body was about to reach the perfected realm. On the 6th day of the 9 firmament meet, the final ranking battle of the perfected immortal ranking and Arhat ranking officially began. The cultivators on the 2 ranking lists were divided into the 2 battlefields and fought in pairs. After each round, the cultivators would be given enough time to rest. Therefore, the ranking battle had to last for 2 days. The first match of the perfected immortal ranking was Xianxia against a grade 9 perfected immortal of the purple firmament immortal domain. Although this grade 9 perfected immortal was not weak, he had no chance against Prince Xianxia. He admitted defeat in less than 10 moves. The second match was Junyu against a grade 9 perfected immortal of the verdant firmament immortal domain. Junyu won with ease as well. The third match was between Lin Lei and Mo Qing. Mo Qing did not take part in the battle and admitted defeat. Many cultivators thought that painting immortal Mo Qing made this choice because she knew that she had no chance of winning. Only Su Zimo, Yun Zhu and the others knew that Mo Qing was merely unwilling to fight. For her, it was enough if she could enter the top 100 and obtain a chance to cultivate beneath the builder tree. Su Zimo caught a few matches casually before calming down to cultivate in secret. The 6th day passed. The top 50 spots were already decided. Among them, on the side of the divine firmament immortal domain, apart from painting immortal Mo Qing who withdrew at the start, the other 3 of the 4 great fairies were ranked in the top 50. Sword immortal Yu Hua was also far in the lead. Everyone knew that the ranking battle on the 7th day would be even more intense. The final day was the clash between the top perfected immortal experts. After resting for the night, the ranking battle began early the next morning. The remaining 50 perfected immortals on the side of the 9 firmament immortal domain fought once more. The battle was unprecedentedly intense, and the cultivators watching felt their hearts skip a beat as their blood boiled. In between, 2 perfected immortals even exhausted their final trump cards and fought to a draw. On the peak of the builder tree, among the vast number of cultivators, there was probably only a single person who did not take the ranking battle of the perfected immortal ranking and Arhat ranking to heart. Instead, he made use of this opportunity to secretly cultivate and grow rapidly. 7th day of the 9 firmament meet. Afternoon, the ranking battle for the perfected immortal ranking and Arhat ranking had already entered the final phase. On the side of the pure land of bliss, Shi Wunyan won everything and no one could stop him. On the side of the 9 firmament immortal domain, Chess Immortal Junyu, Prince Xianxia, Lin Lei and Zhuo Wuchen were far in the lead with complete victories. Junyu's chess Dao, Xianxia's secret skills of the Emperor, Lin Lei's halberd and Zhuo Wuchen's sword Dao left deep impressions on the cultivators present. If nothing went wrong, The supreme perfected immortal of this generation would be born among them. The next battle was between zither immortal Meng Yao and Lin Lei. Meng Yao's Dao was through her music. It would be fine if she was up against ordinary cultivators. However, against a top-tier perfected immortal like Lin Lei, it was difficult for her dermic Dao to unleash its power head-on. Meng Yao's zither sound could not affect Lin Lei's Dao heart at all. Lin Lei wielded his halberd with a torrential aura and defeated zither immortal Meng Yao. Thereafter, Book Immortal Yunzhu went against Prince Qin Su. Unsurprisingly, Yunzhu was defeated in this battle. Even so, Yunzhu's performance attracted praise. Right from the beginning, Yunzhu seemed to be holding back. Although she was defeated in the end, she did not seem wretched at all and retreated with grace. Many immortal kings secretly speculated that the combat strength of Book Immortal Yunzhu was most likely sufficient for her to be ranked on the perfected immortal ranking. It was merely unfortunate that she had a bad ranking for the elimination round, causing her to have to face Prince Qin Su prematurely and be knocked out. Evening. On the side of the Pure Land of Bliss, the ranking battle for the Arhat ranking was the first to end. The Arhat ranking of this generation was out. As everyone had expected, the top of the Arhat ranking with the title of Supreme was Shi Wunyan from the Pure Land of Bliss's Mount Meru. Shi Wunyan won everything along the way, and furthermore, they were landslides. There was no doubt towards his conferment as Supreme. Rank 1 of the Arhat ranking Shi Wunyan. Rank 2 Wu Gaoni. Rank 3 Wu. Rank 4 Su Ba. Rank 5 Tian Mu. Rank 6 Ding Li. Rank 7 Bu Dong. Rank 8 Luo Du. Rank 9 Paemo. Rank 10 Duren. As for the 9 Firmament Immortal Domain, the ranking battle was already coming to an end. The first 2 battles were Qin Su against Zhuo Wuchen and Jun Yu against Lin Lei. Qin Su and Jun Yu won respectively. This meant that it would either be Qin Su or Jun Yu who would be the supreme perfected immortal. The current battle was between Lin Lei and Zhuo Wuchen to fight for the 3rd spot on the perfected immortal ranking. After an intense fight, Lin Lei won after a tragic battle. Zhuo Wuchen was not fated to be in the top 3 of the perfected immortal ranking and was defeated. Lin Lei dragged his injured body back to the green firmament immortal domain. Lin Luo went up to him immediately and consoled him. "Brother, congratulations. Mother was praising you earlier on. It's already not bad for you to be 3rd. Lin Lei shook his head gently and smiled bitterly. He was naturally dissatisfied with being rank 3 on the perfected immortal ranking. However, there was chess immortal Jun Yu and Prince Qin Su in this generation. Indeed, he could not defeat them. Lin Lei rubbed Lin Luo's head gently and said earnestly, "Sister, look at Su Zimo. Don't think that he's very strong just because there's no one who can match him in the heaven immortal realm. At the perfected immortal realm, there are many people who are stronger than him. One can only be called a true paragon after advancing to the perfected one realm. His current achievements are nothing." Lin Luo pouted. "Brother, how do you know that he will fail after entering the perfected one realm? In my opinion, his potential is much greater than yours." "Humph." Lin Lei was a little disdainful. "He's only comparable to me if he's even qualified to partake in the competition for the perfected immortal ranking and can obtain rank 3. Layer, you're still arrogant." Immortal Queen Ling Long shook her head gently. "Up till this point of your cultivation, you thought that you were invincible among your peers. However, you suffered an unexpectedly huge loss in Langfeng City. Even after you have just suffered another setback at the perfected immortal ranking, you're not intending to reflect upon yourself." Lin Lei naturally did not dare to refute Immortal Queen Ling Long's reprimand and merely lowered his head in silence. The next battle was the true center of attraction. Prince Qin Su was up against chess immortal Jun Yu. Even the monks of the Pure Land of Bliss gathered to watch the battle. "Zimo, who do you think will win?" Yunzhu glanced sideways and asked. Su Zimo was still cultivating and did not seem to have heard or noticed anything. "Zimo?" Yunzhu was worried when she saw Su Zimo in a strange state. Although his eyes were on the battlefield, he seemed to be in a trance with his mind elsewhere. She could not help but touch him gently as she called out once more, Taking a deep breath of air, Su Zimo woke up from his cultivation state. In the 7 days of the 9 firmament meet, he cultivated with the help of the builder tree, and the green lotus true body grew at a terrifying speed. It had already reached the peak of a grade 9 heaven immortal. However, he did not sense the barrier of the perfected one realm. If he wanted to break through, he would have to consolidate his comprehension and find a suitable opportunity. Now that Yunju had awakened him, he had no intention of continuing cultivating for the time being. He was prepared to watch the final battle of the perfected immortal ranking. "Are you all right?" Yunju asked. Su Zimo smiled and nodded. Recalling Yunju's question earlier on, he said in a low voice, "In my opinion, Junyu has a higher chance. If it was 1,000 years ago, Junyu and Qin Su might have been on par. But now that Junyu has obtained the inheritance of immortal Queen Ling Long, it was an extremely obvious increase to her combat strength." As dusk descended, a huge battle broke out. The moment the 2 perfected immortal experts attacked, they did not test the waters and released their strongest trump cards. In a fight of this level, one could lose if they were careless. Junyu held the chessboard in her hands and carried the starry skies on her back. The entire battlefield seemed to have turned into a chessboard as she stood outside, manipulating the fates of each chess piece. Even Qin Su was merely a chess piece in her hands. Qin Su's methods were extremely terrifying as well. The Emperor's bloodline was incomparably domineering as he forcefully released his bloodline phenomenon. It was as though an iron-blooded army was gathered behind him and a single order shattered the chess game. The combat intensity of both parties increased continuously, and they even released Essence Spirit secret skills. Before long, it reached its climax and victory could be decided at any moment. Suddenly, Qin Su touched his glabella with his finger and took out a scarlet ancient book, creating another self right in front of everyone. The 2 of them looked identical even in terms of cultivation realm. It was the Grand Pure Jade Manual from one of the taboo mystic classics, the 3 Pure Ones Jade Manual. The crowd stirred when they saw that. Qin Su alone was already enough to fight chess immortal Junyu to a draw. How would Junyu defend against the combined forces of 2 Qin Cs? Back in the battle between Su Zimo and Yun Ting, it was after Su Zimo released his primeval body that Yun Ting was completely defeated. And now, Qin Su used the Grand Pure Jade Manual to condense a morality body. Although the physique of the morality body was ordinary, its spirit consciousness was incomparably strong, and could even release Essence Spirit secret skills. On the battlefield, Junyu's expression was calm. She was not flustered when she saw Qin Su release his morality body. "Since that's the case, I'll let you witness my capabilities." Junyu conjured hand seals repeatedly with both hands, and her spirit consciousness was expended immensely. An incomparably tremendous might descended as though the world was locked and restricted. Pointing at Qin Su, Junyu said softly, "Astral imprisonment. Peerless divine power. Astral imprisonment." When they saw that, the cultivators were shocked. A glint flashed through the eyes of the immortal kings as well. How difficult was it to comprehend peerless divine powers? Opportunities, talent, and comprehension were all factors that could not be lacking. In the current heavenly world, Junyu was the only perfected immortal who had comprehended a peerless divine power. Even among the immortal king experts present, none of them could comprehend a peerless divine power back then. It was no exaggeration to say that the rarity of peerless divine powers was comparable to the taboo mystic classics. Furthermore, ever since the perfected immortal and arhat rankings were established, perfected immortals who could comprehend peerless divine powers were invincible among their peers. Without exception, all of them were conferred the title of Supreme Perfected Immortal. The moment Junyu released her peerless divine power, astral imprisonment, there was no doubt about the outcome of this battle. In terms of strength, peerless divine powers could suppress perfected immortals almost completely. Immortal King Long Knight of the Grand Firmament Immortal Domain turned to look at Immortal King Qingyang and said, "To think that the Divine Firmament Immortal Domain would give birth to such a monster incarnate. Furthermore, she's a woman. How shocking. It's indeed rare." Immortal King Qingyang nodded slightly. The last woman that shocked many immortals was Immortal Queen Linglong of the Green Firmament Immortal Domain. Immortal Queen Linglong came from the lower worlds and rose all the way, even becoming an immortal queen in the end. This matter caused a huge stir in the 9 Firmament Immortal Domain. Immortal King Long Night's gaze shifted and swept past Immortal Queen Linglong in a seemingly unintentional manner. In order to comprehend astral imprisonment, one has to possess extremely high attainments in the Dharmic Taos of space and time. From the spatial Dharmic Tao of this woman, she seems to be guided by another powerful master. Immortal King Long Night had a major grotto heaven and was considered a supreme immortal king whose cultivation realm was even above Immortal Queen Linglong. Naturally, he could tell that Jun Yu carried some Dharmic Tao traces of Immortal Queen Linglong. In reality, back at the Divine Firmament Immortal meet, Jun Yu had not comprehended this peerless divine power. It was all thanks to the 3 days she spent playing chess with Su Zimo in the room. On the 3rd day, she witnessed the entire process of Su Zimo resolving the 8th Linglong Zugzwang and gained some inspiration and insights. She fused it together with her personal Dharmic Tao to comprehend that peerless divine power. Immortal King Long Night said, "In my opinion, there's no need for this fight to continue. Chess Immortal Jun, you should be the victor." "Exactly." Immortal King Qin Yang nodded as well. Qin Su was a prince after all and had a noble status with the backing of an emperor. There was no need for him to lose his life for the title of Supreme Perfected Immortal. On the battlefield, after Qin Su released his morality body, he realized that he and his morality body could not move at all. Time was not the only thing imprisoned, space as well. Unless they had the strength of another peerless divine power, there was no way perfected immortals could break free from astral imprisonment. The moment the peerless divine power descended, the battlefield suddenly turned silent. Even the air froze and all sound vanished without a trace. In front of Jun Yu, Qin Su was like fish on a chopping board that could be slaughtered at will. With an indifferent expression, Jun Yu flicked her finger gently. A black chess piece tore through the void and flew slowly towards Qin Su's glabella. Qin Su watched helplessly in shock and anger as the black chess piece flew towards him. This was the power of a peerless divine power. On the other side, a hint of fear flashed through Shi Wunyan's eyes when he saw that. He was already the most outstanding monk in the Buddhist monasteries in the past 100,000 years. Even so, he had not comprehended a peerless divine power. To be precise, the supreme divine power he controlled had already touched the threshold of peerless divine power but had yet to be cultivated successfully. Right then, 2 incomparably domineering powers surged in and broke through the restricted space on the battlefield. Under the instigation of Immortal King Long Night and Immortal King Qin Yang, Immortal King Pu Xian and Zen Master Hui when attacked at the same time to save Qin Su and forcefully end the battle. Qin Su regained his freedom and looked at the black chess piece that was right in front of him. Instinctively, he retreated a few steps and looked at Jun Yu opposite him, cursing internally, "Crazy woman!" He had a life-saving item given to him by his father and Jun Yu would definitely not be able to kill him. However, the fear of being rendered completely immobile and incapable of controlling anything still gave him a sense of trepidation. Immortal King Pu Xian smiled gently and declared, "Both of you are rare paragons of the 9 Firmament Immortal Domain. Since the outcome has been decided, there's no need for you to fight to the death." Qin Su's expression was terrible. He harumphed coldly and flicked his sleeves before leaving. The competition for the Perfected Immortal ranking came to an official end here. Rank 1 of the Perfected Immortal ranking. Chess Immortal Jun Yu of the Divine Firmament Immortal Domain. Rank 2. Qin Su of the Grand Firmament Immortal Domain. Rank 3. Lin Lei of the Green Firmament Immortal Domain. Rank 4. Zhuo Wuchen of the White Firmament Immortal Domain. Rank 5. Fairy Jialan of the Verdant Firmament Immortal Domain. Rank 6. Yun Mubai of the White Firmament Immortal Domain. Rank 7. Ding Yuan of the Purple Firmament Immortal Domain. Rank 8. Shi Gu of the Green Firmament Immortal Domain. Rank 9. Yu Hua of the Divine Firmament Immortal Domain. Rank 10. Fairy Ling Huang of the Elixir Firmament Immortal domain. The perfected Immortal ranking this time round was rather special. Not only did 3 fairies occupy 3 of the 10 spots, the Supreme Perfected Immortal was a fairy as well. Ever since the Perfected Immortal ranking was established, this was the first time a fairy had been conferred the title of Supreme. Furthermore, there was no Perfected Immortal from the Jade Firmament Immortal domain on the Perfected Immortal ranking. In the battle in Langfeng City, the 5 city lords of the Jade Firmament Immortal domain who had a chance of contending for the Perfected Immortal ranking were all killed by Desolate Marshal of the Fiend domain, causing them to suffer immense losses. The 2 gigantic ranking lists of the Perfected Immortal and Arhat rankings were hung on the Builder tree. There were a total of 20 Perfected Immortals, and every single name shone with a bedazzling glow. Those 20 were the strongest and most outstanding paragons and monster incarnates of the 9 Firmament Immortal domain and Pure Land of Bliss for the past 100,000 years. In the past 100,000 years, the 9 Firmament Immortal domain and Pure Land of Bliss had given birth to countless Perfected Immortals. However, only those 20 were qualified to leave their names on the Perfected Immortal and Arhat rankings. All the cultivators looked at the names on the Perfected Immortal ranking with reverence and envy. It was definitely a supreme honor in their lives to be able to leave their names on it. Before long, the names of the 20 Perfected Immortals would spread through the 2 domains and the entire heavenly world, entering the books of history. The Immortal King experts of the 9 Firmament Immortal domain and Pure Land of Bliss heaved a sigh of relief as well. There were no accidents for the past 7 days. The Fiend domain was rather quiet. Now that the Perfected Immortal and Arhat rankings were complete, it was time for the top 100 Perfected Immortals of the 2 domains to head to the Builder tree to cultivate. The other Perfected Immortals could cultivate on the peak of the Builder tree as well. The heaven and earth essence chi here was much richer than the spirit meridians of other immortal mountains. At this point, the 9 firmament meet had concluded almost perfectly. Prior to this, the emperors and Immortal King experts of the 9 Firmament Immortal domain and Pure Land of Bliss had been worried about one thing. They were worried that there might be any strange activity from the Fiend domain. After all, 2 peerless fiends had reappeared in the world in recent years. Each of them was someone that cultivators of the 2 domains were wary of. Nobody knew if the Fiend domain would do anything at the 9 Firmament meet. Now, it seemed like they were thinking too much. Even after the 2 ranking lists ended, the enthusiasm of the cultivators did not dissipate. The Perfected Immortals who participated in the 2 ranking lists returned to the peak of the Builder tree to rest and wait for the next morning to officially head to cultivate beneath the Builder tree. The 9 Firmament meet seemed calm and peaceful. At that moment, all the Immortals and monks, including the Immortal Kings and Heavenly Kings, could not have imagined what was about to unfold the next day. 8 days after the 9 Firmament meet, the sun rose and daybreak arrived. Avicii was still dark and sinister. In the darkness, a figure could vaguely be seen sitting in a lotus position motionlessly, as though he had fused with the hell. Suddenly, the figure released purple lights that purged away the surrounding darkness, revealing a face with a silver mask. It was the Martial Tao Prime Body. A purple halo surrounded the body of the Martial Tao Prime Body, and runes circulated on it in a mysterious and powerful manner. A moment later, the purple halo suddenly expanded and enveloped the gigantic secret chamber. Before long, the purple halo retracted rapidly and entered the body of the Martial Tao Prime Body. The Martial Tao Prime Body stood up with 2 purple flames burning in his eyes. His aura had already reached its peak, a perfected true martial Tao body. When he was at greater mastery of the true martial realm, the Martial Tao Prime Body could suppress ordinary minor Grotto Heaven Immortal Kings barehanded in melee combat. However, if an Immortal King expert released his minor Grotto Heaven, it would be difficult for the Martial Tao Prime Body to suppress him. Back in the Fiend Cave, the reason why the Martial Tao Prime Body could kill a few Fiend Kings was because that was the tomb of Fiend Emperor Apocalypse and no Grotto Heavens could be released. But now that the true Martial Tao Body was perfected, the Martial Tao Prime Body speculated that he could probably crush minor Grotto Heavens with his physique and blood chi alone. In reality, the Martial Tao Prime Body had yet to advance to the next realm of the Martial Tao that corresponded to the Grotto Heaven realm. However, in terms of strength, the perfected true martial Dao body of the martial Dao prime body could already suppress minor Grotto Heaven immortal kings. Of course, if he was up against supreme immortal kings with major Grotto Heavens, it would still be difficult for the martial Dao prime body to defend once the Grotto Heavens were released. The difference between a minor Grotto Heaven and a major Grotto Heaven seemed like a single word. However, the difference in strength was immense. The martial Dao prime body left Avici and arrived above Tai Wei Mountain, punching the void casually. Creak. The void trembled and cracks appeared. Given the current strength of the martial Dao prime body, he could tear through the void at any moment and teleport a long distance even without the help of the Hell Suppression tripod. Initially, this was a power that only Grotto Heaven realm experts could control. The martial Dao prime body tore through the void and entered the spatial tunnel, teleporting back to Tianhuang sect. As though he sensed something, Heavenly Wolf's ears twitched and he opened his eyes warily. He saw the martial Dao prime body descending above Tianhuang sect. Everyone, please head to the Tianhuang Hall. I've got something to discuss. The voice of the martial Dao prime body entered the ears of Thunder Monarch, Heavenly Wrath, and the others with extreme precision. The 7 emotions fiend generals exited seclusion at the same time. Tianhuang Hall. What? When he heard the decision of the martial Dao prime body, Heavenly Wolf was suddenly shocked and shrieked. You're going to the 9 firmament meet? Thunder Monarch, Heavenly Wrath, and the others frowned with grim expressions as well. It won't just be the immortals of the 9 firmament immortal domain at the 9 firmament meet. The monks of the pure land of bliss will be present as well. The Thunder Monarch said in a deep voice. I heard that the 2 domains even sent more than 20 supreme immortal kings and more than 100 ordinary immortal kings for this 9 firmament meet. They have a large force and they're not taking things lightly. The Thunder Monarch had a blood feud with the great Jin Immortal Kingdom. His son, daughter-in-law, and even his best friend, perfected Immortal Burial Knight, were killed by the great Jin Immortal Kingdom. However, the Thunder Monarch had not made any moves all these years. That was because the Thunder Monarch knew that given the current strength of Tianhuang sect, they could not fight against the great Jin Immortal Kingdom. Right now, he only had a minor Grotto Heaven and could not fight against King Jin, who had a major Grotto Heaven. Furthermore, the great Jin Immortal Kingdom was located in the Divine Firmament Immortal Domain. If any faction of the Fiend Domain attacked the great Jin Immortal Kingdom, Divine Firmament Palace would not sit by idly. Even the other sects and factions of the Divine Firmament Immortal Domain would most likely stand out. The Thunder Monarch knew that Tianhuang sect was only at its nascent stage. In terms of foundation and strength, they were far inferior to heaven-grade factions such as the Great Jin Immortal Kingdom, let alone the Divine Firmament Immortal Domain. And now, by heading to the 9 Firmament meet, the martial Dao prime body was not only going against the Divine Firmament Immortal Domain, but the entire 9 Firmament Immortal Domain and even the pure land of bliss. This was no different from striking a stone with an egg. It's fine, the martial Dao prime body said. I had another breakthrough in my seclusion this time round. Everyone was invigorated and delighted. MMM? The Thunder Monarch scanned the martial Dao prime body with his spirit consciousness and revealed a puzzled expression. He could not tell the cultivation realm of the martial Dao prime body. However, he could vaguely sense that the latter had yet to control the power of a Grotto Heaven. In other words, the martial Dao prime body had yet to reach the Grotto Heaven realm. Can you defeat an immortal king? The Thunder Monarch attempted to ask. The martial Dao prime body said frankly, ordinary immortal kings are not a problem for me, but I can't win against supreme immortal kings. Wah! The Thunder Monarch hesitated. At the 9 Firmament meet, there were more than 20 supreme immortal kings alone. However, when he saw the resolute gaze of the martial Dao prime body, as though he had made up his mind, he did not persuade further and said in a deep voice, I'll go down and make arrangements to gather the army and prepare to head over together. There's no need. The martial Dao prime body shook his head gently. I'll just bring 2 people with me to the 9 Firmament meet this time round. Qiu Siluo and Gu Tongyu. Qiu Siluo's heart skipped a beat as she suddenly recalled something. Back when the martial Dao prime body heard that Zither Immortal Meng Yao sent people to hunt them down in the Fiend Domain, he expressed his intention of standing up for them. It said that the 4 great fairies were all at the 9 firmament meet. Now that the martial Dao prime body wanted to bring them along, it was definitely to take revenge for them. Gu Tongyu had a melancholic gaze and exchanged glances with Qiu Siluo. It was clear that he had guessed this as well. Qiu Siluo said hurriedly, "Sect Master, both of us understand your intentions. However, you must not put yourself at risk for us." The martial Dao prime body waved it off and interrupted Qiu Siluo. "Your matter is only one of the reasons. I have another motive for heading to the 9 firmament meet." "I'll go too," Yan Beichen said coldly. He did not ask the martial Dao prime body why the latter wanted to head there, nor did he intend to. He merely knew that no matter what the martial Dao prime body did or how strong his opponents were, he would choose to fight alongside the martial Dao prime body. "There's no way I'm going to miss such a lively event." Demoness Ji chuckled. "Back in the Fiend Cave, both of us managed to escape death. What's there to fear for a mere 9 firmament meet?" "Amitba." Ming Zhen chanted the Buddhist proclamation softly. "I'll go too." Heavenly Wolf was extremely resistant and was initially feigning ignorance at a corner. At that moment, when he saw everyone in the hall stand out, he could not help but roll his eyes. "You guys just love to put on strong fronts. When the time comes, you won't even know how you're killed." Heavenly Wolf cursed internally before probing, "Should I stay back and guard our base?" The martial Dao prime body did not give Heavenly Wolf any choices. In a flash, he rode on the ladder's back. "All right, everyone follow me. Just watch from the side. Nobody is to attack without my orders. Brother Feng, please take care of the others when the time comes," the martial Dao prime body added. Among everyone, the Thunder Monarch was the only one who could protect himself since he was already at the Grotto Heaven realm. After everything was arranged, the martial Dao prime body brought the 7 Emotions Fiend Generals and left Tianhuang sect stealthily, heading in the direction of the Builder Tree. 8 days after the 9 firmament meet, at the peak of the Builder Tree, the morning light shone slowly on the Builder Tree and enveloped the perfected Immortal and Arhat rankings. The names of the 20 paragons on the ranking shone brightly, representing supreme glory that countless cultivators looked forward to. From this day forth, only the top 100 cultivators of the perfected Immortal and Arhat rankings respectively were qualified to cultivate beneath the Builder Tree. Most cultivators could only stay on the peak of the Builder Tree. The 20 paragons on the perfected Immortal and Arhat rankings had already recovered after a night of rest. They were invigorated and stood up one after another. Rank 2 of the perfected Immortal ranking, Qin Su, walked straight towards the side of the Divine Firmament Immortal domain. Initially, Yunju was about to head to the Builder Tree. When she saw Qin Su walking over, she could not help but frown slightly. She glanced at Su Zimo, who was not far away, and stopped in her tracks. Sensing something, Junyu stopped as well. Qin Su passed through the crowd and stood in front of Su Zimo, looking down at the latter who was sitting on the ground. "Su Zimo," Qin Su called out. Su Zimo was resting with his eyes closed. He had long sensed Qin Su's arrival but ignored him. It was only when Qin Su spoke that he opened his eyes slowly. He did not get up and merely asked indifferently, "Is there anything?" A cold glint flashed through the depths of Qin Su's eyes. As a prince, what sort of status did he possess? Furthermore, he was a perfected immortal who had just obtained rank 2 on the perfected immortal ranking. Yet, this heaven immortal from the lower worlds before him did not even stand up to greet him. Qin Su recovered quickly and smiled. "Su Zimo, I'm here this time round to make a deal with you. For you, this will be something that will help you gain a meteoric rise." Su Zimo's expression was unchanged, as though he was unmoved. Through his spirit perception, he could sense the hostility in the depths of Qin Su's heart, although the latter was smiling. As a prince, Qin Su came from a noble background and had a powerful bloodline. He looked down on cultivators from the lower worlds from the bottom of his heart. Although it seemed like he was discussing a deal with Su Zimo, there was a hint of arrogance in his tone. Instead, it seemed like he was giving alms to Su Zimo. Qin Su said, "I'll get straight to the point. As long as you're willing to offer the Pure Jade Manual, you'll be able to gain the friendship of the Qin family. No matter what happens in the future, you can look for me at Grand Firmament Palace. Of course, if you choose to leave Heaven and Earth Academy and join Grand Firmament Palace, I'll consider it as well. In fact, I can take you in as a disciple and teach you personally. You might even get the chance to cultivate the Dermic Tao of the Grand Pure Jade Manual. Su Zimo sneered internally. Qin Su wanted him to hand over the Pure Jade Manual with just a promise. Not interested. Su Zimo rejected without hesitation. Qin Su's expression darkened. Narrowing his gaze slightly, he said slowly, "You should know that I'm bent on getting my hands on the Pure Jade Manual in your possession. There are many ways for me to deal with you. You had better cherish this chance that I'm giving you, or it'll be too late for regrets." Qin Su was no longer concealing his motives and was even openly threatening him. "What are you trying to do?" Yunju could not take it anymore. She stood in front of Su Zimo and mocked. "As a prince and a perfected immortal, how dare you threaten a heaven immortal? Do you have any shame? Heaven and Earth Academy is not invisible, you know." Mo Qing stood out as well. Turning around, Junyu came before Qin Su with a cold gaze. "Qin Su, do you want to continue fighting? If you have the guts, don't get the immortal kings to save you this time round." In the blink of an eye, the three fairies stood out. One of them was even rank one of the perfected immortal ranking this time round, the supreme perfected immortal Junyu. The pressure on Qin Su increased exponentially. After a moment of silence, Qin Su shrugged his shoulders and suddenly smiled. "It's just a casual remark. Why are you guys taking it so seriously?" With that said, Qin Su turned and walked towards the builder tree. On the side of the pure land of bliss, Shi Wunyan looked in Su Zimo's direction deeply. Qin Su was not the only one. Shi Wunyan had noticed Su Zimo as well. The Great Mount Meru seal was a secret skill exclusive to Mount Meru of the Pure Land of Bliss. Su Zimo obtained the dermic formulation of the secret skill and was able to cultivate the Great Mount Meru seal to such an extent. It was clear that he had obtained the legacy of an accomplished monk of the Buddhist monasteries. Since it was a legacy of the Buddhist monasteries, he should be the one most qualified to inherit it. The small commotion here calmed down before long. The 100 perfected immortals and 100 arhats moved one after another and arrived beneath the builder tree under countless envious gazes. After everyone sat down, a fairy from the elixir firmament immortal domain stood out and smiled gently. "There's plenty of time. There's no need for everyone to be in a hurry to cultivate. I'm good at tea and can serve a cup of fragrant tea for everyone." "All right." Shi Gu, rank 8 of the perfected immortal ranking, burst into laughter. "I've long heard that Fairy Luo Hua's tea brewing skills are unparalleled. To think that we would be lucky enough to have a taste of it today." Qin Su, Sword Immortal Yu Hua and the others nodded as well. Shi Wunyan and the other arhats did not reject the immortal tea as well. Fairy Luo Hua smiled gently and took out a tea set that she had prepared long ago from her storage bag, brewing tea skillfully. The boiling spirit spring was injected with fresh tea leaves. It was misty and the fragrance of the tea wafted into one's nose, refreshing one's mind. The people before them, especially the 20 paragons on the perfected immortal and arhat rankings, would be the future of the 9 firmament immortal domain and pure land of bliss. If nothing went wrong, there was a high chance that the paragons on the 2 ranking lists would have a high chance of entering the Grotto Heaven realm to become immortal kings. For many people, this was a rare opportunity for them to build their networks. It was clear that Fairy Luo Hua was prepared for this. She wanted to get closer to everyone present, especially the paragons on the 2 ranking lists. Fairy Luo Hua handed the brewed immortal tea to the 20 paragons on the perfected immortal and arhat rankings personally. Thereafter, she sent the remaining immortal tea to the other cultivators one after another. "Good tea." Sword Immortal Yu Hua savored it carefully and praised. "It's not bad indeed." Qin Su nodded slightly as well. "Unfortunately, there seems to be something missing." Right then, Meng Yao smiled gently. "Everyone, if you don't mind, let me play the zither as accompaniment. Do enjoy my music." "Amazing!" Yun Mubai's eyes lit up as he clapped and smiled. Qin Su, Zhuo Wuchen, and even the Arhats were invigorated. As one of the four great fairies, zither immortal Meng Yao's reputation far surpassed fairy Luo Hua. Not many of the immortals and monks present had heard Meng Yao's zither before. Now that they had the chance to listen to this immortal music, even some Arhats felt emotional, let alone the perfected immortals present. In reality, Meng Yao's actions were similar to Luo Hua's thoughts. The people before her were all top paragons and monster incarnates of the heavenly world. If she could get to know these people, it would raise her reputation to another level. The reason why few people could hear her zither was not only because she was proud. It was because most people were useless to her and were not worthy of her playing the zither. Meng Yao sat on the ground and took out an ancient zither. She placed it horizontally across her knees, and her jade-like fingers brushed across the strings gently, letting out a faint immortal sound. The moment the sound of the zither sounded, everyone was captivated and could not help but immerse themselves in it. Even the immortal tea in the hands of the cultivators became indifferent and tasteless. Although the sound of the ancient zither clearly sounded in the ears of the immortals and monks, everyone's hearts were unusually quiet. Their surroundings seemed to have become extremely empty, and only the sound lingered. Meng Yao plucked the strings with her left hand to create the notes while fretting with her right. Her technique was complicated and varied, dazzling and filled with extreme precision. At times, the sound of the zither would be deep and distant, as though time was flowing, causing one to reminisce about the past. At times, it was like a heavenly sound and ethereal like an immortal. At times, it was faint and long, as though a fairy was whispering in one's ears. At times, it would be dignified and solemn, like a gigantic bell. After a long time, a song ended and lingered. The immortals and monks were still immersed in it and could not snap out of their stupor for a long time. Even Jun Yu nodded to herself. Although she despised certain behaviors of Meng Yao, she could not help but admit that the latter was indeed outstanding in terms of the zither Dao. She was truly worthy of the title of the zither immortal. Qin Su clapped and praised. I've long heard that the zither immortal songs are untainted by the mortal world and comparable to heavenly music, and the lingering sound can even reside in one's mind for 3 days continuously. Now that I'm hearing it for myself today, you're truly worthy of your reputation. You're too kind, fellow Taoist. Meng Yao smiled gently. Amitba. Shi Wunyan murmured softly. Patron, the sound of your zither is moving. Impressive, impressive. Many immortals and monks stirred awake and praised. Although Meng Yao looked humble and calm, she was extremely smug internally. After the song, Meng Yao instantly became the center of everyone's attention. Fairy Luo Hua's immortality had already been forgotten by the immortals and monks. Although Fairy Luo Hua was indignant, she did not dare to express it and could only sit back down. When Yunju saw that, she smiled indifferently and was not surprised. She was in the divine firmament immortal domain with Meng Yao and was also a princess of an immortal kingdom. They had long known each other, and she knew more about Meng Yao. No matter where Meng Yao went, she had a way of being the center of attraction to steal the limelight. Apart from Yunju, Mo Qing was also unaffected by Meng Yao's zither. Yunju looked at the quiet Mo Qing beside her and smiled. Mo Qing seemed to have a way of immersing herself in her own world, and no one could affect her. Beneath the builder tree, the perfected immortal and Arhat rankings were high and above. The paragons were gathered in a heroic manner and conversed about the world. There were even fairies all around with the soothing sound of the zither. It was a scene that one would yearn for enviously. Yun Mubai, rank 6 of the perfected immortal ranking, praised. In my opinion, fellow Taoist Meng Yao is not only the zither immortal of the divine firmament immortal domain, but also the 9 firmament immortal domain and even the entire heavenly world. That's right. Sword immortal Yu Hua nodded and said as well. Even compared to ancient masters of the zither Dao, fellow Taoist Meng Yao is not inferior and even surpasses them. Rank 2 of the Arhat ranking, Wu Gaoni suddenly said. I heard that a zither fiend has appeared in the fiend domain as well in this generation. She is said to be rather accomplished in the zither Dao as well. At the mention of the zither fiend, the smile on Meng Yao's face clearly froze. But soon, she returned to normal. I know a little about this zither fiend. She was originally from the divine firmament immortal domain. In a ruin, she stole an ancient zither that I took a liking to and escaped to the fiend domain without returning since. Xianxia raised his brow slightly and asked, "What zither fiend? Why haven't I heard of her before?" "It's just a nobody." Sword Immortal Yuhua smiled faintly. "I heard that she's just a heaven immortal. She's not worth mentioning, and fellow Taoist Meng Yao is on a completely different level from her." Xianxia sneered. "A heaven immortal is worthy of being called the zither fiend? Seems like the fiend domain is truly lacking in talents." Suddenly, Lin Lei said, "I heard that the zither fiend's cultivation isn't weak. With her Tao companion, she's one of the 7 emotions fiend generals of Tianhuang sect." Tianhuang sect. The hearts of the cultivators skipped a beat when they heard that. Apart from Emperor Bosun and Fiend Emperor Apocalypse, the most notorious entity in the fiend domain in recent years was Tianhuang sect. It wasn't because Tianhuang sect was strong, but because the sect master of Tianhuang sect was truly terrifying. The supreme perfected fiend, Desolate Marshal. Zhuo Wuchen pouted his lips slightly. The so-called 7 emotions fiend generals are nothing to fear. Apart from Feng Cantian, who is a fiend king, the rest of them are merely heaven immortals. On the other hand, I heard that the sect master of Tianhuang sect, perfected fiend Desolate Marshal, is rather capable. He caused a huge ruckus at the Immortal Peach Banquet in the Jade Firmament Immortal Domain and killed thousands of perfected immortals, as well as the city lords of the 5 immortal cities. Fairy Jialan suddenly asked, "I heard that when this person underwent tribulation transcendence, he attracted the 10th perfected one heavenly tribulation. I wonder if it's true." "Ha ha!" Xianxia burst into laughter. Those rumors were merely created by a bunch of ruffians from the fiend domain trying to boost his reputation. Who would believe them? Even the great emperors in history only attracted the 9 of 9 heavenly tribulation. How is Desolate Marshal qualified to attract the 10th heavenly tribulation? Exactly. Sword Immortal Yu Hua nodded as well and glanced at Mo Qing, who was not far away. "See, junior sister. I've long told you that this matter is way too ridiculous and can't be true." "I believe it's true." Mo Qing did not argue with him and merely replied indifferently. Lin Lei said in a deep voice, "Regardless of whether the 10th heavenly tribulation is real or fake, Desolate Marshal's methods are indeed terrifying. Back then, I witnessed with my own eyes how the 5 city lords of the immortal cities could not withstand a single blow from him. When they heard that, the expressions of the paragons on the perfected immortal and arhat rankings darkened. The city lords of the immortal cities were all experts with a chance of fighting for the perfected immortal ranking. When Lin Lei said that the 5 city lords could not withstand a single blow from Desolate Marshal, wasn't he implying that they could not withstand a single blow either? "HMNH, Xianxia harumphed coldly and mocked. "That's someone from the lower worlds for you. A coward who is easily intimidated by others." "What did you say?" Lin Lei questioned loudly with a furious gaze. Shi Wunyan smiled gently. "Desolate Marshal is the supreme perfected fiend, but our 2 domains also have our supreme perfected immortal and supreme arhat. Patron Lin Lei, why do you have to raise the reputation of others at the cost of ours?" In the Battle of the Fiend Cave, all the news pointed to Fiend Emperor Apocalypse, and almost no one paid attention to Desolate Marshal's existence. None of the cultivators knew that Desolate Marshal was present at that time, and even killed a few immortal kings in the Fiend Cave. Junyu glanced in the direction of the Fiend domain and said slowly, "No matter what, Desolate Marshal is a powerful and terrifying opponent. If there's a chance, I want to fight him to see who's stronger." Junyu loved to fight by nature and had just obtained the title of the Supreme Perfected Immortal. There were not many cultivators who were qualified to be her opponent. As the Supreme Perfected Fiend, Desolate Marshal was one of them. Xianxia sneered and stood up, pointing in the direction of the Fiend domain as he shouted, "If Desolate Marshal dares to step foot into the 9 firmament immortal domain, I'll kill him single-handedly without you guys even making a move." "Supreme Perfected Fiend? 10th Tribulation? In front of me, He'll be the one who won't be able to withstand a single blow. Is that so? Right then, a voice sounded from the depths of the fiend domain. When they heard that voice, the cultivators beneath the builder tree shuddered and looked over. Mo Qing shuddered and her eyes were filled with disbelief. How was that possible? Was it him? He actually dared to come? Instinctively, Mo Qing looked at Yunzhu beside her inquiringly. At that moment, Yunzhu was a little stunned as well. Clearly, she could tell who it was and nodded to Mo Qing. Mo Qing was only truly certain after receiving Yunzhu's reply. She looked in the direction of the fiend domain hurriedly as well. There was a bottomless immortal fiend abyss between the immortal and fiend domains. The builder tree was rooted right in the middle of the abyss. It was said that this abyss was created by Fiend Emperor Apocalypse in his rage back then, using the destruction axe, and almost split the heavenly world into two. It was lucky that the builder tree existed and connected the two domains with countless roots. That was why the heavenly world was not completely separated. In the immortal fiend abyss, there were layers of fog that blocked one's vision and spirit consciousness. In the direction of the fiend domain, through the vast fog, a few figures could vaguely be seen walking over, becoming clearer. Yunzhu turned to look at Su Zimo, who was at the peak of the builder tree, in confusion. Even with her thoughts, she could not figure out why Su Zimo would ask Desolate Marshal to rush over at this time. What was Desolate Marshal trying to do? Right now, it was the 9 firmament meet where paragons of both domains were gathered. There were also a group of immortal kings holding down the fort. Even if Desolate Marshal could suppress the perfected immortals of the 2 ranking lists single-handedly, how could he face the 100-odd immortal king experts present? Furthermore, there were more than 20 supreme immortal kings among them. Although Desolate Marshal possessed the Hell Suppression Tripod and could break through the void and leave this place at any moment, if the immortal kings joined forces to seal the void, that method of leaving would be severed completely. On the peak of the builder tree, many immortal kings sensed it as well and stood up one after another, looking in the direction of the fiend domain. Before long, a group of cultivators walked out of the fog. Their leader wore purple robes and a silver mask. He rode on a gigantic heavenly wolf demon beast and walked over slowly. The man and mount walked at the front, exuding a tremendous pressure. Desolate Marshal of the Fiend Domain. Many perfected immortals of the Jade Firmament Immortal Domain recognized the Marshal Dao Prime body right away and said hatefully, sounding both shocked and afraid in their tones, "It's Desolate Marshal?" The immortal kings present exchanged glances and frowned in surprise as well. Naturally, the immortal kings had long heard of the name Desolate Marshal. However, this was the first time for most of them to see the Marshal Dao Prime body. Their spirit consciousnesses scanned the Marshal Dao Prime body countless times but could not detect his cultivation realm. However, through the aura revealed by the Marshal Dao Prime body, the immortal kings could roughly determine that the Marshal Dao Prime body had yet to advance to the Grotto Heaven realm and was not even at the half-step Grotto Heaven realm. In the eyes of the immortal kings present, Desolate Marshal alone was not worth mentioning. It was mainly because of Emperor Bo Sun, who was backing Desolate Marshal, that the immortal kings were wary. Why was Desolate Marshal here? Was his action representative of the intentions of Emperor Bo Nun? Was Emperor Bo Sun nearby? The immortal king experts of the 2 domains exchanged glances and communicated with their spirit consciousnesses. Both sides decided to hold back for the time being and observe Desolate Marshal's next actions. Immortal Queen Ling Long frowned slightly. She found out about Desolate Marshal's true identity from the human monarch, Lin Zhan. Therefore, she glanced at Su Zimo subtly. Even she could not guess the purpose of Desolate Marshal's trip. However, she was only slightly relieved when she saw Su Zimo's calm expression, as though he was prepared. Beneath the builder tree, the perfected immortal experts were shocked and stood up one after another. They looked at the Marshal Dao Prime body, who was walking over slowly with unfriendly expressions, and were on guard. Desolate Marshal was the most notorious fiend in the fiend domain in recent years, and none of the cultivators dared to be careless. Junyu locked her gaze on the Marshal Dao Prime body with fighting spirit in her eyes. Shi Wunyan glared at the Marshal Dao Prime body fixedly as well. There was a playful and interested look in his eyes, as though he wanted to make out something from the latter. Unfortunately, the martial Tao prime body wore the Mara mask and seemed to be shrouded by a mysterious fog that no one could see through. Behind the martial Tao prime body, 6 other cultivators arrived side by side. The cultivator on the left was tall and had long hair. As he strode forward, he exuded a heroic aura and his gaze was like lightning. It was Thunder Monarch Heavenly Wrath, Feng Cantillon. Feng Cantillon had changed quite a bit over the years. However, many immortal kings on the side of the divine firmament immortal domain recognized him right away. When immortal Queen Ling Long saw this old friend from Tianhuang mainland, she was excited and delighted. She even wanted to get up right away. However, Feng Cantillon, who was separated by the immortal fiend abyss, shook his head slightly in her direction. Immortal Queen Ling Long took a deep breath and did not act rashly. Immortal King Xianxia of the Great Jin Immortal Kingdom harumphed coldly. To think that it's Feng Cantillon. How dare he appear? He managed to condense a grotto heaven and is now an immortal king after all. He must have some tricks up his sleeves. Another immortal king said. Immortal King Xianxia sneered. So what? He's just a minor grotto heaven immortal king and his combat strength is limited. He's worlds apart from supreme immortal kings. Beside Feng Cantillon was a man with a cold expression. He dragged a long saber in his hands. It was Azura Yen Beichen. Beside Yen Beichen was a beautiful and flawless girl in a pink dress. She smiled at the side of the 9 firmament meet and almost overturned the entire world. Many cultivators looked at the girl's smile and could not help but fall into it. Evil Tao of the fiends and demons. An immortal king expert hollered and used a sound domain secret skill to wake many cultivators up. Hee hee. Demoness G was not angry as she chuckled and winked at the cultivators. Every single move, frown and smile of hers was filled with charm. Furthermore, it was imperceptible, as though it came from the depths of her heart and was revealed naturally. A young monk stood beside Demoness G. His eyes were clear and bright, seemingly filled with endless wisdom. Mingzhen. On the side of the pure land of bliss, someone from the Buddhist monasteries recognized Mingzhen and murmured in shock. He's not dead. Back then, apart from Mingzhen, the group of monks who entered Avicii were all buried there. Everyone thought that Mingzhen was dead as well. To think that he was still alive and had even joined Tianhuang sect and the fiend domain. Beside Mingzhen was a man and a woman. The man held a jade flute and had a melancholic expression. The woman carried an ancient zither in one hand and held the man's arm with the other. Her eyes filled with love. From afar, it looked like an immortal couple had arrived gracefully. It's them. When the zither immortal saw the couple, her expression turned cold and killing intent flashed through the depths of her eyes. The sect master of Tianhuang sect, Desolate Marshal, appeared at the 9 firmament meet with his 7 emotions fiend generals. This was also the first time he appeared in front of a group of cultivators and the visual impact was extremely strong. There were clearly not many people on the other end. Even with Desolate Marshal's mount, there were only 8 of them. However, the 8 of them were not disadvantaged in terms of aura against the experts of the 9 firmament immortal domain and pure land of bliss. Feng Cantillon made a name for himself in the heavenly world hundreds of thousands of years ago and obtained the title of the Supreme Perfected Immortal at the 9 firmament meet. Now that he had entered the grotto heaven realm and become an immortal king, such a massive lineup could not suppress him at all. As for Heavenly Wolf, his former master was Emperor Bo Sun, and he had been up against more fearsome lineups. Everything before him was nothing much. Since he had already come this far with no way out, why should he be afraid? Who are the few people beside Feng Cantillon? It should be the 7 emotions fiend generals of Tianhuang sect. Over the years, they have also risen to fame in the fiend domain. So, among the 7 emotions fiend generals, apart from Feng Cantillon who is an immortal king, the rest are only heaven immortals. Fufu. I thought that they were all incredible experts. Many cultivators on the peak of the builder tree discussed. At the 9 firmament meet, most of them were experts at the perfected immortal realm. Naturally, they did not take Yen Beichen and the other heaven immortals seriously. What is Desolate Marshal and Feng Cantian doing here with a few heaven immortals? Could it be that a mere Tianhuang sect wants to go against our two domains? Fufu, that's if Desolate Marshal is tired of living. In the eyes of the immortals and monks, Desolate Marshal and the others on the other end of the immortal fiend abyss were truly too weak and were not worth mentioning. There were more than 100,000 perfected immortal experts, and more than 100 immortal kings gathered at the 9 firmament meet. If the immortals swarmed forward together, they would probably drown Desolate Marshal and the others instantly. A cultivator lamented. However, Desolate Marshal sure is bold to dare to come to the 9 firmament meet with just a few people. The ignorant are always fearless. Another person disagreed. Beneath the builder tree. Desolate Marshal, how dare you appear at the 9 firmament meet? Qin Su looked at Desolate Marshal with a cold gaze and said slowly, "Do you think that the 9 firmament meet is like the peach banquet where you can come and go as you please?" Qin Su had the supreme perfected immortal, supreme Arhat and 200 top-tier perfected immortals by his side. Furthermore, he had a group of immortal kings holding down the fort. Naturally, he was fearless. Wuxia withdrew his dustless sword and flicked the blade gently with his finger, letting out a clear sword hum as he said coldly, "Desolate Marshal, I heard that you hold the title of Supreme. My dustless sword is keen on exchanging pointers with you." Sword Immortal Yu Hua smiled gently. "There's no need to use a sledgehammer to crack a nut. If he dares to come over, I'll let him witness my moon essence sword first. Desolate Marshal, you're a violent and murderous fiend. If you dare to take a step into the 9 firmament immortal domain, I shall stand out to slay you and purify you into reincarnation." Rank 4 of the Arhat ranking, Suba, said in a deep voice. Beneath the builder tree, the immortals and monks declared bold words with torrential auras. Mo Qing could not take it anymore and could not help but sneer. "If you guys have the guts, why don't you dare to cross the immortal fiend abyss and fight him?" Suddenly, the surrounding voices paused. Mo Qing's words struck everyone's sore spot. Although the immortals and monks looked confident, none of them dared to cross the immortal fiend abyss rashly and take the initiative to attack the Marshal Dao Prime body. Firstly, Desolate Marshal was notorious and was known as the Supreme Perfected Fiend. He once caused a huge ruckus at the Immortal Peach Banquet and caused a massacre in Langfeng City. That battle record was way too terrifying. Secondly, if they crossed the Immortal Fiend Abyss, it would mean that Desolate Marshal would get the initiative. Furthermore, there was an immortal king, Feng Cantian, on the other end, who would dare to charge over rashly. Qin Su sneered. "Why should we go to the fiend domain? If Desolate Marshal has the guts, he should come to the 9 firmament immortal domain. I'll say it again. If Desolate Marshal dares to step into the 9 firmament immortal domain, I'll definitely make him spill blood on the spot by executing him." The moment he said that, on the side of the fiend domain, Desolate Marshal glanced at Xianxia behind him and nodded slightly. Thereafter, in front of everyone, Desolate Marshal rode on Heavenly Wolf and crossed the immortal fiend abyss with Zither Fiend Xianxia. In the blink of an eye, Desolate Marshal had already descended on the side of the 9 firmament immortal domain and was heading in the direction of Qin Su and the others. Pest! Desolate Marshal truly dared to come over. The cultivators were shocked. Who was the one who wanted to spill my blood on the spot by executing me? The gaze of the Marshal Dao Prime body was cold as he surveyed the crowd opposite him with an intimidating aura. Apart from Junyu, Shi Wunyan, and the other cultivators on the perfected immortal ranking, everyone else averted their gazes and did not dare to meet his. The gaze of the Marshal Dao Prime body lingered on Qin Su. Instantly, Qin Su felt immense pressure. An indescribable fear shrouded his head, and he could not get rid of it. However, at that moment he was already in a difficult position. Naturally, he could not take back the boast that he had just made. He could only grit his teeth and say in a deep voice, "I was the one who said it. You." Before Qin Su could finish, the Marshal Dao Prime body had already attacked. This time round, his attack came without any warning. In a flash, the Marshal Dao Prime body left the back of Heavenly Wolf and arrived before Qin Su instantly. Without saying anything more to Qin Su, the martial Dao prime body punched out. Nobody could describe how terrifying that punch was. His speed and strength had already reached their peak in that punch. Qin Su's pupils constricted in shock. There were many perfected immortals present, including the Supreme Perfected Immortal and Supreme Arhat. However, at that moment, he felt that everyone around him seemed to have vanished. He was the only one left against the martial Dao prime body. In reality, that was the case as well. The sudden attack of the martial Dao prime body was so fast that none of the cultivators present could react. There were so many experts surrounding the place and immortal kings holding down the fort. Nobody expected Desolate Marshal to come forth almost alone and even take the initiative to strike first. I can't win. I can't defend against this. Instantly, those were the only thoughts in Qin Su's mind. The punch of the martial Dao prime body made him feel a long-awaited aura of death. Even in the fight for the perfected immortal ranking, he never felt such a strong sense of danger against Jun Yu's astral imprisonment. Escape. Qin Su was extremely decisive. Without hesitation, he abandoned his physical body and his essence spirit left his body. Carrying the Dao fruit and an ancient book, he fled into the distance. Bang! A single punch from the martial Dao prime body shattered Qin Su's body. The terrifying punch emitted a scorching heat. Before the flesh could reconstruct, it was burned to ashes by the searing heat of the punch. A single punch destroyed Qin Su's body completely. That was not all there was to the power of that punch. Qin Su's reaction was extremely fast. However, the moment his essence spirit escaped from his body, Su Zimo's punch descended. While shattering his body, it enveloped his essence spirit as well. That punch seemed to collapse the surrounding void. No matter how Qin Su struggled, his essence spirit and Dao fruit could not escape and could only sink deeper. Just as Qin Su's essence spirit was about to be destroyed by a single punch from the martial Dao prime body, the ancient book beside the Dao fruit suddenly shone with a resplendent light. A terrifying aura burst forth and helped Qin Su escape from danger. The ball of light released by the Grand Pure Jade Manual actually caused the palm of the martial Dao prime body to feel a sharp pain. The martial Dao prime body frowned slightly in surprise. The true martial Dao body had already been cultivated to the perfected realm, and the power that could cause him pain definitely did not come from Qin Su. The martial Dao prime body pondered for a moment and quickly understood. As part of a taboo mystic classic, the Grand Pure Jade Manual was extremely precious. Although Qin Su had already obtained one of the 3 Pure Ones Jade Manual, the emperor backing him still left a seal on the ancient book to prevent it from being taken away by outsiders. The martial Dao prime body was calm. It was good if he could get his hands on the Grand Pure Jade Manual, but it did not matter if he could not. His goal this time round was not the Grand Pure Jade Manual to begin with. With the help of the seal left behind by his father, Qin Su protected his essence spirit and carried the Grand Pure Jade Manual and Dao fruit back to the peak of the Builder Tree. He was scared out of his wits. If not for the seal left behind by his father, he would have died. Even so, he suffered immense losses. His body was destroyed by the martial Dao prime body and his flesh turned into ashes. He could not even use blood rebirth. The crowd was in an uproar. Nobody expected the martial Dao prime body to be so domineering that he would dare to attack a prince in front of everyone and even use a killing move. Less than that, no one expected that Qin Su would be forced to abandon his physical body and flee in panic after being unable to defend against a single punch from the martial Dao prime body. Qin Su was not only the son of an emperor, he was rank 2 of the perfected immortal ranking. If even he could not defend against a single punch from Desolate Marshal, who else could be a match for him? Immortal King Long Night was enraged and suddenly stood up, glaring at the martial Dao prime body with a dark expression. The scene earlier on was way too sudden. It was too late for him to step in and save Qin Su. At that moment, Qin Su returned. Now, Immortal King Long Night no longer had sufficient reason to attack. After all, that was a fight between perfected immortals. As an immortal king, he cared about his dignity and could not attack Desolate Marshal forcefully because of this. Furthermore, He was not certain of the situation on Desolate Marshal's side right now and did not know if Emperor Bosun was nearby. As such, he did not dare to act rashly. The other immortal kings had the same thoughts. The fact that Desolate Marshal dared to bring these people over and was so domineering and fearless meant that there was a high chance Emperor Bosun was nearby. Beneath the Builder Tree, Junyu, Shi Wunyan and the other immortals and monks had grim expressions and were extremely tense. They glared at the Martial Dao Prime Body fixedly, afraid that he would attack again. The punch from the Martial Dao Prime Body earlier on shocked everyone as well. If they were in Qin Su's position, it would be difficult for them to escape death. While the immortals and monks were stunned by the aura of the Martial Dao Prime Body and fell into silence. As the supreme perfected immortal, Junyu stood out decisively. Enduring the immense pressure surging over from Desolate Marshal, Junyu asked in a deep voice, "Desolate Marshal of the Fiend Domain, may I know why you're here?" The Martial Dao Prime Body merely punched Qin Su casually and did not continue attacking. "I heard that your two domains are holding the 9 firmament meet, so I came to take a look." The voice of the Martial Dao Prime Body sounded a little deep through the silver mask. "At the same time, I've got some grudges to settle." "What grudges?" Junyu asked. "For the sake of an ancient zither, the zither immortal hunted down my subordinates, the zither and flute fiends, for many years. She even chased them all the way to the fiend domain." The gaze of the Martial Dao Prime Body shifted and landed on zither immortal Mengyao. "Do you think that Tianhuang's sect is weak?" Mengyao knew that she could not hide now that she was targeted by the Martial Dao Prime Body, so she grit her teeth and stood out, asking, "Desolate Marshal, what do you want?" "I'll give you a chance," the Martial Dao Prime Body said indifferently. "Since you're known as the Zither Immortal, compete in Zither skills with my subordinate, the Zither Fiend. If you win, I'll spare your life." "Humph." Mengyao glanced at Qiu Siluo and sneered. "What Zither Fiend? She's self-proclaimed, right? What rights does she have to compete with me in the Zither?" "I forgot to mention something." The Martial Dao Prime Body did not explain and continued. "If you refuse to compete, I'll beat you to death." "You!" Mengyao was shocked and furious, rendering her speechless. From Desolate Marshal's words, it was as though killing her was as simple as crushing an ant. As one of the 4 great fairies, she had always been admired by countless cultivators like a moon surrounded by stars. Everyone was always respectful at the sight of her, afraid that they would be rude. Now, not only did Desolate Marshal of the Fiend Domain treat her bluntly, he did not care for her beauty at all and said that he wanted to beat her to death. The most frightening thing was that this person did not have any reservations and was domineering. Mengyao had no doubt that if she said no, Desolate Marshal would attack without hesitation and kill her here. Junyu and the others frowned in confusion. The immortal kings on the peak of the Builder Tree had strange expressions as well. Desolate Marshal of the Fiend Domain was here to make Mengyao compete with her Zither skills? Mengyao was known as the Zither Immortal and was naturally outstanding in the Zither Dao. The other party wanted to compete with Mengyao in the Zither Dao. Fufu. Sword Immortal Yu Hua chuckled and shook his head gently. "How ridiculous! A grade 5 Heaven Immortal wants to challenge Zither Immortal Mengyao, who is a perfected immortal." Qiu Siluo's cultivation realm was only at the grade 5 Heaven Immortal realm. The difference between her and Mengyao was immense. In everyone's eyes, the two of them were on completely different levels. "That's not fair, right?" Mo Qing secretly sent a voice transmission to Yunju. Subconsciously, she was already on the side of the Martial Dao Prime Body and said worriedly, "The difference in their cultivation realms is so great. How can the Zither Fiend win?" Yunju said deeply, "If it's just a comparison of Zither skills, it doesn't have much to do with one's cultivation realm." "All right." After a moment of silence, Mengyao agreed before sneering. "Since you guys are the ones asking to be humiliated, don't blame me." Mengyao sat on the ground and placed the ancient Zither horizontally across her knees. She looked at Qiu Siluo, who was not far away, and said, "Come, let me see how strong you are." The moment she said that, Mengyao's fingertips suddenly plucked the strings of the zither. Clang! A single zither sound was enough to release a chilling, killing intent. Instantly, the murderous aura on the battlefield spread and the surrounding temperature dipped. Meng Yao used her left hand to create the notes by pushing, pinching, kneading, humming, knocking, and calling. With her right hand, she strummed the strings of the zither through varied and complicated techniques such as plucking, propping, swiping, lifting, hooking, and brushing. Clang, clang. The sound of the zither echoed continuously, turning more hurried. The immortals and monks beneath the builder tree seemed to be in a battlefield, surrounded by a massive army. They were ambushed on all sides with killing intents hidden. The zither song played by Meng Yao contained a strong killing intent. If the cultivators closed their eyes, they could sense that a massive army was charging over from Meng Yao's ancient zither with a deafening might. The cultivators were immersed in it and felt as though they were about to be trampled by the invisible army and sliced into pieces by countless sabers and swords. If the impact was already this strong for bystanders, it was even worse for Qiu Siluo, who was targeted by Meng Yao directly. Meng Yao's zither sound could be elegant and pleasant. Of course, it could also kill. Just as the emotions of the crowd were gradually stirred by Meng Yao's zither sound, a melodious sound of the zither sounded. The zither immortal and zither fiend were finally fighting. The sound of Qiu Siluo's zither was completely different from Meng Yao's. Meng Yao's zither sound was murderous and aggressive. There was no sharpness in Qiu Siluo's zither sound. Instead, there was a hint of reminiscence and memory. It was like the warm sun in winter shining down on everyone's hearts. In terms of zither technique, Meng Yao was indeed superior to Qiu Siluo. However, it was precisely because Meng Yao placed too much emphasis on the precision of her zither techniques that she was tainted with the aura of a craftsman and lacked a bit of piety towards the zither Dao. Meng Yao's zither was too utilitarian. She practiced the zither for fame, status, and connections. However, the reason why Qiu Siluo practiced the zither was because she liked it. Her zither carried her Dao and its sound was moving. Meng Yao's song was a cold melody. However, Qiu Siluo's song contained her feelings. In the end, what truly touched one's heart was the deep emotion in the faint sound of the zither. Beneath the builder tree, the immortals and monks could not help but be immersed in Qiu Siluo's zither music. For a moment, they forgot where they were and could not help but reminisce about the past with different expressions. Images flashed through Mo Qing's mind. In Avicii, she suffered immense grievances and was bullied and humiliated. However, a purple-robed man with a silver mask suddenly appeared and said something to her. If there are people in the world who slander, bully, humiliate, laugh at, look down on, degrade, or hate you, there's no need for you to endure or explain yourself. Just kill them. A faint smile appeared on Mo Qing's face when she recalled that. Yunju recalled that back in Avicii, a refined scholar carried her and escaped. There were only a few layers of clothes between the two of them, and it was inevitable that there would be some friction and contact as he sprinted. Yunju lowered her head slightly and blushed. Shi Wunyan had a conflicted expression. Sword Immortal Yu Hua seemed to have recalled something as his expression darkened, and his arms trembled slightly. The perfected immortals and arhats were touched by the sound of Qiu Siluo's zither and fell into reminiscence, recalling the most unforgettable scenes of their lives. Some of them were in tears while others were delighted. Some were melancholic while others were smug. Some of them were dejected while others were invigorated. There was sadness, joy, sorrow, resentment, anger, and frustration. The 7 emotions and 6 desires were all within. Although Meng Yao's zither sound was still present, it was as though everyone could no longer hear it. Even Meng Yao herself fell into some sort of reminiscence. Her eyes were bloodshot and she had a sorrowful expression as a bead-sized tear fell from the corner of her eye. Piak. The tear fell onto the sound of her ancient zither. Although the sound seemed weak, it shocked Meng Yao. Her fingers could not control their strength, and with a bang, a zither string snapped. Her fingertips were cut and blood seeped out. That sound woke the immortals and monks up one after another. It was only then that everyone realized what had happened. When they were unprepared earlier on, They were completely immersed in Qiu Siluo's song and were affected by the emotions of the song. Even her opponent, Meng Yao, was not spared. Victory was decided in this zither competition. I was defeated? Meng Yao murmured in disbelief, unable to accept the reality before her. Today's defeat was a huge blow to her. This meant that from now on, she was not worthy of the title of the Zither Immortal. All the glory she had once obtained would vanish into thin air. As a peak perfected immortal, she lost to a grade 5 heaven immortal. This matter would spread through the heavenly world within a few days. At that time, she would become the joke of the 9 firmament immortal domain. What the martial Tao prime body did was to defeat Meng Yao in her specialty. This was a devastating blow to Meng Yao's Tao heart. This was even more powerful than suppressing her directly in a head-on battle. Meng Yao sat on the spot dejectedly with a lost gaze as an ancient zither with a snapped string fell casually beside her. The martial Tao prime body leaped down from Heavenly Wolf and patted the ladder, indicating for him to carry Qiu Siluo back to the fiend domain first. Heavenly Wolf sensed that the martial Tao prime body might make a huge move and was afraid that he would be implicated. He could not wait to leave and ran to Qiu Siluo's side hurriedly. Junyu looked at the martial Tao prime body with a strong fighting spirit condensed in her eyes. She removed the astral chessboard on her back and said in a deep voice, "Desolate marshal of the fiend domain, I respect you for your guts. Against the paragons of the perfected immortal and arhat rankings of 2 domains, you even dared to cross the immortal fiend abyss. Now I'll give you a chance as well. A chance for us to fight fairly. The perfected immortal and arhat rankings of the 2 domains?" The martial Tao prime body raised his head slightly and looked at the 2 bedazzling ranking lists that hung high above the builder tree, saying indifferently, "In my eyes, your 2 ranking lists are nothing but jokes." Before his sentence was finished, the martial Tao prime body merely raised his hand slightly without making any moves. Xing, accompanied by an ear-piercing sound, the perfected immortal and arhat rankings that hovered above the builder tree were torn into 2 by a powerful external force. 2 torn ranking lists floated down slowly, and the light emitted by the names of the perfected immortals on them gradually dimmed. Wah! The cultivators were enraged. That action could no longer be considered as a provocation. It was a tight slap on their faces. In front of them, the perfected immortal and arhat rankings were torn apart. To Desolate Marshal, the 2 ranking lists were merely jokes? Those words clearly showed that he did not take the paragons of the 2 domains seriously. How arrogant, fiend, audacious! Desolate Marshal, the blood feud of thousands of perfected immortals in the Jade Firmament immortal domain has to be repaid with blood. The blood of the immortals and monks surged. Even though they were afraid of Desolate Marshal's notorious reputation, they couldn't care less at that moment, and many people stood out. This time round, Sword Immortal Yu Hua was extremely smart and did not say anything. He could vaguely sense something. Right from the beginning, Desolate Marshal of the Fiend Domain had not even looked at him. However, he felt goosebumps all over, as though a calamity was about to descend at any moment. If not for his dignity, he would have left this place right away. The martial Tao prime body could not find an excuse to target Sword Immortal Yu Hua, and was in no hurry. He was not only here today for Meng Yao and Sword Immortal Yu Hua. Desolate Marshal. Right then, Shi Wunyan spoke and asked slowly, "From what I know, the Hell Suppression Tripod is in your hands right now? And if it is?" the martial Tao prime body asked without even looking at Shi Wunyan. Shi Wunyan took out a Zen staff from his storage bag and said in a deep voice, "The Hell Suppression Tripod is a sacred item of the Buddhist monasteries and must not be leaked. If you refuse to hand it over, don't blame the monks of the Buddhist monasteries for working together to suppress you." "That's right," Yun Mubai shouted as well. "There's no need to insist on having one-on-one fights with fiends of the fiend domain. Everyone, let's attack together and kill this fiend for the sake of righteousness." The martial Tao prime body was expressionless. The immortals and monks on the other end merely wanted to group up and attack him. Yet, they had to dig out a dignified excuse for them to do so. That was perfect. He could kill Sword Immortal Yu Hua through the chaos without having to find a reason as well. Under Shi Wunyan's instigation, the immortals and monks beneath the Builder Tree glared at the martial Dao prime body murderously, prepared to attack at any moment. With the Supreme Perfected Immortal and Supreme Arhat at the front, what were they afraid of? Furthermore, there was a group of Immortal King experts holding down the fort at the back. If anything were to happen, the Immortal Kings and Heavenly Kings behind them would definitely not sit by idly. Fiend! Surrender! Shi Wunyan hollered. At the same time, he slammed the Zen staff in his hands heavily on the ground with a loud bang. Coupled with the sound domain's secret skill of the Buddhist monasteries released by him, the sound resonated and formed a powerful sound domain attack that was shocking. This was the top-tier sound domain dermic formulation of the Buddhist monasteries. Stern admonition. If one's cultivation was not high enough and they were unprepared, their Tao hearts might collapse if they were struck by stern admonition. The deeper one's comprehension of Buddhism, the stronger this sound domain dermic formulation would be. In the battle for the Arhat ranking previously, Shi Wunyan suppressed all other top-tier perfected immortals with stern admonition alone. Naturally, Shi Wunyan did not expect to suppress Desolate Martial with just stern admonition. However, it was enough as long as Desolate Martial revealed any openings. He would seize the opportunity to release his strongest methods and attack Desolate Martial. At that time, the other cultivators in the group would attack. Even with a single divine power, secret skill or spirit treasure each, no matter how strong Desolate Martial was, he wouldn't be able to defend against them. However, to Shi Wunyan's disappointment, Desolate Martial did not seem to have any reaction when he released his stern admonition. The silver mask was cold and the eyes beneath it were as deep as the ocean and mysterious as the starry skies. "You're too noisy." The martial Dao prime body glanced at Shi Wunyan and said indifferently. No matter how strong Shi Wunyan was, he was only the Supreme Arhat. A dermic Dao of this level had no effect on the perfected true martial Dao bogey at all. Before his sentence was finished, the martial Dao prime body suddenly attacked. Without any unnecessary movements, he merely strode forward and punched in Shi Wunyan's direction. That punch was like a volcano eruption as raging tides slammed onto the shore. Instantly, it was as though the mountains were collapsing and the earth was cracking with an apocalyptic scene. Pest! Shi Wunyan was horrified. He finally understood why Qin Su was willing to abandon his body and turn to flee against Desolate Martial's casual punch. This punch that suffocated him should not have existed in this world. How could a human possess such power? In a flash, countless thoughts flashed through Shi Wunyan's mind. Enveloped by that punch, he even wanted to turn and flee. But soon he made a decision. He could not escape. Qin Su turned and fled. He managed to survive thanks to the Grand Pure Jade Manual and the power of the seal left behind by an emperor. His physical body was abandoned and completely crippled. If he made the same choice, he might not even be able to survive. The only way he could survive was to release all his trump cards without holding back and choose to defend against Desolate Martial's punch while waiting for the reinforcements of the other cultivators. It was not as though Shi Wunyan did not have any powerful trump cards. In fact, in the competition for the Arhat ranking, no one was able to force him to use his full strength and release this trump card. At that moment, he had no other choice. Peerless divine power, Buddha Dragon Elephant. Shi Wunyan clasped his palms together and chanted Sanskrit, turning dignified and inviolable. Suddenly, majestic and divine Buddhas appeared around him. They were indomitable and had already materialized, emitting a blinding golden light and a tremendous might. The Kasaya on every single Buddha, facial features and even the fine wrinkles on their faces, brows and eyes were extremely clear, as though Buddhas had descended. The Buddhas chanted Buddhist sutras that reverberated through the world endlessly. At the same time, divine dragons circled around the Buddhas and gigantic divine elephants appeared one after another. The divine dragons roared and the divine elephants trumpeted. It was the divine power of the Buddhist monasteries. Buddha Dragon Elephant. This is, on the peak of the Builder Tree, the green lotus true body's heart skipped a beat and his gaze intensified when he saw that. Back in Tianhuang mainland, during the final battle against Dao Lord Bloodfiend, he was lucky enough to see this divine power from monk Daming. However, in Tianhuang mainland, Buddha Dragon Elephant was a supreme divine power. Furthermore, that supreme divine power could only be comprehended if one had extremely high attainments and deep comprehension of Buddhism. Monk Daming's Buddha Dragon Elephant was extremely similar to Shi Wunyan's. However, there were some differences. The green lotus true body was at the peak of the builder tree and was far away, so he could not see everything clearly. With a thought, he secretly released the spirit consonance art and established a connection with the martial Tao prime body. Through the eyes of the martial Tao prime body, he observed the divine power personally and deduced it at the same time. For that reason, the force of the martial Tao prime body's fist paused for a moment and did not continue pummeling down. If not for that, the punch of the martial Tao prime body would have turned the so-called peerless divine power and all the Buddhas, dragons and elephants into ashes alongside Shi Wunyan. However, everyone else had a different understanding of his actions. In the eyes of the other cultivators, Desolate Martial had released a punch. Thereafter, Shi Wunyan released his peerless divine power and clashed head-on. Both parties were in a stalemate and were evenly matched. It was difficult to tell who was stronger right away. The immortals and monks were invigorated and their fear of Desolate Martial decreased. At the very least, the scene before them proved that Desolate Martial was not that strong and invincible. Sword Immortal Yu Hua heaved a sigh of relief. I knew it. Desolate Martial may be the supreme perfected fiend, but fellow Taoist Shi Wunyan is the perfected arhat. They're not that much different. The others had the same thoughts. Only Chess Immortal Jun Yu frowned with a confused expression. As the only perfected immortal among everyone present who had mastered a peerless divine power, her senses were more accurate than others. Although Shi Wunyan's Buddha Dragon Elephant seemed powerful and terrifying, it should not have reached the level of a true peerless divine power. His Buddha Dragon Elephant merely touched the threshold of a peerless divine power. Similar to Yun Ting's immortal vanquishing sword, it was a quasi-peerless divine power. How could Desolate Martial be in a stalemate with a single quasi-peerless divine power? Junyu felt that the scene before her was a little strange. As the supreme perfected immortal, she naturally could not be bothered to join forces with others. She merely watched coldly from the sidelines and frowned. I see. On the battlefield, the two true bodies that had established a connection through the spirit consonance art deduced at the same time and quickly analyzed the secret of Shi Wunyan's Buddha Dragon Elephant. Indeed, there was a high chance for Buddha Dragon Elephant to become a peerless divine power. However, raising this divine power to the level of a peerless divine power did not only require a deep comprehension of Buddhism. One had to reach an extremely high level in the divine powers and secret skills of the dragon and elephant races. Only by fusing the starkly different dharmic daos of the Buddhist monasteries, the dragon and the elephant race into one, could Buddha Dragon Elephant become a true peerless divine power. In Tianhuang mainland, almost all the Buddhas, divine dragons and divine elephants conjured by Monk Daming's Buddha Dragon Elephant were phantoms. As for Shi Wunyan's divine power before him, the Buddhas had already materialized, as though their true bodies had descended. It was the same for the divine dragons. They circled around the Buddhas and rode on clouds, no different from true dragons. Only the divine elephants beside the Buddhas did not materialize, although they looked lifelike. Instead, they were phantoms that were less robust and agile. Su Zimo was certain that Shi Wunyan had extremely deep attainments in the dharmic Tao of the Buddhist monasteries and the dragon race. However, he did not have a deep understanding of the dharmic Tao of the elephant race and did not meet the requirements. Therefore, his Buddha Dragon Elephant merely touched the threshold of a peerless divine power and was not considered a true peerless divine power. Su Zimo was delighted when he deduced the secret of the Buddha Dragon Elephant. The Green Lotus True Body cultivated the taboo mystic classic of the Buddhist monasteries, the Prajna Nirvana Sutra. Therefore, he definitely had no issue with the dharmic Tao of the Buddhist monasteries. As for the essence spirit of the Green Lotus True Body, it was synthesized with the Dragon Phoenix essence spirit to begin with and controlled many divine powers and secret skills of the dragon race. In terms of comprehension of the dermic Tao of the dragon race, he had even surpassed many true dragons. He had dabbled in the dermic Tao of the elephant race as well. His innate divine power, the six-tusk divine strength, came from the elephant race. Furthermore, back in the emperor's tomb after killing Feng Xian, he obtained a high-quality cultivation technique, the divine elephant breathing technique. It also contained many dermic Taos of the elephant race. Back then, Feng Xian relied on this cultivation technique to attract the 4 of 9 heavenly tribulation to ascend. He even cultivated the bloodline of the divine elephant and was extremely strong. After the Green Lotus True Body obtained this cultivation technique, he cultivated for many years as well and comprehended something. In other words, the foundation of the Buddha dragon elephant that he cultivated even surpassed Shi Wunyan. There was a high chance that he could cultivate Buddha dragon elephant into a peerless divine power. In the eyes of others, Shi Wunyan and Desolate Marshal were in a stalemate. However, nobody expected that Su Zimo was deducing and comprehending the dermic Tao of Buddha dragon elephant in that few breaths. On the battlefield, Shi Wunyan looked at the clear and bright eyes of the martial Tao prime body beneath the silver mask and suddenly felt an indescribable sense of familiarity. He did not think too much about it and sneered. That's all there is to the supreme perfected fiend. You're still restrained by my peerless divine power. Your Buddha dragon elephant is not at the level of a peerless divine power. The martial Tao prime body said indifferently. So what? Shi Wunyan said. A single quasi-peerless divine power is enough to defend against you. You're way too naive. A mocking look flashed through the eyes of the martial Tao prime body. When he saw that gaze, Shi Wunyan suddenly felt uneasy. Everyone. Nat, are you waiting? Torque, hurry and attack and join Torques to rill this fiend. Without hesitation, Shi Wunyan growled. Right then, the voice of the martial Tao prime body suddenly sounded in his mind. Shi Wunyan, if you want to discuss Buddhism with me, do it in your next life. You are... As though he recalled something, Shi Wunyan's pupils constricted and he was shocked. He had only told a single person that he wanted to discuss Buddhism. Rank 1 of the heaven ranking, Su Zimo of the divine firmament immortal domain. Instantly, as though he understood many things, he looked at the martial Tao prime body with shock and fear. His mouth was agape, as though he wanted to shout or say something. Unfortunately, he no longer had the chance. After Su Zimo deduced the secret of Buddha dragon elephant, Shi Wunyan was no longer of any use to him. Suddenly, the martial Tao prime body exerted strength, and his initially idle fist released a shocking divine power once more, shattering Shi Wunyan's Buddha dragon elephant with ease. Poof! The martial Tao prime body smashed Shi Wunyan's head with a single punch and a blood mist spread, destroying his essence spirit on the spot. The supreme arhat, Shi Wunyan, was dead. At that moment, the divine powers, secret skills, spirit treasures and weapons of the immortals and monks beneath the builder tree had already descended, attacking the martial Tao prime body in an overwhelming manner. Apart from Yunzhu, Mo Qing and Lin Lei, almost all the perfected immortals and arhats released their strongest attacks. Sword shadows appeared one after another from the dustless sword and its sharpness was revealed. It was filled with a pure sword intent, as though it wanted to cleanse the world of all dust. Shirgu gripped his gigantic dagger axe with both hands and charged towards Su Zimo. Yun Mubai summoned his 9 tribulations pure yang spirit treasure, a silver-white umbrella that could be used both offensively and defensively. It opened up all of a sudden and the sharp edge of the immortal umbrella spun rapidly, slicing towards the martial Tao prime body. The experts on the Arhat ranking summoned their sentient dermic treasures, one after another, and released their divine powers and secret skills with ferocious attacks. 0M, Ma, and I, Pa, Me, Ham. Many Arhats chanted Sanskrit of the Buddhist monasteries at the same time, forming an incomparably vast sound domain secret skill. They interacted and resonated, causing their might to increase as they surged towards the martial Tao prime body. Scram! Suddenly, the martial Tao prime body opened his mouth and let out a deafening roar in the direction of the many Arhats. Instantly, Millions of living beings seemed to appear behind the martial Tao prime body and shouted at the immortals and monks present in a deafening manner. Bang! 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 Dozens of cultivators beneath the builder tree could not defend against the impact and were shattered by the roar of the martial Tao prime body. Broken limbs flew everywhere. Some cultivators were shocked to death on the spot and their essence spirits were destroyed. The cultivators beneath the builder tree were the top 200 paragons of the two domains and the strongest perfected immortals. Even so, none of them could defend against the impact of the sound domain attack. A single roar had already destroyed the attacks of the immortals and monks. Of course, under the deliberate control of the martial Tao prime body, Yunju, Mo Qing and Lin Lei were almost unaffected. The attacks released by the cultivators almost collapsed before they even landed on the martial Tao prime body. By the time the dustless sword approached, the sword technique was already flickering and its strength was depleted. The martial Tao prime body grabbed the dustless sword in reverse and exerted strength in his palm. Crack! There was a crisp sound. The dustless sword was shattered into pieces by the palm of the martial Tao prime body and scattered on the ground. Zhuo Wuqian's expression changed starkly. The dustless sword was a grade 9 pure yang spirit treasure. To think that it would be snapped by desolate Martial's bare hands. What sort of power was that? After the martial Tao prime body broke the sword, he punched in reverse. Zhuo Wuqian's eyes widened and he could not dodge the incoming punch no matter what. Bang! Zhuo Wuqian was turned into a blood mist by a single punch from the martial Tao prime body. Before he could splatter on the ground, he was burned to ashes by the searing heat contained in the fist of the martial Tao prime body, and his essence spirit was destroyed. At that moment the arhats closed in as well. Without even looking, the martial Tao prime body punched back. Poof! That punch caused the void to collapse. 5 arhats fell into it and could not break free, enveloped by the fist force of the martial Tao prime body. Poof! 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 All 5 arhats died, killed by a single punch of the martial Tao prime body. The situation had changed way too suddenly. Earlier on, Desolate Martial and Shi Wunyan were evenly matched. To think that Shi Wunyan would be killed by a single punch from Desolate Martial in the blink of an eye. Shi Wunyan's defeat came too quickly and suddenly. The Immortal King experts on the peak of the Builder Tree could not react for a moment. The heavenly kings of the pure land of bliss were shocked and enraged when they saw that. Shi Wunyan was from Mount Meru of the pure land of bliss. He was the strongest of the Buddhist monasteries in this generation and had just been conferred the title of the Supreme Arhat. Who would have thought that Shi Wunyan would be killed on the spot by Desolate Martial of the Fiend Domain the second day after obtaining the title of the Supreme Arhat? Shi Wunyan would most likely become the Supreme Arhat who died the fastest in history. By the time the heavenly kings returned to their senses, the battle had already broken out. The martial Tao prime body attacked consecutively and none of the perfected immortal paragons of the two domains were his match. Blood flowed like rivers beneath the builder tree. The 200 perfected immortals and arhats who could cultivate beneath the builder tree could be considered as the future, foundation and hope of the two domains. They were the most outstanding successors of the major sects and factions. When they saw the paragons and successors die one after another, the immortal kings and heavenly kings of the major sects and factions could no longer sit still. No matter what, they had to save their successors first. If Desolate Martial were to continue pushing forward, not many of the 200 perfected immortal paragons would survive. The supreme immortal kings of the two domains maintained their composures. It was enough for ordinary immortal kings to step in for something like this. If a supreme immortal king were to step in just to deal with a supreme perfected fiend, it would be too much. Just as the martial Tao prime body was about to take advantage of the chaos to kill Sword Immortal Yu Hua in the crowd, 3 immortal kings and 4 heavenly kings descended and blocked his path. 7 Grotto Heaven Realm experts arrived on the battlefield and released a tremendous spirit consciousness pressure, locking onto the figure of the martial Tao prime body. Fiend! Hurry and stop. The lust for blood is boundless, but you can still repent. Lay down the butcher's knife, and you shall gain the chance of redemption to become a Buddha. A heavenly king of the Buddhist monasteries chanted Sanskrit and raised his wooden mallet at the same time, knocking heavily on the wooden fish in his hands with a heart-wrenching sound. Two other Immortal King experts extended their palms and suppressed the martial Tao prime body as well. Humph! Against the attacks of Grotto Heaven Realm experts, the martial Tao prime body did not retreat but advanced instead. With a cold harumph, he raised his fist and punched twice, colliding against the palms of the two Immortal King experts. When they saw that, a ridiculous and strange feeling rose in the hearts of the cultivators. They did not know if Desolate Marshal of the Fiend Domain was a lunatic or out of his mind. Wasn't he committing suicide by fighting against Immortal King experts barehanded? Bang! Bang! The two Immortal Kings attacked at an extremely fast speed but retreated even faster. In the blink of an eye, two Immortal Kings were sent flying by two punches from the martial Tao prime body. The two Immortal Kings were shocked. The moment they collided with the martial Tao prime body, they felt an almost destructive divine power surge into their bodies wildly. The two of them could not defend against it at all. Creak! The two Immortal Kings felt a sharp pain in their arms and the sound of bones cracking could be heard. Under countless gazes, the flesh on the arms of the two Immortal Kings were torn and their bones were broken into pieces, bursting into a blood mist. Their organs were shaken violently as well as they coughed out large mouthfuls of blood with dispirited expressions. Pest! The cultivators gasped in shock. During normal cultivation, Immortal King experts would use the grotto heavens they condensed to nourish their bodies and bloodline. Their physiques were strong and their strength was shocking, far surpassing the perfected One realm. But now, two Immortal Kings were severely injured by two punches from a perfected fiend in melee combat. What sort of power was that? How strong was Desolate Marshal of the Fiend Domain? The remaining Immortal King and four Heavenly Kings were shocked by what happened as well. The five Grotto Heaven Realm experts had a tacit understanding and summoned their minor Grotto Heavens without hesitation. Boom! 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 The five Grotto Heaven Realm experts released their minor Grotto Heavens and did not dare to hold back at all. They channeled their Immortal King Realm combat strength to the peak. The troublesome and terrifying nature of the methods of Desolate Marshal of the Fiend Domain had already exceeded their imagination. They did not want to suffer a huge loss in the hands of Desolate Marshal in front of everyone. The martial Tao prime body looked at the Immortal King and four Heavenly Kings with a cold gaze and a shuddering sinister aura. Immediately after, the martial Tao prime body channeled his blood chi, and the deafening sound of a tsunami echoed from his body as his aura surged. Two purple flames burned in his eyes as well. They were deep and bright and could not be ignored. The next moment, the martial Tao prime body strode forward once more and punched out against the five Immortal King experts. That punch enveloped the Immortal King and four Heavenly Kings. It exploded like fire and surged like the sea. Although that punch seemed simple, it condensed all the dermic Tao and will of the martial Tao. It was unyielding and resisting. It was true to the heart and allows one to exact revenge and repay gratitude as they pleased. This was a simple punch without any unnecessary movements. The Tao was simplicity itself. The prime body's fist was the martial Tao. All the dermic Tao and power of the perfected true martial Tao body were gathered on that punch. Boom! The fist of the martial Tao prime body collided with the five Grotto Heavens opposite him and the surrounding void trembled. Immediately after, the gazes of the Immortal King and four Heavenly Kings changed gradually. The five of them looked at the martial Tao prime body in shock and fear as Tnon Ne were 100k one-ing at a Goa. Bang! Boom! Right in front of everyone, the Grotto Heavens that the five of them had just propped up were crushed by a single punch from the martial Tao prime body and collapsed into nothingness. Wah! The cultivators widened their eyes in shock and disbelief. This scene had already exceeded the understanding of the cultivators. The power of the supreme perfected fiend could already cross the perfected One and Grotto Heaven realm to reach such a terrifying level. Even the supreme Immortal Kings on the peak of the Builder Tree stood up instinctively in shock. Given their sharpness, they could naturally tell that Desolate Marshal's punch earlier on did not involve the power of a Grotto Heaven. In other words, Desolate Marshal of the Fiend Domain had yet to advance to the Grotto Heaven realm. That punch merely made use of the power released by his body and bloodline. Even so, it was already so terrifying. Although the Immortal King and 4 Heavenly Kings had only condensed minor Grotto Heavens, the minor Grotto Heaven was still the strongest technique of Grotto Heaven experts. How could it be destroyed by a single punch? Even for them, it was difficult for them to do that without releasing their major Grotto Heavens. When the 5 minor Grotto Heavens collapsed, the Immortal King and 4 Heavenly Kings were shocked. They no longer dared to stand in front of the martial Tao prime body as they retreated hurriedly to avoid him. 7 Grotto Heaven experts had just charged forward when they were dispersed by a few punches from the martial Tao prime body. The moment the 7 Immortal Kings retreated, the perfected immortal paragons beneath the builder tree were exposed to the martial Tao prime body once more. The gaze of the martial Tao prime body shifted and landed on Sword Immortal Yu Hua. Pest! Instantly, Sword Immortal Yu Hua felt his hairs stand on end and his scalp tingle. Even his body no longer seemed to be within his control. He was targeted. Sword Immortal Yu Hua felt extremely wronged. Under the instigation of Shi Wunyan, Zhuo Wuchen and the others, more than half of the cultivators beneath the builder tree attacked the martial Tao prime body. There were very few cultivators who did not attack the entire time, and he was one of them. Yunju and Mo Qing knew the martial Tao prime body and would naturally not attack. As the supreme perfected immortal, Junyu was embarrassed to join forces with others and did not move. The reason why Sword Immortal Yu Hua did not attack was simple. It was because his sixth sense was telling him that a huge calamity was about to befall him. Furthermore, for some unknown reason, he had a feeling that Desolate Marshal of the Fiend Domain was going to make a move on him. The reason why Sword Immortal Yu Hua did not attack was because he was afraid that he would do something that would give Desolate Marshal of the Fiend Domain a reason to attack. However, he did not expect that although he behaved himself and did not lay a single finger on Desolate Marshal of the Fiend Domain, he was still targeted in the end despite having no feud with the latter. Sword Immortal Yu Hua was puzzled, indignant and aggrieved. Earlier on, Desolate Marshal unleashed his fiend nature, and even immortal kings of the Grotto Heaven realm were severely injured by him. What could a rank 9 of the perfected immortal ranking like him do? Desolate Marshal could probably crush him with a single finger. Sword Immortal Yu Hua was in no mood to defend. Without hesitation, he turned and fled while shouting for help in the direction of the peak of the builder tree. Trying to escape? The martial Tao prime body sneered and in a flash, sped towards Sword Immortal Yu Hua at an extremely fast speed. No one dared to stop him wherever he passed. Right then, a figure flashed before him, mysterious as though it was carrying a vast starry sky on its back. The supreme perfected immortal, Junyu, had appeared. She was unwilling to join forces with others to deal with the martial Tao prime body. Right now, she was the only one who dared to stand out and block the path of the martial Tao prime body as well. When she saw that, Mo Qing was alarmed and worried about Junyu's safety. After all, in her opinion, Desolate Marshal was fearless in his actions. He came from the Fiend Domain and was decisive to kill. Even immortal kings who stood in his way were suppressed by him. What could Junyu do? Don't worry. Right then, Yunju's voice sounded in Mo Qing's mind with conviction. Nothing will happen to Junyu. Yunju knew the identity of the martial Tao prime body. That was the reason why she was certain that the martial Tao prime body would definitely not hurt Junyu. When he saw Junyu blocking his way, the martial Tao prime body paused for a moment and said indifferently, "You're not my match." Before his sentence was finished, the martial Tao prime body had already attacked. Unlike his previous attacks, this time round, the martial Tao prime body did not release any apocalyptic punch. He merely closed 2 fingers and formed a finger sword, piercing towards Junyu's glabella. Before the finger sword arrived, Junyu felt her glabella swell slightly and a sharp pain. Indeed, he's very strong, Junyu thought to herself. Against Desolate Marshal, she did not dare to hold back either. She conjured hand seals with both hands and pointed gently in the direction of the martial Tao prime body, shouting softly, "Astral imprisonment!" Junyu did not hold back and released that peerless divine power right away. A powerful and mysterious power descended instantly. Everything in the space could not move and the passage of time could not be sensed. The air around the martial Dao prime body seemed to have quietened down instantly. However, before long, a purple halo burst forth from the perfected true martial Dao body. It shone with countless mysterious runes, and the martial Dao prime body broke free from astral imprisonment instantly. To be precise, he did not break free. That peerless divine power did not affect the martial Dao prime body much. The entire situation was like a chess game. Junyu was disadvantaged after that single move. The martial Dao prime body had already arrived before Junyu, and his finger sword hovered above her glabella, ready to spit out sword chi with killing intent at any moment. In a flash, Junyu moved diagonally to the back. Her movement technique was strange and extremely mysterious. The 9 palace subtle steps of Immortal Queen Ling Long. Speed was not the focus of the 9 palace subtle steps. However, in a battle, one could often survive through deadly situations and find new openings. Junyu released the 9 palace subtle steps and intended to distance herself from the martial Dao prime body for the time being before making further plans. However, the moment Junyu dodged to the side, the martial Dao prime body moved and followed her, as though he was tearing through the voids. The two of them were almost one after another, and there was no gap between them. The finger sword of the martial Dao prime body was still hovering above Junyu's glabella. Junyu's heart skipped a beat as she hurriedly released the 9 palace subtle steps once more, wanting to break free from the pursuit of the martial Dao prime body. However, the martial Dao prime body followed suit like a shadow. How is that possible? Junyu was alarmed. Desolate Martial could resolve the 9 palace subtle steps and even follow them. I've already said that you're not my match, the martial Dao prime body emphasized once more. In a flash, he chased in the direction of Sword Immortal Yuhua. Don't leave. The outcome has yet to be decided. Junyu took a step forward, wanting to stop the martial Dao prime body. However, she suddenly felt a trace of warmth flowing down from her glabella. Instinctively, Junyu touched it and her hands were filled with blood. Her glabella was pierced. In other words, earlier on, Desolate Martial could have pierced her essence spirit if he had taken a single inch forward with his finger sword. However, why did Desolate Martial not kill her although he had already gone on a rampage? Junyu could vaguely sense that Desolate Martial seemed to treat her differently. At the very least, he did not release overly ferocious and terrifying attacks. Instead, he held back. Suddenly, Junyu felt a sense of helplessness. The difference between them was way too great. In front of Desolate Martial of the Fiend Domain, even her fighting spirit was suppressed so badly that she could no longer raise her head fully. Although there was a slight delay, the martial Dao prime body was extremely fast. Just as Sword Immortal Yuhua was about to arrive at the Builder Tree Mountain range, he caught up to the latter. Phew! Without a second word, the martial Dao prime body punched out. Suddenly, in the void beside Sword Immortal Yuhua, a crack appeared and a white-haired old man appeared in a flash. He glared at the martial Dao prime body and shouted, "Fiend, how dare you injure a disciple of our academy?" The Grand Elder of Heaven and Earth Academy had descended. Although the Grand Elder of the Academy was old, he had a major grotto heaven after all and was a supreme immortal king. When he saw that ordinary immortal kings could not stop the martial Dao prime body at all, the Grand Elder of the Academy could not sit still and could only appear personally. No matter what, Sword Immortal Yuhua was the #1 legacy disciple of the Academy, and they could not afford to lose him. The Grand Elder of the Academy extended his slightly scrawny palm and clenched it into a fist, channeling his bloodline to collide with the fist of the martial Dao prime body. Bang! The fists collided with a dull sound of defeat. Neither of them retreated a step back. A cold glint flashed through the eyes of the martial Dao prime body as he looked at Sword Immortal Yuhua, who was escaping wildly towards the peak of the Builder Tree. He channeled his essence spirit and circulated his divine powers and dermic arts, pointing at Sword Immortal Yuhua from afar. Eternal damnation! A peerless divine power was released. The martial Dao prime body rarely used divine powers or secret skills in battle. It was not because he had not mastered them, but because most of the time, there was no need for him to do it. His divine powers and secret skills were long fused into his true martial Dao body. The moment the martial Dao prime body released a divine power, it was a peerless divine power that caused a commotion. Sword Immortal Yu Hua turned back with a pale expression and despair in his heart. Given his strength, he could not withstand the peerless divine power at all. Furthermore, eternal damnation was even more terrifying than astral imprisonment in terms of killing power. The Grand Elder of the Academy was held back by the martial Dao prime body and could not extricate himself for the time being. He could only wave his robes and release a powerful secret skill that charged towards eternal damnation. Eternal damnation originated from the final heavenly tribulation of the 9 of 9 heavenly tribulations. A myriad of heavenly tribulations transformed into countless runes that emitted a destructive aura and descended, covering the skies densely. There was the formation tribulation, residency tribulation, destruction tribulation, emptiness tribulation, fire tribulation, water tribulation, wind tribulation, weapon tribulation. Each tribulation evolved into countless minor tribulations, 3 calamities, 9 catastrophes, and 10 negative karma tribulations. Like a tsunami of heavenly tribulations, they surged and devoured towards Sword Immortal Yu Hua. Instantly, an apocalyptic scene appeared above Sword Immortal Yu Hua's head. In the tsunami of heavenly tribulations, Sword Immortal Yu Hua trembled slightly and looked incomparably insignificant. The sharpness of the true essence on his body was already torn into pieces. Sword Immortal Yu Hua endured the pressure with bloodshot eyes. As though he was giving it his all, he channeled his Dao fruit essence spirit and condensed his true essence, releasing divine powers and secret skills one after another. However, his divine powers and secret skills surged into the tsunami of heavenly tribulations like a rock entering the sea. They did not cause any ripples and vanished in the blink of an eye. In the face of the peerless divine power, all his counterattacks were insignificant. Right then, the secret skill of the Grand Elder of the Academy descended, and a heavenly encompassing palm appeared above Sword Immortal Yu Hua's head, supporting the surging tsunami of heavenly tribulations. Although the peerless divine power was strong, the martial Dao prime body was restricted by his cultivation realm, and eternal damnation could not injure a supreme immortal king like the Grand Elder of the Academy. However, the tsunami of heavenly tribulations surged continuously, wanting to flow through the gaps between the fingers of the heavenly encompassing palm and continue to threaten Sword Immortal Yu Hua. Humph! The Grand Elder of the Academy harumphed coldly and suddenly exerted strength in his heavenly encompassing palm, gripping it into a fist. Boom! The tsunami of heavenly tribulations suddenly exploded and a loud bang sounded in midair. The grab of that heavenly encompassing palm contained the terrifying power of a supreme immortal king and destroyed the divine power of eternal damnation instantly. Sword Immortal Yu Hua was right beside the heavenly encompassing palm and eternal damnation. The aftershock of the collision of the two powers surged and formed a storm that engulfed him instantly. Sword Immortal Yu Hua shrieked. Although eternal damnation was destroyed by the Grand Elder of the Academy, there were still many dilapidated heavenly tribulations and damaged runes that retained the Dharmic Dao of the peerless divine power. Naturally, such a Dharmic Dao posed no threat to an immortal king. But Sword Immortal Yu Hua was only a perfected immortal and could not defend against it at all. If the Grand Elder of the Academy had not chosen to fight eternal damnation head-on and merely blocked it, Sword Immortal Yu Hua would have had a chance to escape. However, the Grand Elder of the Academy chose to take the peerless divine power head-on. The aftershock spread, and it was too late for Sword Immortal Yu Hua to escape. In the blink of an eye, wounds appeared on Sword Immortal Yu Hua's body. Some of them were so deep that his bones could be seen, and some of them even revealed his organs in a shocking manner. The most tragic thing was that one of Sword Immortal Yu Hua's arms made contact with a shattered rune of the weapon tribulation, and it was forcibly severed. Sword Immortal Yu Hua fell to the ground and his body convulsed continuously, letting out a tragic cry. He was covered in blood and did not even look like a human anymore. When the Grand Elder of the Academy saw the tragic state of Sword Immortal Yu Hua, his expression changed. He propped up his major grotto heaven and repelled the martial Dao prime body, arriving beside Sword Immortal Yu Hua instantly. The Grand Elder of the Academy took out a few immortal pills and sent them into Sword Immortal Yu Hua's mouth. Thereafter, he conjured hand seals consecutively and released a few healing secret skills that struck Sword Immortal Yu Hua. Ah! It hurts! After a few healing secret skills, Sword Immortal Yu Hua's cries turned even more tragic. His body convulsed and his injuries showed no signs of healing. Perhaps because the immortal pills had some effect or because of the few healing secret skills of the Grand Elder of the Academy, Sword Immortal Yu Hua seemed to have regained a momentary clarity as he looked at the Grand Elder with a pleading expression. "It's too painful. Hurry. Kill me and give me a swift death." Sword Immortal Yu Hua's voice trembled slightly. Looking at Sword Immortal Yu Hua at the foot of the mountain, the cultivators gasped and shuddered when they heard the terrifying tragic cries. Eternal damnation. That's way too terrifying. Once he's struck by that peerless divine power, no injuries can be healed. At this rate, Sword Immortal Yu Hua won't be able to hold on for long and will be tortured to death by his injuries. One of the 3 great sword immortals of the Divine Firmament Immortal Domain and rank 9 of the Perfected Immortal ranking. To think that he would end up in such a state today. When the immortals and monks saw that, they were filled with emotions. Initially, everyone felt pity for Shi Wunyan and the others when they saw Desolate Marshal kill them with a single punch. But now, compared to Sword Immortal Yu Hua, Shi Wunyan and the others might have been lucky to die without any pain. Another person sighed. If he had known earlier, Sword Immortal Yu Hua wouldn't have escaped. He would have chosen to be punched to death by Desolate Marshal instead of suffering such pain and torture. Although Imo Qing was long displeased with Sword Immortal Yu Hua, she could not help but shake her head and sigh gently when she saw him in such a tragic state. Sword Immortal Yu Hua had once said in front of her, "If Desolate Marshal dares to appear in front of me, I'll definitely sever his facade and destroy his myth with a single slash." Those words seemed to have happened yesterday. It was a little ironic when she recalled that scene. Back then, even Sword Immortal Yu Hua himself had not expected that he would truly encounter Desolate Marshal and end up in such a state. Although there were many cultivators present, apart from Yunju, there was probably no one else who knew why Desolate Marshal targeted Sword Immortal Yu Hua. Sword Immortal Yu Hua targeted Su Zimo repeatedly, and even joined forces with outsiders to try and kill him. If he killed Sword Immortal Yu Hua directly, it would be letting the latter off too easily. The only way to punish him was to let him die in pain and torment. At the side of the Green Firmament Immortal Domain, Lin Luo looked at Sword Immortal Yu Hua, who was covered in blood and screaming repeatedly, and frowned slightly. "Mother, is there no way to dispel eternal damnation?" Lin Luo asked. Immortal Queen Ling Long said, "Of course there is. But it's very difficult unless Yu Hua can comprehend the secrets of the Grotto Heaven realm and become an immortal king. Judging from his current situation, it's difficult for him to survive, let alone attempt to advance to the Grotto Heaven realm." Lin Luo asked again. "Eternal damnation is only a peerless divine power after all. Can't the immortal kings purge and suppress that power?" "Of course we can," Immortal Queen Ling Long said. "Any immortal king present can purge eternal damnation as long as they summon their Grotto Heaven. However, at the same time, Yu Hua won't be able to survive and will be crushed to death by the power of the Grotto Heaven." The Dermic Tao of eternal damnation had already fused into every single wound on Sword Immortal Yu Hua's body. If his essence spirit wanted to escape, it would be struck by the power of eternal damnation. Purging eternal damnation from him meant that his body, bloodline, and even eternal damnation would be suppressed and crushed. Pausing for a moment, Immortal Queen Ling Long changed the topic. "However, nothing is absolute. If there's an immortal king whose Grotto Heaven condenses endless life force, it might be able to help him dispel eternal damnation and save his life. However, there are extremely few immortal kings like that. At the very least, I've never heard of an immortal king in the heavenly world possessing such a Grotto Heaven." The Grand Elder of the Academy looked at Sword Immortal Yu Hua, who was in pain, with a conflicted and hesitant expression. He raised his palm slowly, but it hovered in midair, unable to descend. Killing Sword Immortal Yuhua and giving him a swift death so that he would not be tormented by eternal damnation might just be the best outcome for him. However, Sword Immortal Yuhua was the #1 legacy disciple of the Academy after all, and the Grand Elder could not bring himself to do it. Yuhua, if I send you back to the Academy, the sect master might be able to save your life. As for... The Grand Elder of the Academy hesitated and did not continue. He did not wish to continue inflicting blows on Sword Immortal Yuhua. Even if the sect master of the Academy could save Sword Immortal Yuhua's life, he would be more than half crippled. Sword Immortal Yuhua might even be inferior to many legacy disciples in the future, let alone advance to the Grotto Heaven realm to become an immortal king. Furthermore, this blow would have a huge impact on Sword Immortal Yuhua. From now on, the title of Sword Immortal Yuhua in the Divine Firmament Immortal Domain and even the entire heavenly world would be completely destroyed. The Grand Elder of the Academy sighed gently and tore through the void with Sword Immortal Yuhua, returning to Heaven and Earth Academy. Apart from him, there were more than 100 ordinary immortal kings and more than 20 supreme immortal kings watching. Desolate Marshal of the Fiend Domain could not escape at all. For the Grand Elder of the Academy, it was more important to save Sword Immortal Yuhua. On the side of the Green Firmament Immortal Domain, although Immortal Queen Linglong was still seated a far distance away, her upper body was slightly straightened and she had a grim expression, looking tense. Su Zimo, if your aim was to suppress the Zither Immortal this time round, you have already achieved your goal. You should leave as soon as possible or it will be too late. Immortal Queen Linglong sent a voice transmission to the Green Lotus True Body on the side of the Divine Firmament Immortal Domain and reminded secretly with her spirit consciousness. There's no hurry, Su Zimo replied. Immortal Queen Linglong frowned slightly and reminded again. You have to understand that now that you have injured and forced back ordinary immortal kings, the supreme immortal kings present can no longer sit still. You just fought with the Grand Elder of the Academy. You should know that the difference in strength between ordinary immortal kings and supreme immortal kings is extremely great. I saw that you didn't gain any advantage in your clash with the Grand Elder of the Academy. In fact, I'm afraid you were even disadvantaged. Su Zimo sent a voice transmission. Indeed, the power of my martial Dao Prime body is not enough to go against supreme immortal kings yet. One more thing. Immortal Queen Linglong continued. The situation here is unlike Langfeng City of the Jade Firmament Immortal Domain. Back then, there were no immortal kings holding down the fort and you could leave with your hell suppression tripod at any time. However, at this moment, the supreme immortal kings present can't sit still any longer. If these people join forces and seal the void, you won't be able to leave this place even if you want to summon the hell suppression tripod to break through the void. Sealing the void was something that immortal king experts could do. Immortal Queen Linglong was afraid that Su Zimo might not understand the pros and cons fully, so she reminded him. Since immortal king experts could break through the void, they could naturally join forces to seal the void to prevent other immortal king experts from leaving casually. Once the 20-odd supreme immortal kings present attacked and sealed the void, even if immortal Queen Linglong joined the fray, she would not be able to escape with the martial Dao Prime body. At that time, no one would be able to save the martial Dao Prime body. Su Zimo had a calm expression. Thank you for your reminder, Senior Linglong. It would be best if these supreme immortal kings joined forces to seal the void. I was even afraid that they would be wary and not dare to attack the martial Dao Prime body. Immortal Queen Linglong was smart and could vaguely tell that Su Zimo seemed to be implying something. However, she could not figure it out right away and said exasperatedly, You killed perfected immortal paragons of the two domains so domineeringly and even injured a few immortal kings. Even if they have reservations, they can't sit by idly and let you do whatever you want. Do be careful. Immortal Queen Linglong reminded again. On the battlefield, the martial Dao Prime body did not stop the Grand Elder of the Academy from taking Sword Immortal Yuhua away. His heart skipped a beat and his expression turned cold when he sensed the commotion behind him. The martial Dao Prime body released his spirit consciousness and gathered the remaining eternal damnation Dermic Dao in his palm. turning it into a dark red light. Immediately after, he retreated and sped in the direction of the immortal fiend abyss. After the outcome for the Zither competition between the Zither immortal and fiend was decided, Heavenly Wolf obeyed the orders of the martial Tao prime body and carried Xianxia in the direction of the fiend domain. Thereafter, a huge battle broke out beneath the Builder Tree and the martial Tao prime body went on a massacre. Out of curiosity, Heavenly Wolf turned around and looked back while heading towards the immortal fiend abyss at a slightly slower speed. Just as the martial Tao prime body was fighting against the Grand Elder of the Academy, Zither Immortal Mengyao, who was initially still slumped on the ground in a daze, suddenly snapped out of her stupor. It was as though she had regained consciousness instantly. She raised her head suddenly and looked at Xianxia, who was in the distance with deep jealousy in her eyes. Swoosh! In a flash, Mengyao chased after Xianxia with a cold and murderous expression. When Heavenly Wolf saw Mengyao chasing after them, he could not help but jump in shock and sprinted towards the immortal fiend abyss hurriedly. However, his and Xianxia's cultivation realms were only at the heaven immortal realm. In terms of speed, they could not compare to Mengyao, who was at the peak of the perfected immortal realm. Just as he was about to reach the immortal fiend abyss, Mengyao caught up to him. Your Zither skills can't compare to mine at all. Mengyao looked at Xianxia on the back of the Heavenly Wolf and felt endless indignance as she shrieked. The reason why you can defeat me is because of the soul-reaping Zither. This ancient Zither should have been an opportunity for me. As long as I kill you and retrieve the soul-reaping Zither, I will still be the Zither Immortal and one of the 4 great fairies. There was no fear on Xianxia's face. Instead, there was a hint of pity in the way she looked at Mengyao. Do you really think that your defeat was because of an external object? Xianxia asked softly. Those words pierced Mengyao's chest like a sharp blade. She shuddered. As Xianxia had said, she knew very well in the depths of her heart the reason why she was defeated. She blamed everything on the soul-reaping Zither because she was unwilling to face it. I don't care. Mengyao grit her teeth. I want to take back what is mine. Mengyao was not only referring to the soul-reaping Zither, but also all of the glory and reputation that once belonged to her. Die! Mengyao channeled her Tao fruit and a halo appeared behind her head. Her spirit consciousness condensed and she released an essence spirit secret skill at Xianxia. Right then, a figure suddenly appeared and blocked in front of Mengyao. Her essence spirit secret skills collided against the silver mask on the figure's face and seemed to ripple before vanishing. The martial Tao prime body had arrived. You? When Mengyao saw the mask and looked at the pair of eyes burning with purple flames behind the silver mask, her expression changed and she was so scared that she could not speak. The martial Tao prime body was expressionless as he raised his hand and slapped Mengyao. A scarlet light flashed in his palm and entered Mengyao's cheek. That was the remnant of eternal damnation. Piak! The slap of the martial Tao prime body sent Mengyao flying dozens of feet away. Initially, Mengyao thought that she would definitely die. After all, she had just witnessed the methods of the martial Tao prime body and he could even kill Shi Wunyan with a single punch. Even the minor grotto heavens of immortal kings were shattered. No matter how tough her head was, she could not defend against the power of desolate martial slap. However, when she was sent flying, her ears buzzed and her vision blurred. She composed herself and sat up. She was not dead? A fiend like desolate Marshall actually knew how to cherish women? Instantly, Mengyao's mind was filled with thoughts. However, she quickly noticed something unusual. Many cultivators in the surroundings looked at her strangely with a hint of fear and pity. Some cultivators were even unwilling to meet her gaze and averted it. Right then, Mengyao finally felt a tearing pain on her cheek. Instinctively, she touched it and her palm was filled with blood. Such superficial wounds had no effect on perfected immortals at all. Mengyao channeled her essence spirit Tao fruit and circulated her bloodline, wanting to heal the injuries on her cheek. However, she quickly realized that the wound on her face could not heal. Even after she consumed a large number of immortal pills, there were no signs of recovery. Although the blood flow from the wound had stopped for the time being, There was a menacing scar on her face. Her bright red flesh was overturned and her initially beautiful face was completely torn apart. Anyone who saw that face would only feel fear and would definitely not associate her with the heavenly four great fairies. At that moment, Meng Yao finally understood why the surrounding cultivators were looking at her strangely. The two reasons why she was able to become one of the four great fairies were because of her superb zither skills and her devastatingly beautiful face. Those were also the reasons why she was proud. But now, Desolate Marshal of the Fiend Domain had appeared and destroyed two of her most valued elements. Everyone knew in their hearts that what Desolate Marshal just did was even more terrifying than killing Zither Immortal Meng Yao directly. This outcome was a fate worse than death for Meng Yao. In reality, after eternal damnation was struck by the secret skill of the Grand Elder of the Academy and more than half of it was absorbed by Sword Immortal Yu Hua, there was not much power left in the Dermic Dao. Even so, it left an irrecoverable scar on Meng Yao's face. "You've ruined me. Why? Why are you so cruel to me? I have no feud with you at all." Meng Yao sat in the mud with disheveled hair and a lost expression. She murmured softly with listless eyes. The blow to her this time round was way too great. In fact, the Martial Dao Prime Body even killed her chance of making a comeback. The beauty and Zither Dao that she relied on was crippled by the Martial Dao Prime Body. She lost all her dignity today and her past glory vanished into thin air. In less than half a day, she fell from her high and mighty pedestal into a bottomless abyss where she could not see the light of day. Right then, on the other side, Thunder Monarch Heavenly Wrath rushed over when he saw that Qiu Siluo was in danger. However, by the time he arrived, the Martial Dao Prime Body had already dealt with Meng Yao. "Zimo, let's go. Today's matter has ended." Feng Cantillon looked at the group of immortal kings opposite him and felt uneasy as he sent a voice transmission with his spirit consciousness. Although he was fearless, he did not want to die here foolishly. In the future, he was going to kill his way back to the Divine Firmament Immortal Domain and take revenge on King Jin and his heir. "Brother Feng, take them back first." The tone of the Martial Dao Prime Body was calm, as though he did not notice any danger. "We'll leave together," Feng Cantillon insisted. The Martial Dao Prime Body said, "Take Heavenly Wolf and Qiu Siluo back to the other side first. Remember, don't attack no matter what happens later on." Feng Cantillon could tell that there seemed to be a deeper meaning in the words of the Martial Dao Prime Body. He did not ask in detail and merely nodded. He led Heavenly Wolf and Qiu Siluo to leap through the Immortal Fiend Abyss and return to the Fiend Domain. "Isn't the Sect Master coming back yet?" Gu Tongyo's eyes were melancholic and worried. Feng Cantillon pondered for a moment. "The Sect Master should have other motives. Let's wait and see. Don't act rashly." Beneath the Builder Tree, the top 200 perfected immortal paragons of the 9 Firmament Immortal Domain and Pure Land of Bliss seized the opportunity to disperse and flee far away. There were only a few people who remained on the spot. Among them were the 3 great fairies, Book Immortal Yunju, Painting Immortal Emoqing, and Chess Immortal Junyu. The Martial Dao Prime Body walked slowly towards the Builder Tree. The immortal kings were secretly alarmed and tore through the void one after another, blocking in front of the Martial Dao Prime Body. They were on guard and nervous. All the immortal kings witnessed what happened earlier on. A single punch from the Martial Dao Prime Body shattered the grotto heavens of 5 immortal kings. How far had Desolate Martial cultivated to? The many immortal kings could clearly tell that Desolate Martial did not have the aura of the grotto heaven realm. However, the power he released was even above the ordinary immortal kings. On the peak of Builder Tree, the 20-odd supreme immortal kings exchanged glances and stood up slowly, emitting a tremendous might that surged over. Immortal Queen Ling Long glanced sideways at Su Zimo of the Divine Firmament Immortal Domain. At that moment, Su Zimo had a calm expression, as though he could not sense any danger. "If you want to leave, this is your last chance." Immortal Queen Ling Long hesitated for a moment and could not help but send a voice transmission with yet another reminder. She could not divine everything about the Martial Dao Prime Body, nor could she guess his intentions. "Don't worry, Senior. Su Zimo's voice was calm and he did not explain further. The martial Tao prime body looked at the 20-odd supreme immortal kings on the peak of Builder Tree and suddenly said, "Why? Are the supreme immortal kings of the two domains prepared to attack?" Prince Qin Su of the Grand Firmament Immortal Domain was crippled and Immortal King Long Night was enraged. At that moment, his gaze was dark as he said slowly, "Desolate Marshal, how dare you come to the 9 Firmament meet and start a massacre? If we let you leave alive, where will our dignity go?" "That's right." Immortal King Qin Yang raised his voice and said, "You claim to be the supreme perfected fiend, but in reality, you're already an immortal king expert who can defeat those with minor grotto heavens. It won't be considered bullying if we attack you. Desolate Marshal, there's no need for you to try and escape from this place." Immortal King Qi Ping sneered, "I don't mind telling you that the void here has already been sealed by us. Even if you summon the hell suppression tripod, you won't be able to escape back to Avicii." Amitba. Heavenly King Luoshen of the Pure Land of Bliss clasped his palms together and chanted the Buddhist proclamation softly. "Desolate Marshal, the hell suppression tripod in your possession is a sacred item of the Buddhist monasteries. It's time for you to return it to its rightful owner today." The hell suppression tripod was the emperor weapon of Great Emperor Infinite and was related to Avicii. Even the immortal kings of the 9 Firmament Immortal Domain wanted to take it for themselves, let alone the heavenly kings of the Pure Land of Bliss. Furthermore, when they saw the martial Tao prime body release such a terrifying power, the imaginations of the immortal kings ran wild and they thought that it had something to do with Avicii. "All right." The eyes of the martial Tao prime body shone with purple flames and his fighting spirit surged as he said slowly, "This is a good opportunity for me to experience the capabilities of the supreme immortal kings of the two domains." When the martial Tao prime body said that, the immortals and monks on the peak of the Builder Tree were shocked. How many years had it been since the rise of the Fiend Domain's Desolate Marshal? Desolate Marshal had just been conferred the title of the Supreme Perfected Fiend not long ago. Today, he was actually declaring that he wanted to fight against the supreme immortal kings of the two domains. It was only at that moment that everyone gradually understood that the Supreme Perfected Immortal and Supreme Arhat were not Desolate Marshal's targets. In the eyes of Desolate Marshal, the two ranking lists were indeed a joke. Desolate Marshal was here for the immortal kings of the 9 Firmament Immortal Domain and Pure Land of Bliss. Furthermore, it was the Supreme Immortal Kings. Ever since the 9 Firmament meet was held, no one from the Fiend Domain had dared to cause trouble here. Furthermore, the 9 Firmament meet this time round was different from the past. The two domains sent more than 100 ordinary immortal kings and more than 20 supreme immortal kings with a massive might. Up till the end of the perfected immortal and Arhat rankings, everything went smoothly and peacefully. Who would have thought that Desolate Marshal of the Fiend Domain would single-handedly cause a bloodstorm at the 9 Firmament meet today? "Let's see what else you have." Immortal King Long Night of the Grand Firmament Immortal Domain attacked and arrived before the martial Tao prime body instantly. He raised his palm and slapped the head of the martial Tao prime body. After entering the Grotto Heaven realm and becoming an immortal king, many divine powers and secret skills were condensed in the Grotto Heaven. As for the Grotto Heaven, it nourished the body and bloodline throughout the years. Therefore, the body and bloodline of an immortal king contained the power of the Grotto Heaven and could release a shocking power with every move. For a fight between Grotto Heaven realm experts, it was a little like returning to nature and simplifying things. Although it seemed like it was a simple palm strike from Immortal King Long Night, it contained the power of the Grotto Heaven. It vaguely sealed the void around the martial Tao prime body, preventing him from dodging, and he could only take it head-on. The martial Tao prime body was expressionless as he circulated his blood qi, letting out the deafening sound of raging tides. What strong blood qi! The surrounding immortal kings were secretly alarmed when they heard the sound of blood qi rising. How did Desolate Marshal cultivate to such an extent before he even entered the Grotto Heaven realm? Could it be that this person had already condensed a Grotto Heaven and merely hid his aura without revealing it? Bang! The martial Tao prime body punched out and collided with the palm of Immortal King Long Night. Both parties shuddered. "All right, The gaze of Immortal King Long Night intensified as he attacked consecutively. The martial Tao prime body was fearless as he stood in midair and counterattacked. Both parties clashed consecutively in midair and their fists and palms collided with a deafening bang, causing many cracks to appear in the void and the world to tremble. This was a fight between immortal kings. Even without the use of the grotto heaven, the void would still shake. Both parties clashed for more than 10 rounds and were evenly matched. Immortal King Long Night narrowed his eyes slightly. As a supreme immortal king, the grotto heaven had nourished his body and bloodline for hundreds of thousands of years. Even after launching consecutive attacks today, he could not gain any advantage against Desolate Marshal at all. Of course, he was only surprised but not nervous. The power released by Desolate Marshal earlier on was not enough to threaten him. Furthermore, he did not use his full strength. For Immortal King experts, the grotto heaven was their strongest technique. The other Immortal King experts such as Immortal King Xianxia exchanged glances with smiles and relaxed expressions. Given the current situation, there was no need for them to attack. Immortal King Long Night alone was enough to suppress Desolate Marshal. Long Night, don't get entangled with him. Suppress him as soon as possible lest other variables appear. Immortal King Xianxia said in a deep voice. All right. Immortal King Long Night hollered and channeled his essence spirit to prop up his major grotto heaven. The void behind him suddenly collapsed and a dark void without any light appeared. That was his Long Night grotto heaven. In this grotto heaven, one would fall into a long night and it was difficult to see light. With the appearance of the major grotto heaven, the aura of Immortal King Long Night surged and his combat strength rose as well. It's time to end things, Immortal King Long Night said indifferently. He reached into the grotto heaven behind him and withdrew a pitch-black spear. A grotto heaven spirit treasure. After cultivators advanced to the Immortal King realm, their sentient dermic treasures could also be placed into the grotto heaven and nourished by it. As time passed by, when the sentient dermic treasure fused completely with the grotto heaven, they would transform into grotto heaven spirit treasures. Any grotto heaven spirit treasure would contain the dermic Tao of the grotto heaven and was extremely powerful. Swoosh! Immortal King Long Night supported his grotto heaven and strode forward. Waving the pitch-black spear in his hands, he stabbed towards the martial Tao prime body with an apocalyptic might. The martial Tao prime body had a calm expression and a green light flashed on his glabella. The hell suppression tripod appeared and was filled with an ancient aura as electric arcs coiled around it with an extraordinary might. When the immortal kings saw the hell suppression tripod, their eyes lit up. This was the weapon of great Emperor Infinite in the past. More importantly, the hell suppression tripod was the key to controlling the infinite hell. There was no grotto heaven aura on the hell suppression tripod. This confirmed everyone's guess that Desolate Marshal of the Fiend Domain had not entered the grotto heaven realm at all. Many immortal kings glared at the hell suppression tripod with puzzled expressions, as though they had discovered something. The realm of the hell suppression tripod had fallen. After passing through the perfected one heavenly tribulation, it was merely at the level of a sentient dermic treasure. But now, they could see remnant marks left behind by 10 heavenly tribulations on the hell suppression tripod. Could the legend be true? Did Desolate Marshal really attract the 10th heavenly tribulation? When the news spread, even the many immortal kings present scoffed and did not believe it, let alone Yu Hua and the other perfected immortals. After all, throughout history, there had never been a 10th tribulation since life was born in the upper world. At that moment, when the immortal kings saw the 10 burn marks on the hell suppression tripod with their own eyes, they vaguely realized that there was a high chance the rumors of the past were true. There was truly a 10th tribulation in the perfected one heavenly tribulation. Why were there no records of the 10th tribulation throughout history? Even people as talented as the great emperors of the past went through the 9 of 9 heavenly tribulation at the very most. Clang! Just as everyone's imagination was running wild, the pitch-black spear collided heavily against the hell suppression tripod and electric arcs flew everywhere. This time round, the martial Tao prime body retreated a few steps in succession. However, with the hell suppression tripod that had passed through the 10th tribulation, the martial Dao prime body still managed to defend against the accumulated attack of Immortal King Long Night. Although the cultivation realm of the hell suppression tripod had fallen, it was an emperor weapon back then after all. Furthermore, it was the key to suppressing the infinite hell. Even the Grotto Heaven spirit treasure could not destroy it with ease. Humph! When Immortal King Long Night saw that he could not suppress the martial Dao prime body even after summoning his major Grotto Heaven and Grotto Heaven spirit treasure, he had a terrible expression and could not help but harumph coldly before attacking once more. This time round, the blood chi of Immortal King Long Night surged as he wielded his spear and attacked. The major Grotto Heaven carried endless might and suppressed the martial Dao prime body. He wanted to make use of his Long Night Grotto Heaven to devour Desolate Martial and refine him completely as nourishment for his Grotto Heaven. The everlasting night and boundless darkness crept forth. Instantly, the world went dark and the heavens lost its light. Immortal King Long Night used his Grotto Heaven spirit treasure to restrain the hell suppression tripod, while the major Grotto Heaven behind him devoured the figure of the martial Dao prime body. It's all over. When the Immortal Kings saw that, they shook their heads gently. As long as Desolate Martial fell into the major Grotto Heaven of Immortal King Long Night, he would be reduced to fish that could be slaughtered at will no matter how shocking his methods were. Immortal Queen Ling Long frowned worriedly. On the side of the fiend domain, Feng Kentian took a deep breath and suppressed his urge to attack, continuing to watch. The martial Dao prime body had repeatedly instructed him not to attack. He believed that the martial Dao prime body would not die so easily. In the Long Night Grotto Heaven, the gaze of the martial Dao prime body intensified. Purple flames burned in his eyes and his blood chi surged as he channeled his bloodline to its limits, releasing his bloodline phenomenon, the Heaven and Earth Furnace. Boom! The martial Dao prime body stood in the darkness and shone with an endless brilliance as flames surged into the skies. The flames included the martial spirit fire, tribulation fire, red lotus karmic fire, dragon phoenix flame, and hellfire. Despite the buff of so many flames, he was still unable to go against the Long Night Grotto Heaven. However, it was also impossible for the Long Night Grotto Heaven to devour and refine the martial Dao prime body. For example, hellfire originated from Avicii. Due to the cultivation realm of the martial Dao prime body, its power was far inferior to when it was in Avicii. However, the Long Night Grotto Heaven could not refine it at all. Initially, the Grotto Heaven was dark and silent. However, after devouring the martial Dao prime body, a gigantic ball of flames appeared in the Grotto Heaven. Both parties were in a stalemate. The blood chi of the martial Dao prime body was strong, and even as time passed by, the flames burned furiously without stopping. However, the power of the Long Night Grotto Heaven was being depleted. When Immortal King Long Night sensed this, his expression darkened. On the battlefield, Heavenly King Luoshen chanted a Buddhist proclamation softly and said, "Patron Long Night, you sure are capable. Your merits for killing perfected fiend Desolate Martial are immeasurable. However, the hell suppression tripod is a sacred item of the Buddhist monasteries. Patron Long Night, please return it to its rightful owner." Immortal King Qingyang smiled gently. The hell suppression tripod is an emperor weapon. It's said to be connected to the infinite hell and a taboo mystic classic. Fellow Taoist Luoshin, you're not the only one. I believe everyone present is interested in the hell suppression tripod. Immortal King Qi Ping said indifferently, "The hell suppression tripod no longer has an owner. Since we're all present, we can't hand it over to someone casually." The Immortal Kings present thought that Desolate Martial would definitely die and had already begun to discuss the ownership of the hell suppression tripod. Right then, a violent fluctuation came from the major Grotto Heaven of Immortal King Long Night. In the endless darkness, a flame appeared and intensified. Immediately after, the ball of flames fell onto the battlefield. In the flames, a figure stood. It was Desolate Martial of the Fiend Domain. The Immortal Kings frowned. What was going on? The Long Night Grotto Heaven failed to refine Desolate Martial and spat him out instead? Sensing the gazes around him, Immortal King Long Night had a terrible expression as he grit his teeth. This fiend is in possession of strange dermic daos and controls many powerful flames. It's difficult to refine him. Amitba. Heavenly King Luoshan strode forward. Seems like I'm the only one who can subdue this fiend. When Heavenly King Luoshan arrived before the martial Tao prime body, he summoned his major grotto heaven without a second word. A Buddhist light shone from within and auspicious clouds filled the skies, enveloping the martial Tao prime body. Thereafter, Heavenly King Luoshan assumed a lotus position and hovered in midair. He held prayer beads in his hands and chanted Buddhist dermic incantations softly. The dermic incantations turned into golden runes that entered the major grotto heaven behind him. Before long, Heavenly King Luoshan fiddled with the prayer beads in his hands faster and faster, and a layer of sweat appeared on his forehead. A moment later, he suddenly stood up. A figure shrouded in flames flew out from the major grotto heaven that was filled with Buddhist light behind him. It was Desolate Marshal of the Fiend Domain. It was not just the grotto heavens of the immortal sects. Even the grotto heavens of the Buddhist monasteries could not refine the martial Tao prime body. Fufu. The martial Tao prime body chuckled and surveyed his surroundings. His gaze swept past the faces of Immortal King Qingyang and the others, and he mocked. Is that all there is to the supreme immortal kings of the two domains? In my opinion, there's no need for you guys to hold the 9 firmament meet again in the future. It'll just be a joke. Fiend, how brazen! How arrogant! The immortal kings were enraged. Even the 20-odd supreme immortal kings of the two domains revealed sinister killing intent. At the immortal king realm, one was almost at the peak of the upper world and could rule over millions of living beings. They could not withstand any humiliation or provocation. Furthermore, cultivators of both domains were gathered here and everyone was watching. If they could not suppress Desolate Marshal of the Fiend Domain, the immortal kings of the two domains would probably become jokes of the upper world after today. There were not many immortal kings who could remain calm. Immortal Queen Ling Long could tell that the words of the martial Tao prime body were clearly meant to anger many immortal kings present, including the supreme immortal kings. However, she truly could not figure out the meaning behind the actions of the martial Tao prime body. She could only guess the consequences of the actions of the martial Tao prime body. Initially, for the sake of their dignity, the supreme immortal kings present were embarrassed to join forces against a supreme perfected fiend. Now that they were provoked by the martial Tao prime body, there was a high chance that the 20-odd supreme immortal kings would join forces to suppress the martial Tao prime body in their rage. Don't waste your breath on him. Immortal King Long Night grit his teeth and said, This person's dermic Tao is strange. Let's release our major grotto heavens and join forces to destroy him. Exactly. Heavenly King Luoshan said in a deep voice, Since I can't devour and refine this fiend, I can only crush his body and bloodline to purify him forcefully. Come on. Let's see how much longer this fiend can last against our combined forces. Immortal King Qingyang expressed his stance as well. In the blink of an eye, 19 supreme immortal kings stood out and surrounded the martial Tao prime body. The 19 supreme immortal kings released their major grotto heavens in unison. Instantly, the world changed. On the battlefield, 19 major grotto heavens with different dermic daos appeared and crushed towards the martial Tao prime body with a terrifying aura. Immortal Queen Ling Long's heart skipped a beat and she stood up instinctively. Under such circumstances, even if she was in his position, she would not be able to escape. The 19 major grotto heavens had already sealed all exits in all directions. Desolate Marshal might be able to avoid being devoured and refined by a grotto heaven due to some strange dermic Tao. But there was no way he could defend against the suppression of 19 major grotto heavens. Immortal Queen Ling Long had just seen it clearly. Although Desolate Marshal was not refined by Immortal King Long Night and Heavenly King Luoshan's grotto heavens, he suffered quite a blow and his aura became much weaker. If the 19 major grotto heavens crushed over at the same time, there was only a single outcome for Desolate Marshal. His body and essence spirit would be destroyed. On the peak of the Builder Tree, although Su Zimo looked calm, he was actually extremely nervous internally. Although the Green Lotus True Body was not involved and would not be implicated, The choice of the martial Tao prime body meant that the martial Tao prime body would cease to exist if he failed. Even so, it was worth the risk for the martial Tao prime body to give it a shot. This choice was extremely important and would determine the future of the martial Tao prime body. It was a path that no one could replicate. Although the Green Lotus true body was in Heaven and Earth Academy, the inexplicable sense of danger had always existed. As his cultivation realm deepened and his combat strength became stronger, the sense of danger did not disappear. Instead, it intensified. Su Zimo needed the martial Tao prime body to advance further and grow to a sufficiently strong level. On the one hand, the martial Tao prime body could better protect Tianhuang sect if he was stronger. On the other hand, if the Green Lotus true body encountered any irreconcilable danger in the future, the martial Tao prime body could become a way out for the Green Lotus true body. There was also one more thing. The martial Tao prime body intended to head to the great wilderness. If he was only at the true martial realm, he was still lacking in terms of strength. He had to become stronger so that he had the confidence and foundation to look for Daiyu. He had to be qualified to stand shoulder to shoulder with her. Beneath the Builder Tree, the 19 Supremes supported their major grotto heavens and trapped the martial Tao prime body within. They launched their final attacks and crushed and collided continuously. The 19 major grotto heavens contained 19 different dermic Daos and tempered the martial Tao prime body continuously, letting out jarring sounds. The true martial Tao body seemed like it could fall apart at any moment. At that time, the bones and flesh of the martial Tao prime body would be crushed into dust. In less than a few breaths, the martial Tao prime body could not hold on any longer. If it was just one or two major grotto heavens, he could still fight them temporarily with his bloodline phenomenon and the heaven and earth furnace. But now that the 19 major grotto heavens were gathered with dermic Daos surging, even the true martial Tao body could not defend against it. Poof, poof, poof. Blood began to fill the body of the martial Tao prime body, and the true martial Tao body could not withstand the pressure. Under the suppression of the 19 major grotto heavens, his skin split, bones snapped, organs vibrated, and his Tao body was filled with a scarlet blood mist. Cough, cough, cough. The martial Tao prime body coughed out large mouthfuls of blood as well. In reality, the 19 supreme immortal kings had yet to use their full strength. At their cultivation realm, every single one of them had experienced countless life and death situations and had seen too many storms. They were extremely cautious. Although they attacked to suppress Desolate Marshal, most of their attention was focused in the direction of the Fiend domain, afraid that anything could happen. Desolate Marshal's action looked reckless on the surface. They believed that he must have other trump cards up his sleeves to explain his baffling actions. The group of Supreme Immortal Kings were worried that Emperor Bosun would be provoked if they suppressed Desolate Marshal. Of the 20-odd Supreme Immortal Kings, a few of them did not participate because they had such considerations as well. However, as time passed by, although the 19 Supreme Immortal Kings had already severely injured Desolate Marshal, the direction of the Fiend domain was still calm without any signs of Fiend cultivators, and everyone gradually relaxed. So, that's all to the power of Supreme Immortal Kings? Right then, the weak voice of the Martial Tao Prime Body sounded. Desolate Marshal, you're still in the mood to mock us even now. You truly don't know what's good for you. Immortal King Long Night sneered and said in a deep voice, Everyone, don't worry. Attack with all your might and kill this fiend. Destroy his essence, spirit, and soul. That's right. Although Heavenly King Luoshin was from the Buddhist monasteries, he was also murderous at the moment. The Hell Suppression Tripod would only become ownerless once more after Desolate Marshal was completely destroyed. That was the only way he could get his hands on it. Kill! The Supreme Immortal Kings hollered and channeled the dermic Daos of the Grotto Heavens with all their might. The power of the Grotto Heavens surged and suppressed the Martial Tao Prime Body. This time round, the Martial Tao Prime Body could no longer hold on. Bang! Boom! Accompanied by a loud bang, the true Martial Tao Body exploded and his flesh was destroyed. A tremendous power tore through the void and a large area of the void caved in, forming a dark black hole. The terrifying power released by the 19 major Grotto Heavens not only destroyed the martial Tao prime body's physical body and essence spirit, it even penetrated a large void. The world returned to normal. The cultivators around the builder tree were dumbfounded as well, with shocked expressions. The fiend domain's desolate marshal caused such a huge commotion at the 9 firmament meet. He had just suppressed the paragons of the 2 ranking lists, killed the supreme Arhat, and defeated 7 immortal kings. He was fearless and arrogant. And now, he ended up in such a state where he was killed by the combined forces of 19 supreme immortal kings without a corpse left. Not far away, Mo Qing seemed to have lost her soul when she saw that. Her face turned pale and her body swayed slightly, almost falling to the side. Thankfully, Yunju reacted in time and supported her hurriedly. Sigh. Yunju sighed gently and turned back to look in the direction of Su Zimo at the peak of the builder tree. This was Su Zimo's secret, and she could not say it explicitly, nor did she know how to console him. He died just like that? Junyu had a conflicted expression and a lost look in her eyes. Her interaction with Desolate Marshal was brief, and they only had a short exchange of blows. However, the impression left behind by Desolate Marshal was way too deep. Up till this point her cultivation, Desolate Marshal was the first and only person who gave her the notion that she was helpless to resist. The existence of Desolate Marshal even made her feel despair. No matter how she cultivated, she would not be able to catch up to that person. Junyu did not have much prejudice towards the fiend domain and fiend cultivators. She felt a deep sense of pity for Desolate Marshal's death. Mother, Desolate Marshal died just like that? Lin Luo could not believe it, and a look of sadness flashed through her eyes. Back when the siblings were trapped in Langfeng City, it was because of the appearance of Desolate Marshal that the 2 of them managed to escape. No matter where Desolate Marshal came from, he was their savior. Immortal Queen Ling Long sighed and shook her head gently, murmuring, "Should be dead." Even though Immortal Queen Ling Long could peer through the heavenly secrets, she could not figure out how Desolate Marshal could survive against the suppression of 19 major grotto heavens. Instinctively, she looked in the direction of the divine firmament immortal domain's Su Zimo. At the same time, on the side of the fiend domain, Feng Cantian, Yen Beichen, Ming Zhen, and Ji Yaoxue looked towards Su Zimo. Everyone who knew Desolate Marshal's true identity wanted an answer. Or rather, they were searching for a sliver of hope. At that moment, Su Zimo was staring fixedly at the dark void beneath the builder tree. His gaze intensified and a smile even appeared on his face. Success. If not for the fact that there were too many cultivators around, Su Zimo would have reared his head and howled. After the martial Tao prime body's body and essence spirit were destroyed by the 19 major grotto heavens, Su Zimo indeed lost the connection to the martial Tao prime body. However, it was only momentary. In just a few breaths, he sensed the aura of the martial Tao prime body once more. He could sense that the aura of the martial Tao prime body was initially weak. However, it expanded rapidly and became stronger at an unimaginable speed. An even more terrifying Desolate Marshal was about to reappear. While the martial Tao prime body was in seclusion in Avicii, he did not stop deducing the dermic formulation of the martial Tao. When he was about to come out of seclusion, he had already comprehended the key points and was only missing some details and opportunities. In other words, it was unrealistic for the martial Tao prime body to advance to the next realm of the martial Tao within a short period of time. However, at the same time, because he had smelted and browsed through too many ancient books and sutras, another thought flashed through the mind of the martial Tao prime body. Perhaps before he entered the next realm of the martial Tao, he could make use of another method to condense his grotto heaven first and become a fiend king. The appearance of the martial Tao prime body was a variable that was beyond the 3 realms and 5 elements. The prime body's existence originated from the martial Tao fruit. Ordinary Tao fruits condensed the dermic Tao of cultivators and was the essence of their cultivation. There were countless inheritance secret skills and insights within. As for the martial Tao fruit, it condensed the essence of the martial Tao. It was not only a noble augmentation, it also contained the will of the martial Tao and the faith of all living beings. It was only through chance and the combination of various powers that a Tao fruit with life force was born. This was unprecedented and could not be replicated. Up till this point of his cultivation, the prime body had fused the martial Tao dermic formulation into his bones and flesh at the true martial realm to temper the true martial Tao body. However, in reality, the true martial Tao body was also a Tao fruit. The Tao body was the Tao fruit and vice versa. The two were one. The martial Tao prime body was the only one throughout history to be in such a situation. It was recorded in the dermic formulation of many inheritances that the prerequisite for condensing a grotto heaven was to shatter the Tao fruit. Through the tremendous power released by the shattering of the Tao fruit, the void outside the body would be smashed, creating a chamber that could connect to the heavens and the three realms. That was the grotto heaven. The process was extremely dangerous. If the power accumulated after the Tao fruit was shattered was insufficient and one could not support a grotto heaven, it would mean that the breakthrough had failed. They would either die or settle for second best and reach the half-step grotto heaven realm. Although their lifespans would increase, they would never be able to advance to the grotto heaven realm. The idea of the martial Tao prime body was to shatter the true martial Tao body. The true martial Tao body was the fruit of the martial Tao. The shattering of the true martial Tao body meant that the Tao fruit would be shattered. At the same time, there was a chance that a chamber could be opened up and a grotto heaven could be condensed. This grotto heaven would originate from the martial Tao prime body, but the martial Tao prime body was a variable to begin with. In other words, if this grotto heaven was born, there was a high chance that it would exist beyond the three realms and five elements, turning into a variant grotto heaven. That thought was way too terrifying. Even if an ordinary Tao fruit was shattered, the process of breaking through to the grotto heaven realm was extremely dangerous. For a variable like the martial Tao prime body, it was unknown if the true martial Tao body would truly break through to the grotto heaven realm after shattering just like a Tao fruit. If he failed, the martial Tao prime body would not even have the chance to settle for second best and enter the half-step grotto heaven realm. For ordinary perfected immortals to advance to the grotto heaven realm, they merely had to shatter their Tao fruits. However, what the martial Tao prime body had to shatter was the true martial Tao body that he had condensed with his dermic Tao. If he failed, his essence, spirit, and soul would be destroyed. Furthermore, his true martial Tao body had already been cultivated to the perfected stage, and every single move he made could even break through the minor grotto heavens of ordinary immortal kings. Even ordinary grotto heaven spirit treasures could not injure his body. How could such a true martial Tao body be shattered? It was an idea fraught with difficulties and a slim chance of survival. After pondering for a long time, the martial Tao prime body decided to take the risk. Although it was a risk, he was not unprepared. First, he could only rely on external forces to break through the true martial Tao body. Yet, the external force could not be too strong. If an emperor were to release the power of the world and destroy the true martial Tao body, even his dermic Tao would be destroyed and refined. There was no need to talk about condensing a grotto heaven. He would be killed into nothingness before anything could be formed. The safest option was for supreme immortal kings to make use of the power of their major grotto heavens to destroy the true martial Tao body bit by bit. Furthermore, one supreme immortal king was not enough. There had to be at least 10 of them. Second, after the true martial Tao body was shattered, there was actually still a sliver of hope of revival. The bloodline of the true martial Tao body contained the blood of the dragon phoenix. Therefore, the body of the martial Tao prime body contained the final innate divine power of the mystic classic of the 12 demon kings of the great wilderness, the power of the phoenix nirvana. However, it was far from enough if he was merely relying on this innate divine power alone. The phoenix nirvana had a 90% chance of failure to begin with. Furthermore, this innate divine power might not be able to unleash its full potential against the suppression of major grotto heavens. Third, and most importantly, the trajectory of his deduction had to be correct. The true martial Tao body had to be the Tao fruit such that the destruction of the Tao body could truly shatter the void and condense a grotto heaven. All in all, the 9 firmament meet was the best opportunity for the martial Tao prime body to give this idea a shot. There were enough supreme immortal kings at the 9 firmament meet. Furthermore, the venue of the 9 firmament meet was near the builder tree. Once a huge battle broke out and his true martial Tao body was shattered to evolve into a grotto heaven. This grotto heaven could devour and absorb the life force of the builder tree to extend his life. Beneath the builder tree, Immortal King Xianxia and the other 18 supreme immortal kings observed the fiend domain for any activity after they destroyed Desolate Marshal's body and essence spirit. They only heaved a sigh of relief when they did not find anything unusual. Immortal King Long Night sneered. Desolate Marshal is so arrogant that I thought he had something up his sleeves. To think that he's just an idiot who doesn't know his place. Fufu. Immortal King Xianxia chuckled. This lad went on a massacre in the Jade Firmament Immortal domain before escaping back to Avicii. He really thinks that he can do whatever he wants just because he has the Hell Suppression tripod. He didn't know that once we joined forces to seal the void, his Hell Suppression tripod would end up as a display piece. At the mention of the Hell Suppression tripod, the gazes of the supreme immortal kings landed near the pierced void where the Hell Suppression tripod hovered. Amitba. Heavenly King Luotian chanted his Buddhist proclamation softly and made a move first, arriving before the Hell Suppression tripod to snatch it away. Monk Luotian, aren't you way too anxious? Immortal King Xianxia and the others made a move one after another as well. The 19 major grotto heavens were propped up once more and collided in midair. Hold on. Stop first. Suddenly, Heavenly King Luotian frowned and hollered. Why? What are you up to, monk? Immortal King Qi Ping sneered. The void here has already been sealed. No one can dream of leaving until we resolve the matter of the Hell Suppression tripod. Heavenly King Luotian said hurriedly, There's something strange about this Hell Suppression tripod. I can't lift it. How is that possible? In a flash, Immortal King Long Night arrived beside the Hell Suppression tripod and reached out to grab it. The Hell Suppression tripod did not budge at all, as though it was sucked in by the dark black hole behind it. It was only at that moment that the Immortal Kings noticed something unusual. Why hasn't this void healed after so long? Immortal King Xianxia narrowed his eyes and asked. Although a fight between Immortal Kings could shatter the void, due to the circulation of heaven and earth laws, the void would recover quickly and recover to its original state. But now, the pitch-black void had yet to recover. The Immortal Kings glared at the dark black hole not far away and their gazes froze. Suddenly, their expressions changed. In the depths of the black hole, a figure appeared faintly, as though it was one with the black hole. You'll have to ask for my permission if you want to snatch my tripod. A shocking voice sounded from the black hole. That voice. The Immortal Kings glared at the dark void not far away with bewildered expressions. The immortals and monks around the builder tree were dumbfounded with a look of disbelief on their faces. Desolate Marshal. That was the voice of Desolate Marshal from the fiend domain. How was that possible? Hadn't Desolate Marshal's body and essence spirit been destroyed by the combined forces of 19 supreme immortal kings? Even the void was penetrated, but Desolate Marshal was still alive? Mo Qing had a delighted expression and clenched her fists instinctively. She looked at the figure that gradually appeared in the dark void and did not dare to look away. It was as though she was afraid that the figure would disappear once more. Yunju heaved a sigh of relief and looked at Su Zimo, who was on the peak of the builder tree, with a hint of reproach. He seems to have become stronger? Junyu looked at the dark void and murmured softly. On the side of the fiend domain, Feng Cantian and the others finally relaxed and smiled. Although Desolate Marshal was only the Marshal Dao Prime body, if he were to die, there might be a huge commotion in Tianhuang's sect as well. On the peak of the builder tree, Immortal Queen Ling Long heaved a sigh of relief when she saw that Desolate Marshal was fine. However, she looked at the dark void with a confused expression. Even with her experience and knowledge, she could not see through the dermic formulation used by the Marshal Dao Prime body to revive. She could only roughly determine that after this change, the Marshal Dao Prime body had already created a grotto heaven that was unique to him. Beneath the builder tree, the Marshal Dao Prime body wore a silver mask and walked out slowly from the dark void. He wore purple robes and looked no different from before. However, Immortal King Xianxia and the others could clearly sense that Desolate Marshal had turned even more terrifying. They could sense the aura of a grotto heaven from Desolate Marshal. Grotto heaven realm? The immortal kings frowned with grim expressions. The dark grotto heaven on desolate Marshall's body fluctuated sinisterly, as though it was one with him and was faintly visible. How could this be? The immortal kings were puzzled and did not attack rashly out of caution. The grotto heaven conjured by desolate Marshall seemed to be extremely different from the grotto heaven they knew. Under normal circumstances, the shattering of a cultivator's Tao fruit should happen outside of their bodies. After all, a shattered Tao fruit would release such a tremendous power that it could even penetrate the void. If it was placed in one's body, it would be enough to blow it up to ashes. One would die even before they could condense a grotto heaven. In other words, when cultivators advanced to the immortal king realm, their grotto heavens were condensed outside their bodies. Although the grotto heavens were outside their bodies, it was closely related to them. They could make use of the grotto heavens to connect to the heavens and absorb heaven and earth essence chi. However, desolate Marshall's grotto heaven seemed to be within his body? A grotto heaven that was within his body? In reality, the grotto heaven of the Marshall Tao prime body was not outside or within his body. To be precise, the Marshall Tao prime body was the grotto heaven. The new Marshall Tao prime body was already one with this grotto heaven. The Marshall Tao prime body had reappeared in the world after transforming into a grotto heaven. In terms of the Marshall Tao, the prime body was still at the true Marshall realm and the level of a perfected true Marshall Tao body. However, the prime body made use of the uniqueness of the true Marshall Tao body and used another method to condense a grotto heaven first to become a fiend king. That was because his Tao body was his Tao fruit. Therefore, this was a path that no one else could replicate. Immortal King Long Night narrowed his eyes and said coldly, "Desolate Marshall, you are indeed capable to be able to survive. From the looks of it, you seem to have benefited from this misfortune." Amitba. Heavenly King Luoshin said slowly, "Since Desolate Marshall is still alive, we'll just kill him once more." That's right. With just a few words, the 19 supreme immortal kings propped up their major grotto heavens once more and charged towards the Marshall Tao prime body with an aura of aggressiveness. "You still want to kill me?" The Marshall Tao prime body looked at the 19 supreme immortal kings charging over and shook his head gently, saying indifferently, "You guys are way too naive." The moment he said that, the Marshall Tao prime body counterattacked as well. Without any unnecessary movements, he punched towards the incoming Heavenly King Luoshin. Not only did that punch contain the dermic formulation of the Marshall Tao, it also contained the power of this new grotto heaven. Boom! The fist of the Marshall Tao prime body collided with Heavenly King Luoshin's major grotto heaven. In reality, this was also a collision between the grotto heaven of the Marshall Tao prime body and Heavenly King Luoshin's major grotto heaven. The world trembled as though it was letting out a tragic cry. Both parties were caught in a stalemate in midair for a moment, and Heavenly King Luoshin's expression changed. His major grotto heaven could not hold on any longer and faint cracks started appearing, threatening to collapse at any moment. How is that possible? Desolate Marshall has only just formed a grotto heaven, so it should merely be a minor grotto heaven. Yet, my major grotto heaven is unable to defend against it. Heavenly King Luoshin was shocked and furious. The reason why the Marshall Tao prime body could release such an attack was not only because of a minor grotto heaven. The reason for his terrifying might was the combination of his perfected true Marshall Tao body and the minor grotto heaven. Alongside his first punch, the Marshall Tao prime body continued releasing punches in succession. There were a total of 19 for the 19 immortal kings present. At the perfected true Marshall realm, the Marshall Tao prime body could suppress the minor grotto heaven immortal kings. Now that the Marshall Tao prime body had transformed into a grotto heaven and controlled the power of the grotto heaven realm, his combat strength had increased exponentially, and he could completely suppress the supreme immortal kings present. The moment he transformed into the grotto heaven, the situation of the battle had changed completely. Boom! 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 A series of explosions shook the world. The void beneath the builder tree tore continuously. The grotto heavens of the 19 supreme immortal kings were shaken and shattered by the Marshall Tao prime body. They could not defend against it at all. How can he be so strong? The 19 supreme immortal kings were shocked. Although the supreme immortal kings surrounded the martial Tao prime body in the middle, in reality, they were already facing a situation where they could collapse at any moment. As long as one of them was afraid and chose to retreat, the other supreme immortal kings might withdraw as well. The 19 supreme immortal kings were still hesitant. Desolate Marshal had just entered the Grotto Heaven realm after all, while they had been famous for a long time. Furthermore, it was a situation of 19 supreme immortal kings against him. It was truly not good for them to retreat just like that. While Immortal King Qingyang and the others were hesitating, the martial Tao prime body did not give them much time to think. Devour! The martial Tao prime body opened his Grotto Heaven and hollered softly. His figure seemed to have vanished, and a gigantic and strange Grotto Heaven appeared in midair. It spun continuously and tore apart the 19 surrounding major Grotto Heavens. Against the counterattack of the martial Tao prime body, the 19 major Grotto Heavens were already on the verge of collapse. Now that they were affected by this tremendous suction power, they could not hold on at all and collapse completely. An endless stream of Grotto Heaven power was devoured by the dark Grotto Heaven of the martial Tao prime body. Some of the damaged Grotto Heaven fragments were even devoured by the dark Grotto Heaven of the martial Tao prime body. Ordinary Grotto Heavens could reach the heavens and connect to the three realms. They could absorb the essence Qi in the world wildly, remove the impurities and refine them, allowing the Grotto Heavens to gradually grow. However, the Grotto Heaven of the martial Tao prime body was a variable to begin with and was already beyond the three realms. It was also difficult for this Grotto Heaven to grow by absorbing heaven and earth essence Qi. It could only transform by devouring other Grotto Heavens to absorb and refine their dermic Taos.